words. Oh, so many times. I'm thinking you knew better than the other guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roll of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, that we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. And you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah. On a cold plate. On a cold plate. On a cold plate.
is warm, the beach is sandy, and the water is clear, but most of all, the Dota is alive. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm here in my little surf shack. It's looking real nice. We got some snacks, we got some pink tea of some sort, but most importantly, I've got some amazing panelists with me today. We got Adam and Winter. How you guys doing?
Are we the lifeguards here?
You could be. I mean, you could be whatever you want to be.
Everyone will die.
Winter. How do we have winter and summer? You should be like a puddle of water.
Umbrella.
You have a little umbrella with you.
Umbrella in the hot sun.
But this is our first time in Southeast Asia to now have a DPC on the new patch. Are you guys excited for this? Oh, ooh, new patch. Yay.
Ooh.
Come on, show
There you go.
Winter.
God damn it.
I've died countless times to the tormentor, so I'm sad.
What is you guys' favorite thing about the new patch?
Not calibration.
Oh my god, I feel that.
It was so awful.
I feel that.
I played like my first 3 games, and in all 3 games, there was this dude who just was done with life. Just ran down mid. So my first game, I think it was like 1k average, and I was like the highest. And the second game was like 3k average. And the third game, I started seeing like divines in my game. And I was like, what the hell is happening?
Hey, maybe we got in a game together.
Maybe.
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 You didn't flame me, maybe?
Time for some
I don't
party
play.
kill. Party kill.
Party Q!
Winter's a party person.
All right, but let's talk about the Dota. We just came back from the major. Do you guys feel like, I mean, personally, what I felt like from the new patch, I feel like things are kind of still the same. You know, you have the very aura, you know, builds, fighting as a team. Like, it doesn't feel like anything's really changed that much besides all the extra things you have on the map.
I feel like the map's bigger. Like, it's harder to stop people farming. The towers are weird too, because before when you take mid tower, it kind of branches off into other parts of the map, but now the map's so big. Like, you kill mid, and if you go to the top side, there's like this outer jungle now, right?
Right.
Which kind of makes the game really weird.
Yeah, I would say it's better to take the side towers now. You know, because before this, we always have emphasis on how important the tier 1 mid. But
That's
right now, I
true.
feel like the side tier 1s are more important. Because if you
That's
kill
true.
your safe lane tier 1, I mean the enemy's off-lane tower, then you get to infiltrate his tormentor and the
Right.
wisdom rune area.
It's called the portal 2, right? Because both side lanes can
Yeah,
connect
'cause of
to
the-
each other.
yeah,
so
the
it's sort of
twin
weird.
gates.
Like, why does mid exist?
Everything is on the side. Everyone's fighting on the side, and the mid lane is like some guy farming creeps. You know, nobody's bothering him.
Just chilling.
Some alchemists in the mid lane.
But okay, here, do you guys, give me your opinion. Do you prefer tomes or wisdom runes?
Wisdom runes.
Wisdom runes?
Boom.
Tome?
I control my fate. You know, I want to buy it.
I see.
Wisdom rune. My carries farming ancients. Like, oh, rune.
Well, let's take a look at the teams we have in Southeast Asia for Division 1 and Division 2. In Division 1, we have Army Geniuses, Blacklist Rivalry, Execration, SMG, Bleed, Boom, Talon, and Sersha. So our new teams here are Sersha, Boom, back to Division 1. It's going to be quite exciting. Nothing has changed in the roster.
Has anything changed with the team?
That
Are
is
they ready
true.
for Division 1?
Are they ready for Division 1? Indeed. And on the side of Division 2, we have Geek Slate Polaris, who just fell from Division 1 to Division 2. We have UDV, IHC Esports, Vision, and Myth Avenue Gaming. How was Division 2? Did you guys enjoy that?
It was alright. Zersha looked much
The power
better.
tells you everything.
I don't think it was great. I mean, Boom dominated Div 2. It was kind of expected. I
Right.
think they're not, even though they fell to Div 2, they're not a quote-unquote Div 2 team, right? They're just kind of stuck in the
When
middle.
you say they are like 1.5.
Yeah, literally the team that bounces up and down, the Execration.
So what are your
Before this.
expectations of Boom for this season in Division 1?
I don't expect too much, but I would be happy to be wrong. I believe in the Mushi team all the time.
That's
but,
true.
Middle of the pack, I feel.
Middle of the pack?
Yeah. I feel like they are probably gonna stay here this time. I felt like they've already learned enough, or learned a lot, you know, with their journey in Div 2, and they realize what they have to stick to. But I'm not that impressed by their games when I was watching Div 2. But overall, I feel like they should be able to stay in Div 1.
All right, well, let's take a look at the DPC standings. Who in Southeast Asia has the most points? We've got Talon with 1,020 DPC points. That is quite a lot. That is very close to securing a slot at TI, I believe. Then we have Execration with 540, SMG with 117, Geek Slate with 115, which is kind of funny because now they're in Division 2 and they have no chance of getting more DPC points. But we have Army Geniuses with 80, Blacklist with 80, and Bleed, Boom, and Sersha all have 0 DPC points. So Talon in global placements is 3rd place. That is quite impressive.
But they are not. Are they already secure?
They are not secured,
Not
but
secured
I'm
yet.
sure they are a very high percentage to make it, unless they literally AFK this season.
Even like GG, they won like 2 majors, but they are still not mathematically secured yet. Even though they are like more or less secured.
Yeah,
Really?
it's hard to. Yeah, they're not. They're not. secured.
mathematically not secured.
I think
Oh.
Liquid's the only team
Yeah,
that's
Liquid's
secured, but it's
secured.
also because of the DPC points in the league, right?
Oh, right.
Like for Talon, I think in the first season they got 3rd place as well, which is why
Right.
they're slightly lower.
Yeah, so this DPC, it's going to mean a lot because this is the last chance of getting any more DPC points to qualify for TI. But let's take a look at our week schedule. What games do we have coming up for this week? On Monday, to start us off, we have Talon versus SMG. So that's the game coming up right after this. Then we have Bleed Execration. And then lastly, to finish off the day, we have Boom versus Blacklist. And on Wednesday, we have AG versus Sersha, SMG versus Bleed, Talon versus Blacklist. And on Friday, we have SMG versus AG, Boom versus Sersha, and Execration versus Blacklist. So that is 9 series of Dota. This is just our first week. We're gonna start it off with a bang. The Talon SMG game. That's gonna be very exciting.
Oh, this game is gonna be a stomp, man.
You think? A stomp from who?
From Talon, probably. I
From
mean,
Mikoto.
even though like Talon didn't look so good during the major, I felt like they're not very good at adjusting on the fly as quickly as the other teams. But overall, I don't really like what SMG did with their roster as much. I don't really have a lot of faith. You know, they swap out Moon, so mid one goes back to mid. The true mid one
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
fulfilling his name, his IGN.
I kind of like him on offlane so much. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like he's really good on that role and he suits that role. Not sure about going back to mid. And from the games that I've been watching when he's playing pubs, I don't feel like he has the magic mid touch again.
Yeah, I was honestly shocked when I heard that they kicked Moon because I thought that he was always kind of the one performing really well, like consistently in his
Clearly not the CEO.
Yeah, that's true.
You see SMG's social media posts, they're like, we're back with Chairman Mid One.
So we got Talon versus SMG coming up right now. Let's see them teams and our shiny new logos with the nice beachside. Look at that. What, don't you want to be there right now?
Yeah, Bali Major. Hope there's a pirate ship there too.
And hope Kunka is on that pirate ship.
Do you guys always have lechon by the beach?
Sometimes. I'd say usually more like fish, like bangos or tilapia. Yeah. Oh, man, do you have, what is it?
Because the
Babi?
first time I went to
Babi guling?
No, when I went to the Manila major, and
Uh-huh.
we were like next to the beach, and we were served lechon.
Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I actually went to Bali last year and I had babi guling. That was a good one. It's kind of like lechon, but anyways, back to Dota. SMG also picked up Masaros as
And
their new
John
offlane. Yeah, and John Well. So do you think that this new kind of, I mean, we saw Masaros perform pretty well last time. I don't know why, was it Bleed?
Yeah.
Yep.
Kicked him because
Yeah.
I always thought that he was kind of the one carrying the games. But do you guys think SMG is going to do a little better with them, the new additions, or
I think it all comes down to Mid One. I feel Zhao and Masaros are pretty
consistent?
proven.
According to the trends, wherever
to the
Jao
trend.
goes, it goes deep too.
Oh no!
Shit. I don't know. I really think Mid One moving to mid is a big question mark to me. I think it's not
Yeah,
the same.
A little sus.
it's a disaster about to happen, I feel.
Oh no. Let's talk about Talon for a bit because we talked about SMG quite a lot. Talon's roster, the same, same old, nothing's changed. But they have seen some success in the major, but also in the last major, they got 8th place. What was this pretty, successful for a Southeast Asian team, like the fact that they made it off to playoffs. But yeah, their team's looking the same, and hopefully they do change in a way that's better for their playstyle.
I mean, do you feel like the patch is better for their playstyle right now?
Well, Tiny is like not a hero anymore, and that's like Q's,
I'm not
Those big
sure
guns.
because I feel like they do like to win their silence the way Talon plays, and Miko's usually on the independent hero, so I feel like it does favor them in a way. But I think what I want to see from Talon is that the last time they came back from the major, they changed their style completely because they learned a lot. And I'm very curious to see what they took away from this major this time around.
I mean, let me ask you, how about putting your farming hero mid right now? Like, put your carry mid. Because the mid, it seems like it's the safest place of the map, and you get levels quickly, and then you just keep farming. And you try to draft like heroes that can keep killing side lanes, like kill combos, like maybe you put 4 stunners on the side lanes and you try to keep brawling there. And then the hero that needs the most farm in the mid lane, and that's where you put him.
I think it might evolve into that, but for now, I think a lot of just because of runes, like it's very hard to not go mid. Because I think if a mid hero gets a rune, like you can have 4 stuns in the side lane, but if this Void Spirit with DD comes over, you're all gonna die.
Would you say that's because of the change? Because right now the runes, you can never get the same one, right? It's always changing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if you get illusion rune at 6 minutes, then 8 and 10 it's gonna be like a haste or a DD. So if you get illusion rune first, then you know the next 2 runes are gonna be very impactful, and you have to go and protect the runes and fight for the runes.
Yeah, I think it does matter. I think even though a map's bigger, mid is still important, specifically for rune control, because what happens when this hasted Ember comes to top lane is your tower falls, and you kind of lose that part of the map anyway. It's just a different way of losing it. So I think mid is still important. I just don't really know. I feel like everywhere is important in its own way, and a lot of teams, they choose to play differently. I think Gaming had this stat at the major where they were the slowest team to take a tier 1, but fastest team to take a tier 2. Like once they started grouping up with like the one item, they just kept rolling and
then
rolling.
Would you say like the early game doesn't matter as much?
I think the early game matters more, but you don't move as much. That makes sense.
Because I feel like, because right now they changed a little bit of the goal, right? When you're behind, and then when you kill somebody, you get a lot more. So wouldn't that mean that early game, the lead that you accrue in the early game would matter less? Because the team that's losing a little bit, when he gets a kill, he gets a lot more back now.
I think that's true if your aura buyer is not front. If you're playing against this like 11-minute Crimson Guard Underlord, I think you won't have damage to like get those kills, which is I think what Gaming abused the most.
Speaking of aura buyers, we also knew Talon as this kind of team to play this like tri-core, every like jabs on Naga or all
BKB.
these. Exactly, yeah. So we knew Talon to be that kind of. They played that kind of style, and that was working to their advantage during the Lima Major. But the Berlin Major, it's like all we see is like Underlord, Doom, if not Beastmaster. Do you think they can adjust better to this playstyle?
Some of the heroes are nerfed. Especially like the Doom. I feel like part of Doom being so strong is the goal he gets from the Devour. So his lane is too good, his mid game is too good, his late game is too good. He has no weakness. And it's very hard to deal with that. And I feel like from Peru to Berlin, a lot of teams changed their playstyle, and I felt like the game also became faster, so it's harder to be greedy. You try to hit this triple BKB timing when, like what Adam said, 11, 12 minutes, the other offlaner already has Crimson. He's hitting your towers, you're losing all your towers, and on top of it, because of the way the patch changed, you have to contest the Wisdom Runes, you have to contest the Tormentor, so if you give up that early part of the game, you're losing out on all those things. So it makes it very difficult to be so greedy.
That is true. Well, Winter, you remind me a lot of Doom after what you just said. You know why? Because you have no weaknesses. Such a great guy. But
I'll buy you dinner.
Oh, thank you, Winter. I was waiting for that.
I gotta start picking up Winter too.
But with this matchup, we saw Talon SMG. They were both the, I would say, titans of last season's DPC. They were both at the top of the leaderboard. But the last game we saw of these two teams, Talon did kind of demolish SMG. Do you think the same thing's gonna happen today, or do you think after the major, they've got a lot of things to fix, and with this new lineup, SMG, is fighting back today?
It's gonna be worse for me. I think they're gonna get trashed worse this time.
No.
I mean,
Yeah,
sure, I'm just guessing because just based on what I've been seeing in the pubs and what I feel about the roster changes. Because sometimes you can kind of like feel it, like you know each and every player because we've been watching them, and you kind of know like their personalities and how they are in the game, and you try to put those pieces together. And sometimes you have a gut feeling, okay, this is probably not gonna work well. Obviously not 100%, but it doesn't give you a very good feel about it,
So is our fullback 2-4?
I guess so, yeah.
Zhao,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if that's the reason for a change as well. Just wanted to play 4.
I'm really actually excited to see the mid lane matchup of Mikoto and mid 1 because, I mean, I just know Mikoto to be an absolute animal. Like, he is so strong in the mid lane. And mid one, this being his first time coming back again.
After what, 2 years?
Yeah, to the
3
mid
years?
lane. It's, I feel like the supports are gonna need to help him a lot, you know?
I don't know if helping is gonna be enough, you know. If he's already like half dead, you know, in the lane,
Yeah.
the supports rotating in to control the runes are just gonna be putting band-aids on him, you know.
I think on top of that, Talon, I mean, they have like two of the, I would say, highest tier Thai players in Jebs and Savage, and you know, they always play these, I would call in-housers, you know. We had Fumboy on our team last year, and they would always be in Discord, and they queue together.
Are those like
Master or
party-
Savage.
Oh.
No, they queue solo together, and they're all in Discord.
They would all,
on
yeah, in the
different teams.
Discord.
It's just, we call it the in-house, okay? So I'm sure they understand each other very well. And I think Masaros is really good at what he does, but the way he plays the game is he's very stay in lane, carry you kind of. He's not a buy blink and rotate around kind of guy, you know?
Right.
And I think Talon might look to punish that quite heavily.
Well, we got our draft ready for our first game of the day. Super exciting. Medusa ban, Alchemist ban.
Doom.
Doom.
But it's not
bleh.
mid one playing it, it's Masaros gonna be playing it. Like Doom was one of like mid one's best offlane heroes last patch.
This is a mid Doom.
Okay, sure, you know, if you wanna do mid Doom.
What do you think about our bans?
Pretty standard, right? Just
Yeah, Take's Koto, they are like two of the, I would say, like the best supports right now. Like Take's obviously for position 4 because of the stun. Like his laning phase is so ridiculously strong. And Koto's like, I fucking hate that hero because when I'm pos 5, right, and he's pos 4, and I try to go and steal the wisdom room, I fail every time because he has blinding light. I can never ever take the wisdom room, and he bullies me in the lane.
just stun him, Lou.
I'm CM, GG.
We have Gas Station Pugna. We've been seeing a lot of that at the major.
Yeah, Ollie played it quite a bit, I think.
Storm. So you pair this with what? Storm
Lash.
Most? Lash. And Underlord is also one of the, I would say, like he didn't get any nerfs, right? The patch yesterday. Did he get nerfed yesterday?
It's a question for Google, but I believe the hero did get nerfed. What got nerfed, I don't know. And on top of that, team items.
Oh
got
yeah, I
more
remember the
expensive as well.
ulti, the mana cost on the ulti went to 200.
Yeah, all team items got a bit more expensive too. Health regen items got nerfed a bit. Ring of Health by all the regen.
Yeah, I
went
mean
down.
the hero is still really good for, I mean, for the game, you know.
It's mobility, right? Like the map.
The map, yeah.
Wow. That's a
Alright,
very-
I mean, isn't Underlord like a terrible counter?
So it's Pogna, right?
Yeah. And usually I feel like in the previous patch, a lot of teams are using TB because you can abuse the Sunder. It goes through the
Yeah,
BKB.
but you can't now.
BKB, yeah, but it doesn't go through now. So I wonder what's the value of picking. Like you have Doom and TB, you know, so inherently you already have a very greedy lineup. Everybody needs a lot of money in the game.
Underlord got talent nerfs and Fiend's Gate mana cost increase.
So what was the talent
Nothing
nerf?
too big.
Small one,
Firestorm
right?
radius decreased and Firestorm cooldown reduction decreased.
I mean, it's something, but his early game is still the same, pretty much. I feel like for this hero, the early game is what makes the hero, you know. If you cannot get a good early game, then you cannot transition into the mid game becoming this tank. You run in, you take all the towers. If you lose your lane and you cannot recover, then you're not the same hero anymore. So as long as he still has the same early game, I feel like the hero is pretty much going to be the same.
With this TB pick coming out, he has a pretty free lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, the aura is so good against TV because when you meta, it's base damage, you know, so it hinders his damage a lot. So, I mean, they probably have an idea or they just rate Terrorblade really high right now, you know.
I wonder how the Doom interaction is going to be in this game, because the Purge Crave has super high value, right? Against Decrep and obviously the Crimson.
Normally,
that could come out.
people would have the Tornado, right? Because you have aura, the armor aura.
Yeah, you want Tornado or Centaur most of the time, but I feel like Purge Crave against Pugna is just way too good.
I mean, would you say that you just keep that the whole game against the partner?
Depends on the rest of your picks, I guess, but it kind of gives TB an answer to the Decryptify, which is pretty nice.
Because you don't really want to buy Nullifier on TV.
Yeah, it's too hard to use.
So I presume they're gonna need like some kind of hero that can cut through the back line, like some Void Spirit hero that can kill like the partner right away.
Or SMG.
Yeah, they're gonna need like some hero that can just go to the back line and target the partner right away, like Pango, Void Spirit. Like, what do you think of like the Void Spirit? Like, he got nerfed a little bit. Like
I think it's still super strong.
but they buffed his stat to damage. Like,
I think it's still super strong.
so he gets a lot more damage now from because he's a universal hero, so he gets more damage right now. But they nerf his spells. But overall, he still has more damage than before. And like the part of all these universal heroes being so good because you can build strength items.
Yeah, you just
So you're so
brace.
tanky and you do a lot of damage, especially Void Spirit. Because before he was intelligence hero, right? You have to buy intelligence items to get damage, so you're not tanky. So the hero doesn't feel the same. Right now you can buy, you see all these like Void Spirits, they buy Echo Saber, Bracer, Power Trade. So they have a lot of HP and they deal a lot of damage at the same time because he's a freaking universal hero.
They have a shield on top of that too.
Yeah, like I feel like he's probably the best hero to burst all those like fragile supports in the backline right now. Every time I see him, I feel like I'm playing some freaking CM. Oh no, I need to buy Pavis. Oh no, I need the extra HP or armor item, otherwise I wouldn't survive.
I always forget Pavis exists.
Oh, it's so good.
Is
The
it?
item early game is
Yeah,
so good.
I've seen it
I
in
think
game.
everyone rushes it on like post 5.
Early game, because the
From
stats
post
is so good. It gives you armor, a little bit of armor, mana regen, and
Uh-huh.
HP. It's perfect for supports. It just falls off really quickly later. It's useless later, but in the early game, it's very, very good. And right now, they change it so that it blocks physical spells as well. So before it didn't block the physical damage from a spell. It only blocks right click.
Even Enchantress.
Alright, so Q Pugna. Oh, actually, it might be Q Ench against the TB.
I mean, what if? Okay, yeah, actually.
I think the Ench against TB is pretty nice because obviously Impetus goes through armor and later on you steal his illusions, right? So you deal with his wave clear in a way. It also helps you contest pools completely. So this TB has to fight the lane right now.
Yeah, the lane for the Underlord. Like, I feel like every time you pick this hero, you need to make sure this hero wins his lane or at least gets a decent start, So Enchantress is definitely going to secure that. Because with Pugna, you don't really want to be with Pugna as Underlord. The lane's horrible.
What can do that though? I'm dying.
And if you want to like punish the Underlord early, I mean, you have Terror Blades,
Yes,
I would
Ench
say.
Pugna is really good against you,
Right, so they go for the Pango. It's like one of the heroes that I mentioned that can be really good against the Pugna. He got some nerfs, Swashbuckle range, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it scales now.
So
But I think as a mid, you don't really.
yeah, I
care.
mean, I guess it doesn't change it just makes it so that your laning phase is weaker.
I think for mid lane, it doesn't matter. For off lane, it's kind of like less of an
Yeah.
escape tool, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, even before this, Pango was mainly mid,
I don't
rarely
like
get
this
this.
Pango pick though. I feel like it opens up the Zeus or Ember for Talon, which is exactly what they want. Even Lash looks really good for them right now with the Pugna Underlord.
You would prefer if they wanted to pick a mid hero to pick it last, right? Not at this corner. So you have less heroes to counter him.
I think if they wanted a mid hero, it should be something a bit more neutral. I feel like Ember looks really, really good right now. Lash looks really good right now.
So Banner is what? Banner's pos 5, right?
I would think so.
So they want the Banner against
Someone
the
to
Enchantress.
hold the game.
Yeah, someone to defend the towers and, buy time for the TB. But the lane, I feel like against Enchantress, can you survive? So you have to save your gil to gil the creep and the hero. Otherwise, you're gonna, like, if you use your gil,
Ench is really good against
Ench
them
will just
online.
kill you in the lane. I feel like, I don't know if the Banner's pos 5, but I feel like if Banner's pos 5, he's gonna have a hard time against the Ench.
They might be expecting a 4 Pugna instead. I'm not really sure for a reason behind this Venal pick other than just
Yeah.
being a tower defender, but
Tower
Talon has
defender.
so much sustain. Like this Underlord's a natural Grief Spire, Ench has heal, Pugna has life drain, there's so much, IDC Venal.
IDC Venom.
I feel like the main thing is, like you said, hold the game, They need somebody, because they have a very greedy draft, right? TB Doom, so you need somebody to hold the game for you, and Venom's gonna fulfill that role, and I feel like the Venom has to do so many things this game. He has to give the Terrorblade, if it's a pos 5, he needs to give the Terrorblade a decent lane, and then he has to be busy defending all the towers later.
Here's the Pango counter. It's the Bloodseeker.
Talon's draft looks so strong right now. They have a really strong safe lane, a really strong off lane.
Yeah, early
They have
mid
heroes
game.
that run around really fast. Like if you're losing against this Bloodseeker Underlord, wherever you fight, they'll be there.
And the lane is gonna be very difficult too. Like if you're getting constantly chipped and poked on the side lanes, and the Bloodseeker gets a lot of move speed, he's gonna run down and win his lane too. So it feels like the two side lanes are gonna be very favorable for Talon. And the mid lane will have to just see, what heroes are they gonna select last. And probably I feel like in the end, Talon's also, because they have the overall last pick, so they're gonna probably also have a very good matchup in that lane.
SMG has close to no stuns as well, so really free game.
I mean,
Like to
could the
see a
Pango be a
Zeus ban.
support? Or
I mean, they should flex stuff, but I don't know like how they fix their game right now.
I mean, they need a initiating hero, like some puck kind of hero or something, you know, like Void Spirit or whatever, you know. Or they just put the Pang. If they decide to put the Pango mid, they need like a pause 4 that can kind of be more aggressive and start fights.
Dark Seer ban. Expecting the Mikoto Underlord. I can kind of see why it's good against TB, good against Veno, but I feel like Underlord serves the same purpose already.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a Zeus ban, Invoker ban, these heroes that pair with Bloodseeker.
Oh yeah,
are so strong.
Invoker got a really huge buff
Yeah, he's
yesterday.
really strong right now.
So the level 1 tornado range is double, more or less.
Oh wow.
You don't really use it much in the...
Yeah, but it means that it's good to have, like, if you're going Exalt Invoker, it's good to have an early point in Wax so that you have that tornado.
We're definitely
yeah.
picking Zeus, right?
Just for SMG
Or a Talon.
or for Talon.
Yeah,
probably.
They have no catch on...
It's against Terrorblade, like Tinker,
They have
Zeus.
Bloodseeker too. Typical Mikoto hero.
Like for SMG, they need to find like something to round up the draft. Either they decide the Pango, is he going to put the Pango mid or...
What do they lack though, do you think?
Okay, Pango's mid, so they have... so they don't really have much stuns. They have like small, like, okay, Infernal Blade and the Roll and the Doom, but they have a lot of damage with their heroes. So Skyraf plus Doom against Pugna and Bloodseeker. I feel like I kind of like that lane. Sky is going to pressure the Bloodseeker a lot and the Pugna. But the Pugna, you can scale the ward early and just try to neutralize the harass from the
It's
Sky.
good against Sky. And Bloodseeker, he heals up, right? Like you either kill the hero or you... Like he,
I mean, they
his
do
hero
have,
doesn't care about
I feel like they
heroes.
do have damage when they get levels with the Doom to kill the Bloodseeker from full to 0. But for Talon, so what is Talon going to do with the Pango going mid? They also kind of need like a initiating hero. They don't really have a solid initiator right now. And I don't see the Underlord going Rod of Atos. It's probably just going to go buy all the team items. So what is available?
That's on.
There's still
What we
Puck,
doing?
there's still Puck and Void,
Void
right?
Spirit, yeah.
Void.
Yeah, Void is very good against the
supports.
Veno and Sky. Oh my god, Veno, Skyraf against Void. You just die because it's too quick, you know. Like when he gets the echo and the power traits, he jumps over to you. He lands the remnant. He right clicks you twice with the because he gets 2 right clicks with the echo, and then because he goes power trait, so he gets another 3rd right click, and then he uses ultis again. You're dead.
That's a lot of stats.
You just die, you know. There's nothing you can do as a support. You need to have a lot of items, like you need Paris, you need a lot of HP. And Skyraf is like, you have no HP and no armor, so you're really bad against Void Spirit.
So what are you guys' thoughts on the draft as a whole? For me, SMG's draft looks a little greedy.
As usual.
I think greedy is the right word. I think there is a timing for them if they can get to the mid late game without losing.
Yeah, and their heroes have a lot of damage in the team fights later on, you know, so it's pretty scary, even though you have all this like Pugna, Sustain, and Underlord team items. Eventually, you're not going to be able to out-heal the damage from SMG if it gets to a very late game.
Talon, on the other hand, I feel like their draft is super snowbally, and they should win their lanes, right, by draft. Like all 3 lanes, I expect them to win and just snowball, but it's going to come down to where they can end the game or where they can stop SMG from getting as much as they can.
One team wants to play really quickly, one team wants to play the total game.
Yeah, Talon's draft looks very reminiscent of the Berlin Major. Pretty normal, standard draft.
Yeah. I feel like it's easier to play Talon's draft. Not to say that if you're playing SMG draft, you're doomed, but you have to play. You have to be able to hold the early game. You have to play really well and allow the game to last like more than 30 minutes, and then your heroes will come online. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if SMG's draft does like have success in the early game, it doesn't definitely look like it could be really scary. Like that's for sure.
Veno ulti, Pango roll, Doom.
I feel like
game.
1 4 stuff is all you need on Talon.
1 4 stuff.
They have 1 stun, which is Pango roll, which is countered by Rupture. It just
That's
looks kind of hard.
I mean, it's obviously much easier to execute Talon's lineup, you know.
So what are your, I mean, besides the draft alone, you said that you think SMG's going to get stomped because
I think they're going to lose their lanes, you know. Mainly the mid lane. They're going to get trashed really bad in the mid lane. And looking at the side lanes, I feel like the Enchantress Underlord is also going to win their lane. Maybe they can do well in the one lane, you know, the Doom Skyraf lane. But apart from that, I feel like they're just going to lose because they are losing the lanes too hard.
Well, let's see how this game goes. I've got Cap and SVG ready to send you off this first game of our summer tour.
Sophie, that's right. So in our opening match of Southeast Asia, we've got a pretty interesting match on our hands, Avery. We've got two teams that were probably expected to be, near the top for this season, but we did have a bit of a switcheroo, so I want to tackle that first. How are you feeling about the new SMG?
I'll answer that after we watch them play, I think. I don't know.
All right.
This team is so hit or miss, man. Like, they were hit or miss before they changed players. Now I feel like they're going to be more hit or miss. Is that fair? I feel like it's pretty fair to say. I don't know. Mid one's going back to mid to be the mid one. I guess that's
I feel like he looked pretty good as an offlaner.
I mean, he did and he didn't, right? I don't know. Like, he looked okay in the laning phase and stuff, but a lot of his itemization was really weird to me. I feel like a lot of their overall game plan didn't come together a lot of times, which he's still captain and drafter for this team, so I'm going to hold that responsibility to him to a large degree, right? And I feel like this is another SMG lineup where, like, there's a lot of cool heroes that are doing a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of early kill threat on the lanes with blood grenades and the slows, but it's kind of just a first phase Terrorblade. And first phase Terrorblade's a very double-edged sword. Like, it either works out really well or you just get destroyed. So I'm hoping they don't just get destroyed here.
Looking at the lineup, so they're already matched up against Underlord when they picked it, which, can be very effective against Terrorblade. It's very dependent on the laning phase, right? I mean, if Underlord gets Crimson Guard and gets to max out Attribute Aura, I feel like Terrorblade stops doing anything and fights for a long time.
Yeah, that's
cute. That's going to be your first blood very easily. Oh, never mind. Jabs gets the deny. Well played, well played, well played.
It's just so easy, huh? Already cursing the damn team. Yo, relax, Cap. We're in minute 1 of C Season 3. You don't have to do it.
I mean, to be fair, Q just sort of like strolled up to lane, and I'm not sure what he expected was going to happen in a Terrorblade Venomancer lane, but hey, Jabs bailed him out.
I mean, he also went impetus first, so if you're going to do this, you better win the trades. You don't want to lose the trades, but the fact he gets denied is pretty big, because now you're 2 Gales down on John Well, you have to play for the pull, and you wasted this entire meta. You got nothing out of it. Pretty big loss for SMG. Very sad.
John Well does actually get, and the first blood instead goes to SMG. Okay. All right. Afu picks up that one. So already the new duo of Afu and Masaros are going to be having a pretty damn good start, being able to bring down the Bloodseeker.
That's another position swap for this team too, right? Afu back to 4, which...
Yeah, where Paulson and him were kind of swamped for the major and stuff.
Which I didn't like. I don't think that was working out for them. I also think Afu was a better 4 than he was 5 for a lot of his career. I think that's where he shined the most, was on like what was that, the old LFY, whatever that was initially.
Yeah, with the one that got 3rd place, I think, at TI 7.
He was a beast of a 4 at that event. I mean, Dota was a very different game, and he did not find too much success after that. But I think it's still like his home role. If he can get it working again, could prove to be pretty nice for his team. And I feel like this is a game where it's a lot about how much these SMG supports get done early. You're looking at Skyrath Veno, arguably the 2 strongest level 1 slows in Dota. You have blood grenades on top of that.
Barely clipped him, but that is enough. Barely is good enough, and the blood grenades just raining in on this lane. I haven't seen that one. The blood grenade setting up the blood right, blood on blood.
The Flayed Twins, as you know, Cap, very pleased.
No, of course. Were you on your? You got on your lore kick at Dream League. So
wait, what are you talking? That's not a kick. Okay.
The C fans have yet to be subjected to your loregasms.
I think they've been subjected enough. I'm not going to talk about lore this entire season. How about that?
Okay, all right. I don't believe that for a second, because we could be having some very long games here, Avery. I mean, last season, Southeast Asia had by far the longest average match durations, and now the map just got 20% bigger. So I feel like we could be in for long games here in this season.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like C always defies the logic of Dota. So you would think the matches get longer, but I feel like this is going to be the stompiest season of all. It's just going to be 20-minute stomp fest, early high grounds with Pugna Nether Blast destroying towers.
All right, now John Well is He's going to be getting stomped by Q.
Yeah, this lane is a disaster for SMG based on just what happened to level 1. Because now you're going to have to deal with level 3 Enchantress timing. And this is not a lane that can deal with it. Like, Chidori is going to get forced out of XP here for sure. This is painful.
I feel like you're already regretting this Terrorblade pickup. You picked it into Underlord, then you got counterpicked with the Enchantress pickup. Chidori might just die here as Q only needs another impetus, and he just needs a vision for it, and he gets it.
It's brutal. There's just no way to combat this. If you don't have meta, if you're not fighting this level 3 Ench timing, and now you're kind of losing side lanes with Skyrath Venno, who are not going to be the best supports to get your cores back in the game if you fall behind on that.
Well, they do manage to get one kill, but unfortunately the trade is looking like it's going to go to 23's way unless, okay, enough heals coming out, and they actually... Ward was a little dangerous. God damn.
Careful.
Got to be careful with that mana burn.
They're so low. Well, it's better to die than give them this much move speed.
Yeah, seriously, this is a thirsted out Bloodseeker right now.
Still, Talon, they're coming out a little ahead on these lanes. I mean, you're getting some trades, but like the panel was mentioning, there's a lot of early sustain for this Talon lineup too. Just tanky heroes, Ench and Pugna, 2 sustain supports going into the mid game, plus Bloodseeker sustaining off all these trades happening. I mean, that's the biggest benefit for Talon. Like 23 is living the life down here. He's 600 MS because everybody's dying all over the map. And mid one is getting pummeled mid as well.
And Afu keeps on trying to harass him with the concussive shots, but you're not going to be able to keep him low enough unless Doom can actually sit in lane, which he's not right now. So Bloodseeker's getting every single last hit.
It's kind of the momentum factor of Skyrath. Like, you're either forcing the core off the lane or you're sitting there feeling pretty bad. He feels pretty bad right now.
Well, is mid lane going any better? It's going okay, but definitely being won by Makoto. So mid one's return to the mid lane is not having the hottest start.
I feel like it's pretty good, all things considered. I mean,
what for the matchup?
Played mid. He's gonna get the kill. Oh, we got 6 off that. I'm just saying we haven't seen mid one play this in a long time, you know.
Roll back in. They do manage to hit him with the silence here. That's going to be a lot of damage, and it's enough. Mid one does end up getting the kill, thanks in very large part to Afu's showing up, and now he's going to be able to get a second kill here. Q is either going to tick out. Yep, John Well gets him with the ward.
And haste room bottom. Mid one dominating mid lane. As you're talking about. I mean, the thing is, mid one hasn't played mid in it's been almost 2 years or something.
It has been a really long time, yeah.
That's a long time. You're going up arguably against the most successful SA mid right now, who steals his rune. Mid one.
That was hilarious. I love that. Oh, dominating the mid lane, huh?
All right, well, I mean, two-year hiatus. That's a long time for anybody. We can't underemphasize that enough. Yeah, shit happens. You know?
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying to think, like the last time he played mid lane, like what has changed? What heroes were introduced to Dota since he was last playing mid, you know? What items were brought in? What meta changes?
I mean, he was playing mid, but it wasn't that successful either. Mastro's just going down, giving extra XP to 23, who does not even need it. He's just going to fly out Javelin. He is very rich off all these early trades.
Oh, they got the double wisdom runes. Dude, you cannot give up double wisdom runes in this patch. Previous patch, I think it was like, it sucked, but it was like, okay, there's fine. But now with the 2 heroes getting experience from it, it is so bad.
Yeah, these Talon supports are wealthy in the experience department. All these already level 5.5. What? Yeah, that's ridiculous, dude. He's just coming up here with level 3 blast. Chidori did not like that. Chidori's like, team, please, why is Pugna level 5? That's when you alt ping his level. Alt ping his level 6 times and say, well, what on the team comms? How did this happen?
What happened here? Dude, I was playing a game today, and the second round of wisdom runes, I went from level 10 to level 12 because we got both wisdom runes. It was amazing.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't thought about how much you get if you get both stealing now, but that is ridiculous. It's like 4x, right?
Yeah.
Well, that is an unfortunate series of events for SMG, as this Terrorblade pick has been abused by this Underlord lane. A very favorable matchup for Underlord unless you get like the level 1 or 2 abuse with meta, which they did not due to that deny. The Veno pick backfiring against their own wishes here. That'll be 3 lanes, 1 for Talon. Now it's a question of what can Talon get done with this momentum before the SMG greed kicks in. Because you are going to get a Midas Doom, you are going to get Terrorblade shoving out some waves. Veno can farm jungle pretty fast and hold areas. You kind of have to like force the action into Pangolier. Sometimes it's a difficult hero to do that. So I don't think this is necessarily the worst position for SMG to be in. But you can't lose too many towers or too many fights right now.
Yeah, I think the levels on the Venomancer are the biggest concern to me, as Makoto is very easily able to shrug off that damage thanks to the heals coming in from Ollie, who is level 6 at 9 minutes in. So
he is a big boy, big skeleton. It's also going to pump up Makoto's gameplay. So Makoto can just play with a lot more resources now.
Yep.
These are strong early game supports for Talon in terms of the skirmish power. They get it going. I think Blaney phase favored SMG, but
yeah,
this period, pretty scary.
Also, Void Spirit, I mean, this is a hero that probably got the biggest buff out of the change that was made to Universal Heroes. I mean, this hero was one of the few Universal Heroes that was actually building some right-click damage and being successful last patch. Now with the C patch, giving you more damage for every stat that you're getting in these levels. I think it's going to become pretty significant. I think we're going to see a lot of these Echo Saber Desolator Void Spirits this patch, where we're already seeing a decent number last.
DD just even better on him. Like a lot of these runes are better, right? Because his right click stronger, but you can also just build power treads on this hero now into tank ability. So if you get like shield rune, it's better. If you get DD, it's better. I mean, technically illusion rune's better, regen's better. Like all these little things add up. If his laning is good, and he can control power runes, then he just snowballs even more off them. This is a really strong early DD hero. 107 base damage, level 8. That's pretty ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
Terrorblade has 94 for comparison. This is really high. He's gonna shred somebody.
Okay, they need this fight to be able to work out with the double damage. He just assassinated the Skywrath mage, who has no armor to speak of, and they're trying to go on an Underlord, which is already a tough task. Okay, Makoto's back into it, still with the DD, still trying to get some more kills. And hey,
look
going
who's
for the
here.
Savage, he sees a bunch of low health heroes, and he'll collect at least one scalp out of this. It's going to be John Well who falls.
I mean, these are the fights you can't afford to lose right now if you're SMG. That's your tier 1 and a lost engagement to a power rune Makoto. Instantly going to smoke off to try and get more map control. This Pugna can keep him full resources on the map as well. And Q's just taking your other tier 1. I mean, where's the outspam or control here for SMG? Maybe it comes online later with Pango and Terrorblade, but for now, it is completely absent. And I mean, you're thinking about 7-minute power rune getting stolen. What about this 14-minute one? If you lose all these tier 1s, it just opens it up.
You might be losing your ancient stack too, which was another source of experience that was given to supports, right? They changed the fact that if you're the stacker for these neutral camps, you get to be able to share in the experience. But you know, if that gets taken away.
And remember, Jabs can gate into like most of these plays. He has the mana.
Yeah.
More expensive now, but in theory, you have this really good Radiant Observer Ward on this ancient stack. Would not be surprised to see Talon try and take the fight there off of some gate connection. Just running this Ench creep in too. I mean, Q has gone 3-3-0 on Ench, so he's forsaken his tankiness and sustain, which I think is decent this game, but he's outputting a lot more damage. And I mean, this is Talon who want to be aggressive and abuse the lead, which I think is the correct read. Don't let this Doom Terrorblade get to mid-late game.
I deserve this.
In order to do that, they're just playing super far up on the map, but there is still areas to farm. There is just a huge map with tons of neutral camps, so even holding like 40% of the map still gives you a significant amount of farm. So we're seeing that kind of building up. Monstros is still trying to collect his Midas, coming out on the courier now, but that economy is going to start kicking in. Is he going to get his Midas before he dies to a smoke gank, though? Oh, no. His courier was coming through, but he's in trouble. And he's going to get bursted in too quickly, it looks like.
I mean, you just clean up the ancient stack here, too. Yeah, Jabs, where are you going, son? There's some ATM for you to withdraw from. Gets the mana as well. I mean, everything's
going to try and snag some of this. Ooh, a roll that could be good. Needs some help, though. Afu, he is level 6. He's going to drop the damage onto the Pugna. That's going to be good. they can finish off the Underlord, that'd be great, but 23 Savage. Oh, nice jump up at the high ground here from mid one. Makoto's going to be able to stop him, pull him back down, and finish him off. Makoto is going to take out, though. Looks like too many slows, too much damage. He really all in for the enemy mid laner. Not that bad of a fight for Chidori, especially. He was able to collect in some serious experience.
I thought that fight was going to be harder. I mean, you already had Crimson done for Jabs, but they just have enough spell damage. They bursted down Pugna right off the bat. Free Skywrath ult. I mean, you get Rupture on the Rolling Thunder, but you still get some decent value out of this Diffusal reveal for mid one here. Shield Rune denied on the back end. I mean, all things considered, that's a decent win for SMG. If you lose that fight, you're really in trouble because now at least you trade Wisdom Runes again.
Yeah.
That's some extra XP here. Your supports are catching up. And you did get that Midas. You know, you withdrew a little from the SMG ATM here, but you can refill the coffers. It's not too bad.
Still, though, Talon, they're not going to let up for a moment. Jeez. Look at them. 4-man smoke up already.
This is so many.
As soon as they revive, they're back into it, and they're going to go kill the Doom.
And why not? He's a pinata. Gotta pop him.
And the worst part is his Midas is going to be coming off cooldown during his death timer. Oof.
I mean, what can you do? What can you do? It's just Crimson timing for Talon. They're not afraid to take any fight here. Still a gate up as well. So Jab's got TP top. I mean, he can bring his team up here if he gets gone on. Potentially always an option. And you are wearing out this Diffusal Pango timing. Just when mid one wants to get something done.
Trying to go for the Underlord. It's a hard kill. You're going to need more damage. More damage that 23 is going to try and put a stop to with the Rupture. Mid one's going to go for the TP out with it on him, and he's going to live. No, it's not enough, and the heals come through on Ollie too. Oh, it goes from bad to worse. Not only do they fail to get the kill on Jabs, they lose their mid laner for it.
The big man's too big. That is a hard target to commit on with early Crimson Guard here. I mean, you have the spell damage, but he doesn't die to the spell damage.
Again, look at this. Q setting it up with the slow, and then they all portal in right on top of him. He came in, hit a Midas. Oh, that was not quite enough.
50 HP?
23, he's dead. And it looks like Ollie's going to be in some trouble too. Does manage to pop that a Shadow Amulet's going to turn around with the Decrepify, get some heals going. Okay. Chidori actually took a serious amount of damage. Bailed out by the Doom finally.
Oh man, that Phylactery Arcane Bolt almost just popped 23. God damn, you gotta be careful about some of this surprise burst here. There's a lot of magical burst. Dude, some of the
I thought he was gonna die for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how he got out of there, but god damn, Chidori. You gotta respect this Pugna in the fight.
Okay.
He's impetus too.
Might need to thunder somebody, jeez.
It's done some work. Also, why the hell is this? Why did the fight recap show a channeled ability for Enchantress? Is that the gate?
Oh, I guess so. I mean, it has to be, right?
Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
All right, that's pretty weird. Of course, I mean, I am getting old in my age, but I don't recall having a channeled ability.
Is there any neutral? What is it? Does the big ogre count as is the channel? We slam it down on the ground. Is that just a really long cast animation?
No, that definitely does not count. I didn't think it counted going through Fiend's Gate though. Maybe it does. Either way, Makoto will finish up Chrysalis and finish Orb of Destruction as well. So serious physical burst coming out. Look at that.
Well, gets caught trying to lay down some vision. I love the fact that Talon are just playing here because it denies the double ancients from
and Tormentor in 2 minutes.
Yeah, Tormentor in 2 minutes. We'll see if they stick around for it. Silence onto the Void Spirit. Makoto, he's going to get some help. Oh, nice little hurricane punch from Masaros, but he's going to be left behind. Gives up his life to save a support. Maybe a little bit too selfless.
Yeah, you better think about who takes these runes in the future, man. Might have a meeting with the chairman.
Okay, Hafu's watching for an opportunity here on Ollie. If some heroes could just go away and he could pop Ollie by himself.
Dire's middle tower.
If he like randomly gets blasted,
Goes for it. Oh no, it's not quite enough damage. He needs another round of the Arcane Bolt. It's not enough either. Oh, geez. They popped the ultim on him, but Ollie, he's already healed up. Oh, from the distance, Midwan assassinates him with the swashbuckle, and they actually use the Doom onto 23 Savage, who popped his BKB, but they could probably still catch up to him. Midwan's going to hop up the cliff, chase after him here, slow him down with the defusal. They need more damage, and Chidori, he's here to deliver it.
Overextension from Talon in this top lane, just not respecting the slows and the kite ability. Also, this Doom, if your Pugna goes down, you don't have sustain to deal with the Doom on your core. You're just gone after the fact, especially if the slows land. You can throw them through the BKB now. You just get purged out of it. Another decent recovery fight from SMG. This lead has not built for Talon at all in the last 10 minutes, despite being up 5k early. I mean, they're only up 2k now. Where'd it go?
Well, some of it went to a Midas Doom, who's about to hit level 12. I would say other bits are going to Terrorblade, who, you know, these illusion heroes are pretty good. Oh, look at it. He went through the portal, dropped an illusion to cut the wave. All right, that's cool. I like that. I'm not even paying attention to John Wells. John Wells is going to die randomly around the map, but I like that move from Chidori. That was nice.
Wait, can you still send the illusions through the portal?
I'm sure you can, but I think he was just trying to hit the timing of catching the creep wave.
Oh, that's fair. This is pretty cheeky. Really damn cheeky. There's still this tier 1 bottom. Pretty annoying, but I do like the conceptual idea. The more you can split this map, that's what the Terrorblade pick, at least early, is designed to do. It's like early pick Naga. You don't need good core matchups if you can just threaten the map, force Talon out of position, and then let your pickoff go to work, which Skywrath Pango do pretty good pickoff. There's not a lot that can survive that if you land the spells. And that is one of the things about this Talon lineup that suffers versus Terrorblade. Their ability to deal with illusions on the map is not necessarily that straightforward. Like, they have Enchantress, they have Pugna, but their lineup kind of wants to clump. They don't really want to split up and be killing illusions. They can do it efficiently, but like, they don't really have a threat, you know?
Yeah, they can easily kill the illusions or take them in Q's chance, but you're saying that like they actually don't want to be splitting them apart, running around trying to catch these illusions in the first place.
Yes, because then I think someone dies for them. Whereas the threat on the reverse is pretty much only Makoto, who's continued to pick these supports off. But it's
they
not
go
really
straight for the Tormentor after Roshan. All right.
It's just too fast.
And the Pugna has the
that's
the shard. Not great.
Not the one you wanted. I'll just go high.
Maybe you get some TB illusions with it.
Would we have ever seen a 20-minute SEA high ground last patch? I asked.
Yeah, there was a couple of stompy games in there. Besides, does it count as a high ground if you don't actually finish off the tier 3? Big burst damage. Midwan gonna be helped bailed out as they do have the Doom out onto the Void Spirit. Midwan, oh no, he hits the cliff.
Jump.
Needed a little bit more to practice on the Pango, it seems. I mean, the fight's still looking okay. Maybe 23 Savage. He's going for it. Chidori, he needs some help. He's silenced up. He needs to be able to get off center, but he can't do it. The burst comes through. Makoto delivers a big astral step hit, and 23 Savage is still going to work. He's willing to put his Aegis on the line here to be able to get more kills. Asaros, he purges off the pit, trying to get back to the base, but he won't make it. Denied by the Void Remnant. It pulls him back in.
I mean, Moss Rose is like 400 or 500 away from Crimson Guard for that fight. Imagine he has it there, right? If you can Crimson your Terrorblade, you definitely get a good Sunder off. The other problem is, Jory had nobody to Sunder because he's killing 23. So they're both just going down in HP. There's nobody else there. It's like, it's kind of
also imagine if Midwan actually gets off the the shield crash over the high ground. Makoto should die as a result, I think, if he gets up there in time.
Yeah, there's no way you can land Doom on the Void Spirit and let him walk it off and be happy in that fight.
Back inside the game, they're still pushing up for high ground.
She could have sundered Doom in that engagement, but yeah, that's a tier 3 down very early. That's your Scotty Terrorblade timing as well. I mean, Chidori had farm in this game. These fights have just not gone his way. still have Aegis here for 2.5. I mean, you can still force some action. Lincoln's from mid. He's just gonna go
finding a way to deal with that rupture. Jeez.
Yeah, he needed it too. Can't get up the cliff. It's not doing you much. It's good.
That's true. You protect your roll. What if you're rolling the wrong way?
Maybe you don't want to protect. They also just need this Crimson finished on Monstros. It's going to be late here. There are ways to purge it from Talon, but just need auras in this game. This game is coming down to the, can you survive the 5-on-5s until you hit the late game?
Yeah.
A bubble from the void.
Smoke to the corner of the map to try and find Chidori, who's playing around with these portals.
Oh, look at him. He's TPing over.
Oh, they saw
They're
you
going
went
to
through.
catch him. They had vision of the portal. They know exactly what Chidori's up to. He's going to get off a Sunder, but it's not good enough.
Now, which gate do you go through here? That's a big question.
Apparently, the Underlord's one.
I still liked how they used the Underlord gate model for the other gates.
Yeah.
Just never removed the number over it.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how long these twin gates are actually going to last? Well, what's the point of putting in much effort onto them if they're only going to last a patch or two?
Yeah, you never know. Maybe they'll add a counter to them. You know, maybe that was some initial idea. They're only open for a select window.
Okay. What if they only let a certain number of heroes through for every like minute or two?
What if they only let a certain number of hero wait through? Now there's a new meta.
Max capacity.
Yeah, it's like hero mass on it's like one of those truck scales. You know, like you can send Pugna through 10 times, but Underlord can only go once.
The whole team tries to go through, but Underlord goes first. Nobody else is able to follow him.
I'm just saying, now you got to draft heroes based on like overall mass, you know.
That big old dumb truck he's carrying around is too big.
Aegis will time out here. 23 gets his mana back. Does finish up Mjolnir in the meantime. A lot of damage coming out in these engagements. Just a question of who can get their ults off, probably, right? You get a good Rupture, might win you the fight. If you can get a good Sunder, it might also win you the fight. And if you can get Doom on Makoto through the Lincolns, that is a very big deal. But I feel like it's pretty hard for SMG to pop this Void Sphere Lincolns, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think you have to hit him with a pretty much an Ancient Seal. I don't know what else is going to do it. Because you don't have Blink Doom or anything. With no real other, I mean, I guess you could throw Noxious Plague. Spell's pretty slow though. Either way, you're gonna have to open it up here because I think you do want the Doom on the Void Spirit to win the fight. I don't think you can just run up and Doom 23 and be happy about it with Pugna sitting behind him. Meanwhile,
I didn't imagine that Q was Q is just straight up going to be sieging the base.
Okay, well, it's the future.
He's the designated sieger.
I mean, there's no easy way to go on him. He has 2,000 HP. All of the auras and sustain behind him as well. There's no way you're popping Q here. This is a very slow siege, though.
Yeah, worked great for getting the range creep. Or range barracks, rather. Not so much the melee.
And you're only up 6k. It's not like the net worth difference is super huge, and SMG may be recognizing they're just going to smoke out. BKB done for Chidori.
Trying to get on the high ground, but they don't have the vision. The Blood Right's going to be able to get full up on him. They get 2 heroes plus the nail at the Rupture onto the Doom. Doom struggling to be able to find a good target here. Not going to be able to do anything. Can't even get off his ultimate. Chidori, he can stand and fight, but he can't really kill anything. Oh, the Remnant actually grabbed him after his BKB fell away. That's an interesting interaction.
But they're just going to go back for their own Tormentor, which is still up because they were never there.
Yeah.
Plus a Wisdom Ring. Pretty efficient here. You can go back through maybe. Yeah, where the hell are you going, guys?
200 experience. All right, very good.
Very balanced. Very balanced. I kind of agree with not going higher on here. I don't think this racks matters too much. I think you just want to build more of a net worth lead. You maybe get like a game-ending fight, but next stage is something like that.
Sure. And now they have little friends. Very important.
Yeah, that is. They do not have the best support shards this game.
No, they don't.
I will say that this is some pretty low tier support shard action.
Yeah, but now they've got those out of the way. So the 31-minute dire side tormentor is going to come up, and then they're going to get a good shard out of it.
That's true. There's no choice. I mean, there's only 2 left. This Underlord one's okay. It ain't amazing. Neither is this voice through one, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
Why are they all so bad? What the hell?
Slipping through the side portal. He regains some control of it by being able to D-ward. Oh, he just plants ward on the other one. You can see what he considers important in this game.
What the hell just popped Makoto's Lincolns? What? Oh, yeah, Noxious Plague? Oh, I didn't even see that go off. I guess it doesn't even cast? Oh, yeah. Oh. That's good to know.
Wait, what?
That was pretty fast.
To riches.
Wait, does it proc the, like, instantly when you throw it out?
I think that's what happened. I don't know. I wasn't 100% looking at that, but if that's the case, that's pretty nice. I thought it would have to, like, fly. But
yeah, I mean, it's a projectile, or at least it seems like it.
Maybe it did. I just didn't see it, but they don't have it.
Trying to jump into Shidori, but it's at the BKB. The rest of the team is coming in from behind. The Rolling Thunder is well set up here. Oh, they are super clumped. Let's see if they can get anything out of this, though. Damage is still lacking, as
Where
seen.
is the damage?
The 2 supports are still alive because you can't hit either one of them, it seems. Q up for a bit, but finally laid to waste. Still, though.
Sunder, if you can find it.
The Doom is taken out soon. 23 Savage is ready to go back in and play. They use the Sunder. With the relocate in of the portal, Q's back into play, and they're just going to reset, try and get out if they can, but 23 Savage is hunting. He's got some low health heroes. They're going to turn back for 23, but he does have a Manta. Quickly gets rid of that slowdown. Oh, and a snag. Grabs John well. He pulls him back in. Now maybe enough for Makoto. Yes, gets him with the remnant. A second one lands, getting the kill. A 1-for-1 exchange so far with no metamorphosis. Surely SMG has to play base now. Oh no, mid-walk, not again. Another time. The hops just are not working for us.
The cliffs. Lincoln's does not protect you from the cliffs, my friend.
Where are you going?
His nemesis the whole game. It's gonna cost a big here.
It really is. Shidori's dead. He's got a buyback, but again, no meta, so what's the point?
I mean, the big damage goes to 23 Makoto, but I can't help but feeling like Q has just been a menace on the front line. Like, they had to commit so much to deal with him here, and he's just hitting him with these impetuses off cooldown. With a Gropo plus Hurricane Pike, the range is significant. It's been really obnoxious for these SMG cores. You still don't have a blink or any type of initiation for Masaros here. So you just can't really start the fight on your terms if you're SMG with a Doom. Very awkward engagements. And if you can't win a fight with Rolling Thunder going through that choke point, I don't know what's going to do it at this point.
The group up is just too strong. Jabs has got the trio off lane. The holy trinity of offlaners right now. Pipe, Crimson Guard, Guardian Greaves. So team fights are just way too hard to take. And they're going to go straight into the Roshan pit real quick.
Can Q get through? Oh, it can't hit him.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, see you later, nerd.
They're going through the pit too.
What?
Oh my God, Masaros! Is this a good idea? This is terrible. Masaros is already dead. He can't even get off Doom. It's 5 seconds. It's gonna go down, back through the gate, but it's already closed.
Take me back, brother.
No,
I do not like it here. This is not the beach resort that was promised. Well,
what a terrible idea.
I mean, I kind of get it. It's like if you give up that Roche, it's probably game, but that's a tough way to get tested, you know? You didn't even have meta.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
It was a bold play. I'll give it to SMG. You know, that's playing with confidence. You got to give it. You got to give him that at least. You know.
Was it confidence?
Just straight into
feel
the
like
shredder.
maybe it was panic.
I think it was a pretty cool, calm, collected play. You know.
Yeah. He said, gentlemen, I think we've evaluated the circumstances of this game, and I think our best option going forward is to go through this gate.
Breach the gates, brothers. It's General's orders.
Ooh, okay.
Is under attack.
Well, that's some big items for Talon. Butterfly and Aegis for 23. BKB and Cheese for Q. Time to end the game. You have another DD on Makoto as well. In case 220 base damage wasn't getting used well enough.
Dude, they cannot. So they can't kill the supports, right? The Crepify and touch.
God, that burst! That was a 2,000 HP hero.
Not anymore. 23's going to work. Does get bumped last second. Okay, an option here. Never mind. The Crepify plus, remember he has Aegis and Chidori. Well, he's got a second life too. That's going to be through Sunder. He stays alive, so SMG can still hold.
You're not killing anybody. Man, that double damage, John. Freaking hurts. Oh, he has a harpoon now. Pop the Lincolns. That's pretty nice. The siege continues.
Well, gotta wait for the creeps first.
I'm just gonna gate the base and come back. All right, follow him through this one, boys.
Go, go, go.
Go through the gate. It can't be worse than last time.
There is a Tormentor plus another Wisdom rune up. Okay, they got a little bit too close to the gate. I'm not sure if they expected heroes to come back or not, but seems Midwan was surprised by that one.
Man, these impetuses, what the hell?
Man, doing some serious work.
I mean, it's pretty nice with the Bloodseeker, actually, because you don't want to stand and fight the Bloodseeker Underlord, so you run away. But then when you run away, you're just taking more impetus damage. Like, Q has just had free reign this game. He's 9-4. Easy performance from him. Easy performance from Talon in general. I mean, Jabs has 0 deaths. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Hit him with the Harpoon Rupture combo. Very nice. GG is called. 36-minute game is Talon asserting their dominance here in the C region, even if they couldn't do it so much at ESL 1 Berlin. Had a pretty good performance at Lima. ESL 1 Berlin, they got out of groups and won the matchup against LGD before faltering to ENG, who I guess ultimately did place, what, 4th at that major? So, you know.
I mean, it's a new patch. I don't think the performance at Berlin was like that bad. It wasn't abysmal, you know. It wasn't what we expected from them, but it wasn't terrible either. I think they've had a pretty good year overall. Still looking pretty solid. And I mean, you know, shout out to Jabs. I think he finished that game, what, 0-0 and 26? License to assist right here for Jabs, quite literally with the 0-0-26. That's a pretty nice score line for him, because usually he's pretty hit or miss for his team, right? And people like to flame him. But I think when he's in this types of games, he can just supplement every team fight, has a free lane. SMG kind of counterpick themselves in that regard. Sunderlord is still very powerful, lets you get all these small objectives on the map. Very clean.
Yeah, he played a normal offlane hero and went normal items, and Talon looked great. All right, 1-0 to Talon. We'll see if they can keep this up, though, going into game 2.
Well, Winter, I mean, the game basically went as you said it would go. You pretty much predicted everything right off the bat.
I mean, they were like 5k ahead after 11 minutes, but after that, I felt like they didn't really build on the lead for Talon. It looked really good after the laying phase, but they were like kind of like running in very dangerous areas. They were trading kills. Like you saw the goal graph. Like right now, when you're behind and you trade kills, you actually get so much money out of it. Mm-hmm. That's why I felt like after they won their lanes, you know, they won all their lanes. They have to try to focus on playing more on the map and then choose their fights correctly when they get their like Crimson, the pipes, all those like team items. Mm-hmm. And instead of doing that, they was like just trying like to play really aggressive. Like I think this was one of the moves where they just ran into the triangle. They took a fight against Meta and then they traded. I think it was 2 for 2 or something. Mm-hmm. And they lost so much of their gold. It was like 5k at the start, and then they traded like 2 for 2, and then they lost money.
Yeah.
Because the Void Spirit died here. You see like 5k, and after this they went back and farmed, and then they lost even more money. So I feel like it's pretty dangerous to give away kills when you're ahead. I think when you get a lead from the lane, you have to play methodically. You have to go around the map, farming creeps, taking control of the maps, and wait for your item timings to go for it.
Yeah, there were times where it seemed like they were being a bit like overly aggressive, like what you said. Like sometimes they'd be behind the tier 2 towers, just trying to like dive them. But they were really strong. It's really hard to kill them because of this Pugna. It just keeps everyone alive all the time.
Yeah, I think we spoke about it in the draft. Basically, the TV pick into the Pugna, we saw Chidori had a nullifier queued up, but I think even though SMG managed to keep the game quite even, their supports weren't scaling as well, and this Doom, he was pretty much a non-factor the whole game. Most of the net worth went into the TB and the Pango, who eventually gets carried right by this Decryptify. Like Mikoto had so much damage, so much scaling. They have this Crimson Guard, the aura that you spoke about against the Terrorblade. It was just a lot of eggs in 1 or 2 baskets, and it slowly got easier and easier to deal with.
As long as they get the rupture on the roll, I feel like team fight is over. If the Pango's ruptured, that's it, like that's majority of your team fight gone down the drain. Like even if he gets the Doom on like the Bloodseeker, I feel like the fights are still pretty difficult because the Bloodseeker, as long as he's already done his spells, he doesn't care if you doom him. You kind of feel forced to doom the Pugna, which we saw like in 1 or 2 of the fights because the Pugna's like keeping the other guy alive. So if you don't doom the Pugna, you're not killing the other guy.
And so also very good use of the Rift here. This was a nice little do or die moment by the Roche pit a while ago. It's a very brave fight that SMG wanted to take.
Yeah, I think they just felt desperate. They weren't
no
scaling,
choice, right?
and the map was getting smaller and smaller. And Mikoto was reaching a point 23 as well, where this TB is starting to not be able to fight them anymore with this Pugna behind too.
I mean, you saw the power of the Void Spirit. Like against all this like Skyraf, Fennel, you don't really stand much of a chance in a team fight. He just needs to see you on the map, and then you're basically dead. With how much damage that he can deal. And he's also very, very tanky because of being a universal hero right now. You're building all the strength items on the hero. So just a very, very solid hero and a very, very good hero in the meta right now.
And that is why Mikoto is our match MVP. He went 12, 2, and 14. The supports were like paper to him, and he was the scissors.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the heroes where you look at his stat, right? He does a lot of damage, but I'm sure if you pull out another stat, how much damage he absorbs like during the game, he would have a very high number too. That's why the hero is so strong.
That is true. So what are SMG going to have to do to take game 2? They need to take 1 game to set it back to a possible winnable series.
Like they need to increase their ease of execution. I felt like there were so many fights where Masaros landed a Doom and Talon just kind of walked away. And
Those stuns, right?
Yeah, Pango roll was like the only stun, and there was rupture. Sure, Miron got a few nice stuns, but it was way too hard for the team to fight. When roll comes in, they back off. Then TV's there, BKB hitting. There's like no stuns to help him, nothing.
Well, we'll see how the next game goes right after a short break.
Riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, always gonna cry. The only thing that matters is you get what you decide. But I know for sure today will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and avenge yourself on a cold plate. You hit the road of this shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, then we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should I recall the sirens and how that things went down? Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get you that rebate and revenge is served on a cold plate, and you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound. And the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves.
Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are back for Game 2 of the Talon SMG series. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm back with Winter and Adam. What did you guys think of that first game we just watched?
I think we expected it to be a bit more one-sided, but I think you talked about the goal change per kills, and it looked like it impacted the game quite a bit, but I think Talon managed to win in the end just because of the overall distribution of net worth. It felt like Chidori had a lot of the net worth as well as Masros had mid-1, but it was just too hard for him to execute fights. Talon always had the advantage of just choosing to back off, choosing to go in, and eventually Mikoto got to this point where he just like, I mean, alright, some guys did, you know, and that was like really hard to play against.
And you have a lot of net worth on the TB, but the enemy has very good answers for TB with either the Underlord Aura and the Crimson and the Pugna, you know, all these things. I thought it was quite surprising, you know, they opened their draft, it was overall first pick Doom. They picked Pugna Underlord, and then you still pick like Terrorblade. I can get it maybe in the previous patch where the Terrorblade, you can get your Sunder through BKB, so you have a lot of value on the hero. But right now, I'm not entirely sure that if that's still the case with the change, so you cannot really Sunder a debuff immunity target anymore. So it doesn't work that way. And I feel like maybe you shouldn't put so much emphasis on picking the Terrorblade.
Yeah, and I feel like with this new patch, we have like so much of a bigger map. It's nice having one of those heroes with like really good global presence. Underlord can just take his team from everywhere he wants on the map, you know? And they can just go for a quick pit stop, back to the fountain, heal up, go back to, you know, taking tier 3s. So it's nice.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of impact from the Rift. What's it called? Rift. Because of the
Fiend's
advantage
Gate.
that is it called?
Oh, it's not called Fiend's Gate?
Yeah, Fiend's Gate.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
was
you.
the old one the
Not
Rift?
an Underlord player. Right. We saw a lot of impact from it just because of how ahead Talon was. Like they could take every fight they wanted, and then they had set up on Mikoto, and they had so much map control in the early game. I feel like Underlord as a hero, if you pick it that early into a losing lane, I think it's totally different. Like you're the one running. It's the same concept as Disruptor, right? You're strong when you can run at people.
So what do you think? Do you think that SMG are going to have to change up their draft? Like, do you feel like there was a big issue between their draft, and that's why, you know, part of the reason why they lost the game? Or do you think it was more of just the way that they were playing?
I mean, the draft definitely can be improved somewhere with the openings, like the opening 2 heroes and then setting their priorities. But apart from that, I feel like in the game, I feel like a lot of the moves that they made were reasonable based on their given situation. You know, they lost the early game pretty badly, and then they were trying to get as much as they can back to try and delay and drag the game into late game into Venal. And it's more about also Talon, like overfeeding, being over-aggressive and then feeding away kills left and right, which allowed them to kind of get back in terms of like the goal deficit. But this game, I feel like what Adam said, they have to make the game easier for themselves. You know, you can't expect, okay, we're gonna draft heavy late game, less emphasis on laning phase, and then we're gonna rely on our opponents to make some mistakes here and there, and then we get the kills, you know, and then the goal will slowly sort itself back, you know. I feel like they need to try to pick more early game heroes.
Yeah, I just realized the old ult was Dark Rift, right?
Yes.
Then they changed it to Fiend's Gate.
Yes.
I do miss Dark Rift.
Sorry, I'm old too.
Yeah.
Oh, the Dark Wave into what? Was it like Envy's team? He killed the throne?
Yes, it was. We were watching
Little
live.
Taxi.
I was coaching it.
Yeah, we called Taxi.
The Uber.
The Uber.
Yeah, the Uber
So
Lord.
when we saw, because we were watching a stream, right, and then they showed the creep hitting the throne,
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure if they were going to make the call, but someone called it. And actually, Midon was playing Invoker. And if he was paying attention, he could have actually Sunstrike the creep and saved the game. And we were like, shit, God bless, he didn't do it. Because they TP onto a range creep, not melee creep.
Oh.
I mean, the new ulti, I feel like that's more like it's more team use.
It's more practical.
Yeah, more practical.
Yeah.
It's so much more broken though. Like you can bring people to you, you know. Like I'm getting
That's
ganked,
true,
out
yeah.
your safe lane and your carry comes, like what the hell?
Yeah, it's just very much more of a practical thing. You can go back and forth from, you know, the gates. But we do have our draft ready for game 2. Ooh, CMTB.
Okay.
I will take this over the Veno. I think the Veno did not exist in the game.
CM got like a pretty big nerf, I would say. Like 20 damage off the level 1 Nova for the lane. That's pretty. I mean, the hero is really, really strong in the lane. So she definitely deserves some nerfs. But 20 is quite a big nerf for the laning phase. And it means that the early game is going to be less impactful. Because I feel like every time when I'm playing CM, it's really important I get a good start. If you don't get a good start at CM, the hero falls off really, really hard later. So the whole purpose of the hero is to get a really good start in the lane, and then you run around, you keep ganking, and you feel really good in the game. And for Talon, they are responding with the same thing, partner plus Underlord. A lot of sustain in the team fights, and also, again, the two heroes that are really, really good against the Terrorblade. So I guess they just value Terrorblade really highly.
Talon's going with the, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It was broke though. I feel like
it's broken.
I feel like it's weird to say, but I think TV should not have gone Skadi last game. I think he went for this like anti-heal build, right? Because he's playing against heals, but I feel like at the end he needed damage to like fight through the Crimson Guard.
It's more about like the teammates. I feel like the heroes that they pick around the Terrorblade, they should solve some of those problems for him, you know. So they have to try to pick better components in the draft to facilitate the Terrorblade. So Talon bans out Bat Rider, Coddle, SMG bans out the Spirits, Storm, Void, I guess Ember next.
Bounty ban too.
Yeah, it's one of Masaro's favorite.
They kind of plays Underlord too, right? They played it at the major.
Yeah, he did definitely.
So it's a flex for them, quote unquote.
I mean, even if you put the hero mid, he still feels like an off laner. I mean, sometimes I see people go power trades, ATOS, BKB.
Yeah, you can definitely build differently according to the game.
But in most cases, you just want to go for the aura build, especially against Terrorblade.
So when SMG did this last game, they banned the Darkseer for the
Terrorblade.
Yeah, even though they had the Underlord. I wonder if they're thinking along the same lines right now. There was an Oracle ban from Talon too, which is still in the pool. SMG might choose
Oh
to go for
yeah,
that.
Oracle is actually nice.
Oh,
okay, that case.
never mind.
Okay, that case is good. It's not banned. It was banned in the first game, but it's not banned here. One of the, in my opinion, the best position for heroes right now. Does a lot of damage. I like the blast off doing stuns in the lane. You can set up for kills easily. You can gank the other lane with the portal. So it's nice, you know. It's a very nice hero for the patch, and you can set up mines to kill the Tormentor. There's a lot of things you can do in the game.
Would Timber be an option, or is it bad?
For Talon?
For SMGs, I just know Masteros's Timber was
Timber is actually a really good hero against Underlord. It can be a way. Because if you look at the first game's draft, they have Veno to defend and hold the game for the Terrorblade. The Timber is actually the same kind of hero as Veno. You hold the towers, you defend, you buy time for your cores to come online.
You like the new eggs on Timber?
Yeah, I was gonna say the new eggs is...
Okay, broken shit.
Yeah, I prefer the old eggs.
You prefer the old eggs?
What was the old eggs? A double chakra?
Double chakra.
I feel like you do so much more damage. Now you kind of run in and then you
You're
press the
unkillable, so people ignore you.
But people ignore you,
And you
so
explode.
it's weird. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it was cool seeing the double chakram.
It's just a lot of damage. Like with Kaya Sage double chakram, you scale so well compared to the current eggs. Angolier.
Yeah, and then against Techies in the lane, like one of the better carries is Monkey against Techies.
Mid one Earth Spirit.
Oh.
Mid one Earth Spirit. Mid Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit is good against Pugna. The silence, so you can stop all the battery shenanigans in the team fight.
It's so weird with their Techies CM though. Don't you think so? I feel like Earth Spirit, if I think of it as like a mid hero, I want like some kill squad, some setup for me, small spells.
Techies is kind of like a setup. You blast off, you initiate, and then you can set up for the roll, and he rolls in, does all his combo.
That's fair.
I mean, I can see it kind of still working.
What do you think about this Wind Ranger? Is this their TB counter, the 23 Savage Wind Ranger?
Oh, that'd be cool.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they run it. It'd be really weird if they ran it as a 4. Like, I don't see the purpose.
So
of
what's the
game.
build right now on the hero? So you go what? You still go
Maelstrom
first?
You go Atos usually.
Oh, you go Atos. Yeah,
you
I
go
remember.
Atos into Gleipnir and BKB. But I'm sure you can definitely just go BKB Maelstrom.
Against Terrorblade, right?
Yeah, against all their heroes actually. Like I would think BKB is really important in this game. So it's Maelstrom BKB.
But why is like a Wind Ranger carry suddenly so good?
I think the eggs made the hero much more popular. Now if you have eggs, you're like invisible while hitting people. I think it became a universal hero. All the universal heroes are just kind of nice.
Yeah, so she does more damage than before compared when she was an intelligence hero.
Yeah, it's easier to build items. Because before on Wind Ranger, when you felt bad buying in items, right, in general. But now you
can get buy the other stats.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Like all these universal heroes become so... you have so much damage right now, I feel. So for Talon, so if Wind Rangers carry, so they need to finish up with... So that they need a support, I guess?
I'm just guessing it's carry. It might be core. I mean, it might be support too.
Is it good as a possible?
I feel like it's meh. Like you don't really win the lane. You're like a good mid-game hero, you know, or you're good if you're Sep, I guess. This doesn't strike me as a Q hero or an Ollie hero.
Is there a Q hero available now for him still?
I kind of like Rubik.
There's no Rubik, it's banned.
Rubik's gone. Coddle's gone. Tiny's a dead
I like
hero.
Oracle too. I think against our Spirit, Oracle's so good.
Yeah.
You
can
purge everything. It's good against Techies, yeah.
Yeah, it's good against the Techies too. The Fates Edict.
You have really strong lanes too.
But the lineup feels a bit wonky, right? So
I think it feels wonky because Wind Ranger.
Because you have Wind Ranger
like,
carry, then you have Oracle plus partner support.
Yeah. They could also just pick illusion heroes, right? Like the Naga PL. They banned the Doom and the Darkseer, so that's the route they're probably gonna go. But they're probably also thinking about this Timbersaw that's still in the pool that Sophie mentioned.
Oh, there you go. It's PL. On Timber.
Well done,
Poggers.
guys.
No cares.
Wow, we're geniuses.
Wow.
So who's the support? So it's a Q or Wind Ranger support with. So what do you actually do in the early game? So you're kind of strong in the lane with the power shot, and you can set up kills.
Right, so the strat is that you buy Diffusal. So you, PL, and Pango have Diffusal, and the opponent just has no mana on 3 heroes.
I guess.
The CM counter.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad to be the CM this game.
I feel like it's sad to be anyone. It looks really
Are
weird.
you okay, Adam?
That's not what I meant. Come on. I'm a happy boy.
You are one of the happiest boys. So whose draft do you guys like better in this game?
I kind of like SMG's lineup more. I think it's much more straightforward. Maybe Adam doesn't like the Earth Spirit.
I dislike both their drafts, but I dislike Talon more.
Yeah.
The Earth Spirit's a question mark to me, I think. I'm fine with the other 4 heroes. I feel like it's very... It's their identity, you know, Masteros, Timber, Chidori, TV, but I don't know what Midwan's identity is right now. So
I mean,
I hope it works out.
Earth Spirit's kind of his kind of hero. Like
Might be a vessel hero, right, for the Pugna counter early. Just magic damage against Underlord. I can kind of see it. I just think it's a hard game.
I like their lineup more.
Yeah, same.
I think we're gonna
SMGs?
see. Yeah, gonna see game 3 for here.
I know when I saw the Wind Ranger come out, I was like, oh, you don't really see it that often. But after you were saying Oracle's like really good against ES.
Usually Talon does this game 1, but now they're changing it game
it's the
2. Like,
second
new
game.
hero.
That's right.
They're gonna try something out one of the games.
That's true. I mean, I guess now would be the time, right? Before all the DPC points are collected and before Bali Major. Why not have a little bit of fun? But I kind of do see SMG's draft looking much more like easy to pull off, I guess. And Masteros on that Timbersaw is really strong. But we've got our casters, SVG, I was gonna say SMG, SVG and Cap, ready to give you guys a game 2.
That's right. We've got SVG casting SMG in what could be a 0-2 for them, as it seems like our panel wasn't super thrilled with some drafts. I personally am not a big fan of Timbersaw right now, Avery. I don't know how you feel about this hero, but I'm still not convinced.
There's some convincing to be done. I mean, the Ags change really hurt him. I don't think there's any way around it. I have not seen this new Ags do nearly as much work as that old one did, especially since it's purgeable, which I don't know why this spell is purgeable, but it is purgeable.
They still haven't changed that for some reason.
So there's no easy purges for Talon in this game. He's got that going for him. And I guess the item can be good versus PL. Q runs for his life, quite literally. Those
Win
grenades.
run, hit him with another blood grenade. Not quite good enough. Okay, Chidori braved the tier 1 tower for that. That was not the right choice.
Not like this.
To battle.
SMG, what have you done? You've given first blood to Makoto. The one person
matchup's
hero
already gonna be
in this
hard.
game. Yeah, this is the last guy you want to give a start to. In general for Talon player-wise, but also in this game, Pango is like the real tempo setter here. I mean, PL's maybe not going to have a fun time in the early laning phase of the mid-game with all the AoE SMG has. But if Pango can just go around and kill everybody with a fast defusal, don't really have an answer to him. Like, what's your control versus Pangolier in the mid-game? Frostbite? Gotta good luck. Record scratch.
Maybe Midwan can set him in his place. All right. SMG do manage to deny one of the bounty runes, preventing them from giving up 3. So 1 to 2 in bounty runes and 0 to 1 in kills. Not a great start for SMG.
No, especially when you're playing maiden techies. I think you again want to make sure these heavy nuker supports in the side lanes have a good first 2 minutes. Like, it's pretty important to these killer supports, I think. I mean, it doesn't mean their game just disappears if you don't get it, but I think it's pretty nice to be able to build advantage off it. So when you run around and want to skirmish and fight, your 2 side laners are pretty happy with it. Especially if you want to combine through the Earth Spirit this game, which has to be the game plan at some point, right? Like, when you pick Earth Spirit, you want damage follow-up, because this hero gives you infinite lockdown, but he sometimes lacks damage if he's not just like solo killing cores and getting power rooms and stuff. So that's the techies, and Maiden can easily provide that, but you have to be able to combine with him and play off that advantage. So early game, I think, is pretty valuable for SMG if they can build some momentum. I think they have stronger supports in terms of early nukes. That's why you do not want first blood and runes. Just makes your life that much harder.
Well, I already see this offlane going pretty well for SMG, where they managed to get a hard cam pull off. They took away that sentry pretty quickly. Ollie's having a hard time with the techies. And Timbersaw, I mean, you said techies needs to be able to play with your spirit. I see Timbersaw in a matchup against Pugna Phantom Lancer. I feel like you get level 3 or 4 and you're just going to be kind of rolling through this lane. And you probably don't need the support to stay with.
Nope. I mean, you can if you want it. You can go for these kills, but I also think there's potentially some kill threat mid, like techies, TPs behind the tree mid, just leap on Makoto. I think that will exist 3 to 5 here, depending on how mid one plays the early exchanges with water runes and all that. That's also why it's unfortunate you gave Makoto first blood, because now he gets faster bottle and higher regen, and he's harder to gank mid, so that option isn't as good for you. I'm gonna try and lay down some damage into Chidori. What do you think about win range this patch? I have my opinion, but I want to hear yours and tell you why it's wrong.
Thank you. I've seen a couple of core win rangers, 1 or 2 supports. It seems pretty good. I mean, it's another one of those heroes that really got buffed up with the universal damage change. I don't know if her starting damage changed at all. I don't remember, but I have to imagine as levels go on, it's only beneficial to win ranger. So I think this hero could definitely, I think there's big opportunity for this hero, both as support and core.
Oh, that's actually my opinion. So great job.
Oh, well,
you get
that, then that means you're wrong, right? If I'm wrong, you're wrong.
No, I'm the analyst. I can never be incorrect.
Oh, okay.
It's in my contract.
You're
I
right.
like this hero right now. I think also the shackle shot like feels better. Just feels more reliable. Since the change.
What changed about shackle?
They improved the consistency as you hover over it, and it literally says improved projectile consistency.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to give you as an analyst an opportunity to sound smart and more than just agreeing with me. So
I think it basically it latches within the cone like more times than it used to. That's what it feels like to me. So like all those times where there's a tree right behind and just didn't latch, well now it actually latches. So I don't know if it's a buff as much as the spell works like it was always supposed to.
Okay,
but I guess that's a buff. Either way, that's pretty nice. I think the hero does a lot more damage, scales a lot better, the itemization's better. You can go this Ags. The Ags is nice because you scale and also you get all the stats from it because you're universal. So like there's a lot of small things I like about this hero. I think it is viable and support as well. And I'm excited to see Q not play Tiny for like 30 more games, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Hey, okay, so I got a weird little theory I want to ask you, see if you agree with this. So we had all of these stuns across the board get nerfed, and I feel like the stuns that's remain. A great theory. Thank you. The stuns that remain, like Shackle Shot, or maybe Earthshaker got some buffs, which he definitely needed, but is another good example of like multiple stun locks. Basically, now that stuns are kind of hard to come across, the stuns that actually do land for a long time are really valuable. By mid one, by 23.
Like get that connection with the leap. I mean, I kind of agree.
There he goes.
Oh yeah, that was gonna happen. I mean, he hasn't played mid in 2 years. That's a really long time, you know. We can't set expectations too high. I think this is
wait. How long can we keep this song and dance going about mid one not playing mid for 2 years?
I mean, it's first series back. Like, it's an unfavorable matchup. Makoto's been decent. He also had first blood, man. He had first blood. This one is actually reasonable. Like, what are you supposed to do in a melee matchup? First blood. Earth Spirit.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong to give him excuses. I'm just saying, how long until the season do those excuses run out?
Till they get eliminated from Bali.
Oh, okay. I'll see you in week 2.
What the? Oh, come on, man. Hey, don't be like that. Have some hopium. Makoto smoked bottom. Looking for that easy level 6 kill on Chidori. You might not even need it.
Yeah, this is a cute rotation. He got the kill, TP back to base, healed up, ran bottom, and gets the kill on Chidori. Very nice.
Just slaying across the map. Man, like these pre-rune kills, they mean so much in these games. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's just so rough right now for SMG on the map because how much Pangolier has gotten already. And now mid one is going to have to try and make up for it, but he's going to have to hit some big magnetizes, and I think Earth Spirit's impact is a little harder than Pango's right now.
Oh, they're TPing back into it. This is going to be scary. Let's see if they can land a good stun. They hit 2. That's very nice, but they're splitting the damage, trying to go for different heroes. It's not looking great. Makoto, he's finally going to be found. It looks like he'll be finished off with a nice roll in from mid one. Does manage to get a 23, though, and Ollie both showed up for this fight. He's getting all the reprocs. Mid one is doing so much damage with the magnetize. He's going to go after jabs, lands on him. God. He's going to finish him off. Now going on to Ollie as well. Does he have any more stones? He is out of stones. He needs one more hit. He needs a kick. He needs something to finish up. They do manage to get him in the end. Rolling away. Mid one. Okay, finally dies. Oh, the stun from Afu comes in, gives up the triple kill. Yes, but the win for Chidori as he cleans up 1 and 23 limping away will survive. Makoto's back into the play, but Asunder as Chidori got his level 6 off of that crazy team fight will stay alive with his ultimate.
Damn. I mean, that's 4v5 for SMG. Mostro's just chilling top.
Mostro's like, you guys are good, right?
Yeah, he got so much out of that. He's insanely farmed on Timber. He's like the real winner because he didn't have to go to that dog exchange for almost everybody except mid one, who had a hell of a magnetize. He did 3,000 damage.
Jeez.
What? It's very rare you get that much value out of this spell early. Like usually it gets dispelled or someone runs out of it or you like miss the reproc. I mean, he just got it all there. I mean, laning phase for what? SMG strike back. Arcane Rune on top of it. Only going to find a little mischief in mid. So Makoto still having some high impact here. He's going to be farmed, but man, did SMG get their cores back in this game?
Well, as a result, we got a pretty even game on our hands.
Are fortified.
Monsteros looks like he's going to be going that Arcane Boots Vanguard. I wonder if he's going to be rushing Octarine, which this build, that's what you've been doing for a lot of other heroes like Doom and Batrider, but I wonder if Timbersaw applies to that as well. Oh, nice grab. That was a good one. Q tried to juke him out, but not good enough.
Yeah, meanwhile, his tier 1 is just dying to creep, so this is mega value for him. You can just swoop back and get the last hit. He is rich. That is a big question. Like, what is optimal buildup for this hero now?
Yeah.
It's kind of in a strange place, right? I'm not even necessarily sure myself. Just, I do like that he stayed up here, though. I think him staying up here was very important for SMG's game. Because you want Timber's the real carry of this game in a sense. Like, you want him to be as big as possible and hit that, like, second or third M as fast and as strong as possible, so you just destroy any hope of 23 joining those engagements with the early defusal and making a comeback. And so, I feel like if Monsteros went bottom, there's a decent chance it might have killed his game a bit. I mean, I guess the gates help now. Like, you can make those moves, but...
Going for Makoto, the follow-up stun is there from Afu as well. Makoto dropping low, and the bomb is going to land to him. Mid one lands on him too with another good rolling boulder on in. And with Chidori here as well, Mid one actually with the Arcane Rune gets down to the low ground, away from jabs, and helps kill Ollie. Monsteros in the back cleaning up as well. Gets Q a second time in just a minute.
Damn. Yeah, you need a pause right now, Talon. You don't know what the hell is happening. Mid one's just rolling over you. Quite literally, he's going to find a haste rune top, Vessel finished. This is a very fast, like, 4-hero lineup from SMG minus the Terrorblade. And Chidori's joining the fight, so he's not even that slow. But just the early nuke damage coming out from the rest of SMG's lineup is ridiculous right now. You are not fighting that if you're Talon. Maybe Diffusal Pango is a different story, but this is formidable. And it's probably just going to be another tier 1 mid with the Vanguard on Monsteros pumping out the tower damage.
SMG showing that they still got some moves. Did they get 2-0'd by Talon last season? I know they lost the series because Talon went undefeated, but I just can't remember. I feel like it was a 2-0, and I feel like it was a pretty big stomp last time they met against each other. So if they can even just get one win against Talon, I feel like that's a pretty big improvement.
Was that a 2-0? Oh, 2-0. See if they got 2-1.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
at least gives you hope with a new roster, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's already doing potentially better. Not true, actually, but you never know.
Still a long ways to go, though. Still full series to be played out here.
Still missing
Dory surrounded by heroes. Clips him, couple of swashbuckle shots, but with Q unable to find the entrance still, though. Mid one, he gets in there, slows down
in there for sure.
He's gonna get one.
Good
job breaking up Talon. This mid Earth Spirits, he's gunning for it, man.
It's real spooky, honestly. I kind of like him this patch, like the off lane or mid. It's really scary if he snowballs. Because he just keeps rolling. You can't stop him rolling. He has more stones now, does a decent amount of damage. He just kills you, and he scales pretty damn well. Like, this hero in the late game is terrifying because he's so tanky. He just goes in, and you don't want to hit him. You kind of have to. He's chain stunning your carry. It's really obnoxious. So if you have a game like this hero looks really good. He just enables your supports a lot as well. I mean, SMG just running the map.
Oh, the frostbite lands just before he can get off the rolling boulder. A very successful smoke gank lands just who they wanted.
With the exact control they need, too, because you do not have a silence point yet for mid one's Earth Spirit. Very important you get Crystal Maiden in range for these kills. SMG continuing to feast here. At some point, Talon are going to have to take a fight, try and dissuade some of this aggression. And they also have to get to defusals. I mean, this Pangolier defusal has been delayed by a monstrous amount given the start yet.
They do have their other one, though. 23 Savage has picked up his defusal blade.
That is true, and Q is building one. So the triple defusal dream is real. It brings it
I've
to
seen
my eye.
A lot of defusal blade Wind Rangers on this patch, and I thought it was mostly against these Deuces and such, but maybe it still has some validity elsewhere.
How come when I was talking about it at the major, he made fun of me?
Well, did it happen at the major?
No, nobody built it at the major. But I think they should have been.
Well, it sounds like there's a good reason for that.
Oh, look at this lead.
Oh, Afu. They're only going to get the one stun, but they're going to try and blow up Jabs. Jabs is not that easy to kill. In fact, he barely dies at all. The final mine does manage to get him in the end. Good kick in, though. Helps finish off Q. He goes down. Swashbuckle will collect one, but Kodo, though, is going to be in some trouble here. The Timber Chain doesn't land. He gets up the high ground with the shield crash. Doesn't get hit by the boulder. Does get hit by the chain, though. Still, though, out of mana. Oh, he hit him again. Mid1 still gunning for it.
No
He's
stones.
Out of boulders. That is sad. He's going to have to try and get a roll away. Fortunately, the 10 Talon helps him a lot there.
Man, needs a quarry right now.
Masaros needs some help. He needs some mana.
He's out of mana.
He's getting diffusal bladed. He's going to have to blow through his soul ring just to get a Timber Chain out, and he's not going to make it far enough. Oh, that was a big kill. 1,000 gold given up for that one. 1,100 even.
And it goes to Q, which I think actually might be better than the core getting it there, because now he can just finish up his third diffusal blade, right?
Sure.
And now you're hitting like this crazy power spike with all these diffusals. The mana burn is significant, and it's SMG heroes that really do not like getting their mana burn. Like the Timber and the Earth Spirit, these are two strength melee heroes who have to go in, and they have to get a lot of spells off. It's not like one round of their spells really means a lot. It's the continuation. So they're gonna get their mana burn because they're not gonna burst you, and then they're gonna lose rounds of spells. That just sucks. So this is a pretty decent time for Talon to strike back in this game, try and get some damage done with the mana burn. Just take it to SMG if they can.
I feel like in general, mana management or resource management in general is really important with this bigger patch. I mean, we've seen so many Coddles, Crystal Maidens, Pugnas, who really help out in that factor of the game. I mean, going back to base is just, I feel like it's the worst right now.
It's terrible, yeah. I mean, it's the old Baboka suck strat, right?
Yeah. Speaking of the gas station, Ollie pushing in the tier 2 right now. SMG going to do the same on the other side of the map. SMG is probably going to be just a little bit faster at it, considering they have a Terrorblade.
That definitely helps.
They're actually going to defend. Mid1's going to go. Ooh, missing that roll in. Does actually land the shackle from Q. Attempts another roll. They're going to catch him with a frostbite. Okay, so the Wind Ranger's dead. What about more? Rolling after Jabs. Jabs. He's got his ults, man. I don't think he'll be given a chance to get away with it, though. Makoto's going to come through, though. Once again, they're gunning for Jabs, trying to finish him off. Masaros is here on the sign. Catches Ollie. Chakra and pullback. Doesn't quite land. But nice chain through. Does manage to land. Meanwhile, Jabs. Oh, frostbite will stop him there. Man, SMG. They are cleaning house in these engagements. Mid1 just gets in there, and Talon cannot seem to fight him.
No. They also used focus fire on the tower there, so that's a lot of their extra damage with this diffusal gone for that engagement. Just staying a little too long, honestly. I mean, you're making space for 23. Just gonna like kill some ancients and catch up, but it doesn't really feel that great because you're missing this diffusal window where it's like amazing right now. You know, you can take these fights with the mana burn. It's not necessarily gonna be true forever as heroes gets more stats, larger mana pools, all this nonsense. I'm also curious how much Mid1 itemizes for himself or for the team here, because he will go this Octarine, which I think is the best item on Core Earth Spirit. I think the cooldown reduction on his spells is just ridiculous, right? And you're also insanely tanky. But he could go back for like Crimson, which is also very good on this hero because you have 3.8 strength gain, which is a ridiculous amount.
That does sound pretty good, especially against any illusion hero.
Yeah, you're against Pango, PL, and Wind Ranger. Well, it is a pretty good Crimson game. And it helps your Terrorblade. You're still a Terrorblade lineup, so I feel like building some buffs for him is pretty nice. You have Timber to pick up some of the damage slack. I would kind of like Octarine and Crimson here.
So we saw the Earth Spirit before do this, no boots, but if you're going Octarine, wouldn't Arcane Boots still be pretty valued? Nice shackle. Uh-oh. Mid one, may have dove in a little bit too deep. He's going to be bailed out by Afu. It's a pretty damn big stun. It allows Mid one to roll away.
The sacrifice.
Big sacrifice.
Dire structures are
He actually maxed out Blast Off. That is, he has 2 levels of Taser and maxed out Blast Off. What?
Pretty interesting. Do lose a lot of damage, but I guess the team fight impact's higher.
Maybe?
That kind of makes sense in a way. I don't know. This hero's weird. I was kind of more surprised by Q's build. That's why mid one lives there. You have level 1 shackle, which is usually uncommon weird for support Wind Ranger. Usually I feel like you go with the 4-4-1. I mean, you can do this build. It's not bad. You have way more survivability in the fights. You're way more annoying, but he's also kind of playing versus a lineup that has a crap ton of spell damage. I don't know. I feel like going extra shackle would have been nice here, especially for considering he's like their only real stun. Like they don't have anything else.
For sure.
Everyone's just gonna force the issue again. And get a mana drained.
Trying to get him with that focus fire. There goes all of his mana. He's out. Chidori needs help, gets off the Sunder. Okay. Ollie still on top of him though, with Kodo rolling back and forth, keeping him chain stunned. They will manage to finish him off. Masaros. He's going to go for Ollie here. These drains, these sucks from the Pugna, man. They're doing so much work. He'll eventually die, yes.
Jeez.
But Talon, they're going to lose some serious heroes. Man, another roll in mid one. Just keeps it going. Where did he get his mana from?
He doesn't need much. He's just wanding up. I mean, I feel like that fight looked decent for Talon. They get Chidori and they drain all mid one's mana, but can't finish him off, and rolls pretty cheap spell. He's still rolling. You cannot stop him. And the PL impact is just not there. You can't enter these fights. Can't deal the damage. Timbersaw is way too big.
Yeah, he's got what? Kaya Sanj. And he's soon going to have a level 15, so you can get the 8% spell amp there as well.
Yep, he's got that Philly running. Up his GPM. I mean, he is having an absolute beast of a game here. 9-1-1.
I'm still not convinced, by the way, by this Diffusal Blade for the Wind Ranger.
Well,
kind of feel like it would just be better for him to have a Maelstrom at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he got rid of Earth Spirit's mana.
Then he got more mana, so.
I mean, you can't expect the man to do everything.
Kodo gonna be healed up. He's fine. But Talon really struggling to find any successful opening in a fight. You just keep on running into Midwan, and then Midwan makes it really scary to fight.
Yeah, I think the issue is they're very confident dealing with the Terrorblade in the fight. They're not so confident dealing with the other 2 cores right now. Yeah. And the thing is, the supports behind those 2 cores, who are 2 very tanky frontliners, it's giving Techies and Crystal Maiden kind of free reign in the engagement, unless Talon want to go very deep with their Pango roll. And those 2 supports can also help deal with the Phantom Lancer when he commits. So it's putting 23 in a very tough position. Like, you can't just run up and start hitting the cores because they'll get left on or CM ultied or something, and then if he doesn't join, do Talon have enough damage to kill SMG in a full-out team fight? Probably not, so you kind of have to just farm and scale here. Shard to Wind Ranger, that's a pretty good one. Better than the last game. But Aegis to Chidori, probably a little bit better here.
Yeah, just a tad bit. They can always go back and do their Tormentor, though I don't think they're itching to do that anytime soon. Chidori almost has a Scotty. I'm sure he'd like to finish that up first.
And Makoto went BKB. This is a really rare item on Pango, especially this early. Like, I don't think I've ever seen it this early. Just trying to deal with the nukes coming out from SMG, but it does hurt your scale.
Mid one again rolls away. The BKB activated, makes Afu pretty much a non-factor as he jumps in. Once again, going for the roll-in. Bouncing back and forth. Is going to be able to control up mid one. They finish him off finally. Finally, they get that kill. Mid one punished for diving in a bit too deep without his team.
Maybe an opening to try and take something else here too. I'm going to refill Makoto. But I think 23 is happy farming. So 23 thinks he's going to win this late. I mean, I guess that's like always the PL kind of game plan. Like take it late and believe the 5 or 6 slot of PL wins versus anything. Sometimes it's true. Depends a lot on your supporting cast and how the supports and utility interacts, but that's a big kill mid one there. How much did they get for that? 1,000 gold too? Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah. Looks like he's gonna go heart and then he's gonna go the Aghanim Scepter. The bouncing Spirit Lance. I mean, that one is pretty dangerous in these fights. It feels like the illusions just build up so quickly.
It could prove pretty annoying here. Like, it feels like mid one is their lockdown who has to go in. If you can kill him, that fight becomes very kiteable. That could be a concern for SMG. At the same time, if SMG are rich enough, and you just get like hexes up and that type of stuff, definitely helps you a lot as well. I don't know about this Ags for Monstros. This questioning, I feel like Hex is pretty valuable in this game. Where you want to be able to go in and burst these cores. This Axe does not help you burst people because you can't really control it. So I'll see if he commits for it, but I'm not sure I'm a fan of this.
I still strongly believe that you should have a button that allows you to activate it. So you can make the explosion go off and, you know, instead of just hoping, praying that the countdown happens at the right time, the right place.
It's a very awkward spell to use. Maybe the idea is they're just going to try and go high ground with like Terrorblade timings, but never know.
His mobility trying to catch up to Makoto, but he has a BKB, so they cannot overcommit onto this Pango. Now getting Ollie killed, that is very nice. That guy has been super annoying with his Pugna, mostly through the life drains.
Some decent openings SMG are called Aegis on Terrorblade with meta up. Like if you find a big core kill here. Ooh, that was pretty close. I mean, you're looking at early high ground force here with any type of opening. And the split push is not that great.
No, it's not.
It's one of the downsides of Phantom Lancer. He does not threaten base trade, so SMG are not worried about anything.
Oh God, he's so close to heart too. He just needs the recipe.
Look at all the couriers flying out for SMG. If only 23 had killed them. This Fags for the Timber, BKB for the Crystal Maiden. Big items coming in for this timing push.
Chaps really did not go Crimson Guard, huh?
No. Just pipe with plate mail.
What?
I mean, the pipe is definitely more effective than the Crimson in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
And Lotus and Dispels, maybe more. I don't know. Is Crimson that good this game? Because, mid one with the catch. This man's going fishing. He got himself a bass.
Yeah, got a big one. He does have an invis, or excuse me, that's mid one. All right, good kill. SMG back to the high ground, easy. You've got 50 seconds to work with. Or maybe not. All your lanes are getting pushed in.
All right, they really want to use this Aegis for that fight. It's out in 10 seconds. At least you're getting good pickoffs. That's like something going for you. You can snowball it into more.
Looking for another pickoff here. Makoto is being stalked by Midwan with the Invis rune. Trying to catch up, trying to run. The Sentry going to be spotted. Ollie goes Invis. What a shackle shot. Oh no, he landed onto a creep there. Rolling Thunder. Let's see if they can control him. Don't let him roll away. Gets in front of him. Does throw a Sunder out from Chidori. Oh my God, he's willing to do that for his mid. Monstros gets in there, has the Aghanim Scepter, and Talon are falling apart now. Makoto's going to be able to pick up a kill, but kind of needs to start getting out of here. Maybe he can finish off. He actually managed to finish off mid one. Still, though, Chidori and John Well, they're going to catch him. He's got a shield crash in a second. Not good enough.
Of course he's willing. You always sunder the chairman, Cap. Oh, he's Sunder, the chairman. This man knows what team he's playing on right now. He's not about to go down.
What happened to Moon? He says it's not gonna happen to me.
Would Moon have sundered you there, mid one? You remember that. You remember that the next time roster change happens. It's a big play. Like, he did not have Aegis to back that Sunder up. And he didn't have meta to take the fight, so maybe a smart idea there, but it pays off either way. You get another team fight, win another tower, 12k gold lead. Looking towards 30 minutes here where next Tormentors are going to spawn. And I mean, the real carry this game, it's not been the Terrorblade, right? It's been Timbersaw. Monsteros 13-1, level 20 now, with an Ags and Octarine finished. He is a big boy, dealing a lot of damage in these fights.
Eternal Shroud is a nice pickup too.
Yeah, he's so tanky.
He's got some mana problems for sure with all these diffusal blades, so.
That's definitely a nice idea. I mean, they buffed that item too.
Yeah.
Talon on the ropes. Hard finish for 23. You're gonna need some big shackles. That is like a deciding factor. If you get a 1 or 2 hero core shackle,
like what have they find Chidori all by himself?
What the hell are you doing here?
Farming alone, doesn't have a BKB.
What?
So when he's caught by himself, he's 100% dead.
He's under 2 dire wards with no radiant vision here, and his entire team's in upper jungle. I mean, that was, I guess, like a pretty fast smoke play from Talon, but he made that way too easy. You're a Terrorblade, you know? You should never be able to get smoked on in this type of map closeout position.
Sure.
Like, you should be a ghost. They should just see illusions and the remnants of dead camps. Not the kill you want to give away here. Some breath of life back into Talon's pocket.
We didn't really talk about it in that last fight, but John Well did have a really big BKB freezing field. He is quite farmed. Tranquil Boots, Drums, BKB, and he's now going to go for a Blink Dagger, because why not?
He's big, and he has very high impact in these fights. Makes 23 Savage's impact a lot lower with the Phantom Lancer. The attack speed slows are a nightmare for that hero if you can't just burst Crystal Maiden down. And the Frostbites with the Talon, with the extra range. Pretty obnoxious for Makoto post BKB. Annoying for the Wind Ranger post BKB. So he can cause a lot of damage here. Very decent scaling position for these SMG supports. Just because of how Talon's damage pans out. Being dependent on the Phantom Lancer in this late game. Posing some issues. Ags will be finished for Makoto. So the Pango starting to add a little extra pressure, but I just don't see where the big damage is going to come from to deal with the 2 big strength frontliners here from SMG. They just seem too tanky to me.
You know, awkward spot. One thing about these new Roshans, when you go to the pit and he hasn't spawned, hanging around there feels way more awkward because there's no camps to farm. Before, there was Ancient and Hard Camp to be able to farm. Monstero's going to go exploring in the jungle, runs into Talon. Sticks on top of Makoto, who pops the BKB before the Roland is successful from mid one. Now the Rolling Thunder is going to go off, and he starts bouncing around some heroes.
Oh, that pop.
Techie stun, lands onto the Phantom Lancer. That's not too bad. Chidori chasing away, is going to get off his BKB now. The Rolling Thunder is going to expire, hit by the stun. Trying to get away, but at the same time, the Timber Chain, they're catching up to him, and he's taken out to the Magnetize. Ollie tried to give him a heal to help out, but it's not good enough. Jab's going to die as SMG just pretty easily roll over Talon in this fight.
Oh, almost got the Lancer on the back, and I mean, outside of Q getting some damage done and escaping, nothing goes Talon's way there. They just cannot deal with the front line. Monstros goes in, and what's the reply? He dealt 4,300 damage. Got a decent Ags pop as well. Actually looks pretty good in that engagement. And this is like pre-Crimson Guard on mid one, which I feel like just seals the 5-on-5 like completely, right? Unless you get a crazy shackle on him, that Crimson is just going to be insane value.
Yeah, Focus Fire is going to do nothing. Phantom Lancer is going to do nothing. Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy.
You just don't have the damage anymore if you're Talon. You need to be able to start the fight and burst somebody down with everybody. And that is a tall order because your burst damage is not even that good. It's honestly pretty whatever.
Oh, he went the 25% magnetized damage and duration. I was wondering why the magnetized tick down numbers went up so high. The extra duration. That's pretty nice.
Interesting. Maybe he feels like he can't reliably land these rolling boulders, but usually that other Talon is like massive value.
Yeah, I thought that's what everybody would go.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, he's been getting good magnetized off for sure. Spell does go through like debuff immunity, so even if you're rolling on Pango, you can keep proccing it on him, which is pretty nice. It's not really a way for Talon to get rid of the spell outside of the single Lotus on tabs.
Yeah.
I guess Manta on 23, but the rest of them, you just gotta tank it up, and he has a lot of stones now. He's already up to 10 max charges. Pretty decent.
Chidori back to hitting high ground, kick away. It also kicks mid one in off of the Lotus Orb. That's kind of awkward for him, but I'm sure he'll be fine. Jabs, not so good. Masaros, big explosion. Oh, he managed to get on top of volley there. Explodes him with the Aghanim Scepter going off. Rolling back in, 23 Savage did manage to bring down the first life of Chidori. Life number 2, though, that's going to be hard, especially with Masaros creating the backup needed. You get a retreat, reset. Talon, I don't know if they feel so good about pushing outside of the base. It's not that clear. It's not that easy.
Very expensive triple buy. I think I agree with this smoke. You got to get something done here with meta going down with no magnetize. This is just way too expensive to get nothing.
Catch up, that extra Phantom Rush range. The Shackle lands onto an illusion. And 23 keeps looking for more because, again, he's got that 20 talent. That Phantom Rush range is really, really long.
Yeah,
so he's got
rush.
Yeah, that's the problem. Can't see anything.
That is a very costly defense here for Talon. SMG get what they want out of that Aegis. Now they're going to try and get to this Terrorblade butterfly timing. I mean, that's your game ender here if you're SMG. Because you have everything on Moss Roast you're ever going to need. You just get this butterfly. Maybe you wait next Aegis. I guess you kind of have to, but you did get triple buyback. So if you're confident enough to go higher on and take the fight, every kill or every jump you make with the Earth Spirit is like guaranteed to give you advantage. I don't think you necessarily need to wait for Aegis here, but I can see either way being okay.
What does 23 Savage hit? Like among the 3 cores, if you get Butterfly on Terrorblade, who does he hit? Who does he go on at that point?
You can hit John Well.
That is true.
You can go on the Crystal. You can always hit the Crystal Maiden, you know? Even when times are tough, when it looks bleak, this hero will still die somehow. A tale as old as time.
What, Crystal Maiden and dying?
Yes.
Dire are scanning.
Actually, he's only 2 and 3. 2, 3, and 2, 2. I mean, John Well. The Crystal Maiden score betraying. What could happen in this game? Never know.
We'll see. We'll see if they do a little 3-2-2. This is looking good. 23 does manage to get away from the stuns. They use the freezing field. They clear through the illusion so quickly. Masaros is in deep with both his Aghanim Scepter and his Bloodstone. Both now on cooldown. An opportunity presents itself for Talon.
These illusions are obnoxious. They're punching through the butterfly.
With that Aghanim Scepter spawning so many illusions at once.
That's a hold.
It's annoying.
I remember they don't have the buybacks right now, so if you stall this period for Talon, you're very happy. I mean, you're still not in a great position, but you're not losing the game off that jump.
Maybe they just burn him out bit by bit with the spears, burn away all their mana. Take these longer, drawn-out fights.
It's an option for sure. I mean, if you can kite out the fight, force mid one deep, and land a good shackle, you can still win these engagements. But if mid one finds you, I mean, you're done. He's way too tanky. He has 4,000 HP with a Crimson BKB and a Defiant Shell. This Earth Spirit is a goddamn boulder and a half.
He is the living embodiment of stone right now.
You know what I want to see him build for his last 2 items? He's going to go the Shivas here. Get a Radiance.
Okay. Sure. Yeah,
Radiance
absolutely.
seems sick here. Like, you're just running in. You're so tanky, you're burning everybody. Because Monstros is kind of like the same deal. He's just running in. He's going to build the Shivas. I mean, do you need double Shivas? Get a Shivas on him, a Radiance on the Earth Spirit. Now we're cooking, you know?
Yeah, I mean, create even more missed problems for the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, it's really obnoxious. Like, the burn plus the magnetize adds up, too. It's a lot of damage. Yeah, like,
So if we get to the next side, if we get to Butterfly on 23, I feel like at this point, like, if you get to that Butterfly, we're reaching the sort of immovable object versus unstoppable force kind of
I don't know if
situation.
23 is either of those. I think Monstros is going to move him and stop him quite easily here, especially with the second Chakram at 25 if he gets there.
Okay. I'm just saying that, like, I think a normal fight, sure. A high ground fight, it's a little harder.
Monstros does not care.
Yeah, look at him
It's
go.
harder, but he's not making it look that hard. Looking for the pop.
Okay. Bloodstone now on cooldown, create a little space. An opportunity to go in. Nice shackle shot.
Mana.
Better roll in though. Lands onto Ollie. Use the Ogre Seal Totem to be able to get away. A stun goes on. Does manage to land onto the real Phantom Lancer, though the techies will quickly die afterwards. John Well with a big freezing field. But Talon are pending. They are not quite freaking just yet. They do manage to lose Ollie. Chidori burned out of his mana. But through him even more and does manage to get a mid one. Now trying to run himself away with the BKB, but the haste rune is running out. He's going to lose all of his movement speed. And now he's unable to roll away.
What have you done? The Crystal Maiden 3-2-3-2-2. Like this, the prophecy fulfilled. Oh God, I actually cursed the hell out of him. That's
you really
such a huge
did.
gold swing. That's like 10K on the chart.
You doubled down on it. Oh, Mazur was going to move the hell out of him.
I mean, I thought he would. I mean, Monstros lived. He's 16-1.
Yeah.
The rest of his team not so lucky. I don't know what that gate was for. They just got way too many Phantom Lancer illusions for free, right? Like 23 goes in and out here. They can't commit on him. They just can't find him. These illusions just do so much work. Story never had any mana to begin with. And then they're losing the supports. The 2 supports are the 2 heroes that Talon can kill very easily. And they're just way overextended. That's the problem with taking that deep high ground fight that you were talking about. Is you open up your backline and then, I mean, Makoto just went to work.
Now, Monstros
like,
is a different kind of threat now. He did pick up his level 25 during that period, so he's got the double chakram. So we're kind of back into business. Now you've got the damage behind Timber Saw again. So
He's
last time they just kind of ignored the Timber, right?
The issue is still the lockdown on 23, though. Like, they're kind of dealing damage to him, but he's also just regenning it up. Now he's got a Trickster Cloak, too, plus that Butterfly. He's almost level 25. You could take Doppelganger Talon here. Like, how do you stun this 4,000 HP Phantom Lancer with a crap ton of evasion, a crap ton of magic resist, and he still has another item set? That's the problem. He's causing too much chaos. SMG just can't focus anything in the fight. This is where they need the goddamn Hex. Like I was saying, like, if you can just roll it in Hex this PL or something, your life is so much easier.
Oh, the roll in on the real one.
That.
Oh,
Okay.
and the follow-up stun. Okay. They're doing some damage to him with the freezing field. It's so much. He does manage to get a doppelganger over to the left-hand side, but they're sticking onto him. I don't think he's getting away, and he will fall. Okay.
How did they just find him like that?
Still playing the fight. Will manage to get the Crystal Maiden. Looks like the back line. Makoto still trying to finish up what it started on the Phantom Lancer. Slows him down with a Diffusal Blade. Makoto chasing after him. Burned out of his mana. Afu Makoto is going to have to bomb his
23's
BKB
back.
and maybe TP out. 23 back in off the TP into the portal play. Goes for Chidori. Chidori having his mana burnt out. It's all gone now. No use to the Sunder. Jump over to the side. At the same time, Makoto's trying to get away from mid one. Does manage to roll on top of him. While the Phantom Lancer pursues
What the
Chidori.
hell is
He's
this
not going to
fight,
have too
man?
much help. Jabs. He's trying to chase after him too. Mastro's doing the same thing. He's got his Aghanim Scepter going. They won Chidori, but he's hitting into the trees now. It's going to be tough to be able to catch him. Meanwhile, there's illusions absolutely everywhere, burning away everybody's mana.
23 killing
Mid-one's
Chidori.
empty. Chidori's empty. Chidori's going to die finally. It's only Masros who has any mana to work with, and he's trying to get what kills he can. He's going to be able to finish off Jabs, that's for certain. But now Afu, he's been spotted by 23, looking for more. An AoE stun, that does something. A little bit of mines. Okay, opening up. He's got to get away from Masros.
Oh,
Masros is the one who
big
does all the
trouble.
damage. He cannot afford to die back. He gets a doppelganger away, and they win for the
Jabs in.
illusions. Jab shows
Leave.
up. Hello, goodbye, denied. He gets hit by the Rolling Thunder. No, he's like, why did I join in this fight in the first place?
Team, come back, please. What a dieback. Somehow 23 lives out of that with Trickster Cloak. But they were looking for Roshan. At least you forced Terrorblade buyback. Because if you didn't get Terrorblade buyback out of that Phantom Lancer one, you're just getting dismantled.
Yeah.
That was a lot of buys overall, though.
I mean,
Buy
okay, so
for
he's
SMG.
got the 25 talent. He's got the doppelganger cooldown, so it's up every 6 seconds, and he's got the shard.
No, he is very hard to kill right now. I mean, I don't think that should have been easy the first time, right? They just literally ran into him and got a roll silence into a max duration frostbite. That should almost never happen. That's impossible.
That is an impossible scenario.
They just got it. Like, they basically had a free hex in a game where they probably need a hex, but don't have one. They got it free.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So now you're looking at meta up the high ground with Aegis for Chidori now. The poke begins.
This is where
That's a good shackle.
the team is strongest. A nice shackle. Masaros is plenty tanky, though, and he's just creating space for them to go for objectives.
I mean, these Raxes don't even really matter. That's the thing. Like, you want the game-ending fight here. That's what mid one's looking for. But the illusions
Mid one rolled in. Mid one.
obnoxious as hell.
A lot of his mana being burned away. The Terror Wave goes out. Okay, that forces the Phantom Lancer away. That's going to help.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
Talon
these
back.
Raxes, whatever, man. You need the kills.
Well, it's going to be Talon who chase away SMG. They're not going to find any kills either. And now Jabs is back.
I mean, Talon's still in this game somehow. I don't know how, but they are in it. They've got a big Phantom Lancer. You gotta wait out this. Well, I guess they did. That was no Aegis for 3.
This'll come in handy.
I mean, you want to wait this out. He's gonna have to wait for meta, so you probably get like one more meta Aegis push here if you're SMG. And again, you really want the kills because you want to end the game with this, unless you get megas. But I don't know if you're getting megas if you're not confident enough to push without the meta. So it's kind of an awkward spot for SMG. Still want to force the issue, especially with how strong you are. I mean, mid one's almost level 25.
Get those flowers, dog. You guys still have a cheese. There's like
That's true.
5 flowers in that pool.
I mean, he has a double damage. A little bigger prize on his mind.
Jesus, this game is just chugging right now.
Yeah, it is very laggy with the illusions. If that's what you were implying.
The Phantom Lancer is creating some problems.
It's a classic. There's the roll.
Oh, the roll, it landed on the real Phantom Lancer. Doesn't look like they could follow it up, though. Chidori taking so much damage just from these illusions, man. He needs a Thunder soon. Or he's going to have to burn through the Aegis. Finally uses it now. Big one's going to be the one in trouble here. The Wind Ranger stops that roll in. Tries to go for another one. Inside the pit. He's dead. 90 seconds with no buyback there. Masaros is the only one who could really survive through this. Everyone seems to be food for the Phantom Lancer and for even Makoto, who managed to finish off the Terrorblade one time. Now the second time, he has no chance. Not without a BKB. Hafu. Don't even try and help him at this point. Nice shackle to finish him off.
Jeez. This Phantom Lancer's way too beastly, man. Like, I go back, Cap. I go back to, like, why do we not have a Hex in this game?
Yeah.
Imagine you roll in, you hex this Phantom Lancer, you kick him in. You just win the game, I think. But they don't have the control for him. It's the damage is not the issue right now. It's the control, because he's just playing the fights off the Ags and the shard poke. And your control is just not good enough. Like, he gets feared here too. You had a long window to get a hex off or to do something. And sure, you have Shivas, sure you have double Chakram, you're throwing it on this Phantom Lancer, but he can always dodge out of the fight with Doppel and then re-engage. And you're just taking so much damn damage the whole time. Pugnaward's killing you, the Pit's killing you, Chidori cannot get anything done. And now we're looking at a situation where 23 is the one pushing your base with a disperser for an extra dispel here.
Masaros doesn't know what to do, man. He's tried so hard to win this game. 19-1-7.
I mean, he's done it all but find 23. And meanwhile, 23 is killing your whole team. He's invincible.
Okay. They're going to start going on him. He pops his Aghanim Scepter finally. Look at it's just the damage is non-existent. Midwan actually rolling into this one with his BKB, but he's got to be careful of the bashes. In fact, Phantom Lancer's running out of mana here. John Wells could go in with the freezing field. Oh, he immediately got bashed. Immediately. No luck there. No love. Midwan trying to roll away. 23 is finally actually getting low. Ollie healing him up. Masaros looks to deny that one and will put a stop to Ollie, but 23 got out. So the damage is kind of already done. Oh my God, he hit into the trees and TP'd away.
They literally all got out of that. That is disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting.
Nobody died?
It's just no lockdown, man. They really are. They're really getting punished so hard by the kite ability here. Like, even this Trickster Cloak on 23 has done an insane amount of work along with the Glimmers. Detection has been another issue. We have Gem on Q, but that is an Afu Gem. So SMG are just lacking the detection. Oh, they do have another Gem, actually. Maybe that's a new one. Mid one has one. I mean, Mid one doesn't want to have to carry this though, too, right? It's very weird. He is going that Radiance, which I think is pretty cool. And he actually got to that point. But I still think you need a Hex in this game, and they're getting punished for it. And now you're going to have to take another fight here.
Oh, no, he runs into a ward sentry. They just sat together. Now, he did pop his BKB and rolled away. Look at 23, though. He's actually... Oh, Jesus. They run into Afu. Poor old Afu. They were just phantom rushing at the Earth Spirit and run into the support instead. Looks like Q. He's going to be able to dance away from Masaros. There was more damage being done to the buildings, though. That melee barracks barely still alive. Barely.
They're going to leave some embers behind here. I mean, can they kill Masaros? Can the god bleed?
Jesus, look how much they have to use to get him, but they finally do. 2,600 gold?
What the hell is that, dude? 2,600?
Oh my God.
That's 2,600 is like an entire carry's buyback. You just farmed the buyback off that man. Jeez. The lead's 5K.
All of a sudden, this game is looking very winnable for Talon, where it was very dark 20 minutes ago.
I honestly think they might even be favored. I don't know.
Well, that's what the game says. They're favored for the first time since minute 5. Mid one, BKB, TP out, attempted, but of course, there is always bashes available if 23 is around.
What is he doing here? That's a gem.
Know.
They need the gem in the fights, man. The Glimmers, the Tricksters. Punishing the hell out of them. If you lack detection... I mean, remember, you can get multiple Tricksters now, too, right? There's another one on Ollie. So, like, you really need detection in the fights. You're going to get kited even more than you're already getting kited. This game is Talon favored right now. Like, these fights do not look easy anymore for SMG. Sure, you've had the damage, but you haven't been able to use it. I go back to that itemization. It felt a little off to end the game, and you missed your window. And now you're playing against a scary late game lineup from Talon with the auras, with the kite ability, and Q becoming a fourth core here. Like, he's actually the 3 compared to Jabs in terms of damage output, team impact, and the shackles. This is a scary Wind Ranger. Mindbreaker on top of it. Almost level 25. God damn. This hero does a lot of damage. You cannot underestimate the single target damage. And like you were saying, Shackle.
Afu.
Still one of the best late game stuns.
Yeah, very powerful. Is this Wisdom Rune bugged? Am I the only one who sees it? What's going on here? I just watched 3 heroes walk around this Wisdom Rune 5 different times now. Does nobody want this? I'm so confused.
I mean, I see it too. I don't know. It might be bugged. Shows up on the mini map too.
It's gotta be there.
Is it real? Is it a figment of my imagination? See Dota.
Oh no.
This is what it does to you. It questions reality. Is it real? Is it not?
All right, apparently mid. They were saving it for mid one so he could get 25. Okay, that's smart.
Oh, okay. Yeah, magnetize undispellable over the stun duration. That's interesting. I guess it perma stays on Phantom Lancer now, right?
Yeah.
So that's like an extra tool to know which one you want to stick
which one
on.
is the real one, yeah.
Let's see if it pays off here.
They're gonna run into him. They hit him with the stun with Chidori on top of him. The Terror Wave is used as well. He's feared away, but again, he gets off the invisibility and they lose a little bit of section. 23. He's still at half. They've got him with the chakrams, and as long as they keep taking him out, they spot him. 23. He actually, with the Hex, is going to go for the kill on a mid one, but now Masro is going to help him out here. He gets another doppelganger away, but now a freezing field is right on top of him, and he finally dies. Dead for 2 minutes. He'll use it. Buyback immediately going to be used. Jam's going to go for the BKB, teleport out in the bottom corner of the map, though. All he fights for his life. With Makoto, the chakram, those just cuts through the team, slices and dices them very easily. But 23, he's back into play, and he goes straight for Chidori. Chidori, he's going to be a little bit low. He's going to need some help out through here. The doppelganger's chasing after him. He turns back for Masros instead. Once again, detection being a problem, and detection is not a problem for SMG. They spot 23. They hit him with the dust. The roll back in. It misses 23. He's trying to get away. Another doppelganger turns around. Another round of spears.
Somebody killed
Chidori is so
Chidori.
low. He's getting healed up. He uses a Phantom Rush to get over to the other side. Doppelganger's back up to the high ground again, but Masros sticking on top of him. No, he's getting away. He's getting away. He used the disperser. Gives himself the movement speed, gets away. Ollie is healing him the entire time. This constant feels are going through every single time. He needs a little bit of help. They're rolling after him. But 23's back into play. He's back up. He's half health. He's killing heroes. He's going now for Masaros. Masaros out of mana. SMG, they have no buybacks. They're losing all of their heroes. Talon have done it.
What? I don't even know where to begin with that fight. I actually have no words. Like, what is this game? What are these fights? SMG lost, right? I don't even know if that's true.
I'm fairly certain they've lost.
They have 2 buybacks still. How do they have 2 buybacks?
I don't know. Well, because Masros never died. Masros was the last person in the fight to die, period. Everybody else went through their lives.
I guess SMG won that fight. I guess. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea what is happening in these
that cannot be true.
I mean, they did win it because they got 4 buybacks out of Talon, and they only used 2.
Yeah, but now they're just going to... But okay, but they may have won the game, but aren't they going to lose the game?
I mean, I think they do, but they can hold their head high that they won that fight, I guess.
See, Dota, only when you lose the finishing fight do you you actually win the game.
I don't know how they analyze that. Monsters are just dead. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 versus 5. Oh my God, he's actually, the Aghanim Scepter is keeping him alive a little bit. He needs a chain. He needs to get back to the mountain. Holy crap. Is he not dead yet? Finish him off, for God's sakes. Don't let him get back into the fountain. Oh my God, 23 is almost dead. He almost lost his Aegis. He's back in the fountain. Instantly gets a bash. Ollie's going to heal up jabs. Mid-1 needs some help. He's not going to get it, though. He quickly dies. GZ by Makoto back inside, though. Oh, big hit from Masros next to all these trees. Heroes, they got to be careful of this one. Techies, he's going to be in some trouble here if he gets finished off, but all these heroes are low. Makoto still has BKB, though. 23 is running low on mana. That's actually a big problem. He's going to chase after John well deep inside the base. Yo, can somebody help this Crystal Main Chidori? This guy is in so deep. Punish him. He doesn't have any mana.
He has nothing.
running after Ollie. Ollie gets a little bit too close and immediately gets cleaned up by Masuro. 75% of his health just goes away in a second. They finally finish off 23
Did Talon
Savage.
just lose?
I think so. I think 23 Savage came. Okay, Makoto. Wait, Chidori, half health, going, leading into him, trying to get out the Sunder. He needs a Sunder. He gets smashed up. No way, he died.
No way.
Oh my God, a nullifier on 23, trying to catch up to him. He's right on top of him. Masros, can you find the real one? He hits him. But 23, he's got that disperser. He's got the extra movement speed. He's doppelganging around. God. He's dancing around constantly. The Timber Tane's trying to catch up to him. 23 trying to keep his distance constantly. Okay, now they just lead into him. See if they can keep him chain bash for now. 23 has to jump away again. Rolling Thunder. Backing away. He TP's back because the tier 4s are dying right now. They actually need to save their base.
What the hell is this happening in this game, man? I can't believe
nobody has lost the game yet.
I think both teams lost, but we're in a zombie game. It's an undead ritual of some blasphemous kind. I'm convinced both teams have lost this game at some point, but somehow we are still playing.
Man's hubris has led us to this game. What have we done?
How did Talon not end it there? I don't even understand. They had Aegis refresher shard.
They went for Roshan. They went for Roshan. They get those items and they try and kill Masros.
What the? Okay, whatever. The end result is that nobody has buyback anymore. So somebody, if somebody dies, then surely something will happen as a result of that. That is my well thought out analysis.
Is anybody going to die? There's going to be 50 seconds and then tier 5 items are going to be up. Everybody is going to want to farm those.
I still feel like this has to be Talon favored, right? Like 23 is still a massive problem. All right, there's a pause. Let's think about this. Let's think about, I mean,
23 seems kind of untouchable.
Yeah.
In that, well, okay, maybe like, as in they literally can't touch him because he's constantly doppelgangering and dispersering and mantaing, and then he uses his goddamn shard, and then he uses trickster cloak. Like, getting a hold of this guy seems to be impossible.
He has 5,000 HP on top of it. You don't even have a hex. I'm not even going to talk about that anymore. But and then you still have Q, who's scaling like a beast here with a full Bloodthorn plus his level 25. You can't even dispel the Wind Waker. For what?
I don't know.
And a nullifier. Wait, nullifier for what? For Decrep? I guess you can land the nullifier on 23. It's pretty good.
But mid one. He's going to be hexed up. Okay, Wind Waker is going to help him. Masaro's trying to help out his team. Shiva's burning through the illusions with the double chakrams. I mean, they clear through the illusions quickly if they're all grouped up.
It's also 60 minutes, so you got to start farming some neutrals here.
Neutrals.
I don't know, man. This Timber build looks so goddamn weird now. Like, what the hell is this Timber build? I guess he right-clicks a lot. If it comes to a throne race, he's right-clicking for 400.
Out of all... Okay. You cannot tell me that he had 5 choices and Searstone was his best one for Underlord.
I don't know if it's going to make a difference.
Nullifier, 23 Savage. Okay, Terror Wave is going to be able to create a little bit of space here. The real 23 is throwing the mix here. He's going for Chidori.
He's so big.
Oh, that's a big boy. He is big, and he is sticking on top of these heroes, and he's going to be impossible to kill. He goes straight for mid one. He actually uses the Sunder to try and save mid one. Chidori now fighting with the Satanic, but he's low. He needs help. He gets off the Terror Wave, and he's got a little bit more to work with, but the bashes are sticking on top of Chidori gets off another Sunder. One more, but it's not going to be good enough. I don't know what he sundered, but he sundered the air. Give him very much HP. This suck is constantly going. Ollie helping Makoto stay alive if they can finish this and get out. Oh, Masaros, the big blow up the techies. It finishes off 2 heroes, so the fight can still be going. Oh, Q. He managed to run down another one. That's just Masaros left now.
The unkillable Timber God still defends his throne here. You cannot deal with 23. He's got 6,000 HP with this Giant's Ring. What the hell do you do to him? He's literally in God mode.
Where did he find that Giant's Ring? Where did he get it from?
I don't even know. You clicked
Did he have it
right
before the start of that fight? Yo, Masaros
Yeah.
has a token right now, a tier 5 token, by the way.
He's debating what he wants. Might not be an easy choice. Ex Machina.
I cannot believe he sundered mid one like that. Chidori is...
Yeah, he's insane, dude. There is no way you sunder mid one there. I mean, I guess he has Satanic. He's going for the sunder Satanic play, but... He
just can't hit anything.
Yeah, that's the issue. He's getting bashed. He's getting like randomly bistled in these fights. That is not reliable. And then the second Sunder, I don't even know what the hell it went on. I can't even see what he's clicking. That one basically did nothing. His Q just runs up and takes a Rax here. Okay, that's pretty interesting.
All right, he went Ex Machina on Timbersaw, so now he can refresh, and he's got 20 armor more. I don't know.
You refresh Bloodstone and Nullifier. I mean, this doesn't look like the best refresh kit, but what do I know?
The Wind Waker has been saving some of these heroes when they've been targeted.
Yeah,
so I could see that also being value. But surely, if you wanted, wouldn't it have been Giant's Ring if you had a choice out of all the items? Don't you just need more damage? Wouldn't Giant's Ring give you the most?
I mean, wouldn't double Hex be pretty nice?
That does sound pretty good.
I don't want to keep going back to it, but like, oh my god, I feel like it would have changed so much in this game. Another Giant's Ring. Ooh, now we can have multiple Giant's Ring. I forgot about that.
Yeah, everyone can be big.
Oh my god, Giants on Giants.
All right, so we have Coliseum. All 5 tier 5 items on the Talon side.
10 Giants rings, Cap.
That's what it's going to lead to at some point. Some game is going to be like that.
We've got like 2 Super Smash Bros game where everybody gets Mega Mushroom.
Look at the dead, Avery.
Wait, who?
He took it on Ollie. He took the Book of the Dead.
I mean, okay, one useless item in the late game, though, is it still gives detection, right?
Sure.
That was one thing I was thinking about it. Like,
that's what a gem does, though.
Yeah, but you can't run in necessarily that deep, you know?
Okay.
I don't know, maybe his options were just terrible. Maybe he had like all the carry ones plus that. Arcanist armor on mid one, not too bad. He's very tanky now. And Apex for Chidori. Extra 70 Agi. I mean, he has a lot of armor. Give him that. I don't know if it's helping him much, but he does have a lot of armor. And then we still have a token on Afu. He's debating here. Oh my god, the Book of the Dead. Why? Why? Stinging
back
Desolator.
And forth through the side portals they go, trying to set up for a Roshan fight.
I mean, the buybacks are all up too. That's the thing. We basically have 10 buybacks up with 300 gold for Chidori, so this game has reset. We are now in the end game. The end of all ends for Dota.
We're closing in on level 30s for so many heroes. I mean, they're going to get this. They're not going to get inside this pit in time.
No, but can you pick it up? You have the item slots. That's a bigger problem here.
Yeah, that's true. And they're going to be stuck inside a little bit of the area. That's going to be kind of nasty. The Terror Wave. Okay, it actually does go down. Jabs managed to pick up the Aegis. Chidori, he's going to need help. He's got Abyssal Bladed. He needs to be able to get off the thunder, but it's just too much, man. This Phantom Lancer does too much damage.
He's too big. He's too bad. What the hell is even happening?
Kodo's rolling around with a Giant's Ring right now. He ignores all cliffs. Masaros, okay. Masaros, you're going to have to do this all by yourself, and he's completely burned out of mana. He can do nothing. All he can do is take it back. Oh, what a shackle. Q. He comes through. Chidori, once again, is going to be targeted. Once again, he needs help from his team, but he's not going to get it, man. Dieback for him. No carry. Talon are just going to take this a 6 versus 4 at this point.
I mean, the SMG have lost again. I keep saying it. It's never true, so who knows? Surely Chidori with no buyback is enough. The 2 Giants are just overwhelming SMG in this fight. The Terrorblade can't hit anything. Just getting permabash, permastun, permasilence. He came out of the gate. Or no, he TP'd to the outpost. Wait, how did he even get here? I'm actually confused how he got here.
Wait, who are we talking about? Which one?
Chidori, how did he get back here?
He TP'd to bottom outpost and then went through the side
went
portal,
through the gate?
I would guess.
I mean, all I know is
would
he
assume.
appeared out of the gate into a shackle. So that was absolutely disgusting. However, Q landed that. That was game winning. Now you have Stingy and Desolator Wind Ranger trying to end the game. SMG,
I mean, they're trying to get a pick off, but they missed their initiation. Q, he turns around, shackles the initiators, the techies. He's going to go down first. And now they get the scythe onto the Earth Spirit mid one. He does still have BKB, but it's so hard to get away from all these bashes that are constantly going out. He's going to roll away back over to Masaros. How's Masaros doing? He's not doing so hot because his mana is being burned away. He's getting some more out of it, though.
He's healing.
Okay, Bloodstone heals up, trying to draw him away from the base at this point in time. That may be your only hope.
Wait,
He's
why
going to
don't
use
you
the
just
Wind
go
Waker.
throne here?
I don't know. They
Why
really want
chase
this
him?
kill.
Yeah, Makoto has the right idea. Why am I chasing these clowns? I'm just going to hit the building.
All right, well, they're going to use the glyph. That'll create a little bit more time. Meanwhile, he's trying to Wind Waker back into the base, refreshes, but his throne is dying to use the Crimson Guard, but it's not good enough. Tip from Masaros at the end of the game. Masaros is truly unkillable, will lose the game while still being alive.
I mean, that was a hell of an SDA game right there. I don't know what else to say. It had it all. It literally had it all.
Webcam going on here.
John Well has seen the future and it is bleak. Yeah. John Well has seen what the future SMG games look like, and with his Seer Stone, and he did not like what he saw. It was not the vision that was promised to him. Oh my God.
Stone peered into the future, and turns out 2-0 for Talon. That means they won the series, right?
I mean,
I don't have a third game of this.
I think both teams lost that game, but I guess SMG lost it harder. 50-55. Mid one with the triple double. The 11-10-30 triple double on this Earth Spirit. That game looked so good for SMG. This Phantom Lancer was, I mean, props to 23. Played out of his mind this game.
Yeah,
he really did. Compliments.
Okay, 2-0 goes the way of Talon.
What a game to close out our first series of our summer tour. That was quite the roller coaster of emotion, don't you guys think?
Or who?
I mean, both teams. Roller coaster of frames too.
It was.
Yeah.
It was very frameless.
Very.
Frames were being dropped.
Yeah, my heart is already out on the floor watching the game.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That was so intense. It was just crazy, the whole thing. I mean, SMG had it, and then they didn't, and then Talon had it, they didn't, and no one had buybacks. It's all over the place.
No, I felt like Chidori was having a very, very, very tough game. I felt like he couldn't do anything almost every fight, just getting kited. 23 was on him, every fight just melted at all time. Sundering his teammates, I think that was his biggest play in the game.
Yeah, never seen a more useless terribly than that.
Oh.
You said you feel like he should buy Radiance this game?
I think they had a way to win the game, and it's either you don't go high ground and you buy hexes and you buy damage on TB and then you jump, right? So his PL dies because what they did was they went in and they have no catch and they just got kited. I think the other option is to like have this earlier Radiance Shiva timing because PL is really bad against these items. So even if the TB doesn't buy Radiance, I think mid one had it queued up. I think TB could have bought it because Radiance has more value, right? Evasion. You have double evasion from Radiance and Butterfly, which is really nice against PL as well.
Can you do it on the Timber?
I think he wants the Shivas more than anyone because he has mana issues, but I think you can too.
Yeah, so technically, if you want to do that push, you have those items, you go to the high ground, you tell the CM to stand in the middle, click R, and then everybody just right-click the buildings.
Yeah, I think you can do that too. That's the other option, right? You just jump in and you create a zone for a Terrorblade to hit the buildings without this PL spam, Wind Ranger spam, Pango spam. But SMG, they were going in, but they didn't have catch. Like we see Miran rolling, we see Masteros going, but nothing's really happening other than Chidori dropping HP. He has not fought. He has hit the building 3 times and he's dead.
What a crazy game, man. Actually, this one was really insane.
Yeah.
I think it was really good.
It's an insane game. You never know who's going to
Yeah.
you never know who's going to be winning the game. And then this fight, like some random fight at the corner of the map.
I actually thought PL would have died here. He Phantom rushed to the Lotus Shrine.
I think this one?
That was
Yeah, it was to the Lotus, the fountain. What the hell do you call it?
Lotus Shrine.
Pool,
Lotus Shrine, the pool.
pool shrine
Lotus
thing.
Pool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And they pick some flowers.
That was super duper clutch. I do think that like big props to Masaros because he really kept this game alive for so long. Like he was just an unstoppable force for such a while.
Yeah.
I mean, last pick Timber in this game was pretty godly.
I mean, if you last pick the Timber and you still cannot win the game, oh my.
Say it, Winter. Tell us how you really feel.
I don't like the hero.
Was it the TB? Don't you think it was an execution problem though, more than the hero? I felt like they definitely had like a few ways to win this game, but they did none of it.
Yeah, you have to play so well, you know, like to win the game. I feel like you either need
23-10, not good.
you either like during your mid-game lead when you had like substantial like 10-15k lead, you go up the high ground, you pop your BKBs and you just hit the racks, and you just sacrifice like a couple of heroes and try to run away.
Yeah. That's the thing about BKBs now too, right? Like before this, if you had BKBs in this situation, the PL would be less annoying, you know, no mana burn, no illusions bouncing at you, but with this new BKB, you there's nothing you can do.
Like late game, the PL is just like too much, you know.
I feel like Jabs can't even believe what happened in that game. You see his face. But here's our MVP. We have Q on the Wind Ranger. He was basically like another core. He was doing so much damage.
I think the diffusal idea was cool, but then it felt really useless for a long time. But once he started getting items, and I think in the last few fights he hit some really clutch shackles. The one bottom he hit the
With
Timber,
the Pugna and the TB.
Yeah,
That
and then the one
I know
at the top he hit the Earth Spirit with the TB as soon as he TB'd in as well.
Yeah.
It's easy to hit the shackles when you have a PL causing
so much chaos, right?
There's too many things on the map for the enemies to focus on, and your support, you're trying to line up a stun, you're trying to set up. It's very easy when there's so much distraction. I feel like in the team fights, nobody knows what the fuck's happening, you know.
Well, we do have an interview with the winners of the series, Talon Esports. We have our very own Jabs, the offlaner Underlord King. How are you doing, Jabs?
Doing good. Yeah, doing.
Congrats so much on your win. I have to ask you, so you guys haven't had a roster change, no coach changes, nothing at all since the Berlin Major, since for a while actually, but could you tell me in what way that you guys have changed since last season of the DPC tour?
I think we're trying to figure out what's our potential, and we're trying to be good at the international land more than like being the best in the C team.
It's a great approach. I want to ask about the Wind Ranger pick. I don't think at least my personal experience, the hero as a 4 isn't really good right now. What made you guys pick the Wind Ranger there?
I think it's just like what Q like to play. That's it.
Any questions?
Yeah, I've been told you guys play a lot of in-house leagues with the other Thai players during your spare time, and that's how you guys build your chemistry. So tell us a little bit more about that.
I mean, we usually in Discord together, me, Tree, and Marcelos, so it's kind of fun.
Just hanging out, playing games.
So you do this like all the time? Like you guys like just on the same Discord and you play your pub games together?
Maybe not together, but just talking together.
Alright, I got some insider info that you were playing CSGO with Tree last night. How much did you guys prepare for this DPC? Were you guys scrimming? Were you guys just pubbing it up?
We kind of prepare a lot, but like not too much, because like we just came back from the Berlin, but we did prepare. And yesterday we were playing CS with John X5.
Yeah,
he got like
he's just
he got like 3 kills in like 20 rounds. So that's kind of sad.
Oh no.
We're gonna give him a hard time for that. Jabs, what was your favorite part about Berlin?
Weather.
The weather?
It's kind of I like the weather there, and it's really beautiful city. Yeah, but I didn't get to go like around.
I
Kind of
see.
sad.
Aw. Well, that's all questions I have for him. You guys had any?
Alright, how are you the dedicated Underlord player now? I feel like before this you used to be like a last pick or something. Now you're first pick Underlord and you're like, shit, I'm playing Underlord.
I mean, I don't know, I just play whatever left, like just skip me anything. Now, don't really care what I play.
Don't you pick the heroes yourself? Like,
Yeah, I do. I do pick myself.
Alright, man, you're owning on the hero, don't worry.
Yeah, you told us the last time when I asked you, like, do you have any tips for the offlaners? And you said that just buy aura items and win game, you know. So
yeah, that's it.
So no more BKBs for you? Just buy aura items?
Yeah, no more harpoon.
No more Harpoon Magnus. No. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jabs, for joining us on this interview. And congratulations again for winning your first series of the summer tour.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. Wow. Jab's such a lovely guy.
He's a change man.
Yeah. No more harpoons. Not scarring people. That was terrifying.
We're at the beach. It's harpoon appropriate. It's the only item
but
that
harpooning is bad. You shouldn't.
Tell the pirates behind us.
Oh, that's true. You gotta. What are you gonna harpoon Tide? You're gonna eat him for lunch?
Watermelon.
Watermelon for lunch?
No,
all right.
Sounds good.
Well, I don't think that sounds like a very good lunch. But anyways, we're gonna take a quick break before we go on to our next series.
guys, riding on backbiting and get away with lies. No matter what it takes, who is gonna cry? The only thing that matters is you get what you desire. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. You hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. The first time that I met you, I thought it looked so sweet. I stood around for the hills, beating a retreat. And when I heard you talking with that alluring sound, should have recalled the sirens and how that things went down. Living on the trenches, looking for a way to escape. You always cut me down like a dreamer's with the grapes. But never mind how I tried to leave you behind. I kept falling in your net. Oh, I've been so blind. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what have you done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate, and you hear the roar of the shutdown when the world will stop without a sound, and the moment you will cry for help, and we only think about ourselves. Oh yeah. About ourselves. About ourselves. But I know for sure the day will come when you first realize what you have done, and you finally get your debt repaid, and revenge is served on a cold plate. Oh yeah, on a cold plate, on a cold plate, on a cold plate.
Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. We are back for our second series of the day. I am your host, Sophie, and I am here with Adam and our new, shopkeeper, our new customer, our new shoppy, John Expire. How you doing today?
Doing great. New shoppy, that's a word.
Shoppy.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why were you 320 last night?
I was 620, Jabs. Jabs is a liar. I ended up getting 6. I was on ping, You know, I was on the hotel Wi-Fi.
You're on ping? Oh,
yeah,
okay. That's
hotel
fair.
Wi-Fi. So like 50 drop. I told Savage, I was like, I've got some drops. He's like, it's okay.
Isn't ping an advantage in shooting games? Because when you swing, you see that before.
I did have a little bit of.
So you were cheating and you were 620.
Oh,
It was
John.
bad. It was not consistent. You know, I couldn't abuse it. I guess.
It's time to change your name. John X can't fire.
Oh my gosh, you know, my mom, she was asking, she was like, oh, you know, when you're going to the DPC, is X-Fire going to be there? I was like, who has ever referred to you as X-Fire?
John's too normal. X-Fire now.
Yes, but we do have a very interesting series. Coming up next, we have Bleed versus Execration. Two teams that have been in Division 1 for quite a while. Bleed, although they are kind of the team that's in the middle of the pack, while Execration, they've made it to the major, the past two majors. So these teams are going to have quite the battle today. How do you guys think they're going to fare?
It should be Execration favored. It could be a little bit closer because with Bleed, their changes coming in is swapping out 4 for Misery, right? And I don't know how recent it is. I don't know how much time they've had to really integrate Misery into the team, but the core issues of the team are still there. You know, perhaps, again, depending on what they've done in that interim period, how much they've improved in scrims, how they're looking at the patch. I think we've seen a lot more of Execration. Granted, their LAN performances weren't that good, but, you know, they have more experience, and they've more than likely learned quite a lot coming out from those 2 LANs.
I hope so. I feel like Execration has always been more of a strategy team. Like even in the interviews, they talk about how like this Visage Marcy is broken or something. Like the way they draft, the way they open with, it's always based around a strategy. And I feel like people have noticed this Visage. They got banned at the major, and again, they didn't perform so well. Bleed, on the other hand, they're, like John said, coming in with a new coach, but none of us know how long he has worked with them. Maybe it's been a month, maybe he flew in yesterday. So I'm curious to see if there's any new changes or what he brings to the team.
Yeah, and Execration, yeah, they, like you were saying, they seem more meticulous about their strategy. These are our guys. We got Shanks, Tino, Bob, Carlo, and Palos. No one has changed. No one has come and go. They've been quite together for quite a while now, right?
Yeah, they've been together for quite some time. And, you know, when they were in the LANs, I kept asking them, hey, where's my gift? You know, what do you guys bring back in the Philippines? They thought, oh, we'll just go home. Straight up, and they delivered. They gave me my gift.
Oh, no. That was their pasalubong to you.
That's what every time Carlo would say, oh, no, we'll just go home. Yeah, maybe I'm cursing them a little bit. But there's one thing with Execration as well. Like last tour, we saw them play a lot of these pocket Meepo picks. I want to see more of that because Meepo does feel a lot better with the Yags. I think Palos can shine in that. If they're allowed to go into that route, could be something they lean into.
I think they've been a bit more out of the box with their picks last season, ever since Kimo came on as the coach. I think they're a bit more like, let's fucking do it kind of attitude. You know, he just presses the button. He doesn't even look at that. He's like, we got this. He just clicks the hero. He's like, don't worry, you guys got this.
So what do you guys think that Execration has to do? Like, why do you think they keep falling short on LAN? Like, is it just they're not able to adapt to the like international play style better? Like or is it they're just stuck in SEA time zone or?
I think their players don't have that much LAN experience, or international experience is probably the better word, because I feel like they're very adept to how SEA plays.
Yeah.
But when you go there, it's about learning again, and you're playing a different set of teams with different play styles. And Execration kind of only has one way that they play Dota right now.
Totally. Let's talk about Bleed Esports for a bit. This team actually just barely dodged staying in Div 1 last season. They were close to getting relegated.
Yeah, it's been a rough road for Bleed. I think this is one of the teams that maybe in Tour 1, people expected more from Bleed and like a team like Blacklist. And both of them have kind of fallen flat. Bleed have stuck together, and that can be a benefit coming into Tour 3 if they really believe in what they have and that they know these issues they can fix. The issue is, we didn't see any of those fixes in Tour 2. It looked even rougher than Tour 1. So coming into Tour 3, sticking together like this, surely they can maybe figure out what was going wrong.
Are you surprised that the roster remained intact?
Somewhat surprised. Somewhat. At the same time, it's like if you were to replace anyone, it's a little bit awkward. I think like higher ranking players or stronger players might not necessarily switch over to Bleed as well. And maybe something like contractually, I think Bleed was really excited to come in. Maybe it's longer term contracts that they can't break. So could be factors like that that leads in, but for sure it feels like, you know, the easiest way to fix something like that is to just change quite a fair bit, and players, we've seen teams do that. Geekslate's one example that's kind of jumped around, not to the best success, but you know, they had that idea. It's like opposite ideas here.
jumping down to Division 2.
Yeah, that's one way.
Yeah, I like to think Bleed has fixed some of their problems. I mean, I see their 5 players sticking together, which means I think they came to the conclusion that they found out what was wrong and they're going to fix it, and Misery's coming in now, so I do expect a lot more from them this tour.
Maybe no more hashtag free DJ. Maybe DJ's home.
Maybe. Hope so.
Yeah, I do hope so. I do hope to see success from Bleed, because I feel like it's kind of a long-awaited. Like they just the first time I saw Bleed like come into the first season, I was like, oh, this team looks like they could do some damage, but never felt that way yet. Maybe this time.
Self-inflicted damage.
Yeah,
That's what happened.
They're bleeding, that's for sure. Got it.
You got me.
Got you.
Got me good.
Okay.
You got it, John.
Yeah,
just making sure.
I got it.
John, are you sure?
I think my earphones are working. I think I've got it.
Okay, that's good. So, I mean, what do you guys think has the series? Just off of like the team alone, do you think that the change of the new coach will add some extra oomph?
I would say Bleed has the slight advantage of being a bit more of an unknown factor. Even though their 5 players are the same, they have brought something new to the table.
That's true.
Execration, I feel like, based on past history, they attended the first major and they came back and they were playing the same thing. Second major, they're still playing the same thing. And I'm curious to see if they've adapted and are going to change anything, or they're just going to stick to their guns and say, like, we've done this before, we're going to win again. See what Bleed brings to the table.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Bleed on the new patch, actually. So I don't know, maybe this is like their time to shine. Maybe the new patch is just something really special for them.
Yeah, I think it's also one of those things. Some teams have a slow start at the start of the DPC. Execration last year was one of those teams. They had a pretty rough first 2 weeks. We didn't expect them to be able to make the top 3 again. So that could be one factor, like coming from the major, being away from home, that tends to affect Filipino teams a lot. In particular, I don't know what it is. Like, we get homesick really fast. Yeah, it's probably the food. So you come back in, you're playing your games, you're still kind of jet lagged in a way, where you're still kind of adapting back, maybe. I mean, that's not what you want for Execration, but it is something I've noticed happens with Filipino players.
It's the lack of rice abroad.
Yeah, they were looking for a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, not enough rice, not enough processed meat. The saltiness of our breakfasts, just missing.
Not there.
Not there indeed. But Execration, I mean, obviously, one of my favorite teams. They're just so wonderful every time we get to talk to them, and they're just so much fun. Like, they're so full of energy, and they just seem like they're all the time they're just having fun playing Dota.
Yeah.
But when will they translate that fun into, playoffs in LAN?
I know. I know. Like, that's. I honestly don't know what's holding them back when it hits the LAN. Like, maybe this was like an early issue for Southeast Asia, I feel like, when some of these newer teams went to LANs, and then they just tried to adapt instead of maybe they should just go all in on playing their own crazy style. Granted, that style was banned with Visage Marcy, but just find more playstyles that suit what they like to do and stick to it. I know.
I feel like it's a tough road because Dota at the end of the day is a lot of micro decisions games. Like everything kind of changes. Like something you do in the lane stage can affect you at 10 minutes because you're 1 level lower or something like that. I feel like Execration, they have the tendency to be a bit more greedy with their strategies. They don't really have a timing, but when they hit that one timing, they're really strong. But I think on international lands, teams that hit pace, they hit it really fast and they come really hard at you.
That's true. I mean, man, Execration. They're all just also so just kind.
Yeah.
Just a fan,
They're
girl.
just a fan. Not bag, just a fan.
Yeah, and they're all really fun to talk to. Bob is surprisingly a very talky person. Like, like a tita, like an aunt that just never shuts up when you see them.
That's Bob.
That's Bob.
Bob.
That's literally Bob. Like in Japan when we were there, he would not shut up. Like everyone else was moving away from him, and I was just sitting there with him, and he just kept going on. I don't even know what we were talking about at some point. He just found stuff to talk about. It's really interesting.
Well, Execration also, they do have a lot of DPC points right now, actually, when you think about it, because they have been placing at least top 3 every DPC season, and they're attending the majors, although obviously they're not getting much DPC points from the major, but they're looking pretty good right now. I think they just need to hit top 3 in this DPC and maybe have a medal in the major to get somewhere.
Yeah, I think the ideal for Execration is maybe a number 1 placement, then top 8 in the last major. And that puts them in the striking line, depending on certain factors. Right now, I believe they're number 10 in points, so it's not too far off. But even going top 1 in C for Execration, it needs consistency, which I think sometimes the team does lack.
Right. We got a draft ready for our second series, the first game, and we got Rubik and Underlord.
This is just our flavor of the day.
Underlord.
Doom into Underlord into hopefully not Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's a rough lane. I do like just seeing Underlord and Rubik together. I think that lane is pretty annoying for any core to just farm. Like you've got the Aura, you've got the Fade Bolt. You're not going to be doing too much right click. It's a decent enough harassment lane as well. And just that aggression you can get out is pretty good. The Monkey King response from Bleed is, you know, it's a good solution to the Underlord. You don't care too much for atrophy. You can kind of play aggressive depending on your 5. So it does give a lot more play out to Bleed. But for Execration, I'm keen on seeing what they build around here. Because we've seen a lot of Underlord today, right? But it does feel like you really need to maximize your Fiend's Gate, and I kind of want to see Execration do that as well.
I feel like the Underlord today we saw, he like had good lanes, even though he was picked early, but this time with this Monkey King pick, it might be very different for him. I don't think this is a super easy lane, but like you said, the post 5 is going to have a large impact. I really like Oracle here, for example. CM even just makes you really strong.
Techies ban, Alk ban, Dusa ban. Pretty standard from what we've been seeing today.
I wonder if Bob will play the Underlord instead, and they just give Tino some hero that dumpsters the Monkey King.
I wouldn't mind that too much. I think when you think about how Bob plays, though...
Oh, the Starbucks is back.
Yeah.
Execration 2-0.
It's funny, it was Execration and also Polaris that really loves their Starbucks.
Yeah, but they win every time they get Starbucks.
Well, not Polaris last tour, unfortunately. They still had it, but not enough. So
Change their order.
Hopefully it's enough here for Execration. So Bob Underlord mid is an interesting idea. I'm not sure if it really fits how Bob likes to play, as he tends to be that aggressor. But when talking about Fiend's Gate, you can do that with the Underlord. So there is still avenues for aggression there for Bob if he does take that mid.
I doubt they'll do it, just kind of theory crafting. I think there are teams that would just want to dodge the matchup.
Yeah.
I feel like Execration, they always pick Tino early and try to give him a game in some other way. Just accept their lane.
I wonder what Bleed will pick for Corden. Because do you think that, like, even with the new patch, do you think the same heroes that Corden usually picks can still work?
His heroes got better, right? Void Spirit's better.
Oh, that's true.
Ember is...
What about Puck?
I don't know if it's better. Puck is dead.
Oh, no.
Puck is dead. Don't play Puck, guys.
Do not play Puck.
Yeah, I think Corden's pool is still strong if they lean into that. And, you know, it is left here. You're not banning that many mids for Execration. Taking care more of, you know, the techies, the Venomancers, some annoying DOTs, strong laners. So Corden does have a wide pool he can pull out here. The issue is Underlord can be somewhat of an answer with a bit of malice in area denial. So it can be maybe a little bit harder than you'd want it to be, although it's still not the most challenging thing in the world.
There's the coach. It's a Team Cam debut.
Sir, good old Misery.
Very shiny head.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I didn't want to say it.
Misery's super chill. Misery's super chill. He's a really chill guy. It's an interesting switch for Bleed in that. I think Forev's he can get really intense when it comes to the game. I think Misery's a lot more
laid back.
Laid back. Yeah, at least the aura I get from him.
What did you say, Adam? Do you say miserable?
It's in his name.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Can't blame me. Right, Iolash. We're doing it, guys.
For Bleed or Execration?
Execration. No.
Okay. They go with CM. I like the CM blocks it away from Bleed. CM Monkey King lane would have been pretty damn strong. So
A great Oracle pick.
It's still there. They wanted to lean into that.
Oracle Monkey is like super strong too because you get lifesteal from Jingo.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to burst you down. You don't really have burst on Execration with this kind of lineup. Your supports don't burst. Underlord is a DOT machine and Aura machine, so...
Purge for roots as well. The 2 roots on Execration.
I feel like there's been so many games today where like, oh, Oracle's a good pick, but it never gets picked.
It's a really good hero.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of Oracle during the major, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder why people aren't picking it now.
Find out soon. He has a pen. That's how serious he is. Where's your pen, Kimo? Step up.
He's got papers.
He's got
stacks of papers.
That's
a lot of papers, though, to be honest.
They need to work together. Misery has no paper to write on.
That's true. All right, sell me a pen, John.
No.
No.
I'm not a salesman. I'm not working
Disruptor.
for that firm.
I like the Disruptor against the Underlord, actually. I think it's really undervalued. Even though Grimsing Back is not always useful, I think it's hard to TP people into a group as well.
Yeah, it's a great way of counteracting like offensive rifts forward or like offensive rifts when the Underlord's already in front and trying to rift his team in or gate his team in. This kind of blocks that. And it still works really good in lane with Monkey King. You get the vision for the glimpses. You can kind of chase these heroes down. And with a Skyrat on top, they do have a good combination on hand. These are very squishy supports now though, the Sky in particular, but you can still make this work. I feel like the side of Execration can get something pretty slippery. Granted, you do have the silences on hand, but if they find something good for Bob mid, these two supports are easy pickings.
Is Tiny still a hero? I kind of like Tiny here.
I wouldn't mind it.
Supports don't really kill him.
Yeah, it's...
But they also might lack damage for the Doom.
Oh, Carlos got a nice ponytail. Oh, Magnus.
Oh.
Are we looking at a Harpoon Magnus?
Honestly, I feel like that tech is pretty all right. I don't mind it too much. I think it has its purpose when you can kind of line up the shots. I'm keen to see, so that's Bob Magnus, right? Surely, or do you want it to be Tino?
I think it's kind of, I would think it's probably Bob, but I don't see why they pick it here. AoE control, but you can't skewer out of kinetic field. After you skewer, Glimpse kind of gets you back. It's easier to silence as Sky when you blink in. I'm not a huge fan of the Magnus pick.
It's a very different one. What if they ran, I don't know, this is like really strange stuff now. What if we ran Magnus safely with ZM? Pick Bob something last mid. I don't know if that
They might do
makes
that.
it better.
I don't know if the lane's easier. I mean, Magnus is probably their quote-unquote support killer. You have Harpoon now, like you said. Blink Echo early. We're talking about it with Winter now, but we felt like the map got bigger and the mid lane is less important now, so you can kind of just AFK farm. And Magnus really benefits from that high levels. You get Echo early. You're like 2k HP against these Disruptors. Kind of like, how do you kill the Magnus right now? With a pipe on top or like some Greaves on top? It looks really hard.
What do you guys think they need to round off their drafts?
Execration needs an Aegis hero, which is why Bleed removed the TA. I think it was a good ban. I feel like Paulus will probably end up playing like some Slark kind of hero here.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad in this lane. Takes care of the supports pretty nicely. Dispel's on hand, doesn't mind Monkey King too much, as long as he has his ult and shard up. Benefits from the Empower pretty well. I feel like it's much more open for Execration in comparison to Bleed looking for like the mid pickup. Granted, if you're expecting Magnus mid, it also doesn't feel like you're too worried about that lane for Coordinate. It should be at the worst case scenario for Coordinate, it's an even lane.
It's probably like DK, Void Spirit kind of heroes. Yeah, you wanna like kill setup with this for this Skyroff right now. I think Void Spirit lanes well against Magnus. You have Aether Remnant where you can, when you're sieging Hydra, you drop it down, the Magnus can come into you.
Puck band.
Over to Void Spirit, I'm a bit surprised.
Probably the lack of catch. Just a way to drag out the game. They have a lot of control and a lot of damage too, Puck Coil with the Wukongs and the Doom.
True. Combinations are there with the circles.
The circles.
Circle.
Circles, the patch changes, the circles don't.
Not wrong.
Let's see. What could come out? They're playing with their hair a lot.
Yeah, that they are.
They're just fiddling with it.
I remember Jackie used to have dyed up hair for a while when he was on.
Yeah.
Dyed up?
Yeah, or
just colored.
bleached. Yeah.
Oh,
something.
yeah.
He did some of his hair.
Tinker.
Really greedy. Although I think it's a really good pick. I think it doesn't really match their 4 heroes, but it's really good against Execration's current heroes.
It is. Like, you don't have that direct jump from Execration. You're relying a lot on your Magnus right now.
They're also gonna bait Execration to pick Spectre here, I think.
I wouldn't mind that, yeah.
Because against the Monkey Doom, it's actually hard to play. I think even against Tinker, Spectre is not like a hard counter.
Yeah.
It just helps you find him, but do they have the catch on Execration? I'm not too sure.
Doesn't feel like it, not with these heroes, unless they can really just pinpoint, get the chain stuns. The roots are gonna be nice, so you do have that, but I don't know, like, it's looking a little bit awkward for Exa. Maybe this is the point where they're like, all right, we'll just run Magnus safe for Palos and take something else mid, like Void Spirit's still
Like
there.
what though?
Ember still in the pool.
They need a way to end the game. I feel like this Tinker is super untouchable right now. I really like Bleed's draft. I'm not sure what you do here as Execration. Storm's banned. Invoker. I can kind of see Invoker, but I think you have to be like an Invoker spammer to win the game.
Yeah. It's not the most straightforward for Execration.
Monkey's taken too. Spec and Monkey.
They go with the
Void.
Okay.
They want to play fast. I think their lineup makes sense to me. I just think they're gonna have a really hard time ending a game unless Magnus is super farmed. But
Oh, so it's a
he
carry
definitely
mag.
can be.
Yeah.
They
should
definitely can be.
I do see Bleed having a better time if it does stall, and their lineup can stall, especially if Corden gets off to a strong start. I think you've got this really good early rotation potential with DJ and Dubu. DJ in particular, the Skyrat Mage with the Ancient Seal, can just help you chase down on Tinker really well. So for me, when I look at Bleed's lineup, it feels like I'm just going to be looking at how fast Corden can be online. Because if the Tinker does go slow, I mean, it's still hard to punish, but I think Execration's lineup just plays a lot faster when you remove that Tinker from the
I
equation.
want to talk about the Sky a little bit. I actually feel his hero's really strong as a 4 right now because stacking got buffed, so you get much more, and Tinker clears Ancients, which is probably a reason why they picked it as well. So his Sky can actually run to the Ancients and stack. And on the right side, it's so hard to contest. It's only really the Dark Reef, so Execration has to take note of that.
And now you have that stupid phylactery item. I hate that item.
I don't think you buy it in combat. I feel like it's much more of a pub item unless you're like
feels
some
like it.
core.
But who had it today? The Sky and...
Yeah, the Sky that lost.
Yeah. Oh, that is true. That is
I mean, I think it's good on like the Dusa lane, the bounties and stuff. Like, it looks kind of... It's like a fighting item, right? If you're buying on support, you get it later. It's kind of weird.
Which draft do you think has a better chance for the late game?
Late game, I'd lean towards Bleed a little bit more.
I think it's a great Tinker game.
Yeah.
Great Tinker game?
Great Tinker game.
All right, well, let's see if it is a great Tinker game. I've got Cap and SVG ready to give you guys our second series and our first game of that second series.
Well, it may or may not be a good Tinker game. I think a bigger question for me is Corden a good Tinker player, Avery, because it is his opening debut on Tinker in professional matches anyway. So that'll be interesting.
I believe
right.
you are muted, Cap, but
Fair enough.
Muted.
It
was you. It's
I
always
mean,
you.
the broadcast heard me. Listen, I heard. I said Tinker.
Did they?
It's the first. It's the opening one for Corden.
Silencer got your tongue or what? Opening one for Corden. I mean, you got to open it with you got to open strong, right? Your new coach, you come in game one, your misery, just pick that fucking Tinker, just jam it in there, no cares. Corden, Siggy, I don't even know if it's a Siggy. Actually, I've never really seen
it. It is not. It is his first time playing it in professional matches.
I mean, first time coach, you just gotta show him who's boss. You know, you're playing Tinker, even if you can't. I don't give a crap. You better show up or go home. I kind of like this blue lineup. First Blood's not going to help him any bit here, and it's going to go to Bob. So Tinker matchup already skewed a little bit. Definitely doesn't help. I still don't know why teams are giving these First Bloods away so easily. You're just not respecting.
Yeah, why are we not just 5-manning to one part of the map?
I don't know. If I'm playing this meta, I'm 5-manning every time because Blood Grenades guarantee First Blood no matter what the heroes are anyway. So like if you split up, all right, let's say you're Bleed, you go in this game and you split up on the map. If Execration 5-man anywhere, it's a guaranteed First Blood. No matter who they find and no matter who's leading. So you're just giving them that option, right? There's like no upside to you splitting before runes. Those are the things I don't understand. Like, why even take the risk? And then you're just skewing this game a lot. Is another kill. And I go somebody's way with Blood Grenade.
Blood Grenade does work. And a final Nova will seal the deal. All right, 2-0 to start off for Execration, who, what I love they were talking about on the panel, which I think is very, very important here. Execration, they have not found land success, Avery, but they have had success in the DPC seasons here in Southeast Asia. They've managed to be top 3 both times. In fact, they got first, I believe, the first season, or was that last year? either way, if they get like first or maybe second, but mostly first, I think they would be in a really good position to actually be able to sneak into the top 12 teams going into TI without getting any major points. Just straight up, just get the 500 from this division, and I think you might be going to TI without, you know, needing a top 8 placement at a major.
Yeah, it's called the old Shopify rebellion maneuver. I'm kidding, of course. It's a decent spot to be in. Like, if you can get out of this SEA qualifier for TI, you're going to be very happy about that, as this region tends to be very chaotic and unpredictable, right? So definitely big if they can pick up some wins here. And I think they tend to look pretty solid in the regionals. LAN has been their problem, but I feel like the regionals, they tend to show up. We'll see if it can be the case again. So far, so good. I mean, 2-0 and 3 runes. They're just winning all the lanes before the lanes even happen. So if you want to play with tempo, you want to play with this Magnus carry, I'm expecting Harpoon. I'm expecting Bob to get amped. And then you just take away the Tinker's map. Could be in a decent position with the early success you've already had in this game.
Oh, yeah. So I was right. Execration did take first in the first season, but the first tour, I actually didn't realize this. Did you know the points go up, not just in the major, but also the season? So it's 500 points for this season, but it was 300 for the season that the tour won. That Execration managed to get first place on.
Yeah, of course I knew that.
Okay. Well, I didn't. I'm willing to own up to my ignorance.
Do other people even read the rulebook? I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, I certainly don't. I know most of the pro players do not, considering all the controversies that come up during the season. So
they don't even read the emails. So
true. We'll get there someday.
If we can start reading all this, we can avoid a lot of problems. We can stop feeding first bloods too. Gordon might be having a better time, but he's still doing pretty well, though. This is a very favorable matchup and a very good Tinker game. That's the thing Bleed have going for. If they can stall this game, get Tinker to the 3rd, 4th item territory, it looks really hard to deal with. Unless your Void Spirit and Mag are really farmed and can just kind of build the jump from raw gold. But otherwise, there's no gap close in this game. That is a scary idea. The other thing
it's going to be so much on Bob to like set a lot of this, right? Like not only the tempo of hunting down the Tinker in the first place, but later on might have to be the initiator to catch the Tinker.
Yep. And you generally aren't going Yules on this hero anymore, which is like one of the better Tinker answers. So
true.
If he does go just the Echo build, then you have a little less catch as well on that jump. Like even if you jump Tinker with Void Spirit, that doesn't necessarily do anything for you in these later fights, right? Like if you can't burst him, he just lasers you, rearms, and then so what? So that's another factor here. You kind of have to you just kind of have to have the net worth here on Execration overall, I think, to be able to win those later fights. Or you just clean house with like killing everybody else, I guess. But I don't think those matchups are necessarily as good either. Like this is a pretty good Monkey King game too. Jackie has good matchup for Thunderlord on lane, and this hero can do well versus Mag lineups in terms of if you get Wukong off first and you don't get skewered out of it, then Mag has to fight into all the extra armor.
Radiant's middle tower is
So that matchup really does go both ways. It depends on who's ahead. Generally, that's most of Carry Mag. If Carry Mag gets ahead, he kind of beats everything, but if he doesn't, then this hero feels pretty lackluster.
I like how Execration went for double universal heroes. Big fight top. They do manage to get the 1 kill. Meanwhile, the dive on mid is still happening as well. Dubu's going to be chased down underneath that tower where Bob did manage to juke his way out. Carlo will go ahead and give his life up to the tower for a free reset. Nice good juke by Bob. He was in serious trouble mid.
Yeah, this rotation is obnoxious for him. Just single concussive shot, 120 damage. He might be dead.
Yeah, they're going back to it, man. Like, Bob is just like, come on, man. Like, how many times? Oh, he got the pullback. That's a kill. DJ dies instead of Bob, and he gets the refill on the bottle. This man has totally outplayed that duo.
God damn, DJ. Set back
Palos in trouble. Ice. He's going to try and run him down. A lot of stick charges up on this Doom, but won't be able to get him off as Shanks gets the kill.
Execration making a lot of little nice moves in this game on all 3 lanes. getting this dual roam action to work top, skewing that Monkey King matchup. Jackie's going to take it back to Tino here. Does not have the damage. There's just slivers of HP being worked on for Execration. And that goes back to that pre-rune stuff, right? Like, maybe if you don't have the 2 kills and the 3 runes, a lot of these little trades, maybe you lose them instead of win them.
Gonna try and poke at Corden here. Maybe they have the damage, actually, with Shanks cutting across the telekinesis. They do. Dubu can do nothing to stop him. He's gonna be able to get a regen rune on Bob. He is recovered from the first blood given away, and now is just absolutely dominating. 8-1. Execration just finding all the kills in this laning phase.
They're finding everything. Play action, supports in the right place at the right time, every rune, every juke. I mean, the game is still even. So that's also says something about how well these lanes were going for Bleed. If Execration weren't making these little moves happen, they're going to try quick smoke off that regen rune. His Void Spirit he's having a pretty good game here. And keep snowballing him. He's going to have Empower on top of it with the super high base damage. It's pretty scary. It's
look at him.
Pops you.
They're smoking, and this is pretty cool. This is a good idea, right? You guarantee a win with this. Either you're gonna get the support and the wisdom rune, or you're just gonna get the wisdom rune.
I do like this play. That was a very nice smoke. Like, you brought so much of bleed here too, because they don't want to lose this, but they get nothing. Jackie TP'd here. Definitely not worth it for him as he gives up this Underlord matchup for free. And Bob just TP straight back to mid, got his bottle refilled off that anyway. Pretty nice early game moves from Execration. They came to play today. Back in their home turf, you know?
Yeah, seriously.
Tower is under attack.
And punch and top.
Meanwhile, Tino and Shanks they just keep on hitting the tower. Jackie's finally going to come back to lane. But some significant damage to that tier 1 has already been done.
You want to keep these towers up if you can. Do not want to lose the early tier 1s with Tinker. Get those defensive fights going. 8-minute rune. Will be 1 here. A nice little shield rune.
That's pretty helpful for a Tinker who is going to need that shield rune right now. They've already bursted through the shield and get straight to the Tinker's heart. Dominating spree for Bob.
That was like the weakest shield rune I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that was not great. Tino, once again, will be able to limp back to his tower. I mean, his lane has not been super fun, but he's getting what he needs out of it, that's for certain. He actually went phase boots over the Vanguard just to try and get away from these constant pressure of the Monkey King.
I mean, if you have Underlord versus Monkey and you come out ahead in net worth with the Underlord, you should be very happy about that exchange.
Yeah, seriously, they picked it. They counterpicked you, and you got what you needed.
Yep. He's very happy with that lane. And a bunch of solo XP has gone towards Paulus as well because the supports have been roaming and kicking out these other lanes. Mag's level 8, which is exactly what you want on this hero. Just solo XP farming into the tower plus small camp, because then you get Empower up sooner, which means your farm rate increases sooner, which means that ramp comes online. He's just going to be clearing through everything.
Spotted. DJ. Slow him down with the Nova. It's going to take a lot. He's going to have to zip again. Oh, hey, look. Shanks actually has level 6. So with Tree Dance, he'll help out. Oh, the neutral creep stole it. The Warpine Raiders actually snagged the last hit.
Ye underestimate the porcupines. He shall be punished.
Oh, the fools.
Ye fools. I mean, it's super high levels here for the Execration supports. Double Wisdom Rune. Like, that was a value smoke paying off. Very hard. Perhaps one thing going well for Bleed is Ice down here. It's kind of just been chilling. Farming it up. And we've seen Devour Midas Doom go to work as monkey on monkey action. Monka.
We do have the Blink Dagger up on Corden, so he can start being a nuisance with that. But if they start losing their towers, that's not going to feel great. I mean, their mid tower has already taken a decent little chunk there from the Void Spirit, and top's definitely dying.
Do have Gate as well.
This'll come in handy.
So Execration can take these tower fights to depending on where they want to be. I think they should.
Radiant's bottom
Like, there's
tower
no
is
reason to
under
give
attack.
Bleed any room in this game
Dire's top
with a
tower
lineup that
has
abuses it arguably a little better. Between the Doom, Tinker, and Monkey, you can rat the map out. Yeah, and Gate to bottom, this is the correct punish here.
He's trying to juke it out. Well, at least he gets his Devour off before he dies, surrounded by 5 heroes.
Yeah, that is 5 for him, so maybe he doesn't feel too bad about it, but they can just go back through the gate if they can make it.
Okay, only the Underlord makes it. They're immediately going to smoke out. They don't love their positioning, want to get out of it as quick as possible, but it does leave Tino alone. And Tino going to be in some trouble now as they've got the glimpse back. Guaranteed kill.
Are scanning.
Latch not there for Bob. DJ just too fast.
Yeah, no more Astral Step charges, so he's away.
Meanwhile,
Doom being used in the bottom lane. Palos is going to be in some trouble.
Can he walk it off?
Not with the slow that's coming in, I think. Doom's going to last
It's gonna be
just long
close.
enough, but the deny was almost there from Shanks. Boy, that was close.
That's a big find. That's a level 10 Magnus. And you're taking the highest farm rate hero off the map, plus all that XP going your way. Really big find for Ice to just get the Doom off. A little greedy by Palos. Especially when your team's just grouping up and taking towers. Like, this is not the point where you want to feed those big kills away, because you're technically getting punished net worth on the map by
Tower has fallen.
the enemy team ratting you. That's Midas finished as well, so Ice takes top leaderboard position here. Having a very nice game. He can buy auras. It's a pretty damn good Crimson game, right? You're playing in a Magnus. You can buff up your supports, create a scenario where Bob's burst is not enough to go through the Doom auras on the Skywrath or the Disruptor. Suddenly that turnaround becomes hella easy with the silences. That is what Bleed are looking for here. Just tank up, make their 5-man pretty strong, and then you can contest the timings Execration are trying to hit, and Tinker's going to carry you in the late game. Like, for sure. You are not worried about that part. As I say that after having just watched a 70-minute C game where I thought both teams lost 4 times.
Yeah, nothing is set in stone in C, you know?
That's probably true. These teams just know each other too well, you know?
True. Tino, Vanguard into Pipe, which is definitely the more value item, though Crimson Guard is quite nice against the Monkey King as well, so I wonder if he's going to get the trio of items here.
It's always a double-edged item versus Doom, though.
Yeah,
Pipe
that is a good point.
Pipe is pretty necessary versus Tinker. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if you maybe want any more like catch, like the Rod of Atos or something like that.
It's just not reliable, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go like Blink build on this hero. You like Blink pit him or something. I wonder
You go
if
the
Ags
Aghanim
is
Scepter,
good.
global
Yeah.
hit.
Actually, it could be interesting. It's like instant, right?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. Just pit this nerd in the fight. What's up? You just pit him, he gets pitted, then you go through the gate and get some damage on him. He's done. Tinker haters rejoice.
Yeah, the problem with that is the pit doesn't last long enough for you to channel through and actually catch him, you know?
No, but it'll maybe be good enough for some follow-up off a Bob-Go or some Rubik Blink Lift.
Yeah.
I mean, Shanks is having a tremendous game on Rubik. Like, he is just leaping around with Tree Dance, farming it up. Pavis already online. It's a really powerful early game supported him because of the extra mana regen. Another Wisdom Rune going Execration's way, and they're cruising to some high levels here, that's for sure. And the other concerning part is Corden has just not found any farm. He's really poor in this game. Just not getting priority, I guess. They need
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have tons of ancient stacks and you're not getting some of those early kills off of the first Blink Dagger reveal, kind of slowed down. Nice stun.
Oh, what a storm.
Beautiful storm laid out. That is going to be the end of Execration in this fight for sure.
Oh, Dubu.
Dino chased down. Jackie gets the double. They get the glimpse back off the Doom on Bob Bleed. What a team fight for them. All of a sudden, Corden is rich.
You cannot give that sort of fight to Bleed around their tower, man. This is their last tier 1. You just kind of lazily walked into that poke. And you get Omega punished here because the defensive fight for Bleed is incredibly good. The offensive one is pretty dog. But the defensive one it's just too easy, right? Static Storm, Monkey Spells, Doom becomes easier. You have so much counter initiation and counterplay with big AoE spells and then Glimpse to just seal the deal on whoever you don't catch. Dubu just destroyed him. Ice will feed a little gold back their way.
Just a little bit. Carlo practically taking the last hit there. BKB will be up pretty soon on ice, so the next time that situation occurs, they may have a problem, but for now, it is a free kill.
Dire's bottom tower has
I
fallen.
mean, that was also a big fight for Bleed to get because Corden was falling behind and he just needed some kills to like get to the Shiva's guard. Now he's kind of reasonably close to it. I mean, he's still not having the greatest game of all time, but it's such a good Tinker game. I feel like even if he gets there late, it's not going to make a difference. Execration lost a lot of momentum between the two mids off that engagement. Bob's now behind, whereas Corden is. He's going to have some space, and he's going to start farming a bit faster.
Experience is also really important to speed him up, right? Like you get that farming item, but you also want the lower level rearm to be able to, you know, not just farm, but also be able to quickly get in and out of fights, have an impact.
Level is really important for all the cores in this game. I mean, Paulus is still the highest level. He is 14, almost 15, which is pretty ridiculous. That's what this mag can do. Like with free farm, he just gets ridiculously high level because he's clearing ancients so fast and early in the game. But you have to kind of want to be able to use it for something. Yeah, he has early blink. Like this is the mag build where you want to get active and you want to be finding fights with blink, skewer, blink, RP on top of your crazy farm rate. It's got to happen soon here for Execration. That's how it feels like. I mean, mag also kind of sucks versus Doom in some ways because you get purged. It's like it's one of those right-click carries that, yeah, it's just one of those right-click carries where when you get Doomed, you actually lose a lot of your damage.
They catch him again. This combo of Boundless Strike into Static Storm working out very nicely to find these pickoffs. DJ is going to be the return kill, though.
Like a blue heart glacier.
I mean, Jackie taking his Deso charges all the way to the bank. Already 2. Very happy about that one. He's just going to go fighting build here, which I also like because, again, he's not the true one. RP on ice?
Is there a gate coming? I mean, it comes now, but it's very late. Skewer back in. BKB goes off first.
What a weird sequence.
Yeah, if they had gated before the RP, right, then Ice is put into a situation where he either BKBs and then gets RP'd or the potential of RP into chain stun.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a weird... Maybe they didn't know what was happening. I'm sure Execration thought there were a bunch of heroes behind him. The way that got played out. Still, that's RP down and right at Paulus's BKB timing, so... Creates a weird scenario here where do you want to fight if you're Execration?
No BKB on Ice, though, and they know it, too. They're going to try and pounce on him, burst him down real quick. Telekinesis back. Need a little bit more damage. They finally get it. Dissimulate dodges the glimpse. So nice quick assassination by Execration.
All right, making that earlier RP pay off. Pretty valuable. Now you get to empower everybody here and just farm it up. Take away the farm from Jackie, more importantly. Paulus will push to level 16. He's a big boy. Just taking every ancient off the map. Goddamn, save some for somebody else, man.
No. They're all Palus's.
Ancient side.
Tower is under attack.
All right, Tormentor is up and Wisdom Rune is in a minute. So we'll see what kind of moves both teams make in this situation.
I mean, surely you want to steal bleeds here.
Yeah.
You feel like you're still a little stronger in the 5-on-5 where Tinker has to like fight into you. You have this pipe on Tino. You gotta feel confident enough to try and force it.
It is dangerous to try and do that without getting the tier 2 first, right?
Yeah. But just trading here, I think Bleed are happy to trade here or just leave everything up. I don't think they're in a rush to get shards or anything. That's just time for Tinker to keep farming. Look for Bob on the side, but he sniffs it out.
Pushing out on the bottom lane too, seeing if they can get a glimpse back. No dice. They do get the D ward though.
That's a
so they get a lot more control over their Tormentor area again. Still gonna find it though. Execration smoke up. Smoke's gonna break. Go for it. Oh, Static Storm first. He's gonna be forced to use his BKB to get the kill on the Disruptor and get out. Now, not a problem getting out. Lead certainly not going to try and chase after that.
I mean,
where do you go from here?
You can force Tormentor if you want to. You have a brief window.
Oh, that seems like a bold move against a Monkey King. They're going to be taking so much damage. They're going to go for it and get it. Okay, Crystal Maiden gets the shard. BKB going off from Ice, looking for a target here. Jackie, okay, down the strike onto the Underlord with the Doom on him as well. He is very dead. Heavy targeting, but
the jump.
If we lose Jackie here, Static Storm, a Force Staff gets him away though. Good shield from Corden too, helping out there.
Pauls just didn't want to fight that without BKB. Happy to take that shard and lick their wounds. When did it end up going to Carlo?
Middle tower is under attack.
I guess that one's okay. Still, it has not felt like a lot of these shards have been crazy impactful today.
This'll come in.
Yeah, I really feel like a situation like that, it paid off, I think. But I always feel like the risk is not worth the reward for a lot of these supports.
Yeah. I also feel like Execration would have rather had the team fight there than the get and go. Still, well, something.
One shard down means somebody else is going to get one.
Who's the lucky winner? My bet is Shanks. My bet is correct.
He does not lose 2 shard rolls in a row. He gets the second one, so we've got the telekinesis save as a possibility.
I mean, it's a nice save. You can save from the Static Storm field. Very big this game. You can save from Skywrath ult off a stun, which the stuns for Bleed are pretty limited. It's pretty much Boundless Strike. And
do you think if you freezing field on Carlo, he's got his shard, and you telekinesis toss him in, does that cancel his shard? Does it cancel freezing field? Does it count as a
I think so, yes.
Stun or something?
I think when you get lifted, it breaks channel.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
I'm not
tower
100% sure on that, but I feel like it might, because I don't think you can lift Enigma while he's black holing or something. Can you?
Yeah, probably not.
That sounds like some crazy
pretty cool
technology.
Though.
Yeah,
just throw him in there like an ice grenade.
That's one way to sacrifice your maiden to the gods.
Yeah.
Ice for the ice
24
storm.
minutes
the
in.
gate cut.
Look at that! The gate to break the tree. Now that's a play that I haven't seen. Cool stuff. BKB does go off from Jackie, and he'll be able to TP away. DJ does similarly, but nice idea.
Yeah, it's one of those things you forget about. It was happening a lot. There was some game we saw, I think it was like Tundra or something. Like 33 did it a bunch. It is one of those things you forget about until it happens to you, and then you're like, oh yeah, I can get global tree cut. Now you have to think about it for the rest of the game if you're Jackie.
Yeah.
And then once that Underlord Ags comes, it starts global pitting your Tinker.
What is Tino going? What's he? So he did go Crimson Guard, and he's going to go BKB next.
Yeah, lame items. What can you do? He wants to win the game, I guess.
Smoke. It's going to break on Shanks. Tino turns around, missing out on that pit. Is going to be sent back with the Doom on him. Oh, saved by the telekinesis, though. That's going to help quite a lot. Ice is trying to actually get some sort of punish. He tried to, oh no, the stolen Doom. That's why he was making that play. The Rubik was the threat, and he knew it too. What a hit from Palos. With the freezing field beside him, just being the cherry on top to a very delicious team fight for Execration, rather.
I mean, that's why you do your tormentors, boys and girls. That Rubik destroyed them in that fight. It saved from the static storm field and the sky rifle and the Doom. And then it resets it, and Tino gets both auras off. That's just fight over at that point. Even if you don't land the big RP, no way you're taking it after all that damage is done. Bleed just not ready for that save.
And he's going to keep the Doom, too, it looks like. He's got another 100 seconds till he could use it again, but stolen Doom for maybe the next fight for Shanks.
This is Execration's window to win the game right here. Again, I don't think you want to push this ultra late. You're building a decent lead. But you really got to keep abusing the mag network. This early harpoon, it's really powerful in these fights. It is a very obnoxious build. You just keep getting sucked in and skewered, and he's very tanky. Does a crap ton of damage right now. That is not guaranteed to last in the late game versus the lasers, versus the Doom, versus a good Wukong. So the pressure, you must keep building it. Oh, Ice, you messed up.
BKB goes off from Bob to make sure he gets away. What did he mess up? I missed it.
He host stomped before the blink.
Ooh.
The wrong order of operations, son.
Oh no.
Dusting a little rust off, I guess, but you know, what can you do?
Oh, him too, huh?
I mean, it's been a couple of years
since Ice played offlane.
I mean, he did take a long break. It was like almost a year-long break between the Secret and him playing back and C.
Yeah.
You can't underestimate the downtime in Dota.
It had a delayed effect on him.
I think he definitely was rusty when he came back. Now it's, I mean, you can't really use it as an excuse now, but.
Well, dire side Roshan will go to Execration. They'll
middle tower is under attack.
get an Aegis for Palos, who is about to complete a Manta. Trying to go for the pit play, missed the tree that Jackie had hopped onto. So he will be able to slip away, but Tino's like, whatever, I'll just push in mid, keep this tower alive, making sure the map control doesn't go too heavily in the favor of Bleed.
I mean, Execration really want to fight. Not just the Aegis, but you have this Doom expiring on Shanks. So you have 20-second interval right now to try and find something. It's going to be tough, but if you get it, pretty big, especially if you can drop it on any of these Bleed cores.
Immediately smoke up. Time is ticking. A huge spell to have.
I mean, throwing it on anybody here.
Are they going to be able to get it? There's a smoke break on the high ground. Immediately trying to get the ward out, get the telekinesis to throw Dubu down. That's pretty nice. Jackie's still available and immediately put it to use on Jackie. RP misses though. Owl still trying to chase after him, but he gets the hard back down after the force staff. Jackie is still in a bit of trouble here. He's going to be chased after by Bob and Tino going for it. The constant heals coming out from Corden, and the Doom is actually going to wear out here. Jackie is fine. He healed up. They turn over to Ice and get that kill instead. But somehow, despite the Doom, Jackie manages to stay alive through that. How did he get Jingu stacks?
I don't know if he had Jingu stacks. I just don't think they had any damage for him.
What?
Ice.
Did
he have?
He definitely got lifesteal.
He's just a monster. I mean, the Doom doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't break until he's 25.
Yeah,
right. I forgot about that.
He can still get him. If he had him, they get dispelled, but he didn't have him, I think, right? So.
Right, yeah. I was thinking the wrong way. Harpoon Skewer back. That's going to cost Jackie his BKB. He tries to go for the punish here and might be able to get it, too, with the glimpse back on Tino. Telekinesis away. Nice save. Force staff gets him a little bit more distance, and Jackie's BKB is now worn out. He's fighting up against Palos, who still has that Aegis to work with. He's willing to use it to be able to get the kill on Jackie, but this lifesteal keeps on keeping him alive. He turns it back onto Shanks, but finally is finished off as Bob goes to work now.
There's There's another blink. Is he going to go blind? How bold are you, Paulos? Not bold enough. The gate to heal. Oh, Ice was looking.
Nice.
Ice.
Yeah. Oh, missed the skewer too.
Where was the harpoon?
A brief reset.
Now we're hard in action.
Yeah, up against a Tinker, it's never easy. It's going to require somebody to get a catch here. Bomb tries to go
Nice
for
looking.
it. Fishes. Doesn't quite land. Nice stomp.
Oh, the illusions.
Oh, he doesn't throw it out.
He got messed with and he's going to pay the price.
Telekinesis pulling him back in, not letting him get away. Now they use the freezing field. Ice. Harpoon.
You're coming to me.
Will not be able to use the Doom at all.
Oh, man, that Manta pop from Paulos really messed him up on that jump. He just didn't get the Doom on Bob. Maybe he didn't want to Doom Bob. I'm not sure what it ended well either, because they can save him and then just return the Doom. Maybe for the better.
You know, I was going to ask you what you thought about the Manta and if that was like, is that good for Magnus? But
I mean, he's universal now. It's definitely way better than it used to be. Probably just good, to be honest. Materials are wacky. You have a Wukong.
At the back line. Oh, Void Spirit inside the Static Storm. Bomb pops the BKB. Goes back in, trying to finish off DJ Corden, though. A savior, an angel, constantly with these defense matrices. I feel like there should be like 5 more kills in this game, but Corden is keeping heroes alive, and now he's putting them in the dirt. Bob, he's going to be the first to fall. Ice looking for a Doom opportunity, but below the sword.
You can't find it.
Denies him that option.
Ice's jumps have been rough. Just can't find the targets he wants, and even if he does, it's not guaranteed to latch. Kind of need to line it up with the disruptor control. You need to fight around the Wukong. At the same time, you have Tinker, who's your main damage dealer. There's a lot of pieces to align in these team fights for Bleed, not necessarily that straightforward, whereas Execration is just jump and kill. Mag jump, we kill. Void Spirit jump, we kill. It's a lot easier. Extra skewer range with the level 20 talent now, so these Blink Harpoon skewers are pretty devastating if Pauls can land them. That is also quite devastating.
Yeah, Jackie's doing his best to carry through these team fights. He's doing a good job, and as a result has built up some serious damage and put it to work on that Crystal Maiden, taking half her health with a Boundless Strike.
The Crystal Maiden life. Tormentor's back up. And we finally get one. Will they get one, and will it hopefully not be disruptors? Because I don't think it's too amazing here.
Yeah. Also, Jackie, what do you think about the Nullifier? Is this the right option here? Because you could go like Aghanim Scepter, right?
Nullifier, the dispels are definitely nice. For all the buffs, Crimson, Glimmer, and Power. I think it purges Pavis too.
Yeah.
Like, there's value for a Nullifier in this game. It's going to help you burst heroes. If you ever get like the stun Nullifier in the kinetic field or something, you can't even force staff the guy out of it. There is the lift. Pretty obnoxious for this. I don't know. I mean, I guess what's his alternative? You could go like Scotty.
Scepter or Scotty. Yeah.
Scotty's okay, but I don't know. It's a tough item choice. I can also see something like Silver Edge being interesting. Just like run in and scout the engagement. Maybe make the Doom and Tinker's life a bit easier. And then you can also break this Underlord.
Yeah, I feel like they do have a bit of an initiation problem. As you said it, his game has been pretty hard in that regard.
Yeah.
He's got the Time Warp aura right now, so 11% CDR in an aura.
Nice first team. I mean, Execration know the smoke is happening. Palos, he knows it so much. He's like, guys, I'm going to BKB before they even know they're jumping.
I was like, what the hell are you talking about right now? Now I understand.
Yeah, Palos did pop BKB there. He's just that ready for the jump.
Whoops.
He'll use it to farm. Think about his mistake. Has Titan Sliver as well. Not a bad item on this hero. Get some extra base damage. Very nice. I feel like this is kind of the last window for Execration to close it out, like, with their momentum, though. If that makes sense. Because this is strength.
Like, then you get into weird late game Tinker territory.
The game becomes very weird if you don't like win this next fight in Roche, and you have strength like Shiva's Tinker.
This Doom cooldown is not updating, but the Tinker has the level 25. Oh, they're jumping into they caught Ice. Jackie forced to use his BKB as he was almost caught as well. I wonder, Halos, he was just kind of chilling out there in the trees that entire time.
That's a big BKB to be down. Bought out for that nullifier as well.
Oh, be able to get this. Oh, not the skewer. Back to BKB. Pops first. He pops a Manta, dodging the Boundless Strike. As a result, he spots Corden. He gets
they got the bash.
The Abyssal Blade, getting the hits onto Corden. They're going to use the RP to make sure he does go down. No buyback available there. Meanwhile, Jackie, the AoE action is Wukong's command. Not stronger than the Freezing Field. Not with the rest of the team here. Execration clean up right next to the Roshan pit. Roche up in 5 seconds.
I mean, how did Powell's just walk up and bash Tinker? What?
Yeah, he did that.
He made it look hella easy. I thought they were going to have catch problems. Powell's just walked up and abyssaled him in the head. Said, what's up? Goodbye. Destroyed him. Just solo killed him. That was disgusting. I mean, that is the Magnus net worth and levels being put to use here. He's hitting for 400. Abyssal Blade finish for that fight. Ridiculous amount of net worth. And he has played this game pretty damn well. I have no complaints.
And thanks to the Underlord, I mean, I swear every single time, man, these Underlords, the gate, it just makes, you know, you win any fight, all of a sudden, boom, you're just instantly threatening, in this case, Megas, which they've got it, thanks to the top push of the creeps.
Yeah, it's a very efficient spell. It just feels amazing in the current meta with the large map.
Get the skewer back, they got him. Harpoon, skewer back into the Abyssal Blade, chain stun, and nowhere to go.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no base left to hide behind. AC done for Tino. I mean, they have all the physical damage they'll ever need. Any hero that gets harpooned or leashed or whatever is just gone at this point.
And back to Roshan, because why not? Let's just lock this game down 100%.
Never really got to see that like Tinker team fight that Bleed were looking for. I still think they had issues with the front line versus the mag, right? Because again,
yes.
Like, how do you see something to Doom or to get a Wukong on, or for Tinker to start missing heroes? They don't really have a vision mechanism. You don't have like the Bounty Hunter with tracks. You don't have like a Night Stalker. So it's just kind of, you have to sit someone out there. But then the problem with sitting someone out there is they just get skewered, and then that fight's kind of bad as well. That's what I was thinking.
It's
like
also a problem with Doom in general, right? Like, it's an offlaner that's tanky, that builds the teamfight items, but also doesn't want to be the straight up initiator, right? Like, he wants vision and to be able to choose his target.
They just don't really have a hero who wants to stand in the front or can give vision. Made the teamfights very difficult here. They were going to Doom on
Found it this time.
I mean, for what?
Yeah. He's going to just keep on chasing. They didn't get the glimpse onto Palos, which was what was really needed there.
Time to go back in. No Doom. No Static Storm. It's all on Corden.
Corden, he's doing a pretty good job juking out the Void Spirit. Brings him down once. Wukong's command still available for Jackie. He's going to have to make use of it soon. Throws out the Boundless Strike, has Corden onto the side. RP on the two of them, and Palos laying into them. Bleed. Going to be forced into a GG call as they get team wiped in their own fountain.
The cudgel just breaks their skulls. What a nice game from Paulo. 7-1 and 13, 400 last hits at the 40-minute mark. Just very clean from him. Played a pretty nice carry mag, enabled the rest of their lineup. I think Magnus with these universal heroes is also really spooky, right? I think this is a strat we're going to see developed over the meta, especially the more people figure out how to itemize them. Like, I think the Harpoon is really nice on this hero. Something like the Manta also becomes more interesting because you get benefit from all those stats. Like, these heroes, there's something about these universal heroes that's kind of broken. I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's going to take some time for people to figure out, like I was saying, but Magnus being universal and him being really good with other universals, there's like something there that is oddly kind of way too good numbers wise. Like maybe with some of these other like Marcy's or Mirana, Wind Ranger, Pango, it's got to be some broken interaction.
I think there are definitely there. I have seen people talking about these universal heroes and saying like the 0.6 to 0.7, it makes the difference. And I think we're going to see a lot more of these heroes being spammed, or at least tested out. We'll see if it actually, long distance has some legs on it. But for now, it works out for Execration. 1-0 over Bleed as we head into game 2 after a discussion with the panel.
Execration take the first game of the second series of today quite steadily and convincingly. There wasn't really one time in the game where I was like, they're gonna lose. They were just steamrolling. They were just going.
It was the Starbucks.
It was the Starbucks, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Sbuck. What do you say in Manila? There's a Konya term for this.
Oh, Starbs.
Starbs, yeah. It's the
That's the Starbs, bro.
Yeah, it's the Starbs, but
oh my god.
for sure. I think it felt like a really bog standard game. Like Execration played to their strengths. They never allowed the Tinker to be unmanageable, right? And they just played that tempo and played it really well. I think the mid matchup for Bob was just not easy for Corden.
I think he got roamed down quite a bit, and they didn't really have a way on Bleed to punish the silence. Magnus and Underlord were kind of independent. We saw Jackie kind of go on Tino a few times, but never really managed to convert it into anything. I think something we didn't talk about in the draft was that Tinker against the high HP strength heroes, he eats a lot of his mana because you cycle, and a lot of the time with his pipe on top, they were too tanky, and in all the fights, Corden exhausted his mana, and it just wasn't enough.
That's your standard Underlord player. That's it.
Just
That's
sleeping.
True. I can't blame him. I don't blame him.
Really your gameplay. It's not fun, but yeah, it's like you said. You have Tinker. He doesn't have anyone to burst. You have an aura carrier on Execration. You had the Pavis coming on early as well from Shanks. These kinds of small itemizations. We were talking with Winter in the green room, and he was really upset that DJ didn't build a Pavis.
What the hell is this Earn?
Yeah.
Who the hell? I don't know. Sorry, man.
Strong.
That's just that's a cap item build.
Yeah, it just didn't do much, and I don't know. It felt like they really leaned into the Tinker, and they didn't have last pick overall. So the flex comes in from Execration, which we talked about even before we enter that last phase of picks. Like, they could just flex it because it's an early Magnus, right? Just put it on Paulus, get something Bob can be aggressive with on mid, and it still works out.
His item build was very weird to me too, the Shivas on Tinker. I felt like he needed like some Kaya, E-Blade kind of thing, just more damage to pump it in. Like we see in every fight, his whole mana pool, like look here again, he's using his whole mana pool and no one's dying.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a massive commitment out. And maybe they felt like they had enough nuke damage with a Sky, with Ancient Seal on top. They're like, all right, maybe we can burst them down. But I know you just reach a point where even with some of these auras being nerfed, they're still the aura game. This is still somewhat of an aura patch, although I don't think that defines the patch fully, but for the offlane for sure.
You know how many auras Bleed had?
How many?
0.
Exactly it. That's a difference maker right there.
Yeah,
Build your auras in pubs.
I don't get how you're gonna get past this Underlord. Just this chonky boy plus the auras. Like, imagine. Like not.
You just can't burst them. You go Skywrath Mage with techies. Skywrath Mage with Tinker. I don't know why I had techies in mind, but it's just not enough. Once the Underlord gets a decent lane, and even against the Monkey
having
King,
a conversation.
He's going hard.
He's going hard. He's going hard. The opposite of Tino there.
But here's our match MVP. We have Shanks on the Rubik, doing a really good job stealing good spells. And like you were saying a while ago, he was just playing Monkey King, but better.
He also had like Static Storm and Doom almost.
Yeah.
I think, and then he had the 4-staff. I think I liked his item build a lot. You know, the 4-staff, the Pavis early. He had the Shard eventually, so a lot of disengage.
Yeah, Shanks has always been like a remarkable Rubik, even all the way back in other teams he's played on. Like, this is one of his shining heroes, it shines here. And overall, I think Execration has just been playing a lot cleaner. Like, they didn't make as many mistakes, I think. It's a very clean game. At the same time, not exciting, but you don't necessarily want it to be an exciting game for a team. You know, it's just clean. Like, we were talking about the feel of that game. It didn't feel like anything happened, but it's just a clean game, you know?
Yep.
You just take these wins, you build off of it, they rotate into Roche every time, they play around with the Fiend's Gate really well, and it's just simple.
It was kind of impressive, especially since we were talking about Execration, right? They tend to overextend. I think especially in this patch where you get punished for these deaths, we've seen the 1K, 2K, 3K gold from the games earlier. There was none of it.
Well, it was a really great first game by Execration. They took the series very convincingly, very steadily, in fact. But we have game 2 coming up. Will Bleed be able to take it? We'll have to find out after the break. First game of the series was very calm, very steady, pretty easy going, but will our second game be any more thrilling? We will find out as we are now back to the DPC Southeast Asia 2023 Summer Tour. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Sophie, and I am here with John X Fire and Adam. How do you guys feel about this upcoming game?
Feel like Tino.
Sleeper Lord.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that they feel that confident and comfy on Execration. I think Bleed, they need to find something, because we were talking about this in the first game draft, right? They stick together as a team for a long time. Surely at this point they figure out the issues.
I think it's a weird thing. Like, I don't know how Misery is as a coach, but I think their draft looked good to me. But now, that's where the challenge comes in, right? It's balancing between good picks and your players and what they can play. Like, I don't think Corden looked very bad, but he didn't look like some Kiyotaka Tinker Spammer kind of level, you know? So do you want to give a player like that heroes like this? Like, would you pick Invoker for someone who doesn't really play Invoker that much? I think that's like the hard part of being a coach and a drafter for a team.
Yeah, and maybe a bit of the understanding of the patch as well. Like we're talking, I don't mean to pick on DJ, but certain itemization choices, like the urn instead of something like a Pavis, not having the auras in play, it makes it a lot harder to play the game.
You keep saying Pavis sounds so fancy.
Pavice.
I switch pronunciation all the time. I'm never sure which one's right.
Pavis?
I just say
I don't know, but we should all call it differently. I got Pavice. You got Pavice. Yeah, you're gonna go Payvice.
Pavis sounds like it belongs on like a
on my bank
board.
account, you have Payvice.
Payvice. Yeah, nice one, yeah. But why this Underlord hero? It just seems to be dominating every game today. It's just super tanky, has good damage, natural aura builder. How come we're not seeing it banned?
I think it's something you can play around. I think it's decently, it's not like busted enough to be something that you can't counteract, but I feel like it probably could be something bannable, but I don't think it's a first phase ban is the issue, and it's always picked up in the first phase. Like there are bigger heroes. Medusa's the first phase ban. It's up there. Enchantress every now and again as well. So I think there's just higher priority, and you don't have that many bans in the first phase to justify the Underlord ban.
I feel like it might be an execution issue. Also, I feel like there's a lot of, I guess instinctively, it's very hard to understand the numbers that like Crimson Guard and stuff add to you. Like they had Magnus, Void Spirit, and Underlord. And to a Tinker, those might not be the tankiest heroes, Void Spirit especially. But now with his new shield, he's a universal hero. He buys Bracer or Echo Saber. Then suddenly he has a Crimson Guard on top that's like 3k HP on 3 cores at, 12, 13 minutes? How do you even play against that?
Yeah. And you've been harping also on this Oracle here that we haven't seen yet today. Why aren't people picking it when it looks like it could be the good opportunity to do so?
I think it's just a preference. I feel like the teams, especially the European teams, they enjoy these saving heroes. I think the finals showed it a lot. It's just a lot about how they play the map. Like they pick this Elk early, so they have this Oracle. It's a hero that enables Elk. Obviously, the Alp with the chemical rage from Alchemist, it heals you. So in these metas that develop where they pick cores early, the supports usually are a bit more niche.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we got draft 2 ready, surfing up. Medusa, there's that.
Wow.
Oh, there's the Underlord ban.
Then that's what happens.
There
you get Medusa, and then you get the Enchantress. Like it just lets these heroes through. It's a little bit scary. Like Medusa just feels, especially since they fixed her shield. Now you can get shield at level 1, so you can just double up level 1 shield into level 2 at your first level. You could get level 2 shield at level 2 if you still want to get the Mystic Snake level 1. Like that feels pretty good for the Medusa.
I feel like the opening from Bleed is very stubborn.
Yeah.
You see Medusa, you pick ENG, Bad Rider. Like these heroes don't really have interactions with the Medusa.
Yeah, now you can ban to protect the Medusa as well. Like Nyx is out. You can take care of stuff like, say, PL if you're worried about anything with mana burn.
Anti-mage.
AM, it's going to be a straightforward ban. Like, I like this from Execration. Just seeing this opening with the bans coming out from Bleed, just sneak in the Medusa. You've got the Bounty Hunter, which we have seen flexed as core and support. I wouldn't mind it.
Still has Starbucks.
There you go. They're slowly sipping that energy. It's a series, Adam, right? Best of 3. You can't chug all your energy.
Conserve the Starbs.
Yeah, otherwise you'll end up like Tino. You'll be asleep.
That's true. Tino probably did not have Starbucks.
No.
Shanks is drinking his. Now we know the story. Back to the draft. I feel like, okay, if I'm in a coach perspective, like the only reason I picked this bet ENG is because of comfort, right? We're 1 game down. That's probably what we've scrimmed. We know Corrin plays bad. It was banned last game. The ENG, I'm not sure where it was last game, but it's an early pick ENG. Nothing too surprising. Stops the zoo.
Are you surprised by the Tinker ban from Execration?
I think it's a good answer to do so. Surprised, yes, but I think the hero was annoying.
Sure. I'm wondering now if we can go back to that Oracle here. Like, you do have a core that kind of uses it, although not too much with a mana shield, but it is a core that can benefit. It's a good counter to Bat Rider if you're worried about that as well.
It's definitely possible. I think they'll probably put priority on heroes like Rubik or Mirana a bit more, knowing Execration. I also feel like they don't really care about getting lassoed on Dusa right now.
True.
I wonder what Bleed will go for. Anti-Mage is still in the pool as a Monkey King.
Prioritizing the CM. I don't mind that too much. Just to kind of take it away from Execration as well. Lines up for a pretty good lane to play aggressively with Jackie. So you can kind of double down there.
It's a DJ Eng?
It should be. It does look like a DJ Eng coming out here. Again, it's a competent support duo, at the least.
I don't really like Bleed's draft right now. I feel like their heroes are kind of weird. It's a lot of emphasis on the laning phase, but Execration's laning is not weak.
Yeah, it's solid. Like, you have the Disruptor now. It kind of takes care of your Batrider problem down the line. Gives you some good team fight to connect with your Medusa. And they get the puck. Your lockdown here for Bleed for something like the puck, I mean, you've got the Frostbite lasso, but whether or not you can really jump in and use those spots on a puck, it's a different story, despite the nerfs.
This pick's really annoying for Bleed because they don't know what the Medusa is right now. So if you want to pick like some AM or something and the Medusa lanes into you with the Bounty Hunter, it's actually kind of hard. Go for the DK. That's the puck answer. It does make sense, but I feel like the DK stun right now, it's not enough. Like, if DK lands a stun on his puck, I don't think he dies.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you've quite got the output. The lane matchup is stable enough. It's a DK. It's not going to get shoved away. The puck shouldn't be shoved away either. So Corden should have a even enough lane. I'm really curious what Jackie decides to play, because he is a prolific AM player if it does slide through. Although, again, laning into Bounty Hunter potentially doesn't feel good as well. But Jackie, in his Motivate Trust days, was, again, this really heavy AM player.
Yeah, I think Monkey King is definitely a good pick right now. Makes sense with their heroes. Good against Dusa, you can buy Diffusal. Good in lane too if the Dusa's off lane, because you can dodge the Snake with Mischief.
Is this a 3-4-5 bounty? What do you think it is?
I think it's just Shanks.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I wouldn't be surprised by a flex, but it should just be a Shanks hero. I do like how animated Kimo seems. I know something seems to have worked him up in this draft.
It's probably their lane, this Dusa bounty, I would assume. And they just pick a carry for Bleed. I think Bleed thinks the same, so they ban the Slark. Need to be very careful with what they ban.
So what does Execration need?
Something a lane into the Batrider, not a carry. Some damage to kill the DK. Maybe use the Puck Coil. Bloodseeker looks pretty good.
Yeah.
With the Disruptor in the lane as well. Bloodseeker looks sick actually. Elk is banned.
The Monkey King ban you mentioned as well. You don't need to worry too much about the Dusa at the very least. I mean, AM's still there if you kind of want to go into it for Bleed, but I don't know if it really fits the lineup. It's not the worst thing in the world, but just having Bounty Hunter around in your lane is probably not the best, as you mentioned.
I think the AM, there's still a Slara in the pool. And even on Palos, I think the Slara could look really dominant. It's good against Bat in lane because Sprint gives you no turn rate. So that's really nice. And then you have minus armor against DK and the AM in the game.
Yeah.
See, they still have quite a lot of reserve time for their last pick.
There's a lot of options. I'm still keen to see where Execration goes with their draft, because theirs is the one with a little bit more play. I think Bleed's is a lot more defined, just kind of set in stone where you're going to be seeing these heroes. So it's not as flexible in adjusting here.
I feel like Bleed's gonna pick Nagar and Execration's gonna pick Darkseer.
Huh. I wouldn't mind that. Darkseer Bounty Hunter lane sounds pretty fun. They actually ban out Nepo.
So anti-mage then.
Ah.
Huh.
I mean, Meepo's really good against AM. Like, it's so hard to play the matchup. I think it was a really smart ban if they pick the AM.
So if you expect the AM here on Execration for Bleed to pick up, what do you want to take on Exe? The Slaughter that you mentioned?
I just like high physical damage heroes that lane to the Batrider. Slaughter is my top one, I think. Though I'm not sure if they'll go that far as to play a Slaughter here. Speaking of heroes that can lane against this bad Eng, it's not an easy lane. I think Bloodseeker is alright too. You have Shard for damage against DK later. Your lane's pretty easy. You can buy Lincolns. Rupture and Blood Ride are both nice against the anti-mage, especially with the Puck Coil doing lockdown.
Yeah, it is a lot of good follow-up control. They go to Magnus again instead though, so just back into that. Should be our Palos hero again, or What do you prefer? Maybe a Tino Magnus?
Maybe Tino
Is that
Mag,
what
right?
you'd want?
I think they're still keeping it open, but I don't mind the Palos Mag here. I think the lane's really strong. This hero's really good against anti-mage too. Generally, anything AoE is good against AM, so you blink in, you Manta, and the RP comes, you kind of just die.
Wonder if Bleed will stick to that AM suggestion with the Meepo ban.
I mean, what's Bleed's other choices?
No Monkey. It's a little bit rough. I mean, you have good push coming out with a DK. You do have some jump in Exa, so like ranged cores aren't the best. Would have said Drow, but I think you have enough from Execration to jump a Drow. No
Execration has a really well-rounded rough. It's super hard for a Bleed to pick.
It is. I need to just go for the AM. Just kind of try to outplay.
The lane is so hard though, against Mag Bounded.
Yeah.
Sam Power will hit you. It's not like you're gonna mana break with this CM and win the lane. Like he has no mana, he doesn't care. I feel like they need a different approach to the game. Some like Ursa, some Lifestealer kind of hero. I think it's not that great against Dusa for sure, but you have to itemize and play a game that way.
They go with Naga instead. So back to like what you said, right? You also expect the Naga to come true. You don't have the best clear from Execration. At the same time, I don't know if you really care.
Yeah, I feel like you don't care. You have a Mag carry, the Naga can never fight into you. There's no real combo with the Naga Siren right now, unless you song during the Magnus BKB and get a lasso on him maybe. Even then, I'm not sure if he dies with the damage. I really like Execration's draft here.
Yeah, it looks really well-rounded. I think I like the team fight looks good. The tempo looks really nice. I think it's a challenging game for Bleed.
There's no damage on Bleed.
Yeah, there's no damage for a long time. Like you're waiting for the Naga to get a lot of farm. You're waiting for your DK to also just kind of farm up, try to be a right clicker on top of being an initiator. As you mentioned, there's no team fight combination with a Song outside of a basic bailout or just isolation on the Magnus. Like Song, Freezing Field, it's not particularly amazing in terms of like AoE control. So I'm not sure what kind of tempo Bleed's going to be gunning for, because the lanes don't look the strongest and their power spikes feel like it's pushed a little bit later in comparison to Execration.
Yeah, I feel like Ice and DJ have to accomplish a lot, and Cornet as well. His DK against the puck, he has to be able to apply a lot of pressure. I still like Execration's draft much more though. I don't really see a win condition for Bleed this game.
Yeah, Execration's lanes look really scary. I mean, having to play against either one of those, Dusa Bounty or Disruptor Magnus, like Glimpse Skewer or just the Bounty Janada and the Shadow, just pain everywhere.
Pain.
Yeah, you have a lot of ways to manage.
Misery.
Pain and misery.
Oh, Bleed. I hope Misery's ready for some of that, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, I really hope Bleed do take this game, because everyone wants a 3-game series, right? And I just want to see some development in Bleed, that's for sure. Like, I want to see them actually grow.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys?
Yeah, I mean,
too, I would say. I'm speaking for you guys now.
Maybe.
All right, well, let me throw you guys off to our casters. Cap and SVG ready to cast Game 2.
Oh, it's time to find out whether this Medusa is still broke, Avery. What do you think?
It's definitely worse. I mean, the level 1 to 3 got destroyed, right? There's no way this hero is anywhere as strong in the early laning phase. But if you can still get through that, if you don't get contested on the early levels, she's kind of the same hero. So I have a hard time believing she's not still a decent threat. I mean, offlane Deuce is just so weird, man. Like, it shouldn't be as good as it is, but it kind of is that good. So I think the onus is still on Bleed to kind of destroy this hero early and at least abuse the window that Valve has given you versus a literal god.
Well, not a literal god. She was cursed by the gods.
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. Got me with that one. I'll give it to you. That's your one win for the day.
Oh, thanks. All right. Well, Bleed, they draw first blood. Or do wards bleed? What do you think? What do you think makes up a ward?
I mean, do wards have a soul?
I mean, they move around and look around and stuff. They seem more like more sapient plants, basically.
Do plants have a soul?
I hope not. Otherwise, I've killed a lot of souls.
I mean,
I did a fair amount of lawn mowing as a teenager, so.
Was that a? Oh, never mind. I'm not going to ask that question.
Either way, let's go back to the Medusa. I agree with you. I feel like this hero is pretty much the same at some point in time.
I bet you were mowing a lot of lawns when you were young, huh? Real nice.
Anyway.
Real nice task you're providing for the fans out there. Jesus.
I think 1, 2, and 3 Dusa is
decency.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah, that's probably the same. I mean, I think this game is
kind of terrifying.
Feels similar to the last Bleed lineup where, okay, they have like this Naga that's kind of like the Tinker where at some point in the late game it becomes a little annoying, but at the same time, it's not like a clear just free win. And then you have this Palos Mag, which can do similar things it did game 1. But Execration did not get the crazy start like that game 1, so that's already better for Bleed. You know, no first blood, no rune advantage. If I'm looking at one player to make something happen, though, I feel like it's Ice 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 on the bat. I feel like he's the wild card this game. I mean, he's a wild card in general, but like, if he can get snowballing, I think Bat becomes very annoying for the Execration cores between the Medusa and the Mag, and that can kind of break the team fights for Bleed. And also just give him the damage, because I don't think Naga Dragon Knight are that high damage until way later.
I mean, I already feel that way constantly about Bat Rider, and why I put a pretty heavy premium on ganking this hero, in part because of the item buildup, right? Because now everybody's going this Vanguard straight up Octarine build. I think if you let that hero get Octarine go unpunished, I think it's a bad idea. Palos does manage to pick up the kill after being pressured pretty heavily. Good reaction there from Carlo, getting the glimpse back on Ice Ice Ice, and then Palos with all those stick charges goes to work on the Enchantress.
Not the first blood you want to give away here for that Bat momentum. I mean, just gotta read the sticks and not overplay your hand. DJ's had some rough early laning phases in the series. Synergy has just not been 100%. As Shanks looking top. Ooh, one more right click.
He's slowed down. Gets it in the end. Oh, that final strike lands.
God,
another kill that you do not want to be giving away, right? I mean, the experience on Bounty Hunter is extremely crucial for this hero. And Dusa also just getting to the phylactery timing where she's kind of unstoppable and does crazy good damage.
I feel like you just don't want to feed Medusa lanes in general. Like, this is not a hero.
Oh, did you see that?
Kills. Oh, he dodged the snake.
Yeah, he dodged the snake. So Tino actually out of mana. He used 100 of it to try and hit the snake onto Jackie, but he mirror image dodged it.
Don't be mad.
Can't turn illusions to stone. I guess that's the lesson of today.
Yeah.
Tino will get a Lotus.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
That's nice of Shanks.
He needed that Lotus. He's completely dry. He's going to salvage his laning phase here for sure. I mean, how's mid doing? Mid's pretty damn even here. This is another pretty important lane in terms of momentum for the game. I think Puck is one of the heroes that can help deal with the Naga in the later phase. Shanks will go down. Just an inevitable trade. But I also think Corden on the Dragon Knight, like, he's a lot of their late game scale damage as well that can cause problems for Execration. So if he has a really good game, if he's taking towers, playing aggressive, maybe even a Midas buildup, then Bleed's going to feel a lot more comfortable just playing this game slow and scaling.
Shanks actually TPing to bottom lane, trying to go for a kill. They thought they were going to get it off of the Glimpse Skewer. Didn't get the opportunity for the Skewer back. The double stuns, though. That opens up an opportunity with the grenade. Still not enough. Now the Glimpse back. Surely that's going to be enough now. The Skewer hits him, and Ice 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 will fall. A good rotation from Shanks. And DJ pushing forward very aggressively. He's going to take a lot of damage, and he's going to die a second time.
Or is he?
Oh, okay, never mind. He lives. Holy crap, Carlo almost got him.
I mean, you still had Fairy Fire on Carlo and stuff, though. That's just a bad trade from DJ. And he's getting his level 3 mega delayed. I mean, we're approaching 5 minutes, and he's not even close to level 3. This is not where you want to be with Enchantress. Like, her early enchant points are vital to the game flow for this hero. DJ's having a rough one. Should get the Tino kill, I think. Oh, he had a
the Lotus. That actually helped out a lot. Frostbite. Tino survives, and the rotation from Bob will be there to punish. So,
wait, is
good
Lotus?
save.
Is the sound effect for eating a Lotus the same as the one for eating a mango?
I guess so. I'd never noticed that before, but yeah.
How was that? How was that allowed? Wait, what?
When Val reusing assets? What do you mean?
I mean, I don't mind reusing assets, but you can't have the same sound effect for two different things, right?
Yeah. No, you're probably right about that.
You know, what happens when you're in the middle of a fight and some guy punches a greater Lotus and you're like, oh, we just mangoed, guys. JK, he gained 1,000 HP. My auditory signals are incorrect.
Back. Coordinate. Avery, not my game. Not my professional video game.
All I'm saying is it's gonna happen at some point. I'm just sending the warning out.
Okay.
I mean, it got me there.
Way, good punish. Good punish on the DK trying to hit that mid tower.
Yeah, that was a very important kill because he had the 6 first, so there's a lot of momentum behind that first dragon form. Just gets pushed into the dirt, and even more gold for Paulos, who is once again having a very rich Magnus game.
Yeah,
he's very comfortable.
Net worth.
I feel like we're gonna see more carry mag.
Hey, look at Shanks. Execration. Last time, what they did the smoke play
again
for the Wisdom Rune. Shanks this time setting up for. I mean, Bleed just look unprepared for this.
Yeah, this is not something you can be giving up anymore. It's way too much XP. It's like a full level for him. Carlo's level 5 now. Like, this shit is just ridiculous. He's gonna get another one. Oh my god. Dude, Carlo is almost 6. And then look at the bleed supports. Level 3 on DJ? This can't keep happening. He can't keep getting away with this. Let DJ out of prison. There's no XP in the prison.
I mean, well, DJ put himself in the prison, to be fair. He's the one supposed to be securing the Wisdom Rune in the first place.
I mean that is true, man. I don't know. DJ has not looked crisp for the series, and Constant Bleed some little victories here or there. Second dragon form for Corden, trying to punish this mid tower. That's a 2-man
nice coil on it too. Shanks cutting over and TP's inbound. The snake is going to bounce over, finishing off the Crystal Maiden, and popping the Stone Gaze was perhaps a bit ambitious from Tino, but I like the aggression. I like the heart.
I mean, it's not the worst trade for Bleed as they get the Magnus bottom. That's a huge kill for Ice. So now all of a sudden you're getting some momentum off Bat Rider, who is going to go, looks like Vanguard for Crimson, just play Aura Bat. Get a free tower off this too. I mean, that was a low level.
Wait, whoa. Crimson?
Yeah.
No, he's going to do the Vanguard break apart Octarine, right? That's what all the Bat Riders I've seen going.
He will rush the Octarine. Yeah, I think it's a good Crimson game though. I wouldn't mind seeing it. But he will go with Octarine. You're right.
RP, Static Storm, bias towards.
It's by that Zai game. You know, at Berlin, Zai played offlane Bat and he went Crimson.
Yeah.
And it's just been stuck in my brain. When I see this, I'm like, oh, this guy's a hipster like Zai, which Ice is.
That is definitely true.
Maybe he just wants Vanguard. You know?
It could be. It is a really good. It is a really good Crimson game, though.
Is every game a good Crimson game? I think that's the question of the day.
I think so.
Is there a
That is why my in-game name right now is Aura Buyer Lamau, because I feel like that's all you should be doing. Is it a pipe game, a Crimson game, or both? Probably both.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to turn down this item. Like, I don't know if there's a lineup that functions in a way where it doesn't care about right clicks in a fight.
You know, I think that's actually the thing I really like here, even though that we may not see it, is the fact that they're doing offlane Medusa, which means you don't have an aura buyer, but you do have Bounty Hunter who generates a lot of gold and can funnel that into teamfight items. Now, right now he has queued up Phylactery, but I would much prefer him to see him go all the aura items.
I mean, Phylactery is just too much fun, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty cheeky on this Bounty Hunter. Have you played it this way yet? It's so stupid.
It's fun as hell. It's good, too. I mean,
you're just sitting there constantly just hitting them with the track Phylactery every 5 seconds, just harassing them.
I mean, you can go this into auras too. I don't know if you need super fast auras here, because like Bleed are not going to necessarily try and 5v5 you, right?
Sure.
They want to play the map with Naga Bat. The problem right now is they're just getting outmaneuvered on the map because you're playing versus Bounty Disruptor. That is one of the issues for Bleed going into the split game is, can you play the split game Naga farm game when you're against Bounty Disruptor? That's a big question they're gonna have to answer. I mean, so far they're like kind of out.
What does Dragonite do with this team?
I mean, that's why I say you buy Midas and you scale. You're the carry.
Okay.
I don't think Corden can do much. I think he just has to play for like Black Dragon territory where it'll be a big problem for Execration's damage. Help carry the game with Naga, but that means it is going to be a pretty slow game for Bleed, and it's a game where Execration are going to be able to potentially poke a lot of holes in it with the Bounty Disruptor and all the levels they got from those runes, man. I mean, they're both almost level 7.
Where's Jackie going? Oh man, he was really scared. Hit himself away into the trees trying to work towards his Manta. I mean, he's been dealing with the pressure really well. He's dodged so many snakes with this mirror image.
That was a good lane matchup. Definitely kind of like that one. He's going to have a good matchup in the game, too. Pretty damn farmed, 114 CS, 1-0. I mean, he's up there with Paulos, who has had a ridiculous game again with 3-1-3, already level 10. He's going to have a fast after.
Yeah, this is the same build, right? Echo Saber, then Blink?
Yep. I like early Harpoon on this hero, too, if you can get away with it. I think that item is very good.
I feel like that's the build I've seen the most.
Yeah, I think Mag's like the best Harpoon user.
Dubu, he's going to die underneath his tower. TP rotation coming in from DJ and Jackie, but with Glimpse back, I suspect they're not going to be able to get much here. The Bob will be able to jump away. Plus, he has 13 Magic Wand charges and a Haste Rune. So, if anything, Gordon, he's going to have to be the one to be careful here. They're actually willing to throw a coil on him. They have the Magnus coming in. He's coming in with the Blink, but he's not going to go for the skewer
Glimpse
back.
Ice.
Glimpse Ice, get the RP on the Dragonite, skewer him back. Now they've got some play actions here as Corden pulled so far out of position that they easily get him killed, and the Trackle just keeps on flowing in for Execration. Avery, I don't know how you feel about it, but watching these two teams, I feel like I'm watching a team that is put in the time and the grind. It is fully prepared for a patch on 7.3.3 versus a team that's not.
That sounds pretty mean.
Well, am I wrong though?
I mean, that's a pretty savage comment. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'd say that.
But you're not saying I'm wrong.
I mean,
I'm just more so. It's more so that Execration just seemed really prepared for this patch. That's all.
I don't know if it's a patch thing. I feel like Execration. I mean, we've seen it with them in all the seasons. I feel like they're just really good versus the other C teams. Like,
ooh, Ice.
They're very cohesive.
Nothing he can do with that.
And you got Phylactery.
I mean, it's just a nice combination of, them setting up for all the timings of like Wisdom Runes, them making nice smoke movements, the Phylactery builds, and the hero choices.
I mean, I agree with that stuff. I think Bleed still look a bit disjointed for sure. I don't think it looks very clean from them. The overall game plan is like kind of there, but I think the execution is the difference right now, right? Like, I think Execration are just executing the map a lot better. Like, the moves are cleaner, they're more purposeful. These little things are more coordinated, and that adds up. In a game like Dota, it adds up a lot. Even if in theory the drafts are even, or lanes are like pretty close. Because this game is not some like crazy one-sided game either.
Dire's middle tower
It's just,
is under attack.
it does feel like Execration are just executing a bit smoother. But I feel like that was the case with them in the other seasons. As I was trying to bring up, like a lot of those games we watched, I felt like they were a very decisive team in a lot of their inter-regional matches. And on LAN, I don't know what happens to this team on LAN. They just don't have a good read of the LAN meta, or maybe their matchup versus the Western teams is just very bad inherently, but at least in these C regionals, they've looked very dominant.
Maybe it's just a confidence thing, right? They know these guys, they know these players, they play against them all the time in pubs, they feel more confident in that regard. Especially with like other regions like Western Europe, you know, there's such a, oh, Western Europe, the best region by far sort of deal. Maybe you don't feel as confident going into those matches.
Definitely could be. Could be that combined with an experience thing too. A lot of times you gain confidence through experience. This team is not the most LAN experienced team, right? So
sure.
They maybe need a few goes to figure out what's working and what's not. But in terms of this, yeah, they're looking pretty damn clean. Kind of just abusing the supports from Bleed in both games in terms of that experience and the rotations. Just outmaneuvering them.
Carlo, that he went in real deep to get a ward down and did get spotted by Jackie on his way back. So I'd be very surprised if that ward stays up. But then again, it's hard to know where wards are going in general nowadays.
I mean, is this ward even useful? What can you even do with this?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I think if it saw further down into the little swimming pool,
but it's
there,
just so deep. Like, are you gonna smoke and kill someone there? You know?
Yeah, I like the one that I like the wards that see behind into this pool area because it also usually sees into the tier 2 teleport area, and I think that's super good.
Yeah, those I'm more inclined with. I just think the ward in that corner is like, what's the point? Because if you're gonna smoke there anyway, you may as well just smoke there. Because if you don't find anybody, then you know they're in the fucking corner. There's nowhere else to be.
Coil out. Jumps to the orb, but Corden is on the other side of things, instantly stuns him up. Bob is actually going to be in some trouble here, has a fairy fire, but he dies instead with a freezing field. Song going out. Static Storm wears out, and Jackie sets up a beautiful setup now for Bleed as they're going to pick their choose. Their heroes here. Carlo's going to be first. Tino. He barely gets the stun in time, but he does manage to get there. And that is going to be a team wipe. What a team fight for Bleed.
Yeah, geez, where'd that come from?
Where did that come from?
I felt like Paul's just got melted. The hell melted him so fast? Was it just...
I'm not sure. And then the puck got trapped into a scenario where he had to jump into Dragon Tail stun.
Yeah, very awkward engagement. They went on this bat. Ice is too tanky with the early Octarine, pushing him up to almost 2,000 HP. Corden just gets to walk in and clean up whoever he wants. Like, that looked hella easy.
All right, Bleed. A little bit of wind in their sails now.
Yeah, now who looks like they don't understand the patch, huh? You hater?
Seems like they can play team fights. It's good.
Corden's just going Manta second. Pretty interesting as well. Don't see this a lot of times on Dragon Knight. But
I mean,
again,
I love it. I love this idea because, again, what does he do in this game when you've got Naga Siren and Bat Rider like playing a lot of split? Just scale, scale, scale.
Yeah, I kind of like it. And it's already done, so he's pretty damn farmed. He's just gonna farm more with the Manta. He can send these dragons out. It's gonna create some extra map pressure for the Bat Rider pickoff, which is gonna help Ice's game. And I mean, the rat is on, right? Now you're in a situation where the Bounty Disruptor were helping you deal with it in the early game. But at this point, the Bounty Disruptor are terrible versus these Naga Illusions. They're pretty bad versus the DK ones. It's pretty hard to find the Bat because he got to Boots of Travel, so he's way faster on the map now. The rat has been upgraded. The rat found a pipe in the sewer. Now it's learned to use tools.
What the hell is that analogy? I mean, it's even worse when the rat wins a team fight, right? Because then you're a little bit skittish about taking and trying to hunt down Bleed heroes because you're not even confident you can win a 5-on-5 as Bleed get the pick off on Bomb.
The rat just smacked you in the head with the pipe. It sprouted wings too. It's out of control.
God, what kind of mutation is happening here? Palos is going to see Corden on the low ground, okay, he runs into the Dragon Tail, immediately pops his Manta, trying to get out, skewers away to freedom, but Shanks, he's going to be left behind. Regen for Palos is pretty nice.
Just no answer to this map pressure right now. Getting out farmed, picked off, and can't find the fight. Hard done for Jackie. So these Naga illusions already have 3,000 HP. That is ridiculous.
It seems like both squads are mounting up for a long game because Tino is not building an Aghanim Scepter. He's not trying to be the utility Medusa build that we saw in the early stages of 7-3-3.
No.
He's going Manta back into Butterfly.
This is pretty damn greedy, but I hate to say I kind of agree with it because I don't think you can snowball win this game anymore, right? This game is going to have to be won at 60 minutes either way. So you may as well just play for the triple carry, I guess. You're going to have 3 of them. Magnus right click, Medusa right click, and Puck. I mean, Puck's a carry too.
Is this Puck going to be a carry though? Behind a net worth.
Get some
behind everybody.
He might be.
Yeah, that's true. That would certainly help. If they can get some team fights going here, they're going to spot Ice. Dubu spots him in turn, gets a frostbite out onto him. Corden leading the charge with his illusions, trying to get some information. Ice jumping forward, not finding his pick. Gets an RP onto the Dragonite plus the Bat Rider, but the song, once again, Jackie, the savior of Bleed. And now the flame break goes out, immediately going for Palos here. Palos dropping low, frostbite should be enough to finish him up here, and Bleed, they're cleaning house once again. Palos is initiated on and finished off, and Tino, well, his mana is running a little bit low, but he's still strong enough to be able to take down one, but Jackie is completely undeterred, and he's working his way through the mana shield bit by bit. He'll get it eventually, a 1-for-3 exchange in the result.
I mean, you get some track, but that's a consolation prize for what Jackie gets out of that fight. He is, like you said, cleaning house. There is no answer to Naga in these engagements. The songs have destroyed their RP AoE team fight, reset the bit, and then you just have to try and man fight this Naga. And nobody's man fighting Naga in this game. It's not even close right now. I mean, maybe 6 slots on Puck and Mag, but outside of that, I do not see you dealing with Jackie at all in this game for the foreseeable future. And he's just going to go with third item Butterfly. I don't know what you do at that point. Like, you definitely do not have the capability to deal with him. This game is in Bleed's control right now because you can't team fight, you can't play the map, and you're getting out farmed. What's the answer?
Yeah, and he can even go back to Diffusal Blade at some point, right? Oh, he actually is going to do that. He's recognizing the Medusa as perhaps the biggest threat to them, so.
Interesting. I mean, I'm asking you, Cap, what's the answer?
Well, the answer is RP the Naga.
Oh, okay, just RP and Naga.
Yeah. Static Storm, or, okay, Coil the Naga and Static Storm, that area. Or RP the Naga and then Static Storm, that area. Easy.
All right. Yeah, that sounds pretty easy. You just walk through the 8 illusions that are all hitting you. And the Enchantress sitting in front with her creep, and the Dragon Knight, who can now probably frontline with 3,000 HP of his own. And the Bat Rider, who's constantly running at you.
Don't get picked off. That's pretty important.
And just RP the Naga. Yeah. And then deal like 8,000 effective damage to her. With your 1 right clicker.
Well, you got to do 16,000 because she has an Aegis.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But outside of that, it seems pretty straightforward. I agree. Great analysis.
Easy peasy.
This game looks tough. This game looks really tough. You're about that Black Dragon soon. Oh, man. Your damage is really falling off here for your Execration. Did not get that track disruptor momentum you were looking for out of that early game.
So I was actually playing a Magnus game earlier, and while we won the game, I noticed that I didn't feel great about scaling late into the game, in part because my 20 talents don't help me in that regard, right? If you look at the 20 and 25 talents, they're utility based, really.
Yeah. I mean, Mag does not really scale in terms of 1-to-1. He scales by being ahead in net worth and levels, like we saw in the first game.
Sure.
First game, Paulus is ahead by an entire item plus like 3 or 4 levels the entire game. Then this hero will carry the engagements. But in a game like this where he's just even or trading net worth with enemy cores, yeah, a lot of times he does not have enough to put him over the threshold where he kills you before you can kind of turn the fight around. So he needs to find really good RPs basically, or find Jackie. I mean, Jackie still has Aegis. That's a bigger problem. And this hero really destroys Bounty Hunter, by the way. Like, there is almost no counterplay in this matchup. Actually, I don't think there is any counterplay. I guess you can buy Hex on Bounty. That's about it.
That's an option. Gets him on the lasso. Last second of the TP, pulls him back into the Dragon Tail bomb. There's a lot of fire where he's going. He's going to use the Lotus Flower to heal up a little bit, and that's going to be good enough. Now, 2 heroes showing in the bottom part of the map. Can Execration do anything?
This is Aegis, though. You can get the gem.
RP on it, Crystal Maiden. That is not the real Naga Siren. And once again, the song saves Dubu's life. He passes over the gem to Jackie, too. So you play out the team fight, just in case I get glimpsed back. But it's actually, nice dodge. Really well-timed Manta dodge there on the glimpse back.
Is this Arteezy? Who is this?
Doing his best roleplay of him.
Is this like a live cam? Are we sure that's Jack? God damn. What a monster. It's not too hard, but I like that Dubu passed to the gem. Here, bro.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to make it, bro. They're going to glimpse me back. Take the gem.
Tell them stories of my bravery. My 355 MS bravery.
And then ultimately they glimpse back Jackie instead. And he's like, oh, okay.
Still trading net worth here. Now, you have decent items on the Mag and the Medusa. I just don't know if they count for that much. Does not feel like the damage relative to the tank ability here is matching the pace. As Corden has decided he will just hit high ground with Blue Dragon off the Ags because he's not high level enough for Black Dragon.
Oh, that's funny. Well, he'll get a little bit closer, level 17. And Tino's going to try and hold it. Backdoor protection does go up for a bit. It's about to break down, but the Dragon form is halfway through.
I mean, Paul's trying to wait out RP. He needs 10 seconds for it. We'll come back now, also trying to finish up BKB. Does finish it. He buys out for this, so this is a huge team fight to take for Execration. This is like their best mag timing for a long time. Wants to abuse the track.
Aegis up for another 25 seconds. This is, tried to get the skewer back, but couldn't blink far enough ahead.
And he does not want to RP skewer because then you're just giving free song counter initiation. So it's not that easy.
Yeah.
That will be Butterfly finish for Jackie on top of that diffusal that he picked up earlier. Aegis timing out here. He has some breathing room to Execration, but Bleed in full control. Looking towards that next one. And they're just going to keep scaling of their own. Like, they have pretty good heroes to go late game. That is for sure.
This is definitely going to put the Medusa to the test.
Yep.
I mean, because it is an empowered Medusa, and I don't think either one of these heroes really want to build MKB, Dragonite and Naga. So if she is able to stand on the front lines, make herself the target, it feels pretty good. But Bleed They've got plenty of options for starting fights. Getting your top of the back line. Ice pops the BKB,
nice
goes for it. Palace hits the RP on a 2. Where's the follow-up, though? With the BKB active, they didn't want to use the Static Storm. Now they're going to Song, reset, and try and get out, but they quickly take it away to be able to finish off the Bounty Hunter here. A second go, another opportunity. Is there any opportunity here for Execration to be able to jump? Doesn't look like it.
There's just no damage. Corton knows it too. This is so deep. Maybe get a skewer on him, but glimpse into the
skewer back. Kinetic field, it ruins it. Oh no.
Not like this.
Hey, if you had the kinetic field after the skewer and you kept him in tier 3 tower range, that definitely would have been a kill.
Just hope of killing him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, what do you build for damage right now? I just don't see it. You're like all physical too between the Medusa and the Mag. I mean, Puck doing a little spell damage, but not much.
All right, I got it. You get a Maelstrom on Puck, and you get the Aghanim Scepter. It's the attack every 0.6 seconds when they're coiled.
Yeah, that is a pipe dream.
Stone Gaze does go off for Tino. He's low on mana, but once the Stone Gaze off, I don't think they feel too comfortable fighting. They do manage to get the skewer back. That's a pickoff. That's something to work with here.
Yeah,
jump forward to look for more. Bob gets the 2 supports, just what they wanted. Hurricane Pike actually breaking one of them. Static Storm placed onto the Crystal Maiden. She's going to die first, but they got to help out the Dusa. This mana burn is very dangerous, and Tino has to keep his distance away from the Naga Siren.
2 kill opening, but
another attempt, another skewer back. No, denied immediately. The Dragon Tail hits him first. Manta, Ogre Seal Totem, not going to take him far enough away. They do not have creeps, though.
That is true. Bob is cutting the wave, so they're not going to get anything off this. I guess Nob's actually getting.
He's getting a lot of farm out of this, too.
Yeah, he got a double damage as well. Almost level 20. I mean, I guess it just has to be Puck in the late game. That has to be the damage. Just have to get the late game Puck where you're just killing like the backline and you're running the Naga around.
I mean, with the Lincolns, it is now a much more free game for Bob. And the things that catch him out, Dragon Tail and Lasso, so until there's a Scythe added into the mix to get the double stun, he's going to be pretty free.
You can song and ensnare him in the song to break it.
To like break the Lincoln stirring song, you mean?
Yeah, and then you insta-hex him out of it.
Okay.
And I think that's guaranteed. Or if like his Lincoln's is broken, he goes in. Just song and snare him. So he does have to be a little wary. Maelstrom for Tino on top of Crystallis, on top of Elven Tunic Butterfly. So he has evasion, starting to build some damage. And you do have this double damage on Bob with Kaya Sage finish. So you are hitting a decent damage power spike here if you can ignore the Naga and kill some of the other heroes. That's probably your opening. However, Jackie does not care, as Jackie has...
Can they get into the pit?
Eyes on the bigger prize.
Roshan at half health. If they made a beeline to the pit, it could have been a great fight, but I don't think they're going to make it in time.
Too slow.
Also, yeah, too hesitant. Oh, they're actually going to smoke into them here. Not wanting to get caught inside of the pit. Bleed. Very cautious. Very wise, I would say, just to ensure there's no disastrous fight inside the pit. They go back to it now. They created the space necessary. They're going to use the freezing field to help burst down the Roshan just to make it 100% secured.
I mean, I don't know if you're killing Naga twice. This is a pretty big window for Bleed to try and close this game out right now. And you know the Naga's impossible to deal with, let alone double that interval. I also like
this is
play.
Super cool. Yeah. Now you're thinking with portals. This is nice.
That's what Valve wants you to do. Portal 3 coming out soon. Quote me on it.
They're gonna road up. And Shinx.
is
not
gone.
exactly what Bleed wanted, but honestly, any kind of advantage turns into something much bigger when you are up 13k and have an Aegis cheese and ready to push high ground.
Sad they don't get that double damage in the river. Sure, they would have been happy with that one.
That's true. Taken by Bob.
It will be the high ground siege with the cheese black dragon here. What is the answer? I mean, I guess it's just back to the skewer plays. Hope you don't get stunned or frozen on the leap.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, I mean, he does have BKB to force it, but can't just kind of fish freely, that's for sure.
And the nice thing, if you get the skewer on one of these heroes, you skewer them into tier 4s. Even if they run out, you can glimpse them back. Like, you can keep them there for a while. You're getting ratted, though. Illusions everywhere.
Yeah, illusions. Taking all the tier 3s, bit by bit.
Oh, Paulos. Pick your jump carefully, son. Might be your last.
Oh man, now they're losing a range barracks too. These buildings are dropping fast to this siege.
A slow and painful death by 1,000 illusions. Level 20 for Paulos. Probably actually pretty valuable in this scenario where its skewer range actually matters.
Yeah, certainly.
Radiant's middle tower
Also, level 20 coming in soon for Tino. That'll certainly help if he can. Flame break charges for the Bat Rider on his 20. Jackie is 19, so closing in on it. 20 on Corden, who went for the attack range on the Elder Dragon form. So, not only is he sieging, but he's able to do it from very far away, even with the illusions.
Just got all the time in the world.
Oh, an attempted kidnapping there from Mice. Went in deep into the base to try and catch Paulos. Paulos, really fast reactions with the Manta, though.
He's had Ice's number in both games, that's for sure. Very annoying. Ice just gonna TP to the other side.
Where's he going? Where are you going, Ice?
Just doing a little farming. I guess they don't feel super confident with this high ground siege.
Not even with an Aegis for another minute and a half?
I mean, they're probably going to wait his BKB and try again. Which, I guess there's no downside to that. It's up in like 30 seconds here.
Radiant's bottom barracks has
I do think you want to force this fight, though. I feel like this is a good time to take it. And I do think there's a... I mean, this game can get weird with late game puck. Like, late game puck is pretty scary.
Dude, these illusion battles are so stupid. One with 36% evasion, the other with 46% evasion. Neither one hitting each other.
As all illusion battles should be.
Fantastic. Bob is gonna be caught here. See if he can get out, though. Has a blink. Nope. Can't get the blink away, it seems. Lasso is going to catch him. So he's dead for 75 seconds. Aegis expiring in 25. It's got to be a high ground push timing for Bleed, surely. Unless they just feel comfortable stretching this out even longer.
And they probably do. Because they are just farming everybody, including DJ, who's becoming a fourth core here. Going to have a Hex of his own. On top of the Grove Bow Hurricane Pike. So this Enchantress is hurting, and now he has extra control to go with it. I don't know if you're too afraid of going late here if you're Bleed.
Does mean opportunities for Paulos, but he hasn't really been able to hit a big game-breaking one just yet. I mean, if he didn't have ninja gear, I would say this would be damn near impossible. I think that item makes it a lot more reasonable.
That is very true. I don't think it would be possible if you didn't have it. Even with it, it's pretty damn hard because you do have to find the Naga or you get song countered. That is tough. You also like have to BKB on the jump, because if you don't, you're just gonna get hexed or stunned or some crazy thing. So if you BKB jump and you don't find anything, then it also creates a window for bleed. It's very difficult. The nature of Bleed's lineup right now. They have many illusions and you cannot deal with them. I feel like I'm watching Tundra or something. Get TI flashbacks.
That Dragon Eye illusion got 5 damage on the range barracks. 5 damage closer to securing a bigger and bigger advantage.
I thought these patches were supposed to move us away from Naga Illusion Rat Dota.
I don't know.
You were supposed to bring bounce to the game. Oh, looking with the blink.
Fishing. Skewer back at the same time as the lasso goes onto the Medusa. That makes things awkward. His man has already been drained out almost entirely. Tino's in trouble. The Stone Gaze can only take him so far. The Ensnare holds him in. Even if he stones himself, it doesn't matter as long as he stops Tino's escape. That's what matters.
Ag's Disruptor finished, but late to the party here. Carlo could not finish it on time. They're gonna smoke now. They do not have Dusa buyback for 100 gold.
Yeah, no buyback on Dusa, no damage. They have to play for the Fountain at this point.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
I don't even know what the Fountain's saving you here. I guess if you skewer someone into Static Storm into Fountain, that's a play.
Bleed still respecting their opponents. Methodically illusion pushing onto the final barracks. Well, Ice wakes for his next victim. BKB about to come off cooldown. Doesn't need to use it. Seems Execration are settled in for Omega's defense, and Bleed will let them have it.
Man, why not go for the bad jump there? Are you missing anything?
Don't think so.
Just playing it ultra safe, but maybe
I mean, when you're down a game, might as well ensure 100% victory and go back and take another Roshan.
Yeah, there's no real downside to it here. Refresher is going to be finished for Ice, so now you got double of everything. I mean, you're just getting the world in terms of items. Strength Link for Corden, 5,000 HP. You do not have a way to kill this Dragon Knight unless he's in your Fountain, I believe. Ag Static Storm. It's interesting. I just don't know if you can land it in a way that is influential. Like, can you ever get Vision to get a jump in this game? That has been the biggest problem. The illusions. Way too devastating for your team fight.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
All right, Roshan number 3, which means Aghanim Scepter, as it is on the Radiant side bit. Who's getting that one? I mean, Ice was already building it.
The Reelin's coming. Why is the speed on Reelin so bad?
It is pretty terrible, yeah.
I feel like
they gave it to DJ.
I mean, of course.
Okay.
Radiant
I mean, Ice was building it, but I guess he has the gold to still be building it. DJ might find it a little bit harder.
I mean, if DJ wants it, he gets it, you know. Can't argue with the man. He just wants to be higher net worth than Ice so he can rub it in his face after the game. A true motivational factor for all fours out there, you know? I've been there. All right, let's play.
Attempted skewer. Palos misses. And the bull is going to be retrieved to pull back in with the lasso, refreshed and rearmed.
He's gone. Does not have buy, as he was trying to get the Lincolns and never got there. So it's all on you, Tino. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, it's not looking great for him.
No, he's struggling.
Even the Megas are going to be causing some problems. Oh, no. The impetus is, fortunately, he's got a Manta still, so he'll be good there. He'll get a chance to reset, but his buildings do not have that same opportunity as both the tier 4s are now down and is forced to excavate out of the fountain just to try and get in there. Static Storm, Kinetic Fields, but it's doing 0 damage to Jackie. Absolutely nothing. No damage in sight. GG. 1-1, and we're going to a game 3.
That was, I mean, a slow bleed out if I've ever seen one.
Yes.
That game just felt over the second they lost like that one team fight. Powell's had the death, and then the damage ramp is just not even close to the EHP ramp that the Naga and the Dragonite are outputting in this game. I think that bleed lineup suffers from being able to make aggressive plays, but
yeah,
I mean, if you're just scaling and there's no pressure coming out and they can't force the fights into you, that you don't need to, and then you just hit some unstoppable Naga timing. The second that heart came out, the illusions were instantly 3,000 HP illusions. I don't know what your lineup does for some. Like, this Medusa suffers immensely versus the Naga in the matchup on the lane and in the game. Very one-sided. Very interesting in lineup, actually.
The win percentage heavily favored Execration in 20 minutes, but Bleed managed to turn it around, and we go to a game 3.
Well, there you have it. It's our first 3-game series of the season. I mean, guys, what happened there? It seemed like Execration had it until that one team fight.
It really did boil down to that one fight. That's where Bleed got their momentum back in. I think a couple of things changed in this game. They shift their win condition away from Corden, right? Game 1 was all about his Tinker kind of getting off that running start. This time, they had Jackie to fall back to. And he just scaled up. He didn't have a bad lane. They went a little bit greedy on Execration, going for the offlane Medusa, and then proceeding to basically build it like just a safe lane anyway, maybe with the exception to the Phylactery.
Yeah, I thought that the Medusa would have been safe lane. They put the Mag against the Naga, right? Would have made much more sense. You have more team items to play around. They have the timing, but I think Bleed just got way more off the map. We saw the deep wards from Execration in the early game, but they couldn't really stop Jackie, and well, we had the fight where he hit the 2-man RP and the song came out, and it just kind of negated their whole team fight. The Gaze, the RP, this Static Storm, it's all like a combo-wombo kind of thing, you know, and Naga's like really good at intercepting it.
There's too many things that just had to go right, but the song
They had to
stopped all
catch
of it.
the Naga, but then the Bat Rider would come in with Lasso or something, or, you know, it just felt really hard to execute, especially with the itemization too.
There's a lot of good counterplay coming out from Bleed. I think for Execration, it's hard to say because this lineup really needed the snowball, right? With the Bounty Hunter up, you did have that strong start. This was the fight where it kind of went sideways, and then after that, it's just a snowball effect for Bleed. They needed to play really fast. They needed to really just keep Jackie down, but the moment that Naga gets any room, it's like what SVG said. Once you got the heart, it's like 3k HP illusions. You don't really have damage output there. Sure, you have some AoE with the Magnus, with a Puck, with your Medusa with Split Shot, but it's not enough to clear all of them out.
I want to ask you guys, what did you guys think about the Medusa offlane? Do you think that it just had like, no impact, or do you think it just didn't have any time to shine?
I feel like they couldn't hit a timing together. They had the Phylacteries, they wanted to fight, but they couldn't fight. And then you're stuck with these items that want to skirmish, but you can't. It was like really awkward for them.
Yeah, I think SVG and Cap mentioned this. But if you actually just went for aura items on the Medusa off, you might have been able to connect with your team a little bit better. Because again, going for the core build-up as a Medusa, it does need some time. You know, this hero is basically going to be farming for a while, but you're playing on the offlane. That's not what you want.
Here's our match MVP. We have Corden on Dragon Knight with a KD of 5, 2, and 12.
He had a really nice item build. He chose to skip the dagger, skip the BKB, went really greedy with his Manta Midas. You know, he could drag the game. I mean, all 3 cores, they went greedy, right? Quote unquote. Naga kept split pushing. Ice went for his travels, Octarine really early, split push. Corden scales, and then I think SVG mentioned like they didn't have place to make like aggressive plays, but they didn't need to. Like Execration had to come to them, and all they had to do was itemize to take the fights.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised, you know, with all this emphasis on the whole aura play style, just building auras and saving your team, protecting your team, that we go with a hero like Medusa for the offlane. where it's just not really much team saving. I mean, I guess you have Gaze, but that's about it.
I think we saw a lot of auras on Dusa, right, at the major.
Yeah, I think the aura buildup was coming out there a little bit. I was expecting that here, but again, Tino just kind of went for pretty much a core buildup.
I think he had to, right? After Flag 3, after like 10 minutes, they kind of felt like they were falling behind. Like buying auras would have just sealed the deal for him. I think with the Dusa Zion build, they had a slight chance, but it was still really hard, yeah.
Do you think that the most recent nerf on Dusa had any impact of how well it was going to perform? Or you think it was just more of a error?
I think it did, but more than anything, I feel like Execration looked kind of lost on how to play their lineup, especially with the Naga pick coming in. They felt like there was not enough damage to do anything on the map. I think the early game was really well. They had like very good movements, but they couldn't really stop Bleed from farming on anyone.
Pretty much.
Well, that was game 2 of our second series of today. Who will take this series as a whole? We will find out in just a little bit. We've got game 3 coming up of the Bleed Execration series. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and I'm so glad to be back here to enjoy this last game of the series. And I've got Adam and John X Fire with me here today. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Yeah, we hit our first game 3 of the tour.
We did indeed.
And Bleed, I mean, we talked about the opening of the draft, right, from Bleed. It looked a bit stubborn, but it is comfort that works for them. And Execration tries something a little bit maybe different and doesn't quite pay off. So 2 things align there. I'm keen to see what Execration does. Are we going to see them try to force out this first phase Medusa, then last pick the Magnus again? Because they've been leaning into that for both games now, at least the Magnus last pick.
Yeah, it felt like the Puck and Magnus in the draft ended up kind of trying to fill the same role just because of how the game state went. And Medusa became the carry, even though he went for his like sort of fighting build. We saw double flag tree, Medusa and Bounty Hunter, but he just couldn't take fights early on. It was way too much. I feel like Bleed did a real good job of splitting the map too. They never really like grouped or tried to force anything. They're like ice in bottom lane, just split pushing. Jackie was like eating the top side of the map. Core had like this Midas Manta too. They were just playing to drag the game and play a map. I think it was really good against what Execration had.
Yeah, I did feel like there was kind of a lot of overlap in that last game. And I didn't feel like I was able to see as much of the impact that Magnus had on the first game on the second game. It just felt like I barely saw any RPs.
It was just the songs and the lassos. Like the fights where he got a Naga, he got lassoed. And well, he just died during the lasso too. And then when he lassoed I think he had like 2-man RP bottom and the song just came out. And then you're kind of stuck because you used Gura too.
Yeah, it's just a hard one. Bleed was much more ready to counterfight in this case. And again, like for Bleed, like their idea of the game there shifts from Corden as a win condition to just really Jackie. Just have him in a hard carry, have Corden. He played greedier, but again, the game's not on his back to hit a timing. He just needs to stall for Jackie. And I think that's where Bleed has looked pretty good, at least even in Tour 2. That's where we kind of see them shine a bit more.
So what do you think Execration need to do to take it back? Do you think it's more of a draft adjustment that they need to make? Because I feel like their draft this game just didn't seem to come together as much as it, game 1 did.
I feel like strategically from these first 2 games, I think Execration has a much better early game than Bleed, but they couldn't convert their lead in this game. They didn't have heroes to like invade, especially this Naga who farms like so far away from everyone. We saw deep wards, but they weren't able to capitalize on it. Like it was so hard to get kills without losing stuff on the map. It kind of felt like the old patch, and I think on top of that, the Magnus just didn't scale well enough into the game.
Yeah, I think if you had maybe something on Tino that he could play a little bit more tempo on and not feel too bad when he's behind and just kind of forced to go for like carry. You're your typical aura builder on hand with maybe some map control coming out, you'd be comfier. It also felt like they couldn't really maximize their Bounty Hunter as well, because you're not finding the pickoffs. I mean, they were finding kills, but again, just not enough to capitalize.
And before last game, I told you guys it was going to be the first win we're going to get from Bleed. There's the growth that we saw. But do you think they're going to take it any further? Do you think what particular thing do you think Bleed can focus on to help them, really maximize their potential?
I think the thing I don't like about the way Bleed play is their greed. But I feel like when they get away with it, like this game, they look really good. So they didn't find a way to make it work even more.
Well, let's see if they do make it work with our draft of Game 3 coming up right now. Ooh, ENG pick. Typical bans.
Yeah.
Call in the pool.
Yeah, you could go for the Coddle on Execration first phase. Wouldn't be too bad. They go with the Tino here instead. So we get the Beastmaster out, which it's always weird. Before, last tour you'd say, oh, Beastmaster into ENG, that's kind of dumb. Now you just go Axis. You don't really care. In fact, I feel like most Beastmasters I see in any sort of lane where you even before you used to think was a bad matchup, just Axis now are just really strong.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the main thing about the ENG against the Beast is not so much the lane, but towards the game where you have the shard, when you get control of the creep, you also have a enchant effects, Ancient Talon, which is kind of nice against the Beast as well. There are different ways to build, but I feel like this hero, if he's not allowed to buy the helm, it just feels like such a worse hero.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as good. This is kind of interesting, though. We get the Terrorblade out from Bleed, but the Techies coming out from Execration. So already a lot more aggression coming out from their lanes. I'm keen to see how much they use this Techies. It's a hero that I think it gives you so much right now. It just gives you a lot of information. Its laning phase is great. As a universal hero, this hero surprisingly right-clicks a lot more now. Like, it's actually really painful to get right-click harassed by Techies.
Yeah, on top of that, I think the lane's just strong. It's a really strong hero. The shard change, obviously, to the Taser. We saw in the SMG series, the bomb, it kind of hurts. It's nice against the ENG too, a lot of magic damage. You blast off, then you drop some bombs on her. Good kill. Combo.
Is that Bob sleeping in the back? He's lounging.
Just lounging.
In the back. Yes.
His chair got stolen.
Yeah. Chemo's
My chair now.
Yeah. Is that a desk PC? Like literally in the desk?
I feel like it is.
That's
the fan, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool. Damn.
When it get really hot, I don't know.
Well, it's drawing air
Why do they have
in,
bad
so it's like
yeah, that's what I think too. I might be wrong.
Maybe they vent it downwards, so your feet
Your
get warm.
feet just warm.
Yeah,
Oh,
probably.
yeah. But this is the first Beastmaster we're seeing today. It's another one of those, I guess, it's like the third choice from Underlord and Doom.
Yeah, I feel like it's still up
major.
there. Yeah.
I feel like, I guess it's a Execration hero, like Tino loves it. I would say it's not one of his more successful heroes, but he makes the lane work most of the time.
Yeah, I think it was Tino who was actually playing it when we did witness the Beastmaster into PL, where he didn't die. That was him, and everyone was all chatting, what the hell. And he literally stayed alive for like 2 minutes, and they did not stop attacking him with PL. So, I mean, you're not going to have that issue here for Bleed, fortunately, with a Terrorblade. It's not as bad. I don't think you go Ags here in this game for Tino. Maybe as a 6th item pick, when you're done with everything else, you could justify it, but certainly not an early pickup.
If
Execration just banning out Ice's heroes here, so Bat and Doom removed. Definitely going to see him on something new. Meanwhile, Bleed just kind of protecting their TB pick. Now got Slark PL. I think Ursa's probably the only one left that's like a really good TB matchup. There's also Drow, which I have no idea where the hero stands right now. I've not seen the hero at all.
Yeah, it stands in a glacier when you get the shards.
Oh, true.
Oh, that's true.
So you've got that, but I feel like Drow, the shard honestly feels good when you can not be punished for standing on it, but we haven't seen much of it come out. I feel like up against a TB matchup, you're still happy into it, as long as you can guarantee it's not going to get jumped, because once it's jumped, it still has the same downsides. And I feel like, again, in this patch where early aggression is key, you're going to be hunting that pause 1. Drow just doesn't feel good in any of those circumstances, even with Gust up.
Well, I like this Leech pick. Frost Armor is really nice against TB. It gives you Chain Frost early as well, so it's hard for a TB to come into fights. Obviously, you can enchant off the shield, but I think it tells me Execration want a melee carry as well.
Yeah, the lane combination looks good. I would like to see something a bit silly if you do manage to go for a rotation down the line. It feels like, again, you're in pause 5, so you've got the gate in closer to your tier 1. It feels really good to bring the Lich into the Beastmaster and Techie's lane. Like, you get more slows, you get Frost Armor up for the dive. You can line up for some really good aggression here from Execration if they see that opportunity from the gates.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder what Bleed's response here is.
We still have Underlord open.
It's been banned.
It's banned.
Oh, it's banned
yeah.
first. Oh.
I just wonder if they'll show Ice's hero here. And what will it be? Because Execration's targeting Ice. They should definitely pick their offlane here if they have something.
What else is a special ice hero?
Oh, they choose to leave it.
Yeah. Pick Corden first. Ice heroes. I mean, the one that comes into my mind is Venomancer, but when I see Ice pick Venomancer, he's AFK on the high ground. No, that's the last memory I have of seeing Ice Venomancer, him AFKing on Fnatic's high ground.
What do you mean? Venom isn't an ice hero, that's poison.
Aha, ha, ha, your Pokemon types. You kids and your Pokemon.
I love Pokemon. All right, what else? What else could we see?
Looking for a DJ hero here. Just a kill combo, right? Like some Skyroth, some Rubik.
I think I'd prefer to Rubik in that
I think
push.
DJ is just the better Rubik compared to like a lot of other heroes that are on the list, I think.
Warlock.
Oh, DJ and
Warlock.
Okay. Alright, so Warlock at some point was a huge counter to Beastmaster because, well, Fatal Bonds, obviously, he groups up. It's a very stickish playstyle. Warlock hates playing against split push and things that catch you. I guess in this day and age, you don't really have to like ball with Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, you don't need to. It's an interesting one. You can sustain the lane with the Terrorblade really well. It's it's got a really funky shard. I don't know how to feel about that. Like the little imp golems are.
Oh, that was cool.
It's cool at the same time. I don't know if it's really amazing. And this is the left field we're looking for from Execration.
That's Kimo. Dude, look, they're all laughing. Kimo's like, guys, Huskar, boom. You can do it, guys. You're the best fucking team.
I mean, we were talking about that pick here for Bleed, expecting a DJ hero, like something for the kills with that Void Spirit.
Dude, how do you help?
The Warlock just doesn't do that.
Looks scary as hell right now.
It does. Like your supports don't do anything against it. Your matchups are rough. It's a really strong pick from Exa, and for Bleed, I'm still wondering what the mindset over the Warlock is, because it doesn't feel necessary for their lineup. Sure, the Golem's nice, you've got some heal, you've got some utility out with your upheaval, but it doesn't fit that tempo. You know, the hunt for kills with Void Spirit, the snowball for Corden, it doesn't feel that way.
If I had to guess, it's probably just sustain for a lane against this Techies Beastmaster, because it's really hard to stand there in teamfight, I guess, because ENG doesn't provide teamfight TB, not really till later on.
Meepo ban.
What's the ice hero? What's good against Huskar? Slaughter? Lycan?
Necrophos?
Necro? Yeah, Necro's kind of cool. But they have last pick though, so that's kind of the problem here.
Yeah.
Because if you want to pick a hero to let the ENG rotate to mid, you can pick an independent hero for Execration. But if you pick a strong laner, well, Execration has the counter pick.
I feel like Execration's team fight kind of just looks better though. But maybe that's just me.
No, I feel like it is solid. Outside of the Chaotic Offering, which...
Yeah, the Golem, that's about
it's a massive cooldown, and I don't think you have the follow-through to really maximize that hold, outside of just Upheaval. Like, it doesn't feel like you've got the follow-through control from the Golem stun.
Yeah.
Whereas, sure, Execration doesn't have as much AoE, but Blast Off is pretty decent AoE. You've got Chain Frost with the Ice Spire down the line when you get your Tormentors up. And you've got a stable stun in the Roar, which is more than enough for the pick-off game.
Ooh, this is a Bleed Abaddon game. Ice hero?
Oh,
that could be it.
Removes Roar.
That could be the answer. I don't mind that at all.
I don't think it's a Huskar answer, but I feel like it suits what they want to do. You also have someone to kind of frontline. Eventually you get Basher, you can kind of stick on him. Brew.
Brewmaster instead. Which is an ice hero, to be fair.
What's the pick here for Execration? I actually really like Juggernaut. No cap.
No cap.
Jug Leech, pretty strong lane.
It's a classic.
Yeah, you don't care about Brew. You have Healing Ward for the Huskar later on with Beast Aura. Your ball's so strong.
This Brew pick's pretty good, no, though. Like, you just tornado the Huskar out of a fight. Just keep him at bay.
Yeah.
Or try to.
It is a really good solution to just stop the Huskar from diving around.
They're so cooldown reliant though.
It is.
That is true, yeah.
Warlock meta.
It's a lot. It's basically 3 heroes you're waiting for on a timer. So the Void Spirit can't play that tempo game where he just wants to keep running, have someone to play with to get those kills. It's a lot harder for Corden to just snowball that way.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot of cooldowns, but not a lot of damage. Because Brew Split is Golem, like, honestly, how many kills can you get from it too? They have to play a very methodical game here. Tower with the meta, you know, use your spells.
Oh.
Ooh.
We back.
We back.
All right.
Full circle.
It's quite a throwback.
All right. Look at Kimo just going off in the back. I mean, they're kind of well, Tino's not, but Tino is always calm. The Marcy pickup, and we were, I believe Cap and SVG were having this talk when they brought out Universal Heroes, right? It's a Universal Hero. Now, overall, these heroes have gotten more damage. You can kind of itemize differently on Marcy now. I'm keen to see what Execration can do with it. The lane into a Brewmaster plus an ENG doesn't sound like the easiest time for the Marcy, to be fair. Like, that lane doesn't feel amazing, but you've got the Marcy Lich, which still can be aggressive.
Marcy also just got a nerf recently. She got a nerf. Her base damage decreased by 8.
But it's a universal hero
That
now.
is true. So just
wonder why he's gonna
stats.
buy. I mean, you can kind of just stand in the lane. You're good at. You can solo kill a TB. I like this double core too. So they have a sort of an answer to the Cyclone. One gets Cyclone, you know, everyone can still kind of fight.
Yep.
But there is a lot of. I mean, ENG Purge looks super value this game. You can remove Sidekick. You have this spell from Brew as well. Frost Armor, Sidekick. I still kind of like Execration's draft a bit more.
Yeah, I think even with all these counters from Bleed, my issue is just this tempo. Like, it's just way too long cooldowns on way too many heroes. And their launching point has to be Corden on the Void Spirit, but he can only connect with these heroes when those cooldowns are up. It doesn't feel like it's frequent enough, whereas Execration can run and gun. If they play aggressive here, they can just sustain that all the way through.
Yeah, and if he has nowhere to move on the map, the Huskar's gonna obviously dumpster him in the lane, and he needs to go somewhere. You know, can't really jungle on this hero either.
I'm quite excited to see how this Huskar's gonna play, because I feel like it's one of those heroes that if they do have a good lane, they kind of just snowball the rest of the game. They're everywhere, and now with the Twin Gates, it's really gonna be kind of hard to defend your towers. But let's see how this game 3 goes. Gonna send you guys off to Cap and SVG.
Oh, it's Universal Hero time. This time we're going to have Marcy. You know, Palos, he's got a plan to play this patch, Avery, and he's just going to keep jamming it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if it didn't work the second time, it'll work the third time. It's the charm.
Well, third time's the charm, right? Yeah.
That's exactly what I was saying. So we'll see if it pans out. He's just all about the Universal Heroes. He just likes them. Feels like they fit his playstyle. He can buy stats. He can go in. He can be aggressive with high base damage. Who doesn't like any of that?
Where did Marcy go? What happened to her? Was it the rebound nerf? Just hit her too hard? What was it?
I mean, this hero was obscenely busted.
Yeah.
And then they put her in the trash can. That's where she went.
Okay.
And now she's kind of viable as a carry if you can get the items, but getting the items is pretty unreliable. Last pick definitely helps though, because you know what your lane is. Just sometimes where this hero suffers getting to her items. And if you can get a first blood, that's even better.
5 on 5. Oh, the clap on 3 is a good way to be able to start it. And they have a bonds on all 5 of them. But Ice may still fall first. No, it's going to be Dubu picking up the kill on Carlo first. Meanwhile, Jackie is going to die to the axes. Tino falls in return. A 2 for 3 with Bleed picking up the first blood on top of that. So big winners is Bleed.
They got a 5-man bonds at minute 0.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before in the history of my watching this game. And
my favorite part was the mass pinging that both teams were doing.
Yeah, like as if anybody needs that ping, you know? Well, we know he's there, bro. I can assure you, I'm casting my spells. That is not on 5 Execration are gonna win.
I'm sorry. Look at the GPM real quickly. You got a limited amount of time. The GPM. Warlock, when I looked at it, had 6,000 gold per minute.
Oh yeah, he's still at 2,000. God damn, what a monster! Duba with the all-time record. I mean, he got a lot of. He got 2 kills and an assist. He just got a free boots. Living the booty life. Only 1-man.
You know what the best part is they didn't even like use meta because they level 1 reflection for it.
Yeah.
So as long as they get a fast level 2 here, it'll still be able to put meta to use to punish Tino.
It's gonna be pretty fast. They got a lot of XP off that. I also think reflection level 1 with Warlock tends to be stronger because you can't really use the meta guaranteed. Like you don't have stuns or slows, so you rather just play for bonds and the chip damage. This hero's a pretty strong laner. Like if you ever get 2 hero bonds, you're pretty much automatically winning those waves. They're gonna kill Tino here, I think. It's gonna be close.
Close call. See if they can finish him up with that last hit. Not quite enough. They have fatal bonds on the creeps, and you could see he wants to hit those creeps to see if they can actually kill him.
It's gonna prevent the salve here.
Tango. Yeah.
Still, it's a lot of lost XP for Tino, or at least CS early. Lane's definitely going Bleed's way for once. They learned over the course of the series, Cap. Remember how it all started.
Not quite enough. Man, how did they not get that kill? Well, you were talking about guaranteed wins. What is another guaranteed win, or at least should be, is the mid lane matchup.
True. Very true.
Huskar versus Void Spirit. There is no winning this one, I believe.
I mean, Huskar versus melee hero.
Yeah.
It is a fate I have seen many times. You just have to make it up
Jackie.
elsewhere.
Oh, never mind. That was that was not the play there. He had a lot of stick charges, and he still had heal coming out from the Warlocks. So Shanks just dies. Jackie not taking that much damage.
There's so much regen on the courier for Dubu. He's out of mana right now, but my god. If only you could snipe this courier. Double mango, double clarity tango. Putting that gold to use, that 6,000 GPM. My god.
Man, Warlock looks like a really nice option as Carlo does end up going down. The Warlock against this Beastmaster with the constant axe spam, stick is super value, and you're just able to turn that mana into heals on your core. And then later on in the game, obviously, Warlock is pretty good versus Beastmaster, as he's just big team fight with the Fatal Bonds and stuff.
I think it's an okay matchup. It depends who can shove the lane to the other person. I think Warlock, in theory, can reliably shove it versus Beast, but I don't know if it was like a Beast plus a lane shover. Maybe you just axe and push it into the Warlock, and then I think Warlock's sad whenever the lane gets pushed into him, because he can't abuse pulls and can't get the extra XP, and you're probably not going to kill Beastmaster on this lane. But I can see this go both ways. I think the spell interactions are good for Warlock, but the actual lane trajectory might not be that great. Depends on the support. Techies is definitely not doing much on this lane. He feels pretty bad because sustain is just preventing the all-in, and I mean, you just throw bombs out, you're just giving wand charges. It's like, it doesn't even feel productive. So yeah, you're probably just looking at stack.
Fatal Bonds is actually in a way worse against Beastmaster later on in the game because it may not be a Helma Overlord Beastmaster. It may be just an Ags Rush Beastmaster.
That's true. I haven't seen a lot of those be successful. I'm still waiting. One day, it'll shine.
Have you ran into any of them successful in pubs?
No.
Really? Okay.
I just don't see it being built a lot. I don't know if Cordon's level 6 here, man. He's struggling.
Yeah, this is a rough one. I had one that the Beastmaster was playing against Naga Siren, and the illusions just did not exist in team fights. It was crazy. It was just the drums would just bang them out every single time.
I mean, the drums definitely destroy illusion heroes. That is for sure.
Yeah.
I think Terrorblade doesn't care as much. I mean, he's like a weird illusion hero. Bob just manning up. 1v2. He's got stick and fairy fire.
Oh, it's a bold move. Fairy Fire does go off. And it looks like he is going to stay alive against that Eagle. That was a close call.
Man, he is pushing it. A lot of XP to get on these waves. Would have been a very valuable kill there for Bleed if they could have gotten it, but Bob stays alive, but will continue to push his level advantage. You get that level 6 kill, always the big question with this hero. He's going to have an ample window to do it in. I think Carlo sticks around. Definitely some play options, and you don't mind giving Marcy solo XP here.
They're going again. Oh, they want to kill him so badly, but there is the Lich there, and that is a serious deterrent. That armor is enough.
Card. Nowhere to go, son. The tri-lane has come for your life. It'll claim it. Now you're going to have to come back, and his lane is a level 5 Void Sphere versus a level 6.5 Huskar or so. His lane's getting rough, which is, I mean, what this pick's designed to do. There's no real way around it.
Well, at least Ice is having a good lane. Brewmaster against Marcy with an Enchantress, especially since they can't really use the Frost Shield very well against the Dispel of the Enchantress.
That is the one thing Bleed lineup has going for it. This Frost Shield is not going to be very useful in general.
Oh. Bob spotted him for a second there, but didn't quite get it. Wants to try and pressure this tower with the Siege Wagon.
Is this a dead tower? I don't know if they should be allowed to pull this, though.
I mean, they are heavily focused on this mid lane, but look how much experience is being lost in top lane. It's a full-on tower and like 3 range creeps, 5 melee.
Destroyed. He got absolutely destroyed up here. It's going to be Brew 6 with the Urn charges with a fast Vessel Rush into a tower last hit. And Ice is living the dream. Absolute dream up here. These side lanes going way too well for Bleed for what is happening mid, right? I mean, Execration are happy with the Huskar trade, but at what expense? A very expensive expense.
All right, this time we did split the Wisdom Runes, by the way. So,
Dubu definitely happy about that one for once.
Yeah.
Level 5 already on Warlock. I mean, these Wisdom Rune changes And the stacking definitely helped heroes like Warlock, who really want the XP and are pretty bad at getting it through kills.
All right, we're going to use the early Brewmaster ultimate. I feel like that's pretty apt because he's not only going to be able to get 1 kill and might be able to get a second. Palos, he really, really, really wants this experience, but it is just killing him right now. Ice is pressuring him heavily, tried to get a grab on him, couldn't quite reach him with the dispose. If he had, Bob could have closed that gap and gotten the kill for him, a much needed one at that.
That's a wasted Huskar teleport.
Is under attack.
Worst case scenario for Execration here. I mean, they do get to clear through some stacks for the Beastmaster in the meantime, so Tino's kind of catching up. But this is going to be a clunky game for them. Sidelin's just went way too well for Bleed. They're going to have the XP on their supports this time to back it up. If I'm them, I'm just going to play through Ice this game. He's going to have Vessel and 50 gold. That's really strong here with Max Haze. Well, she has Max Cinderbrew online, plus Vessel charges. It's a lot of damage early, and it's pretty good at dealing with the Huskar.
What do you think about the Marcy buildup? We've talked about carry Marcy before. I think we settled on Battle Fury being very important for this hero because it does not hit creeps very well. It doesn't actually keep the farm accelerant going, but he's going for Tread's Diffusal Blade.
I mean, I have not seen this build, I'll be honest. I don't know what exactly this looks like. I guess it's interesting reversal buildup as Gordon finds a freebie into a tower push. His idea, I think, is just to be a semi-carry because Huskar is the true one, which I think is correct, but is Diffusal that good this game? That's a question. I don't know. I really don't. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't see the mana burn being crazy, and like, what do you build after? Diffusal into what? Diffusal into just Basher? Like, are you just playing that type of game?
Maybe.
You're
Maybe his whole idea is scaling through hero kills, and he's just going to be running around Diffusal and bashing people.
If he can get kills off that type of build, then it'll pay off, but that's a big
Trying to go for the fast kill on a Bob. It doesn't quite do enough initially, but with the help of Ice's rotation, they get him in the end.
That big gold. Giving him the claw into another tier 1 push here. DJ getting a lot of value out of these early creeps and a lot of net worth going into these bleed supports. Very happy to soak it up as they will scale nicely in this game with the Dispels versus the Lich. The Bonds versus a lineup that is not very good at getting rid of Bonds. No natural Dispellers in this lineup. And even Upheaval, gonna pose some problems. This dude was already leveling it up.
It's taking away
your triangle stolen.
Pretty decent stacks. Big pickups all around for Bleed. And this is a Bleed that in the last 2 games, they walked away from the laning phase kind of hurting. And now they're up 5K at mid at 11. This is going to be an entirely different kind of game for both of these teams. I mean, Execration is going to have to play from behind from the get-go, and Bleed gets to play with an advantage and build on it.
Yeah, this is unknown territory for sure. It's a question of when do Execration try and strike back to deal with Bleed's momentum. And can they? They have an Armlet Huskar, they have a Diffusal Marcy. I don't see much changing in the next 5 minutes here. Whereas Bleed, they have Vessel charges on Ice. He's just so strong right now. Like, any Panda ult is probably a kill if they want to force it. And they're the lineup with the big cooldowns. Like, they have Meta and Golem running right now, and there's no pressure coming out from Execration. So that's another factor. Bleed are happy to kind of just trade when their ults are on cooldown like this.
Yep. Smoke is going to run into Bob here. Bob using the Tumbler toy to get a short little hop away, and that's pretty crucial. Stun comes out, he turns around, throws out the ultimate. Can he toggle enough?
Oh my god.
God.
Where'd he go?
Yo, Bob. That was sick.
Where'd he go?
Oh, he died real quick. Man, those pandas, man, they got destroyed by just all of a sudden Execration 4-man in an instant.
That was disgustingly fast. I mean, level 1 Brult is kind of Garbo, but not that Garbo usually.
Dire's top tower
My
is under
god,
attack.
absolutely shredded. I guess level 4 sidekick here. Just gave him the pound. Pound down of a lifetime. Bob lives on 1 HP. 1 HP is enough. Vessel does not get the job done. That is a sad, sad play for Ice, who was having a fantastic game and now just lost so much momentum. Like, when you don't get those kills, you fall behind in levels. It's the problem with Panda.
You're going nowhere.
Aghanim Scepter. Really? Okay, that's an idea for Marcy's second item. Haven't seen that one before. I thought for certain, okay, BKB, maybe Basher. Aghanim Scepter. So that's the one where you get the silence off of each one of the pulses.
Silence,
and then it also applies on your
dispel,
ability.
and cooldown. This thing does a lot in theory, and you get better stats out of it now. I mean, he must have played this before. I have not seen this build. This is new territory.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm sure he's tried it.
I mean, the silences will be super interesting against Brewmaster and Terrorblade if you get the initiation. Void Spirit too, actually. I mean, silences are crazy value in this matchup.
Well, they're good. You can chain him too. Well, his Ags is pretty obnoxious. You're not used to playing against it as well, which most people are not, because you've pretty much never seen it in your life. It's kind of hard to anticipate how it affects you in the fight. Like, you go in, you're not thinking there's this silence, and then you're just silenced. You're, well, what the hell silencing? Is there a death prophet in the game? No, it's just Marcy doing Marcy things. Left over from the recent patch of
Bob. I mean, Bob sometimes, you know, he's a great player, but sometimes he gets too aggressive, but right now, perfectly defensive. Backs out away from his tier 2 because he's not seeing any heroes, and Bleed were actually 5-man smoked up, ready to go for a dive on him. Couldn't find the opening, so instead they try and hit the tier 2 as much as possible.
This push just feels a little forced. I mean, Bleed's lineup does function best when they can just 5-man with the Warlock and the Panda, but they lost both side lanes for that. They're just fighting a tier 2 to Lich Armor, don't even get it. Did not feel that efficient. Losing a bit of steam here. Gonna try and have to pick it up with this Brutalty. Make better use of it than the last one did. And Execration are smoking bottom. So they want to fight down here with the Vision. Even Paulus is here. Might just start it off early.
Trying to hop out. Doesn't quite catch the Void Spirit. Palos not getting what he wants out of that. And one is going to be golemed immediately. The rest of the team is coming in, though. But can they save Palos?
Can they burst him?
It's not looking good. He's trying to lifesteal, but it's not good enough. The heals could not outdo the damage. They're going to pull back in Shanks, who with the Golem is actually going to be in some trouble here. The Golem, it is going to die. They're going to commit. Go for Bob. The impetus damage finishes him off. He jumps forward on the side of Corden, trying to still find Shanks. It's out of spells, though. All on cooldown. Tino has to go for the TP out. These impetuses. DJ is tearing Execration up with these shots.
Duelist gloves doing work there with the extra attack speed.
Oh,
pretty nice neutral to pick up for this hero for sure. And that's a lot of gold going Corden's way. I mean, once again, Ice is pretty sad he has to die first because he's still missing this XP to get the level 2 Brutal tier. It's going to be slow coming, but you'll take that fight every time. Double carry kill, essentially.
Yeah, Palos is real sad, too. Maybe sadder than Ice is. Pull back here onto Carlo. He'll die. But yeah, this is a Marcy. We said the biggest problem, right, was the fact that this hero struggles to be able to keep up with everybody else. If you're dying in fights first, I don't know what you're going to do.
It's rough. It just puts more pressure on Bob to be able to survive in these engagements, use the sidekick well. It's like your best scaling mechanism here, because Jackie is well out in front. He has been soaking up the map during all these engagements, doing Terrorblade things. Clearing Ancients, clearing Waves, clearing Souls, and he has Scotty coming very soon here.
Well, this Aghanim Scepter is either going to be the most impressive thing I've seen in a while, or it's not going to be enough. I mean, to close this kind of gap in net worth, a 3,000 net worth difference right now between Marcy and Terrorblade, which is only going to grow.
I can see it winning. I can see it winning some crucial fights here. I genuinely can't, but it's going to come down to that. Like, I feel like if he misses them, you're not good running around with diffuse lags while Terrorblade's just killing your map with illusions. There's no way that feels good conceptually. But if you get the good fight out of it, you kill Brew again, or you kill his Void Spear with it, just open up the gap and you can transition into Roshan for Huskar, then I think this item can pay off right now. But the window is going to be pretty tight. You're not going to have a huge length of time to use it. And once again, DJ, they put him on this Enchantress like last game. I mean, he is just farming up goddamn Storm on this hero. He is going to be a 4th core again. Already causing problems. Like, Enchantress is a very good matchup versus Huskar. It's actually one of the better supports. Pure damage from long range that is hard for you to kill her. It's a large committal that often doesn't pay off. And he often outranges your disarm as well.
Yeah, that for me was the big thing. Inner fire is so important for Huskar's survivability in fights, but can't get the Enchantress most of the time.
Yeah, this matchup sucks. So the fact that DJ is finding as much farm as he can also gives Bleed some extra security here, just push into that mid-late game.
Yo, have you been watching Dubu using the shard on Warlock?
Oh, is he? I have not. I didn't notice he got it.
Yeah, I think he got it off of, he bought it out, so he's been using the upheaval and throwing the little imps at him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting. Spell deals damage now, too.
Oh, Palos just got the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, he can pop it for the Dispel, that'll help, but he needs to be able to hit some heroes. Oh, the long jump away with the Impetus. It followed him all the way through and did so much damage. Bob already has a Spirit Vessel on him. He does have BKB. The sun goes out, trying to help the Lich. They have the Chain Frost, but the cores do not want to fight this one. Still going for the Huskar. He's going to come back down. Bob may have to use his BKB, and he's going to go for it, but he instantly dies. Not get the inner fire off in time. Now Tino forced to use the roar onto the carry, but pulled back into his demise. 5-0 wipe. Jackie is full up on HP too after that Sunder.
I mean, that's your Scotty Terrorblade plus your Brew ulti coming up line. You have Golem plus the Imps going to work. The Imps actually tanked the Lich ult. That's kind of sad, but great for the Imps, I guess. And I mean, once again, DJ is just dealing a ridiculous amount of damage. He has second highest damage in that team fight. He has full Hurricane Pike just going to Ags. This Enchantress is going to be a massive problem for you. Like, sometimes the problem with the Brewmaster lineups is you lack some damage, because Brewmaster can be pretty low damage, especially in the later stages. But he's great utility. Well, having Enchantress pick up the damage just makes Ice's life easier. He doesn't have to worry about building some, like, crazy scaling Brewmaster build. He can just go auras, support the team, and you're still going to be pretty happy in his later fights. Of course, the fight starting on Paulos is probably worst case scenario for Execration. He wants to be able to come in and counter initiate with these silences and deal a bunch of damage. We haven't really seen that play out yet. So there's still some opportunity for him to swing this game with the Ags. But that does not help his cause. Shard to Carlo, that's a pretty decent one. Probably the one I'd take here.
This is exactly what I did as the Warlock when I tried out this Shard, and this is exactly what I did. Shadow Amulet upheaval and just run the Imps down lane. What are they going to do?
They're only worth 3 gold too.
Yeah, they're not
actually
worth.
Just doesn't give you anything away. I'll TP a bottom outpost here. Try and take the Roche defense fight. Golem up at 20.
Radiant are
But
scanning.
Execration not going to be confident enough to force the engagement.
They do have Hawk Vision, which is really nice. Scouting a lot here. They know it. And
that's a good Hawk. That's a
they
damn
know
good
it's
Hawk.
there. It's getting plenty of ideas for Execration. How do they want to take this fight now? Start getting into the Roshan pit. They're going to try and do Roshan. Roshan actually running outside of the pit.
Why
One
is
of the
he
mines
outside the
exploded.
pit?
They know. Oh, no.
What the hell?
They ruined their opportunity. Now Bob is stuck inside the pit. Bob, get out of there. Oh, no.
Oh, God. It's an absolute train wreck. Run for your lives.
This is over already.
It's over before it began.
Oh, they almost got him with the golem. That was a hell of a drop. The stone does go out on Palos, though. Nice.
He just
says, nah, never mind.
Use the golem to farm, finish up Roshan. You're pretty happy in this game. Your Terrorblade is way too ahead to be contested at this point. The Huskar has missed a lot of his windows, and that Ags for Palos did not pay off.
Why did Roshan run like a little bit out of the pit?
I think he got triggered by techies initially, right? And nobody else hit him, so he just started going for techies. I don't know. That looked really weird. I mean, I'm not sure it would have mattered, but it didn't help him. That's for sure.
That was such a crazy move.
All these imps are killing the observer ward. What the hell? Bro, these things are funky looking.
Yeah.
Well, Execration can try and split the map and stall this game with Beast, but
I don't think they think that's an option.
Yeah, it's very awkward when you have Huskar to do this, so.
Oh, they're going to run into Terrorblade solo. Maybe. Maybe.
Aegis, though.
Yeah, and his team is not that far away.
I mean, the burst is significant. You can burst him once.
Okay, let's put this Axe to the test. BKB is going to go off. Jackie is fine.
It's just a wasted move.
Yeah.
Du is just going Octarine. I respect that. That's a Warlock build if I've ever seen one.
Octarine, huh?
I mean, when your ult is 160 seconds, you know, you gotta get that down. Another smoke coming out.
So. Okay, they hit the stun, chain the stuns, pull them back into the mines. They have enough damage. Bob staying alive for a second though, but the Scotty hits are coming through. Oh, they slowed him down so much. Jackie couldn't actually get that kill. Now he's disarmed by the techies as well. The chain frost hitting him on top of everything else.
Pull for 5. He hits real hard.
Yeah, he's got a full-out nullifier. He is not to be trifled with. Still, though, meta was used for that fight, so not too bad.
No, Execration definitely happy with that. They can wait out meta and maybe still look for something around here if Bleed Linger leaves somebody solo. I mean, all 3 cores are down here.
Real Terrorblade is going to show himself in mid. Marcy pushes forward, trying to catch anybody they can, but not going to find anything, or at least not an easy pickoff.
Yeah, nice is back up.
I love the defensive play by Bleed holding up on that high ground.
Yeah, do not want to give up too much map here. You should be ready to fight. Same time, there's nothing wrong with waiting for Panda. You almost have Ags on DJ as well. You're closing in on a lot of damage. Double damage will spawn top as well. For Jackie here with meta up in 70, definitely bottle it. Oh, Cordon's just going to take it. Okay. It says no DE for you. I am the true carry.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, Terrorblade has such high base damage, but goddamn, Void Spirit does too.
It's good on both for sure. So maybe the higher on Siege, I would have given it to TV here. Definitely think about it. You have a minute Aegis, just Palos.
Burst down Palos down to half with an easy hit. Oh, and he hit him with the... Mamma mia.
See ya later. Gonna get pulled in here in Boston. This game is crumbling very fast.
Yeah, this game's looking like no contest. Well, got the grab on a Carlo. Got to be careful, though. Bob, still something to be reckoned with.
I mean, there's rat action happening.
Yeah,
Beastmaster bottom, who is pushing pretty fast. He lost his helmet to Overlord, though.
Yeah, he has to go find another creep. Non-ancient one to keep this threat going.
big tomato.
Jackie's not backing down. He's got 30 seconds left to work with the Aegis.
I mean, why would you back? There's no way to kill him right now.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
DJ's boinking around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at a tier 3 bottom. So the pressure is enough that's going to force TPs back.
Radiant's bottom
But you're not going to
tower
get
has
any
fallen.
catch on the return. I mean, I guess it's at least something to keep morale up.
Yeah, we finish out the Heaven's Halberd for Bob as well, which is very much needed between the Terrorblade and the Enchantress. 2 problems. He can deal with one of them.
Yeah, but it's just him, man.
Yeah.
You need this BKB for Paulus for him to be useful at all. And Butterfly for Jackie
Radiant are
might not be
scanning.
useful anyway. This Terrorblade is way too massive. It's just absolutely out of control, and he has all the utility behind him between the Warlock, the Crimson Guard on the Panda. Quick smoke down mid lane while you push it in. If you find a good fight here, it's easily high ground. Paulo's still a ways away from BKB here. You're going to have to take a next fight probably without it. That is tough. That is very tough. You're going to need a good jump on one of these cores, I think.
Now, what does that jump even look like?
It's got to be Roar or just Lich Gaze into the follow.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And pray that the burst is enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Bleed don't have a exact save.
No.
They have pretty decent response. If you go on somebody, then you just drop the golem in upheaval, but it is possible to start on a hero and all in him.
And that's the upside here. I mean, Bleed have itemized pretty greedily. The downside, if you're Execration, is that Bleed are very wealthy, so their greedy itemization is just creating too many threats for you to deal with. Like, even if you burst the Terrorblade, that doesn't guarantee you're going to win the fight because you have Enchantress and Void Spirit to deal with at the same time. DJ also gets Quiver because you can almost guarantee one of the ranged neutral items now. God damn, this is fun to watch, that's for sure.
Apollo's so close to that BKB, cannot afford to be picked off here. Unfortunately, he will survive, but the illusions and the imps are causing some problems in these lanes.
The imps are causing problems.
Yeah, they kill the creeps, and then the illusions come in and start hitting buildings.
Look at him go.
Oh, little guys go.
They do look really stupid. I will give them that. Like, in a good way, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they should be little golems, though. Like, you should be able to choose the cosmetic form based on your golem cosmetic. Like, I want little samurai golem imps, you know?
Well, maybe if you're good for Christmas, Valve will get it for you.
Said nobody ever.
Boom. I mean, they're just, the creeps cannot push out. They're getting vision into the base constantly between the illusions, the creeps, the imps. There is no way for Execration to be able to ever get out with a smoke, basically.
No, they're completely choked out. It's just next Aegis and then Bleed end game. So you're gonna have to smoke and pray you get that fight into the Roshan or something with the Hawk Vision. I mean, it's up right now. Bleed are running there, and Execration know it's up, so
Dire's top tower
this is kind of like your last chance. I don't think you're winning a fight versus the Aegis.
Yeah, they had to deal with the top wave pushing in, which means Techies is not going to be able to join the rest of his team for the smoke up
Just
into the
gotta
pit.
YOLO it. Gotta get there, somehow take the fight, somehow burst one of these core heroes down. This Roche
It's
is
happening
gone.
pretty fast. Roche is going to die before they get there.
Oh man, that's 2 lives for Jackie. Do you still take the fight?
Oh, no.
It's weird.
This is the worst part. Their smoke, at least on Carlo, it broke. So they get close to the pit, but not close enough to take a fight. Carlo does manage to sneak away, though. Maybe cut a little creep wave action here. Yeah, something.
Didn't actually kill any of it. That's kind of sad.
Well, it's still gonna explode. The ice fire.
Well, it's true. I forgot it explodes now.
Yeah.
Dang. New technology. Hard to keep up. Imps, exploding spires.
So much.
Well, here's high ground push. Butterfly, Aegis, Scotty Terrorblade with the world behind him. The imps beside him.
Oh, God, Bob. He instantly has to go back. He gets initiated on. It doesn't take much. Chain Frost's going to bounce around. Looks pretty decent. Unfortunately,
Nice
there's a lot of units. Okay, the grab onto him. Looks like he might die. Corden gets off the cheese. Resets with a dissimulate. Bob goes in, hits a disarm, but the BKB from Jackie allows him to be able to push through and gets the kill onto the Huskar. No buyback there, and Palos has to leap away. Jackie, nobody can really stand toe-to-toe against this big man.
It's not even close. And once you're in, you're locked in there. You can't really escape with these upheavals, slows, the Panda utility. Paolo's Ags did not pay off. You can't stand your ground and fight with your Huskar because he's just dying. I mean, what good is the silence? Your base is gone. Another pretty solid game from Bleed. I mean, they looked rough game 1, but definitely pulled it back in the series. Just figured out some more comfortable, well-rounded drafts for him. DJ Enchantress in 2 games. Looking pretty solid. And just in this 3rd game especially, they amped up the laning stage. Like the first 2 games did not go their way, but they cleaned it up a bit. Maybe they listened to you flaming them, you know? They took some credence.
Yeah, could be. Could be. I mean, they have not been doing so good this year. Double 6th places in Tour 1 and Tour 2, but going back through it, you know what a common thread was between those 2 seasons?
They didn't have misery.
Well, no, I was going to say they lost the very first series 1-2.
Oh.
So
yeah,
just being able to win their opening series, you know, that could be just a good sign of things to come for Tour 3 for Bleed.
But why didn't they win those series?
Well, I guess it's because they didn't have misery.
Exactly. A little misery goes a long way.
Baiting out the Wisdom Rune, you would say that, yeah.
I mean, that's
I'm
just
surprised your gamer name is in misery, actually.
It was already taken. What can you do? Unlucky.
True.
It didn't get there fast enough. There's a high ground push with the upheaval to buff it up. Go, my imps.
Oh, yeah, you got that attack speed. I forgot about that talent.
Yep.
That's sick.
70 attack speed. I mean, this spell just does it all now. Damage, attack speed, slow, imps. What more can you want? Oh, that impetus. Gotta force a BKB from Bob.
Yeah, Bob just kind of has to go in. Chain Frost, okay. Carlo can't actually keep going and can't escape either. Not against those Rainbow Delights that are being thrown in constantly. Palos pops his BKB and runs away. You got the BKB out of Jackie, but they still have 50 seconds left on the Aegis. And if they don't fight this, it's going to be Megas. So they choose Megas instead of fighting the double life TB.
I mean, that just kind of feels like game, though. This is not a lineup that can play versus Megas at all. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Ags on Huskar. Okay, you can make him fight you, but I don't know if that's your problem, right? I don't know if you want to make him fight you.
Yeah, Terribly will happily do that. Quick tormentor here.
Yeah, one for the road.
For the homies.
Oh, the DJ, why not? He needed some more net worth here. He wasn't high enough up on the chart.
Oh, true. I like how that actually ahead of Ice once again. He really does get bragging rights over Ice for this series.
I mean, maybe some design by design, you know.
What, you think DJ had a talk with the team, guys?
Oh, 100%.
You're not giving me enough farm.
He sat down there one day and he's like, "You guys want me on the squad? You better give me half of Ice's net worth every game."
Give me half or I walk.
And half of what? Everything. Ice, you are now the 4.
All right, well, they couldn't really deal with the illusions very well. And now they've got Mega Creeps joining them. Bob getting... Oh, he actually has the shard on Techies. That'll help out Bob a decent amount with that disarm, but... Oh, You'll Scepter Storm Panda actually throwing up Marcy right as she popped the Unleashed.
He's in deep.
Long jump in from Bob. Okay, gets a little bit of help. They're going for DJ, and they do manage to get him. Jackie cleans up the Techies, now lays into Bob. Bob easily dies, and Palos came back down to earth and immediately died to a big double damage Corden. GG Bleed, making absolutely no mistakes in this game 3, easily getting the 3rd game victory to win the series.
I mean, definitely looking the best we've seen them in all these seasons, like especially at the start of the season. I think coming back from a game 1 loss, also a good sign for this team, because I think they had a tendency to kind of just get lost, like as the games went on. I definitely think Misery brings some aspect of like increased leadership or, robustness to the squad that maybe they were lacking, because I feel like too much of it fell between Forav and Dubu. Something wasn't clicking there, and sometimes it's not a fault of an individual, it's just how the team chemistry works. So it's kind of cool to see this team getting some gel going, getting some chemistry going, getting DJ back up there into the true 2-3 carry position where he belongs, dealing some decent damage. Nice to see, props to them.
And a decent blow to Execration losing this series is, again, they are 10th overall in DPC points with 540. If they can snag a top 1 or 2 placement, that would put them in a pretty decent position for the TI rankings. But losing to Bleed is going to be a big blow to them, especially the way this game 3 went. But I'm sure the panel has all of that to break down for us.
Is this the rise of Bleed? Is it too early to say? Who knows? But they did take this series pretty convincingly after that first game. What did you guys think?
They looked good.
Yeah, they actually look really solid. I think they're drafting. This is something you pointed out, Adam, right? Like, Misery's drafting to their strengths a lot more after that shift. Game 1, probably not as much. Game 2 and Game 3 that we've seen here, it's comfort for Bleed. Like, these are all strong comfort picks for them every lane. We thought maybe Execration's draft was good, maybe up until the Marcy came out, right? The Husker felt like it could have been a good solution, but it fell through, and I think Bleed's just looking a lot happier when they play, or not happier, but, like,
comfortable?
Comfy. Yeah, very comfy.
Yeah, it looks nice. They finally look like a team. I mean, they definitely had a lot of problems in Season 2. I'm glad to see how they're playing right now. They look like they have a system. They kind of know what each other wants to do, and they're playing to their strengths. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping it's the rise of Bleed, in fact. Like, I really hope to see success for them finally, after having such a, I would say, star-studded roster.
Yeah, it's a good bounce back for a lot of the players to finally hit the stride. This is a big match to find a win as well, like what Cap and Avery were saying. For Execration to take a loss in week 1 really hampers your chances for that top 1 finish. Like, potentially, depending on how things go. Of course, we're still early in, but even a loss here now, it makes it so much harder for them to jump up from that top 10 position on DPC points. And that could potentially mean it might just be Talon that goes into TI by points from C.
You talk about taking a loss, but they look lost.
Yeah, they do.
They look like they had no idea what their lineup was supposed to do. The early game, we talked about how they played really well in the first 2 games. They didn't have it this game. And I guess credit to Bleed for adapting on the fly. I think that's like the biggest advantage they can have, having these veterans on the team, right? They're able to switch things up from game 1 to game 2 and 3 and just turn it around like this.
And I don't know, for me, the Marcy, it seemed to have no effect
It's
on the
fucking
team.
useless.
Okay, I mean, for lack of better words, yes,
Their
Adam.
24 pick impact is this. Something went wrong in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking for stuff like the Jug. You know, something to play with, maybe the Lich Frost Armor, get aggressive in lane, but the Marcy was just such a strange one. And I think not just the difference in the veterans, but maybe a bit of the difference in coaching as well, where Misery has this strong guiding voice for Kimo. Even in Tour 2, it felt like there were certain things that Execration were leaning on much more than other teams were. It felt like their drafts were much more limited. We've got to see that expand going into this tour. But for Bleed, these improvements are a good sign. Moving forward, if they can maintain that and get better and better, they could be in the top 3.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, and here's our match MVP. We have DJ on the Enchantress, 8111. DJ's home. Hashtag
DJ's free.
home. DJ is free.
DJ's freed.
J.
Yeah, freed J. He's freed.
It's freed.
Yeah, he's freed up and he's had a wonderful game. Of course, maybe game 1 would he earn on Sky? Probably not the freedom he wanted, but he has earned that freedom now, for sure.
I mean, I feel like they just look good as a team right now. I mean, I don't want to jump to conclusions too fast. It's only game 1, day 1, week 1. I feel like a lot of the stronger teams do adapt in DPC. I think there are teams that didn't have a good start last season as well. Execration mainly one of them. And it's good that you come in strong. You know, you want to win games, but you want to continue. You still want to learn. You still want to grow as a team.
Yeah, and I hope since this is the first game for them of the season, I hope it's like a big confidence boost for them because, you know, winning a game from the people who just attended the majors straight off the bat, I'd be pretty happy if I were Bleed. I'd be stoked.
Yeah. I think any win they get, they should be happy with. They played really well too. It wasn't just some like suffered out win, you know.
That's true.
Yeah. They took the right steps. They changed their draft. They had the right strategic approach, and they stomped.
Yeah, it absolutely looked like a stomp.
Best way to win. It's the best way to win.
But on the side of Execration, they looked completely lost. Like it was reverse stomp. They got stomped.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit in the draft, maybe a little bit down to execution, their understanding of the patch, perhaps still reeling in from the major. I don't know. And again, I think in this specific series, I feel like the coaching is probably a big aspect at this point because Kimo, again, he's a very experienced player. He's a very strong player in his own right, but I feel like his style of coaching is very different from more, say, Western coaches, which might be more analytical, much more around data points rather than what feels good, what I know my player wants. You know, it's like much more data-driven. And I think that's something where Execration might have to start getting maybe even an analyst on hand to help out in that.
They need more strategy, is what you're saying, basically, right? That's what March gave them.
They're a good team. Yes, kind of. They don't look as good when their drafts go away from what they're comfortable with, I think. Execration, when they play this like Visage or like Luna, Marcy, whatever they used to play, just look really, really solid as a team. But today, like they play what Marcy Huskar, and it looks so. I mean, they lost their lanes, unfortunately, which they usually don't. But it still just did look like they understood their strategy after that.
That's true. What do you think is the biggest thing, the biggest change that we've seen in Bleed's play style from their new coach? Like, what do you think is the biggest change that we've seen today?
I'd say it's just they're playing under comfort a lot more. Like it looks like they're in a much more comfortable position to play how they need to play the draft. Like they understand their timing's a little bit better coming out. They're coordinating their movement a lot more as well. So I think that's it. Maybe that's the biggest point that I've seen from their gameplay outside of the drafts.
I feel like before they didn't know how to come together as a team, but now they're using the map movement really well. Like they're not really grouping up per se, but when they show on the map or like how I split pushes on the map, there's like movement in reaction to what he's doing from his teammates, which I think is really important.
Well, we do have an interview with the winners of this series, Bleed Esports' very own Dubu. Hi, Dubu.
Hello.
Congratulations on your win. How do you feel?
I'm feeling amazing. Thank you.
Amazing. Wow, it's good that you're feeling amazing. I have to ask you, how has it been with your new coach? Have you guys like gelled together really well? Are you guys really comfortable with him?
Yeah, everything is so good with the new coach, especially the Misery, because he helped a lot of part, and then I can actually focus on the game. That's really nice. Everyone can focus their own game.
Does he take care of drafting, or do you guys do that together?
Yeah, he take care of the draft and stuff.
When did he come over? Like, how long have you guys been practicing with him?
Probably like 2 weeks.
Oh, that's pretty long, actually.
Yeah, it's a decent amount. I'm curious, What do you think is the difference between Misery and Forev style? Like, what's the difference in there? What do they do differently, basically, for you here?
Pass.
Pass. Okay,
that's fair.
I will take that pass. That is fine.
Question. Good job, dude.
It could have been a very, very interesting answer there. I am curious then. What do you think is something that you guys on Bleed are looking to really focus on this tour? Because it's been a rough first 2 tours for Bleed, but you guys haven't made any change outside of the coaching change. So what's the focus now for you guys going through this tour?
We are just focusing on playing better each day, every day, individually and as a team together. Yeah, that's all the focus right now.
Can I ask about the systems on your team? Like, I think you guys look much cleaner now in terms of like movement and execution. Is that something that Misery played a part in, or is just something that the roster kind of came together and has been working on these past 2 weeks?
I think the team movement stuff we kind of figured out last season towards the end, not in the early. So we kind of know how we want to play as a 5 together. And when Misery came and then take care of the big picture, like now things looking better.
When the new patch came out, did you guys like come together as a team right away to start like discussing strats or just, you know, hero picks and start brainstorming early?
Yeah, as soon as bootcamp started. Patch, I think, came out like a week before. And then, yeah.
Are you guys
a week
adjusting?
before we bootcamp start. Yes.
Are you guys adjusting to the new patch better?
When we came into Singapore, yes. We started to talk about the game, yes.
Okay, cool. Well, that's all the questions we have for today, all the time we have. Thank you so much, Dubo, for joining us, and congrats again on your win.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I love interviewing people. Everyone's so nice and jolly. But I guess that's because they're winning the games, right?
That's true. You are doing winner interviews.
Yeah, exactly.
They better be happy.
Yeah, I would not want to be... loser interviews are probably kind of despair.
Oh, you can ask Avo about that when you see him again. He'll have a lot of stories about that experience. It's a rough one to do. It's a rough one for sure.
Cry.
Yeah, so I'm glad we're doing winners interview. It's a lot easier, and it's nice to see Dubu happy because every time I see him, I always apologize. He has to go through Manila, so I make sure first thing I say to Dubu every time, I'm sorry.
It's your fault.
I'm glad to see you. Yeah, it's my fault.
But you know, Dubu really looked genuinely happy.
Yep.
He sounded so joyful. That was the first time I've ever heard him. Like, well, I guess because this is one of the first.
Smiling to it.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, it was so cheerful for him. But it's just great to see that they're like that. And then, you know, I really do hope Bleed find their golden road of victory. Yeah, I think it'll be super exciting. But next up, we have a very exciting series. We have Boom versus Blacklist Rivalry. This is going to be the first game we're going to have of Boom in quite a while because they were in Division 1 last season. So we will find out how that game goes right after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are back for our last series of the day. We have Blacklist Rivalry versus Boom Esports. So that is going to be a very exciting one. Welcome to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm your host, Sophie, and I have someone new here today. Not very new because we saw her last season, but she's new for today. We have Aurora.
Hello, hello.
How you doing?
Doing great, although I'm just wondering why it's been like a full daytime here at the beach. Like you guys have been doing since, I don't know, 10 hours ago or something, but it's still daytime.
That's true. The sun hasn't gone down yet. Did you enjoy last series?
I mean...
the shakiness of your voice, I don't know, kind of says something else.
Okay, the thing is, I don't necessarily hate the Marcy pick, but I don't like the diffuser. I feel not buying Crystallis on this hero is just, you know, like not doing her right. So yeah, it was not very nice to watch.
That is fair. Did you like the series, John?
You know, I'll be frank. It felt like no one was playing the game. It felt like one team was on their keyboards and the other wasn't in game 2 and 3. Game 1 maybe a little bit more back and forth, I don't know.
I mean,
like,
blame
frankly,
the Huskar, please. Like, we could have seen the White Spray perform a little bit more, but then because of the Huskar parking there, it's just... Sorry, I'm just an avid Huskar hater. Because I play all those heroes that can't go against Huskar in the lane. And it's boring. You can't do anything. So... yeah, it's a Huskar. I blame the Huskar.
That's true, but I have a feeling you guys are going to like this next series that we have. It's quite an exciting one because it's a Blacklist Rivalry versus Boom Esports. Boom haven't been in Division 1 since 2 seasons ago, so we'll see if they've changed a lot of things since then, if they've improved as a team since they've stuck together. But Blacklist, they have a new addition to the roster.
Yeah.
The famous KP.
Yeah, good old
Down Under.
Chalk.
Yeah.
Aura Enjoyer.
Aura.
Aura Enjoyer.
KP do be an Aura Enjoyer player.
Yeah, he is an Aura Enjoyer.
Yeah, he buys
Very,
all the
very
Aura.
team-centric guy.
I think he was the one who started the LC pipe or something, right? That trend. There was a meta where all the LC players just started buying pipe and I think what's the other item? Wave Pack. And I don't like it because I feel like you kind of don't feel that strong if you don't have PKB because you can't finish a duel, right? But then, I mean, I guess you have a team, so.
Yeah, Wraith Pack. We should have a little tombstone for Wraith Pack, the dead item. But we have a draft already up for our Game 1 of Series 3 today.
Caudal, nothing new, but the Medusa is not banned.
Yeah, it does slide through. We've seen in the last series, we saw the Medusa slide through. I wonder if Boom prioritizes. It's a classic Natsumi hero, even with the changes.
Yeah, maybe, you know, like, we are trying to fit with the team as well. We want a fish. Although Medusa is not really a fish, but like she can swim.
Yeah.
You know.
She's what race are they? Sirens? Are they all sirens?
Snake.
Snake people?
I don't know, like in the myth, like she's a gorgon or something.
She's but in her old model was a Naga, I believe.
I think that is the race.
Really?
We still call them Nagas?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think so.
But then she's like sneaky snake, you know, that kind of thing. Not really.
It's a Naga is a half serpent beast.
Yeah. I thought we were dancing around some old copyright stuff there. I didn't know it was an open term.
Oh, really? I mean, it's Naga Siren.
Yeah.
I mean, it's myth. Like, it's not really tied to...
but you never know, you know? I don't like touching copyright stuff.
All right.
Especially Pokemon.
Well, why'd you bring it up?
I know. I just had
Anyways,
the urge.
back to the Dota. What do you guys think of these openings?
I'm not quite sure about Barry either. I think he is... Okay, because the map changes, right? So he doesn't really get the access to the camps that easily. Like, if you're on Dire, then maybe, because there is a camp like on your left backwards. It's actually relatively near, but it's also very easy to invade because a support can just stand on a high ground and wall and like they can see what you are doing. But I think maybe they just want to have a safer first phase so that, you know, like you don't just take two heroes and then they see and then they counter it and you feel very trapped. This Barrier can still go offlane.
Yeah. It's open enough to kind of flex. And we did see Bleed go with this opening as well. Batrider Disruptor, I believe, is what they went with last time around, unless I'm misremembering the Bat and the Disruptor was on the other side. But we did see this from Bleed. So we've seen the combination work, or at least these two heroes in the same team work. And I think for Boom, what I'm wanting to see now is like a strong win condition to make up for the Batrider, because it still has potential. It can still somewhat answer a Pango in a very weird way, although getting the cast range onto the roll is awkward during the roll, but you've got some interesting initiation angles for Blacklist. Just Coddle Pangolier, very straightforward. Swashbuckle spams there. You've got a good way of just chipping down a lot of these heroes, and you get a lot of team fight coming out off the back of this. The question is where they're going to be laning it. I think it's also open enough for Blacklist to kind of toss the Pango around if need be, but it should be the early
Pango
mid.
is still kind of weak on the side lane. Like, most likely because he really needs levels, but then again, like, they changed the Wisdom Rune, and then even stacking now gives you XP. So maybe it's not that hard, but I still think you want to have levels fast on this hero. Because now they changed the Q, right? Like, the range nerf. So if you are playing a core Pango, and you have to go so near to press your Q, you kind of don't have a way out. So it's kind of not a very safe play.
We do have Rubik and Magnus now on Blacklist. What do you guys think?
A little bit too greedy, I feel. Because now it's kind of very heavy on the Pango to do anything at all. And you also don't really want the Pango to dive too deep. Because Rubik and Coddle, they can't move forward without, risking their own positions. And Magnus want everyone to go first. So right now it's really very, very heavy on the Pango, and he's most probably gonna lane the Batrider anyway. So yeah, it's tough.
I'm wondering if Blacklist is looking to shift the Magnus 1, as we've seen Execration do.
Maybe.
Like, I don't know if that's a matchup that feels great. If you do shift on Boom for the Batrider off lane, it doesn't sound like the best time for a Magnus either. So I feel like all this flexing around, it's going to boil down who gets a better last pick, better read on the draft. Boom onto the TA, which it's still a little bit flex. Like, you probably don't want your TA to lane into Pango, although it's also not the worst if you manage to play with your meld. Like, in the first 2 levels pretty well, it's kind of all right, but your refraction just melts, so it's awkward for you to play.
Could be a Natsumi TA though.
Could
right?
be. Like, the flex is on hand. Again, like, depending on what they want to do. Like, you could just last pick your Yopaj hero, run FBZ Batrider, and I think that's probably the best way to go about here.
I do think it's kind of also very hard for them to high ground. Like, look at Boom's heroes. It's Batrider, it's Skyrav, it's Disruptor. None of these are like great high ground heroes. Sure, you can put a blink on the bat and then, like, drag someone, but then there's a Magnus, you must remember. There's a Magnus, there's a Rubik, and then your Siege is a range, which, like, ultimately is very, very afraid of skewer. So they might just make this Magnus pick look really, really good. Because before this TA came out, I feel the Magnus feels a little bit too greedy. But then when this TA came out, I'm like, it's alright.
Yeah, it's manageable. I'm wondering how Blacklist still kind of utilizes the Magnus, though. Like, whether or not that's our KP or Raven hero is really a question on mine. It looks like Boom expects it for KP on the off lane, so probably not gunning for that. They ban out the AM. Did Deuces still slide through?
Yeah. Maybe these two teams, they just know each other and like, nah, you're not gonna play with this stuff. But I don't know, like, it's kind of a Raven thing, don't you think?
It is.
Yeah?
It's a Raven and Natsumi thing. Like, Natsumi, when he was in Polaris and they were still in Div 1, that was pretty much all he played that they found success on.
Gosh, it's been so long since Deuce has been a thing. Just this new patch brought it back to life.
Really? I think she shouldn't come out.
I don't think she's been dead long enough.
Not that long, yeah.
Like, it's been there.
The shivers.
Yeah. No, I have nightmares about casting 1 hour long Deuce games.
PL's man.
I think she just makes games really boring to watch. Like,
Yeah. There it is. There it is.
Uh-oh. Sorry, what was it you were saying, Aurora? She makes games really what?
I mean, like, she's just gonna stand there, eat all the spells, do damage. Like, she's not gonna do anything flashy, However, I do very like Medusa players who buy dagger and then, I am the alpha, and then dive in and then chase people, and then it doesn't matter if you make the wrong decision and then just die, because I feel like you deliver the message.
Yeah. Do you think it was a good pick to round off the draft? Does it complete what they're trying to do?
I kind of think Boom's heroes are really good at kiting though. So if I'm the Medusa, I don't feel good about this because there's too many slows, and there are also a lot of silences. Like you look at Skyra, you look at Disruptor, and you don't really want to buy BKB on the Medusa. Like truth be told, you probably only ever buy BKB because there's a mask in the game. But I don't know, like as a Medusa against a Disruptor, I do feel very trapped. Like you have the kinetic field, you have the glimpse. Like imagine walking all the way up and then get glimpsed.
Timber.
Yeah, the FBZ special. It's one of his favorite heroes. So they've got some good damage coming out in lanes, really strong team fight. This win condition on Natsumi, Opaj, and the Batrider, which matchup against Carl, again, it's probably not the best. It's also not the worst. My one concern with Blacklist going for Dedusa, you mentioned Pangolier and the Magnus already being greedy. All your heroes kind of need items to get tempo, and it's going to be a little bit longer. You do have a battery for the Medusa, like Chakra for the shield, and more snakes coming out is nice, I guess, but it's like, who's going to make the plays by 10 to 15 minutes outside of Carl?
Yeah,
who's
like,
with him?
You look at their lineup, you feel like, oh, they look fine, they can stand their ground, you know, but they also can't take. So when you can't take something away from this Barada, this Timber, this TA, they're just gonna snowball, like, especially they're really good with stacks and moving around the map. So I don't know what this player is gonna do about this. And also in the Roche pit, I feel Boom has like the upper hand because they have Barada and TA.
Yeah.
So whose draft are you guys favoring more?
I'll take Boom's side.
Yeah, I think I'd lean towards Boom a little bit. But I think if the game does drag on and this greedy style is allowed, Blacklist can shine by minute 40.
Well, I'm very excited to see who will win this game. It is also KP's debut into Blacklist, but it is also Boom's re-debut into Division 1. Let's get our casters casting this game. I have Winter and Richie.
Yes, hello. Thanks, Soph. We're over here, Winter. We have our own little coconut stand on the island. They put us really far away from everyone else.
We are the lifeguard.
We're the lifeguards. That's absolutely right. Because we've got an amazing series here. I'm really excited for this one, Blacklist Rivalry versus Boom. We were just talking a little bit before. It sounded like you agreed with the panel. You like this Boom lineup just a little bit more.
But I don't think they'll win.
Wow. Well, okay. Well, first of all, we were going to ease into that. I thought we had agreed, Winter. We were at least going to wait until the horn until you started flaming. But
I like to jump the gun. I'm sorry.
Why not? Why don't you believe in Boom?
Well, I feel like Dota now is like, it's really hard to go high ground. So whenever I see these teams picking like a very fast-paced lineup, like you look at their overall composition, they have a TA, Timber, Batrider, Course, so they are very, very fast-paced. They don't have to farm too much. You get a couple of items on them, you're gonna be good to go. And you have Skyruff and Disruptor. I would say that the supports are probably very reliant on the Batrider doing well because they don't really have much setup. So the early game has to go really well for Boom. And whereas you look at Blacklist, right? If the early game is like 50-50, you don't lose the early game, you drag out the game, you have Magnus, Medusa, you're going to win the late game.
You maybe fight your way back into a hard game like with a lineup like that on Blacklist, right? Rolling Thunder, RP, even if you're stuck, maybe pushing high ground, I can maybe see some potential difficulties for Boom trying to get up there, as it is FBZ. He's going to find 2 enemy heroes. That's too many for him to try and contest for the rune. I mean, I see what you're saying. Boom, they're coming in hot, though, Winter. They didn't drop a single game in Div 2. Xerxia, who got promoted alongside with them, they also pretty much got stomped 2-0. It was a pretty fast series in favor of Boom. So they're already warmed up on this patch. Blacklist Rivalry potentially taking a little bit of time to get used to their new offlaner KP. They're speaking a different language now, actually. Before, they were a full Filipino stack, so they were talking in Filipino, I presume, Tagalog. Now they're speaking in English, Do you think that gives any sort of advantages towards Boom, or do you think the victory comes more from within? It depends on the team itself and how they're going to be coordinating.
I feel like they fit better as a team with KP, because before when they have Kuku plus Carl and Raven, everybody's like way too greedy, I feel like KP fits them more in terms of like the whole economy of the team. Like he doesn't really play very greedy, he plays for the team a lot. So I think if you disregard the language, I feel like he fits the team much better, And English is like, I feel like it's not that big of a problem for most of the Pinoy players.
It's not. No, I had the chance to interview Kuku for some content coming out later, and he actually praised that as a plus, saying that they had to switch to English. He said that it forces us to speak in English, so we focus our comms a bit more.
Yeah, that can be like a very useful team when you're playing with the same people all the time, like a very long time. You get really comfortable with each other. So some change can be really, really positive for the team in general. So top lane we see a skiller. Natsumi is just gonna be annoyed a little bit. He's gonna miss like a couple of last hits on the melee creeps, but overall he is gonna be still fine.
Did you ever play on a team, Winter, that spoke in a different language than English?
English and Mandarin.
English and Mandarin. So it was a mix, though. It was never just exclusively Mandarin.
Malaysian language.
Yeah, I got you.
Rojak.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I was just curious because about what making that kind of a shift was. I wonder if like perhaps in lane.
I feel like the language is secondary. You know, like the team composition is more important. The ideas and how you think of the game is definitely more important.
In a bit of trouble here. Blinding Light will not save him. In fact, it's not Sumi which is going to be able to draw first blood here against the Coddle. It's a little bit of a worrying start, but KP still getting in his farm here, 8-1 on the offlane Magnus. Yeah, I see what you mean. I feel like it's, you know, whenever you play a pub with like when you click with your pub, you know, with your pub stat that you are not partied with, and you just kind of read the map, react to each other.
You don't
quite
need to
naturally.
talk.
Exactly, right? That's the kind way to put it. Is they will trade mid lane. Yopaj gets the kill first, so he'll get away with the XP for that. Small advantage there in favor of the Pangolier. Sorry, in favor of Batrider make that.
Classic Batrider lane. You go for the kill, you trade, you pray that the enemy dies first. Because you don't really want to go for like trading last hits as Batrider because it's difficult. You know, you don't have a lot of base damage, so generally you don't really have the advantage in terms of last hitting. So you just try to kill the opponent in most cases.
Yeah, and it's a bit awkward for both supports to try and rotate away from the lane, especially around that 3-minute time, isn't it? Right? They both kind of have other priorities. Lots of really aggressive lanes, as you mentioned. This.
Yeah, you don't really want to ditch your core in the lane too early, you know. I mean, sure, it's fine if you're going to control the rune, you're picking up the Lotus, you're going for the Wisdom runes, but apart from that, you should not leave the lane too much. Like, just a very general philosophy, you know, on how to play the laning phase. Like, a lot of the mistakes I see, like, newer support players make, they rotate too much and the cores can't really farm in the lane. And KP top, he's alone, his support is away, stacking, and now he dies.
Stacking and also contesting this top water rune, and he is going to be able to at least deny the bottle refill out from Yopaj. He still has one charge there at least. Bosku as well secures it down bottom.
Yeah, this is definitely very, very good for Disruptor. Like, this is a support where if you get a good start, you feel so amazing in the game later. He needs a lot of levels, and usually you tend to get bullied in the lane, and this game he's having a great start, 2 kills so far. I mean, he's going to have a very huge impact in this game.
Now bottom now, Raven's the one left all alone, at least until Boss can get back into lane. Stick charges do top up Raven's minuscule HP, but most importantly the mana. Also holding on to the 1 healing Lotus. 125 mana goes a long way on this hero, even early on, so it'll be okay. So far, it seems like Boom is, at least they're the ones dictating the tempo across all 3 lanes. Is there a timing where this you predict it begins to change and Blacklist Rivalry have more moves to make? Because it just feels like Boom has been always the aggressor across all lanes.
Our mid lane, Yopaj is going in.
He goes, yep.
He's not level 6 yet, so nothing to cancel a TP. I mean, he recognized really quickly on Carl that he needed to click his TP right away.
Yeah, TP to the tier 2 and only has a stick with 2 charges and the Tango, so not a whole lot of regen. It'll be pretty crucial for him that he gets this minute 6 power rune. You can actually already see Bosku making the rotation on over. Does leave Raven alone.
Glimpse.
And that sets up for 3 up top as Tims did at least avoid the Meld Strike. Good dodge there, or the active ability on the Blinding Light. Back on the Coddle now on his base skills. How long before they bring Mana Leak back, do you think?
I hope not. I hate that spell. I hate being on the other end.
Yopaj. He's going to go down, does pick up the kill onto Carl.
Another classic Batrider trait.
Yeah, it works out for him. Minute 6 power rune then is going to be contested by whoever else is alive. Xnova making his way there. So we can see now Tim stacking yet again here in the triangle. Bosku though 2 versus 1. Not doing so hot as the DD rune spawns in. Blood grenade there for Zephyr. Bosku spells not quite refreshed, but another Fade Bolts. Oh, it's just a little bit too long of a cooldown for him to secure the kill. Xnova is going to be able to pick up the DD rune and, well, just a nice little support skirmish.
Yeah, that's why you get raindrops early. Really saves your lives.
How difficult have you been finding it as a support? Now, I haven't had the chance to play since the patch dropped this morning, 733C, or I think it dropped yesterday in the morning. How difficult have you found it as a support when the laning stage is difficult like this, when you're just so dry on levels? What do you do?
It's not much you can do, you know. Right now they added like XP if you stack for your core. I mean that's one of the ways, because I feel like right now if you lose the early game, if you don't contest the first and second Wisdom Rune, you're pretty much in a big hole, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I bring it up because you can see where Tim's is parked right now. He's going to stack again, but he's level 2 right now on the position for Coddle. Bosku's going to fight Zephyr for the Dire Rune, throws him into the creeps, but the slow a bit too strong. Bosku trying to TP out, should make it out alive, no problem.
Yeah, late. He's arriving late to the Rune. Like, Rubik should win the Rune battle if he actually arrives there on time with the leaf. I mean, you talk about Wisdom Runes, and I talk about like the heroes that are very strong contesting Wisdom Runes. Kotal is one of them. Like, if your support has the ability to allow you to secure the Wisdom Runes when you're going to steal or to take your own Wisdom Rune, I think it gives your team a huge advantage. That's one of the reasons why Kotal is picked a lot right now.
Boom also reacting around the map pretty well. You can see the support's down bottom hunting for Raven. Even if they can't get the kill, which might actually happen here. FBZ, he's nearby with the chalk.
Pango is coming.
Raven full mana though, they got a nice bounce. Does not have the point, however, in the Stone Gaze. Rolling Thunder coming on through. Edge of the map a bit further away now with the 733 changes, so the roll's just not as impactful as you'd expect it to be. And Zephyr picks up the kill there with a level 2 concussive shot. Such is life now for the Medusa when you're out of mana. Xnova running for his life, but it looks like Carl's the one kind of getting kited out here. Level 3 Swashbuckle, not enough damage. Xnova hiding, just barely surviving, but eventually will be taken down there with a right click from Carl. What will it cost him though? Seems like his own life, as Bosku is going to be the only one to make it out alive in exchange for the Disruptor. That's what, 3 dead there? 2 dead, pardon me, for Blacklist Rivalry.
Yeah, huge plays there by Boom, you know, taking advantage of the Medusa playing a little too greedy, and it was, I feel like kind of surprised that the Pango rotated a little too slow there. Like, I feel like he if he reacted maybe 1 or 2 seconds earlier, he would have been able to save the Medusa and, you know, turn the fight around for sure, and maybe he didn't have to die.
And you know, that's well, they're recovering the Medusa pretty nicely. Raven's farming the stack, the hard camp stack now. This also gives Tim's a good amount of experience. You actually generate extra XP. In
30%?
Case you were wondering. Yeah, you generate 30 extra percent XP, or 30% of half the stack. Right, because you only get it on the amount you stack. So it's actually a little bit more efficient to farm it with your support, because you literally generate XP out of thin air if he shares it with you. It's pretty good.
Like a Midas for XP.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is a change that's going to go a long way for supports, especially supports that can stack really well, like the Coddle. Because there's going to be the Lasso up top lane. Skewer on back. No TPs coming though from Blacklist Rivalry. Even after KP commits the RP, he is tanking out with the Vanguard online, but not tanky enough to survive through the onslaught of 2 cores diving his tier 1 tower. He will go down.
Yeah, once again, like the Pango decided not to TP. Like, very strange. Maybe he was looking at bot lane. Medusa is also saying he's not safe. You know, we can definitely see like why the panel mentioned that this Pango, Dusa, Magnus draft is greedy.
Feels a bit greedy.
Yeah. The Pango has to be more sacrificial. You know? He has to be more willing to sacrifice his own farm and help his team. They're gonna pick up a kill on the Skyrock here.
It's something. A kill onto FBZ though. I think it's gonna be a while until we get one of those. Spell stolen there, by the way. Ancient Seal. So Bosku holding on to a 3-second silence.
Skyrock is only level 4 right now, even though they're winning so much. He didn't get the Wisdom Rune, I guess. Building a Pavis. It's I feel like this is like the best item to buy early game for the hero. Glimpse.
Bosku, they do not have Lasso. Get it away safely. How important is Carl's first item here on this Diffusal Blade? Is it worth him farming 1 extra wave top, or sorry, mid, rather than TPing away top, in your opinion, to maybe?
No. I feel like the last 2 engagements, one the Dusa at bot and the Magnus at top, he should have definitely been there to save them. I feel like he was like kind of like hesitating because he's thinking, oh, do I, you know, get to my defusal timing faster? Do I, you know, farm another wave instead of like just immediately responding to your team, you know? I feel like you need to have the mindset in the game. All right, this game I have to play more for the other cores. I don't have to play for myself so much because we are really greedy as cores. If you have that mindset, you see somebody get dive and then you just TP right away.
Big stack being farmed now by KP. I think they're gonna kind of farm it together. see where most of this pull goes towards. As Boom will smoke towards this pretty good positioning, but Blacklist, they're underneath a dire observer ward now, so we'll see if Yopaj can find the jump he's looking for, trying to interrupt the potential rolling thunder. Storm will do the trick, but Yopaj slow to a crawl, and he's being dragged away. Really good control here. Looks like they're going to have to drop the Rubik. Ooh, and maybe the Pango. No, he gets the roll off just in time.
Yeah, very nice collapse by Boom. You know, like all the 5 heroes coming in, they have a good observer ward set up already. The TA was like pushing his lane, and he was trying to come over to join his team as well.
That's right.
So really, really nice move by Boom here.
They'll deny, or sorry, they'll block the camp as well. That is, so the Ancients will not respawn here.
Yeah, this is very important for their lineup. They need to keep the ball rolling. They need to keep pressuring the Medusa, Magnus, and make sure that they don't get an easy time farming their items.
You were speaking a bit about mentality here, about Carl's mentality specifically on the Pangolier. We'll see how that continues to play out once he does eventually pick up this refusal.
This has been an issue for them for like even the last 2 tours. You know, like we always talk about like how they are like really greedy as cores. They don't really play for each other.
Well, and that's why I wanted to bring up a player of theirs that is no longer a core and instead on support. Cuckoo, what do you think of his play so far? I mean, we're still really early on, but the laning stage is over. He's done his first laning stage as 5. Not the first time he's played support, mind you.
It's getting Paris, so that's a right step in the right direction.
That's the winter seal of approval, is it?
I mean, he's not trying to be too greedy. He's just trying to help his team as much as you can. Early, you break smokes, you place down observer wards, you get cheap items to help your cause. I mean, that's pretty much what you should be doing as a support early game.
Just a little bit late on the contesting the enemy Wisdom Rune, but other than that, no real complaints from Winter, it sounds like, so far.
My complaints is always going to be only on the Pango, if you ask me
about
the current state.
Support players, am I right?
I mean, they're doing what they can, you know. I mean, the laning phase obviously can be a little bit better, but right now for Blacklist, it's very important for them to defend their area of the jungle so the Medusa can keep farming.
Sure, and I agree. That sounds about right to me. You can see FPZ, by the way, he's been farming up a Storm. He now already has the full Eternal Shroud on top of his Arcanes and Soul Ring. He's real farm, and he doesn't have a lot of reasons to
I like
scared.
this item on Timber a lot. I feel like it's this item is like only good for like 1 or 2 heroes, like Timber, Bristleback. Those are the 2 heroes that come to my mind immediately, and I feel like it gives you, because it solves 2 of your problems. You want magic resist and you want mana.
Exactly. I did want to kind of circle back to that point we were talking about earlier, because I've talked to a couple of mid players about the patch and how the map size change has impacted them, and they've said that it feels really awkward for them because the lanes are so far apart from you now. You know, the twin gates really encourage a lot of fighting on the edges of the map, not so much around the mid lane anymore, unless around these rune timings, which we'll see Boom. I'll go ahead and give the shield rune away to the Dusa.
Yeah, this is actually not that good for them, for Boom. You know, even though it's just a rune, you know, they have this aggressive lineup. You should never give away the runes. You know, runes matter a lot right now because you don't get the same rune over again, and it keeps changing until you get every single rune. So it's very important, I feel like, to pay attention to, okay, this rune is already spawned. Say Illusion rune just spawned, right? So the next 2 runes is going to be, like, next 3 runes could be Invis, DD, Haste. They're all very impactful during the early stages of the game, you know. So I feel like in their position, the rune should not ever go to Blacklist in a game where you have a 6k lead at 40 minutes.
I'm a little bit more generous to Boom, I think, because they're about to finish up 2 big items. They've finished the first big one, which is this Deso on the Templar Assassin. So she can get involved earlier in the fights. In fact, going for the Blink Dagger next, I think we're going to see this build a ton, given how lackluster debuff immunity feels to magic immunity, shall we say. It just doesn't really feel as strong. So she's about to be online. In fact, might have this Blink Dagger on top of this Deso around the same time that Yopaj finishes up his own BKB, which will be the bot's BKB timing now on the Bat Rider. What are Blacklist, you know, what are they to do during this time? That feels like a really big moment for Boom to try and run around the map, look for kills, and just
farm. Their lineup is meant to farm, and just use your support as bodies to just feed and block the smoke gangs. You know, that's the primary thing that you should be doing and focusing on. You have to pay attention to the movements. Where are the enemy heroes going to? And then the supports have to be very careful to react as quickly as possible to it. And your observer wards as well has to be placed in strategic places to defend your own areas. They have so far 1 ops on the top side.
I think Roche, I guess Meld and Deso.
Yeah, Deso, Meld, I mean, it's easy for them.
They don't have the coddle for even more Melds on top. And I guess with the Timber to tank it, it should be just fine. That is, if Roche gets off of not
Do you give it to the Timber? I mean, does the TA want it?
Would you ever consider giving it to Bat?
Yeah, I mean Bat too. I mean I would consider TA the third selection because the TA is going to be farming a lot more.
I agree, but maybe not with this Blink Dagger second item though.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll see. Well, maybe Natsumi's got a different tempo in mind because he's going to be the one to pick up the Aegis with that bounty as well. He's got Blink Dagger being flown to him now. So right now, basically, the game plan for Blacklist is sacrifice the supports for space, right?
Mostly the Rubik or the Koto. Everyone else is just going to be trying to get as much time to farm.
So what you're saying is this time if Blacklist loses and when Cuckoo dies, it's not his fault. You're saying.
It depends on how he dies, but generally in this situation, no, it's not his fault.
Okay.
Somebody has to die, you know. You can't play a game of Dota and expect everybody to have 0 deaths and win the game.
Well, here goes Boom Esports, their first foray. Now, aggressively they'll go. Great warding from them all throughout. The Static Storm will split the supports as, Glimpse is going to break the last. It doesn't matter. Both supports are dead. That ought to be this tier 1 tower to boot as well. Natsumi, right now, by the way, he's pushing top solo. That's how confident Boom are right now. He's shown top lane, while the rest of Boom smoked and went mid lane instead. So, obviously, a little bit of a literal smoke screen there. But that's how confident they were. That they were very, very confident that they were.
That was actually part of the smoke gang. Yeah. That was the acting classes that the players take all the time.
Exactly. That's the smoke screen. You know. That's literally what it is. And Natsumi does a good job there. They're going to secure 2 towers for their trouble. Lots more map control for them. Lots more vision. Wards planted down. So this is it's going to be a really rough and stormy, 5 minutes here, I think, Winter. Especially if they find this kill. No, okay, they're not going to be able to get the back up.
I mean, the map is very, very small right now for Blacklist. They have to try to...
And dark.
They have to try to get some wards. I feel like the top area, the left side of the map with the 2 Ancients, those are the areas that they have to try and defend, you know.
Yep.
They have to try to smoke over. This is what I feel shouldn't be happening, you know. You look at the map, right? They are trying to play everywhere. And they are not really securing the ancient side for the Medusa.
You're talking about Blacklist, are you?
Yeah, Blacklist.
Whoa, the damage onto Carl. I don't think he gets a spell off. He does. There's 2 auto attacks coming his way, so even if he was a little lucky there, he probably still is dead to rights. Not only hit on the first one as well. Oh, hold on, the scan as well. They're going to find Raven. Oh, no, they think it's Bosco. He runs in, space created. Bosco, good job, boss.
Yeah, this is what he actually has to do all the time. Like, he has to just allow the cores to keep farming. They have pretty, I would say, pretty decent vision here. 1 on the top, 1 on bottom, 2 on bottom. They see a lot of the map, but can they defend the tower? That's another thing, you know. They don't have a dagger on the Magnus, so he can't blink and skewer someone in to defend.
Yeah, they missed the blinding light as well, actually. It's going to make things a bit awkward, especially as Raven.
They're going to maybe lose the tower. The Magnus needs another 200 gold for a dagger.
Farming at least in the enemy side of the map, getting a little bit more farm in. 2 minutes till those Wisdom Runes spawn in again. At the looks of things, doesn't really look like Boom, or sorry, I think that Blacklist.
He needs the blink right now, man. Needs the TP.
On the high ground, Bosku preempting that with the Sentry Ward, getting lassoed back all the same though.
Does he have buyback? He has buyback.
Does have buyback, and that was lasso committed. Out of mana here is going to be Natsumi as FBZ forced off of the high ground. Carl thinking about going in there with level 1 Rolling Thunder, but Boom are going to be happy with that tower for now as they do back up, look to regen a little bit more mana on the cores. This is starting to look really bad. Boom, for the longest time in Dota, Winter, it was always, you wanted to take your enemy's safe lane tier 2 tower, you know? Boom have rebuked that, and they've actually gone for the enemy's off lane tier 2
yeah,
first.
This is perfect because of the Ancients, you know, because they have 2 Ancients in this area. You want to control this area against the Medusa and Magnus. And they're doing the right thing, you know. It's limiting the Medusa's progression a lot.
I mean, we saw Raven quite briefly. He made a celebrity appearance before he was glimpsed out.
They have to try to smoke and start a fight with skill, you know. I don't see any other way. They have to try to force engagement.
Now this might be risky. Boom. Oh, maybe it's not that risky because they have a TA. Okay, down it goes. Never mind. I've seen games lost that way, trying to steal the enemy Disruptor, get a little bit too greedy. Disruptor, oh, okay, there's going to be the RP. Mid lane could be a pretty big catch here. They can just control, and they will, onto Yopaj. He will fall. Big kill there. Wow, that's a 1,200 gold kill.
Are you talking about the StarCraft Disruptor? Because the Tormentor looks like a Disruptor.
No, that's funny. Actually, you're right. You're right. I hate those things because I play, I A-move my Terran army, my Marines, medics.
You have to dodge the shots.
Nope, I have no micro, sir. I refuse. Anytime my opponent builds a Colossus, he is cheating. He's probably map hacking my base. There's no other way I could lose.
I mean, that would be the same as picking Medusa, right?
Yeah, I guess so. What's the way back into this, though, for Blacklist Rivalry? Right now, seems like with only, well, 1 second left and now none on this Aegis, we should expect this to... Wait, did I see that right? Is that a Diffusal on Medusa?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like, Diffusal is like one of the very popular items right now. A lot of the heroes that don't buy Diffusal before are buying Diffusal right now.
Okay.
I mean, it scales better because of, you get to change it into... Wait, what's the name
Disperser.
of that? Yeah, Disperser. That item is actually very good on a lot of the core heroes.
Saw 3 Dispersers in a match earlier in our first...
Why buy Manta when you can buy Disperser? I mean, Manta is only like good for like maybe Terrorblade and Medusa, like a couple of heroes and PR. If you want the Dispel, you get Disperser right now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bounty, which my matriarch will prize.
And boom,
range, yeah,
boom, smoked up. They're gonna try to force another engagement here without getting the next Aegis. They just wanna, force the issue more. They feel like with the BKB on TA, they're way stronger right now, and I feel like I agree with them. Any fights they take with Vision.
I agree, because even I think if they just find like a pick-off onto maybe just the Magnus, it's... for Blacklist Rivalry, that just simply means they cannot take a fight anymore. They have to concede any parts of the map, and Boom continues to just snowball their lead into something bigger. As that's another tower, another tier 2 tower at that, which goes uncontested here by Blacklist Rivalry. They've got no more outer towers here. Boom, on the other hand, they still have their top tier 1 tower up, Winter. That's how lanes went this game.
Yeah, smoked up by Blacklist. They have a Harpoon on the Magnus done, so this might actually help them get a pick off here.
FB with the Blink Dagger at the ready. FBZ is going to be the target. Harpoon into the Skewer, brought back into the Solar Bind. They don't want to commit the RP. They might not have to, and they don't.
Wow.
Bosku gets the kill there. Careful though, Yopash poking and prodding from the side. Finds the lasso onto Carl. There's going to be the Stone Gaze as well.
Oh, nice silence.
The Static Storm locks Raven inside as well. X-Nova trying to escape. Will go down there to the right clicks of KP. BKB popped from Natsumi though. A 2-for-1, so all things considered a pretty good fight. A good breakout fight for Blacklist. Now they're a little bit low on the ultimates though, and Boom, they're not exactly leaving the area here. May still look for more.
Yeah, they have to be very careful not to feed away any more kills right now. Like, kills matters so much when you're ahead. When you give away 1 kill, the enemy gets so much gold and XP for it. So it's very important not to bleed away kills right now if you're ahead. And it was kind of like strange, in the previous fight, like I feel like Boom, they were kind of indecisive. Because the Bat Rider wanted to go in and then his teammates actually retreated. And then he went in and everybody turned around. So they wasted a couple of seconds there.
Right. I think they were respecting the RP threat there on KP, especially with the Harpoon grab. He didn't really need to commit RP.
Yeah, but he just blink and skewer one of your teammates, right? So he doesn't have blink and skewer. If you want to go, that's the time you have to go, If you wait any longer, then the blink and RP is going to be up. So kind of a bit unfortunate for Boom here. They need to remember, their lineup has an expiration date, They're playing against Magnus and Medusa. They have this 11k goal lead, but if they don't do anything with it, they're going to lose the game later.
Well, for now, after a bloody nose, basically, courtesy of KP's initiation, they've at least gotten back. They're starting to see their own side of the map for what feels like the first time in 10 minutes. So Blacklist Rivalry with a bit of breathing room, but still playing quite tepid. You could see they're barely leaving the base here. For good reason. I mean, the map's still incredibly dark for them. I think they need to get some vision up and try and play around some wards here, protect that top part of the map you're talking about, especially as we look towards second Roche. Don't know if Blacklist maybe think Roche, he could have spawned already. Obviously, we know it's going to be a little bit longer, another minute and a half, but if he's up now, it'll be in this top Roche pit. Blacklist Rivalry, I think they're trying to play around that, maybe even trying to take second Roche on would be a huge steal for them here this game.
Yeah, Boom has to keep running. They just got BKB and Daedalus done on Timber and TA, so they have to just keep moving. They need to smoke up. Do they have a smoke? Yes,
they do.
They have a smoke, so they have to try to find them. They need to play some good observer wards, give them some vision, use their scan. Okay, Blacklist as well, smoke. Both teams realizing that this is a very, very important moment of the game that could decide whether you win or lose.
Oh, it's so awkward here, though. Look at tier 1 still up. They got to take that down. Okay, that's
I mean, look at how they're setting up on Blacklist. You know, they have an observer ward set up outside. They are all hugging the trees. This is pretty good setup.
Good setup. They have the Watcher here as well. That's going to be theirs. Potentially a ward up on that high ground as well. But of course, Boom with the outpost here can TP
wards
pretty quickly. There's the high ground ward. Does not scout Blacklist Rivalry quite yet, but there's going to go Raven kicking this one off. FBZ, half mana, pops the BKB. Spell stolen is Chakram. That's a nice one. But the
Magnus is coming in.
Trouble, but the KP gets off the RP just before the static storm. That's 2 cores already down as Natsumi, his life is numbered. Down he will go. Xnova trying to TP out, will make it out alive. The Force Staff actually nearly catching him out. FBZ lucky to be alive with how KP came in with the sound and the fury there. What an initiation.
You see the Medusa, you definitely don't want to be starting on the Medusa, man. The Medusa wants for you to focus on him first so the Magnus can actually get a really good RP. It was like a huge 3-man RP and the fight was immediately like over, you know. There's nothing more Boom could have done that, and now he gives them Roshan even. So this is very huge, you know. This 7k lead feels like nothing right now for Boom.
It's even going to shrink, I assume, after this Roche bounty goes down, when it goes down. Blacklist, of course, contending with buffed Roshan. You know, his leg muscles are way stronger from all that walking up and down the stairs, getting between his 2 pits.
The squats that he's been doing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's pretty much like 80% upper body strength. Now he's finally had to do leg day.
Yeah, somebody told me squats are the best thing you can do.
For your legs. It's not going to do much for your arms.
People say don't skip leg day, you know. So don't skip the squat day.
It's true. It's true. Big moments though there for Blacklist. This is really their breakout moment. I mean, their breakout moment was the fight mid lane. Both courtesy of KP, by the way, I would add, who's, I would say, having an outstanding game. Pretty quiet early game for him. Boom, looking to target him down. Will be struggling, especially as the skewer sees him onto the high ground. The glimpse, not enough vision. Yopash really chasing here. Xnova even starting to tank a couple of tower hits.
I mean, you can feel the desperation there. You know, they realize that they're in a lot of trouble against this Medusa Magnus. They're trying to just get whatever they can right now. So things are definitely not looking good for Boom right now. And Medusa picks up the Paladin Sword. That's also a really good neutral item on Medusa at this stage of the game. So the Blacklist are very happy with the situation of the game they're in right now.
That butterfly that Ravens got queued up is going to be pretty big as well. Part of me set Boom back quite a bit.
Yeah, you don't like getting MKB right now on TA.
Check this out. I would say Carl has kind of recognized the state of the game he's in. His third item is going to be that Heaven's Halberd. Phenomenal purchase, of course, against his TA.
Yeah.
Really like that.
This is very good. Like, he realizes that he doesn't need to do any more damage as long as he's limiting the damage from the TA. They're gonna eventually win the team fights. It's not about him doing the damage, it's the Medusa doing the damage.
Of course, 733, that's what it's about. It's not about you, it's about the Medusa. I agree completely.
Damn it, Richie.
I mean, look, those are just the words you said, okay? Look, okay, Winter, you gotta understand it's a TikTok generation. If you say anything longer than 2 sentences, they're gonna forget. For real. No cap.
So I have to make my sentences longer so people will make shorts of it.
Yes, so people will make shorts.
I mean, so right now for Boom, what can you do? What item timings can you wait? They have, I feel like MKB, like once you see the butterfly, the only other item you can wait is MKB on the TA.
I would also, although FBZ has changed it up, I could have sworn he had this sheep stick picked up or queued up earlier on FBZ. How do you feel about Shiva's this game instead for him?
They feel like they can't win the team fights anymore. Like sheep stick is an item when you're winning and you're chasing the enemy down because they can't team fight you, you get the hex. But right now you're not winning the team fights, you need team fight item. And Shiva is a great team fight item.
Alright. Well, for the first time this game, Blacklist Rivalry not only taking down that 2-2 tower, they've barreled Winter all the way up to the enemy high ground where
they have to get the Magnus. If they can't jump the Magnus, they're not winning the fight.
Yeah, but the butterfly is complete. And this MKB is not even queued up yet, so you're already kind of wagering a little bit here. As you can see, a couple of auto attacks already missing. Raven, a little bit low on the mana, is holding on to this Aegis for 2 more minutes, so Blacklist really excited to fight here. Yopaj, his Firefly is going to run out, but he does have this Arcane, so we'll have it quickly as there's going to be the lasso. Up to the high ground he goes. They pulled him actually out of the Mystic Flare. I think that's the first one I've seen all game. But Raven, isolated a bit from his allies, FBZ, taking the brunt of the rest of his team, does live to get back into the fountain and regen up at the very least. And Raven, worse for wear here, is starting to be glimpsed back underneath tier 4 towers, out of mana now, just a little bit remaining. Got this Coddle and, well, now a Cheese to top him back up. Still has Aegis for another minute, 15 seconds, but that's bottom lane of Barracks gone for Boom Esports.
This is really tough situation right now for Boom. You're playing against a Medusa, they have a better late game lineup than you, and you're losing your Rax first. You're supposed to be the ones taking the Rax first, you know, and yet you're losing the Rax first.
It's true.
They have to try to, I feel like the only way they can try to win the team fights, they have to try to use the lasso, isolate the target, and make sure that you don't clump up too much for the RP, and pick them off one at a time with your bat and the Skyrath. And when they're on the run, you get the glimpses on them.
Yep. I feel like that's what it has to be. It's got to be this pick off. And I got to be honest with you, perhaps it's because it's more to do with Blacklist playing a pretty good game, especially from behind. But it doesn't feel like outside of the lane where
KP, they got KP.
They did. Can they blow him up in time? Natsumi, no. RP's gonna come out. Static Storm ignored by KP's BKB, but he does need to get out because no one else can back him up. Carl now rolls on through the fight as they have at least found Zephyr over on the backlines. Raven now connecting onto the fight is gonna force FBZ out as well. Tim still chasing the glimpse onto Raven, buying a little bit more time now for Boom to try and get the hell out of this fight. They don't like it. Carl though is fighting 1v1 versus Natsumi, a bit easier when he can't attack you for 4 seconds, that's for sure. Natsumi forced out then as FBZ still locked in place, activates his BKB now, looking for the kill onto Carl, can't quite find it, however, they need a bit more damage, not able to find it. FBZ TPing out in time, no telekinesis there from Bosco to cancel the TP, and instead it's just both supports from Boom who will end up falling.
Yeah, very unfortunate that when the Bat Rider went in, I feel like they might have needed to wait like for 1 or 2 seconds because the Timber, he was a little too far away, so he couldn't follow up with damage. And if you get the lasso off, great, you get a pick off, but if your cores are not near enough to do the damage, then there's no point, you know, for them to jump in. Because if you look at their lineup, if you lasso and they don't have anyone to follow up with a stun, you know, they don't have stuns, everyone else just has follow-up damage. So you need to make sure your teammates are near enough before you jump.
What was the issue here, though, for Boom, right? If we try and be a little bit introspective, because now we do feel like Blacklist is more or less in control of the game. This 1K net worth lead is pretty deceiving, Winter. I would swearly say...
This is like 10K for
Raiden. Yeah, definitely. At least until MKB is completed, which is on its way, by the way, for Natsumi. I should point out 1K gold in the bank. He's getting, you know, starting the grind towards that now. But I think back towards that high ground push where Boom went with first Aegis. They got the tier 3 tower. The defense was pretty good. Raven got glimpsed out of the fight, if you recall, and it was just a bunch of poke damage that burned the mana. What more could Boom have done in that moment, you know?
Yeah, I feel like after that, it was like the Roshan play where they went on the Medusa and they lost the fight.
Right, so that's to you is the more pivotal moment, is it? And maybe the breakout fight mid where KP gets the pick off onto FBZ?
Yeah, because at that point they were like, what, 10, 11K ahead. I feel like the game is still pretty reasonable in terms of the overall composition of Boom with 10K, 11K lead.
Yeah, 14K at its max, by the way. Oh, okay, BKB active there in the middle lane. Yopaj will chase BKB active from KP. Bosco has stolen the lasso. Lotus Orb as well will protect KP. That's BKB for BKB on both of those cores, and of course Lasso on cooldown with a stolen Lasso now for Bosco. He's got his own Blink Dagger. It wasn't too long ago that this guy was playing a couple Bat Rider games himself, you know?
I mean, the fights are very difficult right now. Medusa standing in front, he has Chaka behind him, he has a Pango to protect him with the roll, and like Magnus hiding behind, you know, so it's very difficult to figure out how you can attack with your team fight formation. You know, you have to try to smoke and go from behind with the Bat Rider and maybe find a pickoff.
But catch the mag, I think that's where it starts with. Because I think if you don't catch the mag, and you try and go on a support, mag is just going to counter initiate.
But that really depends on how they are standing in the team fight.
Very fair.
The Magnus is on most of the time, he's going to be like standing in the middle, like the Pango and the Koto, they're going to be around to protect him. And if you ever get the lasso on the mag, I feel like the mag has to be out of position. You know, you have to do something to force them to react. Like maybe you try to run in with the Timber first. I think the first thing you can do is you run in with the Timber, you try to create a small fight, and you try to get any information about the position of the heroes, and then the Bat Rider jumps in.
Right. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That's going to be the game plan for Boom. They have TA traps as an option here. There's a Gem of True Sight. I could have sworn I saw one earlier on the side of Blacklist. Oh yes, it's on Carl now. So he's able to clear out traps. That kind of neutralizes your vision advantage that you would have otherwise had. And I have to say, Disruptor in these kinds of games, I do feel like has limited impact when it's more of the enemies setting up in one formation.
Yeah,
Medusa, you know, there's a reason that she's a counter pick to Faceless Void.
If you're not running at the enemy as Disruptor, you don't feel good at all.
Yeah, definitely. It does make it a bit risky, right? Blacklist Rivalry, perhaps for this reason. That and, of course, Roshan, we're in this window again, 2 minutes until he's back. The teams don't know this, of course.
They're doing the right thing for sure.
Yes, because Disruptor is really good when you try and go high ground, fail, and then try and run away.
I mean, it's all about playing the percentage, right? You're trying to reduce the chances of the enemy winning the game and waiting for the next rush, farming the whole map. That's the right thing to do because of how the comeback kills mechanics are changed. So you feed away a lot of XP and gold if you're ahead right now. I mean, I guess they're not exactly ahead. They're ahead in terms of like the draft, the lineup, but they're not ahead in terms of the net worth right now.
So there's a key item here picked up by Natsumi now. He has MKB. Oh, we're immediately fighting. That's a big catch as well here. Can they burst X Nova? Do they have enough magic damage? No, not quite. Gets off the Static Storm, and now the damage onto Carl, not enough. We'll be able to get out alive here, Yopaj. Oh no, the lasso stolen. Bosco dragging it back into the RP, into the Rolling Thunder. Carl sends him home, sends him packing there. With the Stone Gaze active, that is Blacklist Rivalry screaming in victory after a nice little fight. That felt so forced by Boomwinter. I didn't even have a chance to ask you, is MKB the ticket back into this game? Before Blacklist could say, no, it's not.
MKB plus the right initiation.
Of course.
Without the right initiation, MKB doesn't mean anything. And Magnus, once again, he's going to try to find an opening here. Skill.
Close. That was close. Gem of True Sight, of course, and now the lingering dust effect. Means that it's going to be a bit difficult for the TA to get back involved. Still has her BKB at the very least, and this is a mean TA.
I mean, this game is pretty much over.
Dude, I mean,
I don't see what they can do, even if the TA gets on target.
Oh, okay, a skewer on that. That's a very dead Zephyr. He will fall. DPC, and we'll see what he can do here. I think his impact going to be a bit more limited, but he has found KP with some help out from the glimpse. Bosco just jumps in with a lasso. Pardon me, he's dying to tier 4 towers. You're not an off-laner anymore, Bosco, but he has stolen Refraction to live a little bit longer. He will fall. Does get KP out alive quite crucially, and he's got buyback. FBZ a little bit out of mana now as Yopaj jumps right back on in, dragging Carl over to the hands of Natsumi, trying to burst him down, just a bit shy on the damage, but now stuck inside the Static Storm. He will go down. FBZ will eventually die to the Raven Deuce damage, though it's a bit too high. That's 2 buybacks out from Blacklist. They're really forcing this one, Winter. 2 buybacks out from Boom in response. But Blacklist not backing down from this push.
Yeah, Medusa's way too strong right now. Look at her, you know, she didn't even lose much mana in the fight, you know, she's just outputting damage after damage after damage.
Ooh, scary jump in there's Raven. It's FBC actually who jumps onto Raven. Rolling Thunder's out, forcing the BKB. That's the Stone Gaze as well. And now I would consider backing up if I was Blacklist Rivalry.
No, why back?
Really? Okay. That's why I'm not in this game. That's why I'm casting it. There goes Carl. He's going right on in. Finds the disarm as well. Onto the Templar Assassin. Natsumi in trouble. Wiz just going to die. Okay, you know what, Winter? They were right. I was wrong. I'll admit it.
We'll see. Why back?
Why back? Why back when you can just get the mega creeps and leave the base? And you can just end the game here because it seems like Boom are going to be forced to tap out of this one. That MKB was pretty much all the gold that's Natsumi had to spend. I don't see a way back into the West now. Well, hold on. Maybe you can go for a lasso back into Fountain. Oh, KP's not going to let that happen, though. At least not if your name is X Nova. There is a lasso. It's onto Carl. Oh, my goodness, but Yopaj dies so fast. RP is going to whiff, but it doesn't matter at this point because GG is called. That's going to be Blacklist Rivalry taking game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the story of the game, like, there are like 2 things, you know, like important things in this game. Like the one thing that I mentioned, like the early game when Boom was doing really well, like the Pango didn't really like help his team as much. Then Boom got like a 10, 11k, like, or even like a 14k lead at some point. But after that, I feel like it's really, really important that they control the map properly and still, you know, play for the second Roshan because they got the first Roshan, but they couldn't get the second Rosh. And once Blacklist got the second Rosh, even though they didn't get any lead from that, but from the position of the draft, it becomes really hard for Boom to play this game, you know. That's why you see most of the teams, they have a much more all-rounded draft. They don't go for a draft where it's all in the early game, because then you make one mistake, you lose the game, you know. Like, apart from that one move, I don't really feel Boom made a lot of other errors in the game, you know.
Yeah, I really think this was just Blacklist playing a really clean game, and my personal MVP is going to definitely be KP for this one with the way he kind of initiated. We'll see what the panel has to say about this game and who their MVP is as we throw it back over to Sophie in the panel.
Boom, having a really good early start to this game, but just to have Blacklist come back in the end. I mean, Aurora, it's like we were saying, that it's really hard to push up against Blacklist's high ground.
Yep, and they don't have the teamfight hero. They have, okay, Timber to show the Magnus. He's gonna walk up and show the Magnus. And then TA, who's gonna siege, and then like, okay, Barrider used to kind of are a team fight hero, but like, you can only get one, you know? And then it's Scaraf and Disruptor. So you can't dive in, and it's not easy for you to just stand there and siege because there's a Magnus. So I really think like they were lacking that kind of team fight hero, but then they picked the Timber. They were confident that they are just gonna, you know, like trash them early and then just go up because Blacklist don't have anything yet. Because all of their heroes really need items to work. But for some reason, like they couldn't really stop Blacklist from going up. I think TA, this patch, should really consider buying early Aghanim. Because with the Aghanim, right, you can, you know, like take care of the lanes much easily without having to sacrifice your TP and stuff. And the cooldown on TA's Aghanim is really just unbelievably broken, I feel. So she should really abuse that. Like, yeah, you don't have like as much damage as you wish you would have when you have the Daedalus. But the thing is, like, you are making sure Blacklist can't come out and farm. So essentially, you're making them farm lesser, although you are also not farming more and having more damage. But like, you're making them farm lesser, and then like, at one point, you're gonna secure the Roche, you're going to go high ground anyway, and they don't want to be outside when you're trying to, you know, like take the Roche, going high ground. They want to find you, they want to fight you. So when you force them to play towards your tempo, then you don't really have to worry about not having a proper teamfight hero. Especially because you secured early so well.
Yeah, like with the map being as big as it is, you've always got room to kind of sustain that farm if the game goes slow, and KP really opened up that bounce back for Blacklist, really. Just that two-man RP.
I'm glad he didn't go for the brain dead or item, you know? Because obviously Medusa just showed you like he can't do anything. He's gonna get kited. He's not gonna be able to hit anyone at all. So KP, like being able to switch from his usual playstyle and then buying like the, you know, like, oh, I can kill people to kind of item set. So yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, he really showed his worth as Blacklist's latest pickup. Really proven it.
Yeah, like we talked about it in draft, right? Like you had much more activity coming out from Carl, but the sports couldn't play with him. KP's the one that steps up. He's like, all right, I'm going to get a bit more active with his build-up, with a Blink BKB and a Harpoon, and just set up for the team. And it still takes a while. Boom still has a really dominant first 15 minutes there, but once that's ready, once they have some play, you just take over.
Yeah, because he also has damage, so it's not just a skewer bot, you know, like he can also kill someone if you're not careful, and Boom really can't afford to have to fight so much damage.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can afford to fight next game. We're gonna have it coming up right after a short break, so don't go anywhere. You are currently watching the Boom Blacklist series, our third series to end off our first day of the summer tour. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Summer Tour. I'm Sophie, your host, and I'm very excited to be here for our last series, possibly our last game, depending on how this game goes. But I'm here with Aurora and John. How you guys doing?
I mean, I just hate Medusa.
Hate Dusa?
Yeah.
I hope I don't see it again.
Yeah, I mean, it slides all the way through, right? It's not banned out. We talked about both teams kind of enjoying it, and Blacklist take the opportunity. And the response from Boom was, I mean, a comfort for FBZ, but not really a great solution. And again, to be fair, Boom played really well. It's just that the moment you lose with that kind of draft, you're out. Like one loss in the team fight, then your momentum just disappears.
That's true. Today, if it hasn't been banned, it's been picked. And if it is banned, obviously it can't be picked, but yeah.
I mean, I think Boom is definitely a team that can carry this kind of draft. But at the same time, because it's the map is so it's so punishing if you make one mistake. It's even more punishing compared to the previous patch where the map is smaller. You take control of the map and you just go high ground. It's actually easier for that draft to play in the previous patch compared to now. Because now, okay, as long as you are not pressuring my towers, I can go out and farm. I can die. I don't care. As long as it's not the main 3 cores who keeps dying. Like maybe one of the cores have to take a turn to drag the entire opponent team to one side so that your other cores can farm the other side. But yeah, in this patch, I really feel not having a proper setup, team fight setup hero might be
a bit of an issue.
Putting yourself
at risk.
Yeah.
Considering how they were performing in the first tour of the year, do you see improvement in Boom? Do you see any growth compared to that?
Yeah, for sure. I think they look a lot better than their worst. I think it's been steady. I think for Boom, coming out of TI, like last year when we heard all of these roster shuffles, it's always been a bit rough because I always felt like Tims and Scam were just two real big shot callers. And I know for a fact the rest of the Boom players aren't the most talkative in the game, right? Like FBZ is a very silent guy, Yopaj is silent, so losing your 2 voices in game just made it harder. Then you could bring in Xnova and Zephyr, which they can be voices. I think Zephyr's probably the louder one, but again, it's a new environment, so there's a lot to work on. And also Mushi's coaching style is something that players sometimes need to get used to.
I mean, I'm sure they talk about how to play like a team, but does anyone bring up the hero pool at all? Because I don't think they have any changes.
Even
though, the patch did a lot of hero rework, but I think Boom's just been playing the same things, and it kind of feels like they're not willing to leave the comfort zone, maybe.
Really? I mean, it's definitely not working to their advantage, I would say. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard. What would you say that Natsumi has kind of a leading voice?
I wouldn't say so. I think he's also a bit of a quiet type. So I'm really looking at Xnova and Zephyr to really talk for them.
Yeah, all right, well, let's see for our draft of this game if Boom reverts to their old style, if they're going to do something new.
They actually banned both of the picks last game as well, like Magnus Gone and the Medusa. So a lot of respect for what Blacklist did. And to be fair, the Dusa was just not answered, and KP did have that spectacular performance on the mag. So I don't mind that respect coming out too badly, and they go for the Kotl themselves now.
Yeah, ban the hero that you can't deal with instead of, learning new heroes that can deal with them.
That's one way to put it, I suppose, yeah.
Rubik and Doom. Oh, Alchemist.
Yeah. I like that. I like something different coming out.
Alchemist against Doom, though. Really?
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. I think the laning phase isn't the worst, depending on what the laning partner of your Alka is. That can be a lane that you play okay in level 1 and 2.
I mean, you have kind of an advantage because Doom always, accelerates his farm, right? And Alchemist can also kind of do that, and map is too big to control now. So, you always have farm on the Alchemist, but I still feel like getting doomed and not being able to do much in the team fights, it kind of destroys your purpose of picking the Alchemist here. Then again, it can still be, not a carry Alchemist. He can still buy Dagger and Solar Crest and, do something with it. Because I've seen this build, Dagger, Solar Crest, and then just play with the acid and stun. It's actually a lot of damage.
Yeah, it is. I think we used to see SMG do that in the off lane in last tour. Last tour cycle. Yeah. that was actually that was with KP in the team, like before he went to Talon, so some time back. But that is something that they used to do, and I wouldn't mind it here. I don't know if it's really an FBZ hero, to be fair, like something like the off lane Alk. And I mean, you could do support Alk, but I don't feel as good because normally what you do is like a core Venge off, and I don't think that's that great at all. So I think for Boom, just in the context of them as players, this is probably pigeonholed and onto the pause 1, and you just end up with that Doom matchup.
I mean, to be fair, I think the way they are setting up this draft is already looking better than the last one. Because I don't know if you guys played this situation before, like Bad Rider and then Disruptor. You always end up cancelling each other because of the last one, and then you press Glimpse, right, and then you just break the last one. Yeah, don't know who you're playing for, but definitely not together.
Yeah, not just that, like the lasso out of the Mystic Flare as well. It happened like a couple of times there for Boom. Just took a lot more coordination. It was really easy to break what they wanted to do. So this is a lot more straightforward. I'm wondering what their combination with the Coddle will be. Ember is out of the pool.
Coddle can, like complement a lot of heroes. It's not just Melissa, it's not just Pango. And the fact that he has his Blinding Light at level 1, it's a really strong spell. Like no matter what you want to do, like you just want to disengage or contest for objectives. It's a really strong spell, not having to like have your ulti and like the cooldown as well. So like it's just a much more stable opening. And Alchemist, like I said, like even if you don't want him on carry, you can still make him.
Ooh, that was fast.
Yeah, that was very decisive.
It was like simultaneous.
Yeah, I mean, you have a really stable time for the Storm, having all of this mana regen on hand, Chakra plus the Aura. You don't quite have the best hold. At the same time, you've got the Doom, you've got the Lift, you've got some options there, and you end up with a Quap for Carl coming out. So decent enough lane matchup. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's definitely something you can trade back and forth on.
I think usually when I look at heroes like this on Boom's lineup, I would feel like, oh, there's not enough damage. But then when you look at Blacklist, they are not really that tanky at all. Look at their lineup. It's Rubik, Techies, and then Quap is not a tanky hero. So like I think Boom's lineup can definitely work, and it all depends on what Blacklist has his last pick for, because you see everything like it's very straightforward from Boom. They are going to buff this Storm, they're going to buff this Alchemist, and then they're all going to move together. So what is Blacklist planning to do against that?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what they'd want to lane together with here. Like, assuming Cuckoo goes back on 5 with the Rubik, you can end up with another pretty stable lane for Raven. But, I mean, you can play a little bit more tempo, although, again, for Raven, he is definitely one of those farm-heavy cores. Take care of the Slark and the Ursa now as well.
I know a lot of people will say, oh, anti-mage, whenever you see a Storm, anti-mage. But I think if Blacklist picks anti-mage, it kind of would kill their draft, because they already have Doom, they already have Queen of Pain, and their supports are unnecessary, like, very stable in the sense that they can make sure you get something out of a team fight always. They are not really that kind of hero. They can be that kind of hero when it goes to late game, like when they have items to save themselves, and then like, because their spells are pretty low cooldown, right? So they can kind of create a lot of like disturbance. But for the early phase, I think Blacklist kind of lacking a lot here.
Yeah, like their lanes are so. I think the Doom Techies lane is pretty all right.
It's all right. It's decent.
Yeah, it's decent. I think
not more than that, I feel.
True. Although I do feel like, was it 9 Pandas? Yeah, Antares and Miero kind of worked that duo really well. So I'm keen to see just how far Blacklist can push that, but I feel like an Alt can actually punish overcommitment. And they go into the Mars for FBZ.
Isn't
so
it like
just
kind
comfort.
of out of the loop though? Like,
yeah, but why are you guys surprised? Boom does this every single time.
That is very, very true. And it's a FBZ comfort pick.
Okay, Bloodseeker. I don't agree with this pick at all, but maybe they just feel good because the supports can't control this hero. Like when you talk about the lane, right? It's Bloodseeker versus Caudle and Mars. Like CM obviously is a pos 5, and most probably will go with the Alchemist anyway. So being a butt seeker in the lane this game would feel kind of free farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know about team fight, you know. It kind of feels very wonky here.
Yeah, like the hard control feels a little bit lacking if Yopaj plays his cards right. He shouldn't be under threat as long as KP's kind of controlled. So you have a lot of room to just dance around as a storm. I'm just very curious about what Boom does though. Like, sure, it's comfort for FBZ, but I know it's like you don't see offlane Mars for a reason. Granted, it is Mars Coddle, so maybe it's not as bad. Maybe that's where you fix some of its weaknesses.
Maybe you're coping.
Maybe I am coping.
I mean, all the disables, the nerf to like every stun, I feel like that just hit Mars so hard. Like the spear duration is so short.
Okay, that's two things. Either because he knows the hero so well, so he is the one to display this hero strength even in a patch that may not do well. Or, like, if I'm gonna lose in a hero I enjoy, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay, well, I hope it's the earlier part of what you said, not the latter, because that'd be kind of sad. But yeah, I'm very keen to see what this Mars can do, and we will find out in this game 2 of our Blacklist Boom series. Headed over to the casters.
Indeed. Here we go, Winter, into game number 2. Game 1 started off looking pretty darn good for Boom there, I'm not going to lie. But Blacklist managed to farm and fight their way back in off the back of a couple good initiations out from KP. Where do you see the series going from here, and is it playing out like you thought it would be so far?
Definitely not something that I expected. You know, in the last game, you know, I feel like Blacklist would have been able to control the game much easier, but the early game was pretty disastrous for them. So we'll have to see whether the early game is going to start off the same way for Blacklist this time. But Boom, they have actually a much more all-rounded draft this time instead of all-in, you know, early to mid-game draft with the TA, Bat Rider.
Sorry, I'm just laughing a bit here as we'll jump into game shortly, but a little bit of banter and back talk between the two teams. As I think that was Zephyr asking Bosku, when are we going to see Cuckoo answer? To which he replied, next series or game 3. And good lucks all coming out. Good stuff. I did, look, I don't want to spoil too much about the interview, but I did ask him about the Venom as well as he transitions to support. Tune in Friday to see what he said about that. Where do you rank, by the way? I mean, you know, speaking of Cuckoo's teammate KP, where do you rank him, like as an offlaner? How would you describe his offlane style compared to others in C? Compared to FBZ, perhaps? How would you compare the two offlaners?
I think they both are very similar. You know, they play a lot for their teams. They're not very greedy. They try to rotate and help other players succeed in their game. They're ready to sacrifice their own game for another person. So I feel like overall they are pretty similar in that regard. They play very different hero pools, but the play style and their way of thinking about the game, I think it can be similar in a lot of things.
Careful here. This is going to be some damage going KP's way. As, yep. Pardon me, Max channeled Unstable Concoction X Nova being forced back though, and it's going to be runes 3 for Blacklist Rivalry to the 1 of Boom. I was going to compare their heroes here. KP on a hero where even if his lane is a bit difficult, and this lane might be a bit difficult for him, we'll see, especially once the acid spray comes out. And,
I mean, he's Doom, you know, he doesn't care.
Well, that's what I was going to say, right? That's the point I was driving towards. Because you take a look at FBZ's hero, and even if it is a comfort pick for him on the Mars, this is very much a hero where if his lane gets difficult and his first couple of arenas don't go his way, well, it doesn't really feel like you do much. Doom gets his farm. Mars, he doesn't.
Yeah, when you fall behind as Mars, it's definitely not ideal, you know, compared to Doom. Doom is like, okay, I don't really care, you know, I fall behind, I have Devour Gold, I'm getting a Midas. But on Mars, you really have to start well, get kills, and get your timings on the blink, you know. If you don't get good timings on the blink, you're gonna suffer a lot in terms of your gameplay. So it's definitely very important for Mars to get a good start.
Yeah. I'm also kind of curious. Oh, the build's actually going to be, by the way, for FBZ, the Meteor Hammer early. So it did get nerfed pretty heavily and then nerfed again when they nerfed all the stuns in general. This is at least an item that is going to allow him to get some lane pressure, some tower pressure, and some sort of, you know, guaranteed farm mechanism for him should his game get a bit difficult. I was considering this because, again, with the kind of fall off of BKB, that used to be Mars's go-to item. Sometimes you'd just see like BKB first item before the Blink Dagger, right? With a couple bracers and stuff in between. But I wonder what the builds now are going to be on Mars, where maybe that is not going to be such an early necessary item, at least before Blink.
Apart from Meteor Hammer, I don't feel like there's anything you want to buy, you know. Like the old builds, like you just get like a couple of bracers, you get phase boots, and then you buy Blink, then you buy BKB. Like Meteor Hammer got like popularized, I want to say by collapse, but I remember seeing some other players do it too. It just helps you with your early game a lot. Like you get the towers a lot faster. The stats are really, really good for Mars, the mana regen, HP regen. Like just overall, a very good small item to start off with. Because if you rush Blink in most cases, when you don't get kills, you feel like, oh no, I'm not getting kills, but I got Blink, I'm gonna fall behind, you know.
Right. We can see the physical damage now taking its toll on the KP down bottom, even if he does have plenty of armor. Especially with the acid spray and the concoction. Damage adds up. This is a pretty mean lane. Alchemist is a deceptively strong laner, but so is Techies. We took a look at your rank games before we actually started casting. You don't have any Techies games in there, but I'm sure you've laned against Techies a couple of times. What's that like?
Awful. I lose my lanes against Techies a lot.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I also find myself getting my butt kicked by Techies all the time, and I'm just not used to it on this guy. He's got so much damage now. The harass, the sticky bomb sets up for so many other offlane abilities. Not really too much here on the Doom, we should say, but this hero is so strong right now. Deceptively strong. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like top 5 support.
High armor, long range. He does a lot of damage. He has a stun with the blast off.
That's right.
I mean, that hero is just in a very, very good spot right now. He does so much. He's like a Earth Spirit in a way. You know?
That's right.
He does everything for your team. He gives you damage, strong in the lane. And FBC is trying to pressure Raven.
Right.
Spear is going to be off cooldown soon, but don't think he can get a good connection on the Bloodseeker.
I also want to bring up one last point on the Techies. I think his Ags edition is great. Not so much for the Ags itself, but just because it moved the old Ags onto the Shard, of course in a slightly nerfed form. This thing's so good, especially when we had such a ranged heavy meta. Like that disarm onto your allies is deceptively strong. Especially with the addition of Tormentors, right? Maybe it's not always so great to buy this thing, but when you get it for free, not bad. As Xnova is going to go down bot lane, Tims is going to be able to get the kill with the auto attack, even after he missed actually the initial blast off in. So Natsumi and Xnova slightly overestimating how aggressive they could be here, and that's the Techies price you're going to pay.
Yeah, mid lane Storm against Quap, so Quap is having a couple more denies against the Storm, but overall they're both farming equally as well. And it's gonna come down like to the rune control, and whoever gets level 6 first is gonna probably get a kill on the other person. So the denies are gonna maybe be very, very pivotal for the Quap here, having that extra 5 denies.
Yeah. I think this is why you pick the Quaps generally, right, against the Spirits, to just kind of dominate them and punish a little bit more in the lane. Lots of Quaps, though, have really ended up struggling in terms of converting after, you know, a pretty early...
The new build is actually very nice with the Ags.
Talk to me about it.
So you get to do a lot of like spirit damage in the team fights. It makes you a lot more tanky because you get Ags. And I mean, you just do a lot of damage with the Shadow Strike. So it triggers a scream at the end, and the Shadow Strike becomes an AoE spell. So overall in the team fights, you become like a hero that does a lot of spirit damage, and you are really, really tanky.
Yeah, and looks like they changed the angle a little bit, 733, so that now the Scream and Pain also hits the target, which I imagine is the target of your Shadow Strike. I remember holding Yopaj, he might just be dead. He's going to try and turn and fight through this one, but will still go down, and Zephyr can do nothing as he watches Carl blink away. Does get Bosco into tower range, but it's going to be the wagon to tank for him. Good rotation here, right at the 6-minute mark. This is phenomenal stuff out from Blacklist Rivalry. Really, really great rotation from Bosco, I have to say.
If they can kill the Storm again when he TP's down, that would be great, because the Corp is level 6 right now. He's using Clarity, so he's going to have enough mana for his Sonic Wave.
All the supports are mid here as well, by the way, and it's going to be a haste rune top lane.
Yeah, the Corp really, really wants the rune. He's blinking for it. Storm is going to have he has to play very, very safe until he gets his level 6, you know, he doesn't want to die again here. He has a raindrop already purchased.
Blacklist, they've scouted the stack here. Bosco, he's going to go up there himself just to make sure that it's really there. And it is, but up goes Carl now. Haste rune activated, looking to fight, looking for the right Sonic Wave. Doesn't need it for the kill onto Zephyr. The auto attacks will suffice as Zephyr.
Oh, nice.
Nice deny. Activated the Fairy Fire there to set off, or to mess up with Carl's auto attacks. Yopaj, no level 6 for him quite yet, right? So he's unable to zip-zap around in these fights. but he feels comfortable there with the ward. Tim is rotating top lane, connects onto the stun, and a nice TP out from FBZ will see him to safety. 2 heroes down bottom then versus KP. What can they do? Looks like nothing. So he'll be just fine down bottom, especially with the Vanguard now online. That does a lot of work versus otherwise the overloaded physical damage that's been coming his way. There's no time to rest, Winter, because Blacklist pick up both. No, sorry, they pick up 1 Wisdom Rune, pardon me. Bosco got an Observer Ward, that juked me out. X-Nova's fine. Tim doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah. Meanwhile, your Fudge is already level 6, so he's gonna be okay from now on. But he's definitely suffering a lot, you know, from the laning phase so far. Only 23 last hits here.
Okay.
So having a very, very tough time.
Bosco has committed a ward here with a Sentry and a D ward. Kind of, I mean, look, he saps vision, or the vision allows him to sap XP from the stag. It's not bad, but unfortunately the rest of them seem not willing to play around at the same thing, the same way that he was. So it looks like he'll die for that, even if he does force Yopaj to use plenty of mana. Took long enough, but he's going to lose the ward there as well.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, you know. Like, you have a really good vision there. You really want your Corp to be involved. Corp has Sonic Wave ready. You want to use it as soon as possible for kills.
Maybe now you can with the bottled Arcane Rune here, and Tim's lingering in the mid lane. Now Tim's is looking like he's going to head back down bottom. I assume he's a bit of a tough kill, but maybe after his Chemical Rage ends, there might be something there for him.
Yep, top lane, they have Arena available on FBC here, so they're trying to play really, really aggressive. X-Nova is already up here with the Crystal Maiden. I mean, the Corp has to be ready to react to this, you know. With the Arcane Rune, you definitely want to be a part of all these small little fights.
For sure.
I mean, KP is doing wonderful job here about lane. He has Vanguard completed with the Arcane Boot, so he's really, really farmed right now. He has a skill point save in case he needs Doom.
Yeah, good positioning though from Blacklist. You can see very similar to last game. They're getting positioned behind those tier 1 towers to try and contest the farm on the Raven. This time he's on not quite as fragile as heroes that do so. So he'll be able to easily live through that little amount of poke and harass. So X-Nova goes bottom through the gate. KP has not taken the points in Doom, but is saving one. It'd be a little bit mean to Doom a dog. All dogs go to heaven, they say. Maybe not this one though.
Storm TPing out again. Once again, Carl is like really looking to just pressure the Storm until he can't really farm anywhere on the map, just following him and constantly trying to hunt him down. And Carl,
they're going to convert it down bottom, where the Doom is going to be onto the Maiden. KP also ate the creep, I think, by the looks of it. It's an easy kill here onto the Maiden. Down she goes. Let's see if it can... Actually, Doom doesn't push that fast. We'll see if it converts into a tower, but it'll be a slow siege here.
I mean, they're not really in that much of a hurry right now. Everybody's like farming on all 3 of their cores. Corp, surprisingly, is not as far ahead as I anticipated. He's only like 800 gold ahead of the Storm right now. So he still hasn't used Sonic Wave to get any kills so far. 10-minute rune is going to be a bot. It's going to be a shield rune.
You know, curiously, I don't think we've seen an Arena Blood yet either, as Carl bottles up the shield rune. That allows him to tank through that combo easily, effectively wasting the mana of Yopaj, which says, okay, I don't care. I've got Chakra Magic. Coddle, gift mana.
So far we've the Corp has picked up Haze, Shield, and Arcane, right?
Correct. Haze,
so the
Arcane, Shield.
The next one is Illusion Rune.
Is that how it works? No, you're joking. You're trolling.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. When did they change that? Last patch?
Yeah, the recent one.
Yeah. Okay, good to know.
So the next tool is either he gets Illusion or Invis Rune and DD. Oh, there's 3 more runes. Yeah. Invis, Illusion, and DD. So you have to really remember all the runes that you are picking up and make sure that you play around it.
Okay, so Illusion, probably the least impactful.
On top lane, Arena.
Arena actually missed, mostly because Raven got pushed back, but the Meteor Hammer still connects. Damage not enough, though. Everyone at least out of, blast off range. As Tim's is going to be a bit late. His TP took forever. Those Power Rangers TP out top lane.
Yeah, Rubik has ball lightning, so that's a pretty useful spell for him early game. To set up like kills with the lift.
Yep.
And right now, what is Bloodseeker going for? So he's going for a Maelstrom first. Doom is getting, well, he's getting Octarine Core right away.
Oh wow!
So not getting any aura items this game. He's playing for himself. I mean, I would assume that you want to get Pipe this game. Pipe, Crimson, they're both really good against the Elk, the Storm, the CM, the Kotal.
Do you believe that it might have something to do with this Queen of Pain, you know, being still somewhat of a lackluster hero? He feels like he needs to be a little bit, you know, make up a bit?
Possibly, and because you have a safe lane Bloodseeker, you know, instead of a Medusa. So Bloodseeker is more like
speaking of the Bloodseeker, oh, he's okay, top lane.
Yeah, Bloodseeker is more like a fighting core. He doesn't really farm as much as a Medusa, so you can actually put more priority on your offlane to get more farm, especially if you have a Doom on the offlane and you feel like the game is gonna go late. So it's okay for the Doom to be more greedy and play for himself.
Okay, this could be a turning point, maybe. I don't think Yapaj will have any success down bottom against the tanky Doom with a Vanguard. But he has bottled up a DD rune here, and instead the action is top lane. Zephyr is just going to simply TP away. A piece of paper, the strongest counter to Bloodseeker still. Probably the most longest lasting counter. There's that ball lightning you're talking about. FPZ does have Arena of Blood.
Picks up the Lotus plus.
And trying to go for the Lotus. Doesn't get the chance. No telekinesis. Not enough mana for a really big ball lightning blast off being channeled.
Oh, the arena blocked it.
Perfect placement there by FPZ. Sonic Wave as he attempts to try and get out of this one. Another ball lightning from the Bosku is going to be able to pick up the kill.
Nice.
In return is going to at least pick off the Rubik. But very well worth the trade as there's Doom's only for the dogs, huh? That's rough.
Is this the second Doom on CM?
Winter, yes, that's rough. Laugh.
You don't deserve this, you know, as CM. You're having a tough game and then Doom ultis you twice in a row.
Yep, KP is not going to
Okay, wolf. Hashtag wolf.
Yes, it is a wolf. She is the wolf of Ice Rack, I believe. Okay, nice turning point there. The Doom effectively feels probably wasted there with a kill onto the Maiden in exchange for your own life. Really, it was just rotation out from Natsumi, who picks up the kill, shows off his brand new Radiant. So his farm is going to start really taking off here. He's going to start eclipsing even the Doom's net worth. And this is a Doom with Octarine and Devour. Whew. It's going to get pretty crazy here.
Yeah, but he skipped Midas.
He did.
So it's not entirely super like full greed mode. But at the same time, you see FBZ on his Mars. After getting the Meteor, he's actually queuing a mech on Mars. So he's not going to get a blink. He's going to play himself as an Aura. Frontline / Aura here.
Ball lightning restolen, as we'll see Tim's pick up the Wisdom Rune. That's the Invis now denied. So what, next is guaranteed Illusion. Is that how it works?
Yeah, it's either Illusion. Illusion or DD.
No, we've already seen DD.
Oh, we've already seen DD, so it's Illusion.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe that one's not worth dying for, would you say? Or?
Yeah, Illusion, I would say, is probably the least valuable rune unless you have like a Radiance hero or you have Medusa. Terrorblade, you know, those kind of heroes that can farm a lot with it.
You do have a Radiance hero, and this is Alk, who is going to really make use of that, so maybe that is still worth dying for if you're a Boom Esports support.
Yeah. Smoke top.
Yeah.
They're trying to go behind and catch Carl.
You have to be ready for responses whenever you make a play like this, though. It's super risky.
Oh, here comes Bosku. Oh my god, nice.
Yep.
Breaks the smoke, gets out with the ball lightning. Perfect.
Great stuff. Even looking for the D-ward behind the tower. Really clean stuff from Bosku. Really great movement there. Effectively wasting a bit of time out from Boom Esports. Still, though, I mean, it's an Alchemist who is very comfortably farming here on Natsumi. His lane stage just fine. Working his way up towards the BKB. You know, now that they've made Grievel's Greed a passive, well, what do they call this? An innate passive?
Yep.
You don't feel as bad going super late game, even if Corrosive Weaponry isn't the strongest skill. It's better than, you know, Grievel's Greed, which literally did nothing for you past, I don't know, 50 minutes. Ooh, good zip away.
Oh, he actually went for Blink.
Yeah.
He didn't go for the mech.
He's going for mech next, though. Up first, that's going to be 2 tier 1 towers.
It still makes a lot of sense because they have CM and Kotal support. You know, those two supports aren't going to provide a lot in terms of starting a fight. So it's still very good for the Mars to get a blink and be useful in the team fights.
So this co-op, right? Going back for this Orchid with this updated recipe. I mean, that's very clear from what you sound like on it. And the way I always look into this is whenever a Quap builds an Orchid, I always look at her mid laner. Oh, her opponent in the mid lane, who this time is going to be tombed up, actually. KP finds a little bit of a better target than the Wolf, as the Sonic Wave will clean up that kill very easily. Big kill, 500 for 450 gold into the pockets of KP, as there's going to be a Rupture onto the Wolf. So even if you're not doomed, you're certainly going to be ruptured still. Diving underneath the tier 2 tower goes the likes of Blacklist Rivalry. Punished here, though. Meteor Hammer catches 3, Winter, and that is going to be Boom cleaning up shop underneath their 2-2 tower. KP makes it out alive. as will Carl, but that was really greedy out from Blacklist.
Yeah, too much overextension. The first kill on the what was it? The Storm, that was fine. Like when they used the Doom and the Sonic Wave, but after that they have to just stop chasing, go back to farm. You know, I felt like okay, it's okay if you chase a couple of seconds and then you realize it's a Kotal in ulti form. You know, he's so fast.
Yep.
You are not getting onto him, and then you have to just realize you have to back, and that's it. You know, you just need to be disciplined. You know, don't be greedy. Just be happy of what you have already gotten.
Exactly. And now for Blacklist, it feels like you don't really have a lot, right? You're missing your Sonic Wave, you're missing Doom. They're oh, hold on, we're missing a kill on a Yopaj. Orchid silenced up. That Orchid Burn's not going to be nearly enough damage, but it does put him within thirst range, so they have vision on him. But full mana, I believe he makes it out here without a problem. Down bottom is really where the action is, as Natsumi uses his first BKB charge to kill Tims. I mean, look, if you play techies, you get what's coming to you. Rubik, Bosku, in trouble, and killed.
Is he going blink? Does he have a blink up on the Alk? Yeah, he has a blink up. Yeah, so going back to the Corpse item, I feel like Orchid's like the item I feel like you get it if you are really, really snowballing and far ahead, you know. That's why I was talking about like the new build where people go Axe. It makes you really tanky because when you build Orchid, you don't really make yourself a lot more tanky, you know, it's more of just an offensive build. And I get it, it's good against like a hero like a Storm where you kind of force him to get a defensive item, because usually Storms, they don't like to do that, and you kind of hurt his game. But right now, the Corp is also hurting her own game, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, right? You force Storm into an item he doesn't want to go for. But right now, Kaya Sanj just seems like a great item for Storm Spirit here, especially if they can manage to get the cloth in the mid lane. The smoke will break. They don't even need to throw any additional stuns. Killed her in the duration of a Vortex.
Yeah, you're just so squishy, you know, without any.
Oh, FBZ jumping in for more. Has found KP, pins him to the arena. Can the Meteor Hammer connect? Absolutely. Good damage on the KP. They need a little bit more. Natsumi will oblige. Blinking on it. That's a 3-man stun on the blast off, though. But where's the follow-up? There is none. KP will go down. Wouldn't be surprised if Natsumi wants to chase for more. He's going to stun himself, though, as he looks to go north. Tims instead goes down south. Instead, the Zip's going to be in for long range. Bosku goes down to X Nova. And boom. Looking for a game 3, they want to see the Cuckoo Mancer, as was promised.
Yeah, I don't think that would be too good of an idea to give the man his best hero.
Oh yeah, definitely not. That's not Cuckoo's fault. That's your fault when you lose.
So right now, can they actually get Roshan anytime soon here? They have Radiance, they have Alchemist Acid Spray. Roshan should be quite an easy pick.
You think? Maybe I'm still learning to judge this new Roche.
Yeah, because sometimes I feel like it wastes a lot of time, you know, because you have to travel so far across the map. Man.
Yeah, I agree. And you're into Bloodright, Rubik, Sonic Wave.
It's more about the time, you know. Like I feel like sometimes it's better to just take control of the map, keep farming, like the camps.
Yopaj is doing right now. There's Bosku down in nearly 3 hits. And Tims, he ought to be next. Good disarm there.
Oh, nice stun from the Mars.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer as well to continue following up. Really, really good chain stun here. Boom! And they're playing from ahead. They look quite convincing, don't they? It's just 2 supports dying. Blacklist Rivalry, they're still doing the next best thing here, right?
Look at the wards as well. I know you like to talk about the wards.
I do.
Like Boom's wards. I like their wards, you know. Your head, you have all these wards looking at the area in front of the tower. You can track the enemy movements once they TP down and just gang them afterward.
That's exactly right. Yeah, lots of vision here, just kind of sweeping across the map. They
There's
kind of,
one line, look at the wall.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. They've kind of drawn this line here, which I cannot draw on the map. KP, okay, he's just going to drop a Doom, but why not? X-Nova running on over, let's see what he can do. Is Raven,
give him the Lotus,
give him the Lotus. Oh, he's going to live.
Give him the Lotus.
I think he's going to be just fine, Winter. Raven, on the other hand, he's in a bit of trouble, as there's going to be the blast off on it, which will secure the kill. Tims, he got Yopaj. He actually got him. And now, Raven even managed to TP out. Natsumi couldn't get the vision for the stun in time. Tims might end up dying for this, but that is a very successful mission for him. Slow to a crawl here on the Solar Bind, X-Nova. And Zephyr picking up the kill onto him. Not bad at all. It's a pretty big pick-off.
Yeah, definitely very, very good trade for Blacklist. 1-for-1, getting the Storm. You're 7k behind, so those kills matter so much for you.
Especially because Storm is the one that's making the jumps in, which makes FBZ's game a lot easier to play, right? You've got pretty good vision, like we were just talking about. Storm is a great hero to take advantage of that. And of course, the Mars is a great hero to follow up and ensure the control. Things didn't quite go their way there with a really good blast off from Tim's, but Blacklist showing there's a bit of more fight in them yet. No Roche though still for Boom. They're gonna opt for a tier 2 tower, take a little bit more map control here.
Yeah, I think you're not in a rush for the Roche right now. You take the tier 2, you control the outpost, maybe you consider farming a little bit more. You finish one more item on. I think the AC is it's a good time to go Roche. Once you get the AC, then you consider going Roche.
All right.
Because it makes the Roche a lot faster.
Carl as well, he's actually gone and now into the Acceptor build. Hold on, Bosku though, gets caught by the Arena of Blood. I don't think there's any saving him. Oh, maybe there is. Mechanism, no. Storm zip in, that will condemn him. FBZ gets the job done with the right clicks. Natsumi channeling a stun. There it goes.
Yep, so AC is already completed on Alchemist. I think it's about time I think they're going to Roche right now, so because Alchemist is already TP'd down to bot, so he's going to push up bot. This is like perfect timing for his team to just rotate and follow his lead and just go down to Roche.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes until Roche walks his way top lane. I don't really think it'll take him that long.
Oh, let's see if Blacklist knows. They have an observer watch here, so they see the CM, the Mars in the area.
It's pretty sus right now. I would say that they have an inkling of what Boom intend to do, and they intend to stop that as they will smoke up, trying to sneak past this wave. If FBZ, oh, they faithful it. They know. They ought to know here. Whips all around, as of course now you can pick up multiple. Those are some beautiful Lotuses. That'll be one greater Lotus, or great healing Lotus.
Oh, he tried to jump. Couldn't get the stun connection onto the Quap.
Could be something here. It's kind of a scary moment for Boom because they're going to know that the Lotuses have been taken. They have no idea where the enemy heroes are.
I mean, can Blacklist do the Roche themselves?
No, I don't think so, but they control the Watcher and they control the gate. So it's really, really tough for Boom to try and fight around here. I don't think they can do Roche. It's a little bit of a draw, you know? Wait, hold on. But Blacklist, they're going to try and pinch here? What's the plan? Are they just going to go
in? Doom, they got the Doom up, Storm.
And they actually get the kill here with enough damage because Boom, they can connect now in the triangle. Good stun is going to find the maid, and they need a little bit more for the kill onto Yopaj. He's not going down yet. They tried to deny him, but he will fall. It's going to be Raven now in trouble, stuck against the walls of the arena. BKB allows him to at least shrug and run right through the arena. And the Meteor Hammer, but it's Natsumi now who is going to go down. It's a buyback here on Yopaj with the BKB. Long duration. Raven is not really bothered whatsoever there. Now it's Zephyr trying to TP out in time. No chance for him there.
Too.
And the buyback out from Yopaj here. His life now under threat.
Storm is out of mana.
Carl as well giving chase. Has another Orchid in 8 seconds, but Yopaj, he's pretty deep. Not deep enough though. And without any support here, it's going to be Blacklist Rivalry who go chasing. Doomed on his first life and then screamed at on his second. He goes down. And the tip from Carl.
I mean, this is a big swing, you know, for Boom. That's a horrible mistake by them. Losing the Storm twice. And losing the other 2 heroes, the Alchemist as well. I mean, this is really, really bad news there. I mean, this ward is really MVP, you know, on Blacklist. You know, it sees the whole team of Boom, like it sees their rotations, and it allowed them to set up everything they need to get the right target on the Doom.
I really liked the call from, I don't know if that was KP, I'm gonna assume it is because he TP'd in first, but to TP to the tier 2 tower and just walk up and, well, blink up and really doom the Stormers. Really threw off the fight from Boom. They were in the middle of kind of transitioning to moving into the triangle and trying to fight around the ward that they had on the cliff before they were rudely interrupted by KP.
Yep, so they kill the Tormentor right now, so Maiden gets the shard. That's a pretty huge deal in the team fights. If you can get a fully channeled ulti going on, you do a lot of damage, but right now it's more about like finding the right initiation, you know. The Alchemist is gonna go for Abyssal next, but in the team fights it comes down to the initiation, whether the Mars can catch the right hero. I feel like if the Mars can catch either one of the Bloodseeker, the Quap, or actually even the support, you know, if you can kill one hero right away, take out one hero, like the fights are going to be very easy for the Storm, you know. The Storm doesn't want to be the first person going in.
Jump, Bosku is going to force the Arena Blood out from FBZ. That's something here. But Carl, he's got Acceptor. That's the reason that Blacklist smoked up in the first place. So they're eager for a fight. Raven as well with the Mjolnir. This could get a little bit ugly for Boom. Basher is a pretty big deal in itself. Like you're saying, just a little bit more control, a little bit more damage here on your initiations.
Yeah, and it also gives him solo kill potential, you know. If he sees like a Quap alone pushing out the lanes or even the Bloodseeker, he can potentially kill them with the Basher or the Abyssal.
It's a little bit further away though, so it'll be some time. Blacklist, again, they're eager to fight. At least Bosco is. And, Seeing some pretty good pickoffs here, some pretty good picks, I'll say, some finds.
I mean, if they could wait for the level 20 on the Elk, that would be ideal as well. You get the plus 400 damage unstable concoction. So with the AoE on the level 10 Talon, the hero becomes a beast in the team fights.
This is big, though. I don't know if Blacklist can really afford to let this go.
Do they know, though? They're smoked up.
They are going to be smoked up. Really.
Do they have a scan, or they don't have a scan?
This ward's good to watch the Watcher, or to watch the cliff here.
Here comes Boss Cool.
Yeah, we'll see what they can find. Okay, didn't quite catch him. They're going to see the ward now. Oh, okay, he's definitely going to see it as he's going to be pinned down onto the low ground, pulled back up.
He's tanky.
Out of range, actually, of Natsumi, who gets screened.
He gets the Doom off.
There's the Doom. It's onto FBZ. Natsumi's just TPing out. No, gets rooted last second by the taser, I think, and he's going to go down to the Techies mines. Tim's doing some work here as X-Nova is going to be interrupted here by that Tim's initiation. Carl with 2 kills. FBZ, no chance to TP out here as well, as that Arena of Blood will be where he's buried. All 5 heroes down from Boom.
Yeah, that high ground ward, once again, you know, vision proves to be pivotal in a team fight. You get the right jump, and the Doom just able to survive the initiation. He's so tanky, you know. They gave him like the Pavis, and he just survived.
They gave him the Pavis. He
got his BKB off.
He was vortexed up to the high ground, which meant that the Alk couldn't hit him until Alk got Sonic waved up to the high ground, and then he didn't want to be there anymore. Then he started TPing out. Rough fight, but once again, Blacklist not really in a position where they can take the Roche either. Still, though, there's got to be troublesome now for Boom. That's 2 fights straight, Winter, where things have gone Blacklist's way. How much more of this can they take? They are, after all, the team with an Alchemist.
One more. The next fight, if they don't get a good initiation, I feel like the hole might be too deep for them, you know. The hole there.
To dig out?
Yeah.
I'll take a look at it again. Oh, this is after already that initial bit of initiation. Just good stuff all around, really hard to complain about anything here. The team fight, oh, well, a bit too good. And then the BKBs, and just a lovely play from Tim's, honestly. It kind of pains me to do so, Winter, but this Techies is playing a really good game.
Yeah, Techies is a very, very impactful hero in the team fights right now. You do so much with your stuns, you do a lot of damage, the disarm, the buffs with the movement speed.
And it's just kind of wild to me how much of an identity crisis or how this hero's developed, really, ever since being the hero that gets picked on your team and you go literally 0 teamfight contribution to he's doing too much in the fights. We need to stop him.
Yeah.
He's a problem. He's a problem in these fights for Boom.
I feel like the Storm, probably the Storm has to try to focus his attention on getting either the Rubik or the Techies.
One of the supports.
Yeah, even the Rubik is very annoying. You know, he steals like a useful stun, and the Leaf is very, very impactful in the team fights. He has a Pave, so he can save the other target.
Carl, okay, he's still under the cover of smoke. Now we'll break it. There's more enemies here than allies, although that's quickly changing as Blacklist start TPing into the tier 2 tower. Yopaj, oh, is gonna get caught, but no chance for the Doom Bosku. Not fast enough there on the telekinesis. That was a scary moment there.
I mean, Teams has no way to come to this fight, you know. I was surprised that they tried to make the jump there. 4v5.
Oh, well, Tim's is connecting now in the river. He's under vision of the sentries. FBZ's gonna let him know he's there. He pokes him, but he otherwise won't actually go for the kill.
Shield rune. Pretty nice rune for Mars.
Tanky lad.
Yeah, they have to try to get a good initiation going, you know. So far, like, Boom hasn't gotten any clean starts with either the Storm or the Mars. That's why they're losing all the team fights.
I agree. It's been kind of more Blacklist getting a little bit too confident.
Okay, they are smoking right now with the Basher done. Alchemist also has his level 20 talent. But he chooses to go for the Chemical Rage.
Okay, and now Blacklist are going to actually try and do Roshan here. Maybe, would you consider this a potential...
It's definitely slower than the Radiance lineup.
Is this maybe them over... No, it's not them overextending, because a beautiful scan out from Blacklist is going to let them know their opponent's on the way. Oh, follow the Courier trails. Let them know where you're at. The Chemical Rage activated. In goes FBZ. Oh, the Arena. It only catches KP, and he's immediately doomed inside of it as well. Roshan is outside of his pit for some reason, but he's going back home. And FBZ, well, so is he. He's down for 50.
Buyback.
Does that buyback, but no Arena. See what he decides to do here. Again, if I'm Boom, this is a slow Roche lineup. All the trees cut down here as well, thanks to the Arena. So the vision is phenomenal for the side of Blacklist. They're kind of just chilling. Okay, now they're going to do Roche. We'll see how long this takes. All 5 heroes in the pit. Everyone contributing, even Tim's. Who's laying down the mines and doing some damage. Okay, they will take down the big guy. didn't take quite as long as I thought it would, honestly, Winter.
Yeah, Bloodseeker surprisingly deals a huge amount of damage onto Roche. So they're gonna be able to move to the Tormentors next. So who hasn't gotten a shard? Rubik has shard? Okay, no, the Rubik shard will be nice.
Yep. It'll be Rubik shard or Techie's shard also doesn't have one. So you're looking at the two lowest net worth heroes on your side. Who
do I prefer it on?
I don't mind either, because if Storm tries to jump Techie's, he's not going to be able to kill him with the
reactive taser.
Yeah, or Techie's can put it on anyone, and then Techie's gives that option to everyone.
Okay, Rubik gets it.
It'll be Rubik, which is still a great one, you know, obviously.
Doom has refresher, by the way.
Oh, wow, he's big. He's got his cornucopias. Is that what the item is that builds into this now? Cornucopia, is it? No, it's not. It's
yeah.
It is, it really?
Yeah.
Cornucopia? Yeah. Interesting change.
And he has Elven Tunic, so he's really, really fast with Scorcher. Like almost close to, is he almost close to max with travels?
Probably at night he certainly is. You can't trust the move speed indicator there. That thing's been
Wait, why is it 304 right now? There's no way it's right.
What did I just say, Winter? Do you listen to, is it just through one ear out the other?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That thing's been bugged since
But it updates during nighttime when you don't take damage.
Yeah, sometimes.
A couple of seconds, then it updates correctly.
Sometimes. Look, it has a mind of its own, okay? Don't worry about it. Just do the math in your head. It's really easy.
So it's supposed to be 466 plus the travel. And Elven Tunic is another 7%. So it's around 480, 490. Close to max.
He moves fast, okay? he's zipping around in the fights, and he certainly has been for all game. KP, once again, I would say in this game so far has been absolutely crucial to how Blacklist have fought their way back in here. X-Nova, oof. Yep, that's a dead doggo, unfortunately. He will fall. The Wolf of Ice Rack rests for today.
Yeah, even in the first game, KP has been...
Oh, KP, there he goes. Okay, finds the Doom onto Natsumi. Has a refresher for the second BKB, threatening for another Doom here. FBZ holding on to the arena. Will let loose now. Has, stolen arena here from Bosku. That's going to allow actually Carl to jump in, maybe baiting him, but there's absolutely no follow-up with Natsumi that he doesn't have buyback, Winter. And now... zipping around. This is a bit deep, though. We've seen this before from Blacklist. Spear is going to miss.
Back and get the towers.
That allows everyone to just walk back. Okay, could have been a lot worse there on the retreat. But Boom are unable to really string together the lockdown they need to go for a punish there.
Can they actually get a set of racks out of this? 50 seconds on Elk.
Maybe.
No, they're going back to farm.
You're without... Well, you have your second Doom. You never used your second Doom, but KP has used
it's the right move. They have no idea if the Elk might have buyback, so it's better to just go back. You don't have, like you said, you don't have two Dooms. You only have one, so you don't really have to risk it. And like what we have been discussing, like game after game today, you don't want to throw away your lead when you're ahead because you give away a lot of XP and gold right now.
Yeah, that's right. High ground is still definitely a very scary objective to try to break into. We'll take another look at how that fight went.
Yeah, it's great initiation by KP, you know, like no hesitation. He got the one kill, then he sees the Alchemist, he blinks in right away, refreshes, and tries to get another target. Just all around very good heads-up play there by KP.
Yeah, absolutely.
Radiant are scanning.
We finally start to see Blacklist playing very aggressively here on the Boom side of the map. A couple D wards here courtesy of the gem. Scan out from Boom does indeed let them know they're enemies.
Yeah, and KP decides to go for A on this right now. So he just recognizes that as long as he doesn't die in the team fight, when he gets jumps, they're going to win the team fights regardless if he gets his double Doom off.
Okay, they will be able to take the... Oh, hit it a bit more. There it is. Okay, I thought they wanted to kill X-Nova there for no reason, but...
Keeper of the Light, okay. Don't really think it's going to change the fights too much with the recall.
Nope. I don't think so either. Maybe it gives you some excuse to have Yopaj, push waves, pushing and get recalled in. But outside of that, I tend to agree with your point of analysis there. I don't really see that changing too much right now, especially when, you can't really go out and split push. All three lanes are shoved in pretty hard. Enemies have an Aegis, not for much longer though, as Carl is going to not try and push high ground with 20 seconds left on Aegis, at least not on this Aegis.
Yeah, KP's waiting. He's TPing bot to set up for a kill here if somebody tries to farm this, like especially the Storm, if he just wants to come out, ball lightning, clear some creep waves, and he's going to be able to catch him. But
still no Lincolns on the Storm, but he does have that Ag Scepter for the budget Black Hole. That's what it is. It's good. It goes through Lincoln's and Lotus. It can't be reflected because I believe it's just like an area target spell now. A radius around himself. So yeah, can't be reflected and goes to the Lincoln.
Oh, they know. They stepped on the mine.
Yep. A bit difficult here. Tim's doing a good job on the warding game. They're going to try and bait Carl here, who does have a shield rune up. And oh no, they pushed him outside of the arena. Carl gets the BKB off easily. In fact, turns for the Lotus. Sorry, make that the Orchid onto Yopaj. The Bash, though, onto Raven. They get through his Lincoln Sphere here rather easily at the very least, and now they're going to turn back for Tim.
Vision, they don't have vision.
On the low ground, but they don't have the vision. The Doom now onto Natsumi, gets rid of the Glimmer Cape debuff, and now he will go down, killed off by his own unstable concoction. Blacklist Rivalry looking for more, zooming for more is Raven. He's pretty fast there. Zephyr running for his life, but he's being outrun. Oh, Blacklist, look, they think there's buybacks. They're not going to go that far. They really want this first win for themselves, Winter.
I mean, I really respect like the discipline that they're showing, you know. People have always been saying that, oh, they are a team that plays without discipline, they go for all these aggressive kills all the time, but this series they've been showing they're a changed team, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. That's growth between seasons, absolutely. What about for Boom?
I mean, for Boom right now, I feel like when they get a lead in the game, they're not very sure about how to use and extend the lead. You know? I think both the first and second game, they played really well in the beginnings of the game, the laning phase up to like 15, 20 minutes. But after that, how to extend and convert the mid game, I feel like that part of the game is lacking from Boom.
Right. I think that makes sense to me.
Like how they are smoking to get the right jumps during the team fights. Those are the moments where I feel like they are not entirely confident of what they're doing, you know. They know that they have to try to find something, but how are they finding the right openings?
Yeah. And honestly, I've been really impressed by their warding throughout the match. When they were winning, of course, now it's a bit difficult when the opponents have a
you would think that if you have good wards, you should be able to find the right openings to start a team fight.
Especially with the Storm and Amaris, you know? Like, I do think that follow-up kind of, you know, it's pretty easy. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3 there. So I do wonder what's not coming together for them here, or maybe if it's just Blacklist who are anticipating it very well. I can't be sure.
Yeah, and this game as well, the Corp has been like being very selfless in the early game. You know, you see him like rotating around, trying to help his team, allowing KP to get a lot of space to farm, get this very early Octarine core, and he's been just beasting this game ever since the laning phase.
Yeah, I think Boom have played well out of the laning stage. It's just been that kind of mid-game area.
The small little details, you know, that they need to iron out.
I think they could very well start trying to close out these games a bit earlier. Or earlier than we've been seeing, at least for today. So we do head into the 40-minute mark, a 21k net worth lead here for Blacklist Rivalry. Pardon me, KP on the hunt, still has Aeon Disc ready to be assembled, and the refresher for 2 Dooms.
Yeah, and he has Timeless Relic now. Raven has Trickster's Cloak, which is very nice for, you know, being the front line. This item is one of the best.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. And then do we have a gem? So we've got Sentries, but no gem for the side of Boom. Oh, sorry, pardon me. FPZ is holding onto a gem. So they do have a gem. So this is a big move out from Boom, but they can't afford to lose this one. Roche is up. He'll be coming down bottom. We'll see him now. There he is. He is zooming. 470 move speed, huh? That can't be right.
So the Roche move speed is correct.
No way. That was way faster than 470, I think. He was zooming. Smoke, though, out from Blacklist. Oh, and it's going to be the Maiden to tank the mine. But she is going to be able to hold on to the Twin Gate for now.
This is going to be the game-deciding fight right here.
Oh, they're following a courier, though. Oh, and they've seen it deliver its item. Natsumi, he might be in trouble. He knows there are enemies nearby. Gets off the Chemical Rage and the BKB, throwing the stun at the KP. The damage not sufficient, though. They are going for the D-Ward. X-Nova is going to be able to pick it off. They don't have detection. Well, on hand they do now for X-Nova, but there's going to be the Doom. It's finally going to be now onto Natsumi. Chemical Rage still keeping himself alive. A second Doom now at FPZ prevents that fight-changing arena from coming out. Yopaj zipping and zapping around on the fight, but he's out of mana. He's TPing home, and it's Kara who cleans up onto FBZ. Raven with the kill onto X-Nova. That'll set up Blacklist for the second Roche. Maybe just the game here, Winter. Don't really think it's too easy for Boom to try and fight their way back into this one now.
I mean, this is literally a Doom clinic by KP, you know, like how to play Doom 101. Like, if you want to learn how to play Doom, just watch how KP plays this game. I think it's a very, very good example of what you should be doing during the early game, how you play your lane, how you play your mid game, how you itemize late game. and who to jump on during the team fights. I think he's been doing an excellent job so far the whole game.
I agree. Yeah, perfect target priority there, right? Waiting out the BKB to make sure the Doom is a bit more effective, matching your opponent's BKB with your own to make sure that, you're staying on top of them. That, to me, has been really what BKB allows you to do in this kind of a patch, even though it's no longer pure magic immunity. The debuff immunity makes it so that you can just stick onto your opponents and not get kited as easily. Same thing can be said there of the Doom as of the Alchemist, right? I do think, obviously, in this situation, KP, with a bit of an advantage, is able to really make it shine there. But boom, all back alive and respawned. There is no buyback here for 450 gold on the...
Only one Doom available right now.
Breaking the Lincolns.
Refresher is still on cooldown for 40 seconds. Carl is hiding in the trees here. He has the cheese.
Has the Ag Scepter as well, and the Timeless Relic, like you say, so plenty of damage. Natsumi, oh, he popped Chemical Rage for this. So he best not show. Oh, he's gonna have to show and farm something though. This does not feel good. He also bought something because now he's further from buyback than he just was.
He's 1k away from buyback. I guess he doesn't want it.
Guess he doesn't. DPC sure does though. He'd love to farm a wave mid. Just needs a little bit more gold for it as well. That's Chemical Rage now done on cooldown for 30 seconds. Okay, Lincoln Sphere is breaking. Yopaj already did his little TP trick once, so that's the last wave he can reasonably cut. Spell Stolen is going to be Bulwark. Good toggle, but it doesn't matter. KP's in. He finds Doom number 1. Has the Refresher already. Wait, careful, Yopaj out of mana. Sonic Wave back into the fountain, but that's FBZ.
No buyback.
Dead without buyback. He's just 300 gold short, Winter. That's gotta sting. No time, no space to farm it. Blacklist pushing now for their second lane of barracks. They do have Chemical Rage ready again, but these techies mines, they keep scouting them out. In goes Yopaj now, catches 2 on the Electric Vortex with the Axe upgrade, with the follow-up just not there.
Yeah, the Alchemist just decided not to go. Like, if you don't go there, then when are you actually going to go initiate?
Maybe now, especially, they need vision.
He still has Aegis, 2 minutes. They're giving him the cheese.
Okay, back to full HP for him.
And he's just so tanky with the Trickster Scope.
The front of the backline's not bad. KP again playing with only 1 Doom for the next 90 seconds, but has overwhelming blink, pardon me. Still hasn't even assembled his Aeon disc. Oh, my goodness.
He just needs to Doom the Elk. He doesn't even have to Doom the Storm, because the Storm is like a non-factor right now.
It's true. The control has not been proving enough here. Assuming at least nearly back to the buyback.
Okay, KP TP's bot. He's trying to catch the Elk. He sees the Elk farming 1 wave. He's thinking that he's going to stick around for 1 more wave.
Oh, and he's got the Quap nearby.
He's actually... Is he actually going to go here? Onto the Elk?
I don't think it's...
He pops Chemical Rage, so he just doesn't want to risk it at all.
Yeah, but Raven and Tims and the rest of Blacklist Rivalry now getting ready to push up towards this top area. It's the only lane of barracks that they're lacking.
Yep, 150 for the Aegis. Another 1 minute, 45 seconds right now.
Big item as well. Raven had the Basher backpack to previously, just didn't have the slots. Now, I think with the Abyssal...
Yeah, and he's about to hit level 25.
Big moments for him. Ooh, Natsumi. Fortunately, the Mud Golem not too upset with him. So he'll be able to take you out in time as they're going to smoke into the bottom lane where they found FBZ. He doesn't have buyback. He's just 100 gold short. If he just gets 2 of those creeps, Winter, he's home free. Instead, he's home alone.
This is the point of time where you wish somebody has a dig and you can dig up a bounty.
Oh, yeah, someone dig up a bounty.
The shovel, dig a bounty.
They don't have one. 3 of them took Fairy's Trinkets and the other 2 Arcane Rings. They don't have one, Winter. They're too far from the Pirate Hat as well. He's just dead for 40 seconds. His buyback's pretty close, but they just can't afford to wait because the buildings are falling. There's Rupture number 1 onto the Alchemist. Oh, goodness. And this is just going to be impossible. If it's not Rupture, it's Doom. And there indeed goes Yopaj, immediately hexed up, trying to get him off to safety. And they do at least have a bit of invis rep, but it doesn't matter. Dead for now 70 seconds. He doesn't have buyback either. They're not going to let X-Nova get back home either, but he does have the buyback at least. Natsumi activating now the BKB, getting to work versus KP, finally forces him to assemble the Aeon disc so that he can get away. But it's Carl and Raven getting to work here, back on securing the Megas. There it goes in favor of Blacklist. 46 minutes in with a 42k net worth lead, Winter. They're going to secure the Megas, and I think they're going to back up.
Playing it safe. They want to wait for the double Doom, I guess. 100 seconds of cooldown.
Or maybe they're just going to go back into the bottom lane because they have vision. It's so scary now for Boom.
Bloodseeker's gonna lose the Aegis right now.
Yep. The only way I think back into this game is if Blacklist actually die in Fountain.
Teams is in base, you know, picking up wisdom runes.
He's padding stats. That's how you say it. Look at this guy, he's so fast. Okay, well, they're pushing base now. Trying to break Lincoln's. KP's in, doesn't really want to doom the X-Nova, but Natsumi as well. BKB activated in time by Raven. Abyssal Blade, but the stuns interrupting Natsumi here, and now he's ruptured up. Is still fighting his ground. FPZ goes in deep, as does Yopaj. He actually managed to intercept KP here. Can they indeed get the kill? No, because Yopaj drops the Doom. They will at least find the Bloodseeker. He's dead for 100 seconds. Yopaj does get a Force Staff away in time from Tims, who was looking for that kill. It's Carl now indeed. No, it's Bosku. He steals the ball. Lightning and picks up the kill. Yopaj instantly buys back. Seems like they're going to finally be able to at least kill Bosku once this game, but it comes at a heavy price here of the buyback from the Storm Spirit.
Yep, time for them to retreat. So I guess it's far more difficult for them to take the team fight when you only have one Doom. Having two Dooms is so much easier in the team fights. So right now they're just gonna have to reset, wait for a minute.
What? Tim's just picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 bounty runes.
That's like 4K gold almost.
That's a lot of gold. Could you imagine if Alk picked that up? Whew. That'd be nice.
Do you think that you should actually get a bonus if you pick up 2 or 3 in a row? Then you should get some extra bonus for the efforts.
No, but I do think it should play like a sound. Like it should play like a global sound, so that enemies like know they're kind of like a clown horn. You know, like when he honks his nose, and like every time you pick up another one, the honk just gets like a little bit louder.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I think that's the first time you've ever complimented one of my ideas. I can't believe that.
There is no way that's the first time. There's actually literally that's no way. I always compliment your ideas.
Natsumi.
I like the Mexican restaurants that you bring me.
There it is, pushing towards mid lane. Carl is TPing back. There's good vision set up here for Boom. The Blacklist here, they're reviving on their heroes, even if they have lost a tier 2 tower. Now, certainly with the upper hand, even if they are underneath wards. KP, they need to 100 to 0 him, and that's just impossible now that the Aeon is just ready yet again. So instead, Boom being sent back to defend their lone tier 4 tower. Like Nova's courier is going to die to creeps. Everyone else seems like they'll make it back safely. Tough game here. X-Nova, will he finally get this D-ward down bottom? Yep, 3 bounties. Three clown honks. You can see Bosku picking up a couple more. Oh, they need to get this D-ward, man. This ward has been in the base for so long. If KP makes another jump because of this ward... Oh no, not like this. Oh, maybe they're trying to bait it. KP, he's gone in a bit early, but he's refreshed already. X-Nova stunned, killed, sent back to the fountain, waiting, watching for another 100 seconds. And that might be all for him this game as Boom down 1. Might have to wait for their next time to try and find another win here in Div 1. Good damage on Natsumi as he's already doomed, already dead. Has buyback with the rupture. It's onto FBZ. Forced back into the base. At least safe for now, but no. Carl is going to be able to get the kill onto him in the base. Is getting stunned. Forced back near the fountain, but blinks back in time to safety. Nice zip onto 2. We'll catch an FBZ as well. Following up. Oh no. Bosku lifts him up. Interrupts the Meteor Hammer. Would have connected onto 2. In the meantime, it's KP and Raven who put down Natsumi for the second time. That will be Boom falling in 2 as it's Blacklist Rivalry with new offlaner KP who sweep Boom 2-0 in their opening series.
Yeah, Blacklist definitely looked a lot more impressive this series, you know, compared to the last couple of seasons, the last 2 seasons, you know. KP definitely brings something they need. And if they can iron out certain things, you know, like how they're gonna make the rotations, who's gonna sacrifice this game more for the other cause, if they can iron all those small little details out, I think Blacklist Rivalry can do really well this season here. And whereas for Boom, early game, great, you know, they're playing the early game, the laning phase, and after the laning phase, they're up to 15-20 minutes. I think they're doing well, getting the right moves done, you know, getting the advantages. But after that, how do they convert? You know, that's the thing that they have to try to focus on.
I like their drafts a lot for the early game. I think they clearly draft with lanes in mind. And with that early game connecting on each other, I think their warding as well is really impressive.
Yep.
But as we say, something in there is not clicking on those smokes or the calls. I'm not exactly sure. We'll see how they continue to figure it out as we're going to go and send it over back to the panel to break down our day and this series, as well as with an interview with Blacklist Rivalry.
That is a 2-0 to end our day in our last series. Blacklist Rivalry taking the series. I mean, I was kind of surprised, not gonna lie, because the start of both of the games, Boom had done a really good job in the early game, but Blacklist was always able to take it back. They played really disciplined. I feel like that is the word to describe them, it's discipline.
And it's so rare in C, you know, teams being disciplined.
Yeah.
Not our kind of thing.
Yeah, so true.
I think their aggression has been a little bit more, it's disciplined, but they also understand when they can make moves now. Because that was one big issue with Blacklist in the last tour. We'd see them have a lead and then they'd sit on it for a long time. This time, they know when it's safe to go, when not to go, when to look for these pickoffs. I think just having KP on hand as well shifts the dynamic in the way that, because these players, you know, when they were all Filipinos, they just speak in Filipino. Maybe it's a lot noisier. When it's in English, it's very focused comms, right? Because they have to think about what they're saying. It's not just it's not just an info dumping game. So there's a guiding voice now. It's actually such a big difference. I swear to God, like you can already see it in these two games. Because Boom, it's like what they said. It's the first 15 to 20 minutes, they were not bad. Boom looked good. Maybe just again a little bit behind in what heroes are currently in meta and, you know, getting out executed off of mistakes. But the guidance that Blacklist has now in game, I think it's huge.
I feel like KB also has a kind of a commandeering voice. That's a word, right? Commandeering.
Sure.
Yeah, he's like a commander. He definitely takes charge of what happens a lot of the team fights. Like he's very vocal as a player, that for sure I know. And I mean, props to Boss Cool, also looking quite good on support.
Yeah, he's adjusted to the role really well, and I think that's a great sign. We've seen that a lot of Philippine players kind of do that. Skim's probably one of them as well. It jumps around, so it's looking great. I think even just looking at how KP plays, for me personally, it felt like KP was a little bit behind, and so towards the end of Talon, and I didn't know if he could bounce back. In this game, he looks incredible.
Yeah.
Like, in this game and the last game, his Magnus and his Doom performances were just on point. His itemization, Octarine first, it paid off.
Yeah, what do you have, Brown Boots, Octarine?
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is like relatively easy for the Doom to scale in a way, because Boom don't really have heroes that can sort of threaten a Doom, like whatever items he tries to buy. And Doom is kind of already like great against Alchemist. You just Doom him and he can't cast his spells, and then like he's just a walking very tanky hero, you know, like then you can ignore him. But like, and then at the same time, Boom picks up Storm, and like Storm is always like very afraid of getting Doom anyway. So it's like two big cores that are afraid of Doom. So it's quite easy for the Doom to, you know, like feel less pressure. But of course, like I do think KP, like he played flawlessly this game. Like even though it's a easy game, so to say, but just because it's easy doesn't mean like you won't make mistakes or whatever. So he's definitely very disciplined. He definitely like played to his best.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, even though it's an easy game, he wasn't just sitting around with his Doom online, you know? He was using it at every possible chance as soon as it was off cooldown. Just played, like, I mean, can't say it enough, played a very disciplined game. The whole entire team were very disciplined to begin with.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the draft is easy for him, but it's not easy for his teammates, because when you look at it, like, how are they going to control the Storm without the Doom? How are they going to, like, even fight in the arena? Like, no way, right? But then, like, KP being the pillar of the team, like, because of how he moves, so the entire team, like, listens, and then they don't do a sort of thing where, oh, the Doom is not here, and then they go and take a fight. You know, you never see that.
And that is why he is our match MVP, going 8-23 on Doom himself. Very strong performance this game, very consistent throughout both games of this series. But let's talk about Boom for a bit. They fell short of this. Do you think it's, I mean, we should give them the benefit of the doubt. It's just the first game of the season, and also they're coming up from Division 2. So how do you think them playing against Division 2 teams fares compared to Division 1?
I mean, there's definitely a difference in your opponent quality, but I don't think Boom ever missed out on scrim opportunities just because they got demoted. So I'm pretty sure they've still been getting practice even in their Div 2 time up against Div 1 teams. I think the issue for Boom is, this is something that's been consistent with Boom. I mean, in particular, I'll say it frankly, FBZ sometimes is on and off phase. And right now his heroes aren't in the toppest meta. It's like you said here backstage, Aurora. not easy to abuse some of them, right? So I think that's one thing. Like they're executing really well. It just feels like it's not the patch where these kinds of drafts are really easy to build a lead on.
Yeah, I mean, you can focus on a lot of things, right, when you're practicing, when you're screaming. And then it's just that before this, they were in Division 2. So obviously the standard is a bit, it's not a bit, but like it's a lot much higher in Division 1, like in everything overall. So I think maybe they are just trying to do one thing right first, progressively. So then they don't have to keep going back to this and that, and then like it's all over the place.
Well, we do have an interview with the MVP himself, the newest addition to Blacklist Rivalry, our very own KP. Hello, K-Poggers.
Hello.
How are
Hey,
you?
sir. Hey, I'm good.
You're good. How do you feel after winning your first game, after not having played last season, to owning the series?
Yeah, I mean, I was in like where you guys are at, like just like a month ago, right? It's like crazy.
What does that even mean?
He was an analyst, remember? He was a guest analyst with us.
I thought you were shading him and then he's like shading us back.
No.
I'm just saying how surreal it is, I guess.
Yeah, I think
I mean, I've had like a lot of ups and downs, and today I definitely feel really good because personally I also feel like I played pretty like okay, so yeah,
you don't have to be humble.
Okay.
You can be confident.
Okay. It's really good. Like I can see you don't really because you just joined his team, right? And then it feels like you have been playing with them for quite a long time because it feels like all of your movements are not disconnected at all. It's like, okay, one guy says go and then like the entire team knows what to do. It feels like that when I watch like both of the games you all play against Boom, because they kind of have the lead from the early, but then like you guys didn't lose yourself because they are having the lead, you know? You guys kind of know what you all have to do anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree because, you know, we've been flamed by Mike a lot already, so we don't want to do the same mistake again. But I know we also have like a joke in scrims where like, if one of us fucks up in the lane, we're like, oh, it's good practice. We're practicing from behind, right? So sometimes it's good to fuck up in your lane, guys, for playing from behind practice.
Yeah.
That's fair. Now, I am curious, you've played with a lot of these players before. You found yourselves in stacks with, say, Raven a couple of times. What's different in this stack? Like, what's different for you in this experience with Blacklist?
Compared to, like, TNC and Fnatic?
Yeah.
Honestly, very similar.
Okay.
I guess one of the biggest differences I've had is having Cuckoo, because I think he's probably, like, one of the most vocal players I've played with. So having a captain like him is really, really helpful.
All right.
Do you think your teammates would consider you an honorary Pinoy at this point?
KP Noi.
True.
Are you learning a lot more new Filipino words that are broadcast friendly here, KP?
I mean, it's just recycling the same swear words, right?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
That's all you need.
Are you happy to be back in the Philippines at least? You've lived there for basically how long of your life already?
Yeah, I love you. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The confidence in your voice is so convincing.
So making me laugh, so fuck.
Well, you guys have any questions to finish up, or?
I am curious about one thing. Is there any team that you guys feel like you want to play against, or you personally? Who do you want to play against? Who do you want to kind of meet in the match here in the tour?
Usually I would say like my ex-teammates, but at this point, and how C is like shuffling so much, I feel like every team has at least one ex-teammate. So,
so everyone.
Wow.
All right, fair.
Anyone.
All
Like,
right.
ex-teammates, not because of bad blood, but it's fun.
Or to prove that you are right, you know?
I just said it's for
KP
fun.
was right.
Sure, you can
It's
be
not-
right
it's
and
not
for
about-
fun.
Next question.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all we have for you today, KP. Thank you so much for joining us on this interview, and congratulations again for your win.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, that concludes our day. That was our last interview of our last series of today, and quite an exciting game, I would say. Quite an exciting series.
I'm just happy to see that KP is really like gelling really well with the team. Like, it's just so perfect when I watch him play. Like, it doesn't feel that he's a new teammate for the team.
Yeah. And it's really nice to see that, he's proving his worth on the team. He clearly performed really well in both games, so.
Yeah.
To me, he has always proven his worth, so.
Aw.
Yeah, he looks solid. He looks really good.
He looked good.
Yeah, I like that for him, it's an okay game. He played okay.
Yeah.
Just okay.
He's
There's better
Cape Pinoy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at today's results, how our games went today. We had 3 whole series, quite exciting ones at that. We had Talon versus SMG, where Talon took a very convincing 2-0 against SMG, followed by Bleed versus Execration, our first 3-game series of the season, Bleed winning that one. And lastly, to finish off our day, you guys just saw the Boom Esports versus Blacklist Rivalry game, where Blacklist took some very poggers comebacks, those 2 games.
Yeah.
For lack of better words.
I don't think Blacklist was really losing, but it's more of because of how their heroes work and they need that time, just like how the first draft is they are greedy, but they know they are only strong later on when they group out as 5. So they just wait for that timing, and don't do so many mistakes that gives Boom the way in. And that goes was game 2. They don't take fights where the Doom is not there,
Yeah, they did connect really well with their timings, and I think they've been able to maximize their teamwork. Again, I think KP's previous experience with these Filipino teams helps a lot in that aspect.
Well, let's take a look at the standings, where our teams are at in the season. All teams have not played yet. Only 6 teams have. So we'll only see 3 at the top, 3 at the bottom. And there we have it. We have Talon, followed by Bleed, Blacklist Rivalry, Army Geniuses, Sersha, Boom Esports, Execration, and Team SMG. Quite intense.
Yeah, I mean, you have our two teams from the top 3 now in the bottom 2. I mean, it's the first day, but they've taken losses already. Our previous top 3, only Talon holding up. So already seeing that shake up into the last tour. This could be very bad for us come TI. This is going to be pretty bad for us come TI, but it is what it is.
I mean, it's pretty cool in this also. You can see the respective DPC points compared to the standings, and Execration need to get up there.
Yep.
If we want more slots.
They need to just keep winning if they want to avoid.
Just get more slots.
Yeah, we need the most slots as we can take. We should not be giving these up. But let's take a look at Wednesday's schedule. What games we have coming up next? We have Army Geniuses versus Sersha to start off Wednesday, followed by SMG versus Bleed. And to end the day, we have Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry. Just as KP was saying, he'd like to play his former teammates.
Yeah,
that'll be an exciting one.
Because pretty much everyone on Talon is his former teammate, except Ollie. But he's also played with Jabs before when Jabs played support, so legitimately his replacement was also his ex-teammate, so that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and I want to ride this Bleed train, man. I feel today, the games today, I'm really, I'm coping for them. Hoping, actually, not coping.
Yeah, they look good, but I'd honestly say that I'm actually looking forward to Xerxia. Because I'm not sure how Young God is going to perform. Because I feel like I know Asta, I know Young God pretty well. I mean, I've talked to them a few times. I feel like Asta at his best looked a lot better. So I'm keen to see this replacement for consistency because Asta does have a lot of up and downs. I'm keen to see if Young God's consistency is going to cut it here in Div 1.
Any game you're excited to see, any series?
Oh, definitely the Blacklist one because they are up against Talon. And I would like to see how much control Blacklist can have, because you can see when they play against Boom just now, it's not that they lost control, they were just not strong enough to gain control. So I want to see if they are against Talon, assuming still the top seed of the team.
Well, that's good that each of us are excited for, one different series each. This means Wednesday's going to be very intense and very exciting. But that is all we have to finish off our day 1 of our opening of our summer tour. So thanks so much, guys, for sticking around, and we shall see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Bye.